In this world, where chaos reigns, power and authority decide absolutely everything. After portals appeared all over the world, people began to awaken as hunters, and the weakest F ranks stopped being considered anyone important. That is exactly the rank RMC, Han Yujin, got, a guy who barely survived in the simplest dungeons. But fate seemed to be mocking him, because his younger brother turned out to be a real genius, and soon became one of the strongest S-rank hunters in Korea. While the whole world admired his brother, Yujin could not shake the feeling that he was only dragging him down. And at some point, those thoughts became reality. During one raid, his brother sacrificed his own life to save Yujin. Then he took his brother's power, charged at the dragon and took it down, not leaving it a single chance. And then a system notification appeared before his eyes. The dragon is slain. Next to it, a wish stone, cold and heavy, just like the moment when he lost his brother. Yujin clenched it so hard his knuckles went white, and he did not hesitate. He had one wish, to bring everything back, and rewrite this rotten story. The world trembled, time blurred, and he snapped his eyes open in the past. Disoriented, he finds himself on a couch in an unfamiliar yet strangely recognizable room. The surroundings make him realize he is inside Yuhyun's guild building. Unable to access his status window, he can only wonder in confusion whether the wish truly sent him back. Checking the date confirms it. He has returned 5 years into the past. He quickly remembers why he is here. This is the day he went to an awakening broker. The memory returns with shame. He had been lured in by a scam because he wanted to awaken and become like his brother. That realization leads him to a new thought about what must happen next in this room. Hearing approaching footsteps, he braces himself for the moment he now remembers. The door opens, bringing the past rushing toward him. At the sound, he turns in sudden recognition. A familiar voice begins scolding him the way only his brother would. Yuhyun appears alive and well, warning him once again not to do reckless things that force him to come running. Seeing him alive leaves the older brother stunned beyond words. The truth hits him all at once. He really has come back. Overwhelmed, he throws himself at Yuhyun and clings to him. Yuhyun is startled by the sudden embrace, while the older brother is flooded with relief that he is still alive. Holding him tightly, he apologizes from the bottom of his heart. He admits his own immaturity and takes responsibility for everything that went wrong. Yuhyun assumes he must have caused some new problem, but the older brother insists that is not what this is about. Still holding him, he realizes how young Yuhyun truly is at this point, and how much he must have been forced to carry alone. He reflects with guilt that as the older brother, he should have understood his brother's burdens with the guild and the dungeons instead of leaving him to endure them by himself. He promises that from now on he will stop causing trouble and make sure Yuhyun no longer has to worry about him. Yuhyun softens, hearing a sincerity from his brother that he did not expect. He returns the embrace and quietly accepts the apology and gratitude. The older brother feels embarrassed by how openly he has spoken, but the relief outweighs it. What matters most is that he has been given a chance to prevent the future that destroyed them. Remembering how close they once were, he resolves to protect that bond this time instead of losing it. Han Yujin impulsively confesses his love to his younger brother Han Yuhyun, hoping this time he can stay out of the world of awakened hunters and live quietly. He resolves to forget everything about awakenings and hunters and return to the ordinary life he thinks he should have had. That hope collapses immediately when a system message announces that Han Yujin himself has awakened. Caught completely off guard, he can only stare in disbelief at what just happened. The system piles on stranger news by granting him the legendary title Dragon Slayer and another title tied to nurturing, along with a doubled growth effect for Han Yuhyun. In the middle of this life-changing revelation, dinner continues cooking as if nothing unusual is happening. Yuhyun calmly keeps making the meal and reassures Eugene to wait, while Eugene awkwardly agrees. The brothers sit in an uneasy silence, both aware that this reunion has not settled into anything normal yet. Eugene reflects that before turning back time, this same day ended in another fight and his running away once again. Now, seeing Yuhyun peacefully cooking instead, he realizes the timeline has already changed. He is relieved they reconciled, but sharing a quiet dinner together still feels unfamiliar to him. Even so, his attention returns to the new status window, because the awakening itself makes no sense. He opens the interface and realizes he has awakened again, but with a completely different setup from before. The title Dragon Slayer appears as proof that he once killed a first-class dragon alone. Remembering Roktors, Eugene wonders why a feat from the erased timeline still remains attached to him. When he sees the title as L rank, he understands it is beyond even S rank and starts grasping how abnormal this is. More icons appear around him, revealing that the title also granted 4 additional skills. The sheer scale of the reward leaves him momentarily stunned. As he reads the details, he realizes he now has L rank resistance to poison, curses, and fear, plus a special advantage against Roktors' dragon type. That absurd combination makes him wonder if he has just stumbled into a path toward becoming overwhelmingly powerful. For a moment, he imagines himself returning as the strongest person in the world. His thoughts jump back to the desperate battle against the dragon that earned this title in the first place. He remembers how everyone had been overwhelmed and convinced they were about to die. The dragon's poisonous attack had pushed the situation to the brink, forcing everyone else to retreat. In that crisis, Eugene had stepped forward and shielded the others despite the flames and poison. When Yu Hyun called out in shock, Eugene had answered with reckless confidence and asked only about the poison. He had even brushed off the danger like a veteran hunter, leaving Yu Hyun awestruck. Remembering that admiration, Eugene briefly indulges in a fantasy of becoming a legendary hunter and basking in praise. He excitedly wonders whether this could lead him to S rank, or even make him the first L rank. Then he checks his actual base stats and discovers they are pitifully low. The fantasy crashes at once as he realizes the system still rates him as only F rank. He slumps in despair, recognizing that a weak body cannot make proper use of all these incredible skills. Accepting that he is still physically insignificant, he looks for some practical value in what he has gained. He notices that some passive abilities have raised his dexterity and mentality from F to E, much like the support skills he used to have. He also confirms that the nurturing title itself has been elevated all the way to L rank. That title, too, comes with 4 more skills, so he starts examining them one by one. The first names strike him as embarrassingly childish, and one skill in particular sounds so awkward that he hesitates to use it at all. Still, he reads the effect and learns that My Kid is the best boost the target's growth rate for 3 days when activated with a keyword. Recognizing it as an upgraded version of his old nurturing ability, he immediately checks how strong the boost is. Yu Hyun overhears enough to react when Eugene realizes the answer is a full 2-fold increase. Eugene instantly understands that this means Yu Hyun could grow twice as fast as other hunters, and that combining it with his other support skills could be even more broken. He moves on to another skill, My Kid is so great, which strengthens a target when he cheers them on with the keyword in front of at least 5 intelligent witnesses. The effect scales with the number of observers and can increase stats and skill effects all the way up to double at the maximum. Eugene quickly calculates that 50 witnesses would mean a 50% boost, while 100 would push the effect to twice normal power. His ambition explodes outward as he imagines turning not only Yu Hyun but every hunter in World's Edge into monsters growing twice as fast and twice as strong. From there, he starts dreaming of becoming the mastermind behind that rise and finally living in comfort off the glory of the hunters he raised. Then the system reveals the required keyword, and it is simply I love you. The absurdity of that condition sends Eugene crashing back into humiliation and disbelief. He realizes the keyword must have changed when he awakened, and now his support power is tied to openly declaring love to his brother. Faced with the thought of saying that phrase to people in public, Eugene can already see how unbearable and ridiculous his future is going to be. A young man's strange charm makes people around him blurt out love confessions, turning ordinary encounters into unwanted romantic chaos. The effect is so indiscriminate that even a baby becomes affected, proving the power is absurdly unusable in real life. He bitterly concludes that instead of helping him gain influence, this ability would only get him arrested. Although the skill promising Sprout seems powerful on paper, he realizes it is practically worthless for his situation. He wonders if this final Sprout means his awakening rank can still rise, or if people influenced by keywords awaken at their ideal potential. His thoughts are interrupted when Yu Hyun calmly serves him a meal and checks whether the portion is enough. Grateful for the food, he accepts it, while Yu Hyun modestly warns that he only cooked with whatever was available. The first bite catches him off guard. He admits the food is genuinely delicious, surprising even himself. Yu Hyun is quietly pleased by the praise and offers him more if he wants it. As they eat, he learns Yu Hyun became good at cooking while struggling to survive, and he asks why Yu Hyun never relied on prepared food. He explains that in the past there were no detox or antidote items, so making food yourself was safer. That answer makes the danger of Yu Hyun's past sink in, and he asks if people really tried to poison or curse his meals. Yu Hyun confirms it with a dry, self-blaming explanation that he was a reckless kid living alone and often got punished for it. He goes on to describe how larger guilds allied with corporations, while he refused to join any guild and openly declared he would build his own. Looking back, Yu Hyun admits life might have been easier if he had simply joined an ordinary guild. That confession enrages his listener, who grabs Yu Hyun and demands to know why he kept all of this hidden. He softens enough to tell Yu Hyun not to wear that defeated expression, insisting those hardships came from choices Yu Hyun made, not from any lack of worth. But he also admits something has been bothering him all along. Their relationship itself was damaged by all this secrecy. He reveals that he constantly watched over Yu Hyun from a distance, and deliberately kept him at arm's length so enemies would not discover their connection and target him. Hearing that, he protests that Yu Hyun should have trusted him enough to say so, but Yu Hyun confesses he feared becoming a burden and believed he would not understand. Yu Hyun finally admits that judgment was wrong. Realizing his brother still worried about him despite everything, Yu Hyun apologizes and openly says he loves him. He is shaken by the sincerity, while Yu Hyun thanks him for caring even when Yu Hyun himself had been stubborn. Unable to handle the emotional weight, he deflects by fussing over the meal and piling more food onto Yu Hyun instead. Even so, he privately decides that turning back time was the best choice he ever made. When Yu Hyun gets ready to leave for other business, he suddenly stops him with one more request. He tells Yu Hyun to delete the Awakening Broker's contact, implying Yu Hyun has already dealt with them so thoroughly that they are no longer a threat. He obeys nervously, half wondering if Yu Hyun literally beat the broker into silence. Thinking the evening is over, he cheerfully says he will clean up and head out, but Yu Hyun's words make him freeze. Yu Hyun flatly tells him he is not allowed to leave anymore. Then Yu-hyun clarifies the decision with alarming calm. From now on, he will live here. The declaration is so abrupt that he can only stare in disbelief. He tries to laugh it off and asks what Yu-hyun could possibly mean. When it becomes clear Yu-hyun is serious, he demands to know why he suddenly cannot leave. Yu-hyun answers as if it were obvious, saying the outside world is too dangerous for him now. He argues that he was fine earlier that day, but Yu-hyun explains the situation changed the moment they became close again. Because enemies had ignored him only while their relationship seemed severed, Yu-hyun now believes those same enemies will target him through his brother. From that logic, Yu-hyun reaches a firm conclusion: he cannot let him go anywhere alone. He presents the arrangement almost grandly, declaring that his brother will simply live with him from now on. Horrified, the older brother calls him insane and bolts for the door, determined to escape before this turns into imprisonment. The moment he tries to get out, he is met with a shriek and sudden commotion at the entrance. A mover greets him by name and asks for a signature, explaining that all of his belongings have already been transferred here at Yu-hyun's request. He rushes out to find box after box arriving, while Yu-hyun calmly informs him that his old home is now empty and this place is his house from now on. When he demands an explanation, Yu-hyun innocently reminds him that he had said everything was fine. Yu-hyun twists the earlier reconciliation into consent, arguing that the apology, the confession of love, and the acceptance of his actions meant approval. He even smugly reduces that emotional exchange to permission for this forced cohabitation, leaving his brother speechless. The older brother can only mentally scream at how absurd the Yu-hyun has distorted the meaning of his words. Overwhelmed by the moving chaos and Yu-hyun's impossible logic, he collapses on the floor among the scattered boxes. Even while trying to recover, he realizes this is no time to give up and wonders whether Yu-hyun's possessiveness is some side effect of time reversal. Han Eugene hurriedly packs up, determined to steal what he needs and escape before his captor returns. As he slips toward the door, he worries that failing now will leave him trapped indefinitely. The escape ends instantly when he opens the door and finds a huge man blocking the way. Eugene awkwardly tries to play it off, while the guard studies him with suspicion. He recognizes the man as Kim Sang-han, an A-rank hunter from World's Edge and one of Yu-hyun's trusted subordinates, known for powerful defensive abilities. Eugene asks him to step aside, but Sang-han flatly refuses. Sang-han makes it clear that the guild leader ordered him to stop Eugene from leaving, confirming that even an A-rank hunter has been assigned to keep him confined. Eugene insists he only wants a walk and demands to know why anyone cares where he goes, but Sang-han refuses to budge. Sang-han loses patience with the argument. He warns Eugene one last time to return to his room. When Eugene resists, Sang-han grabs him and releases the crushing pressure of a high-rank hunter. Eugene can barely endure it as Sang-han threatens to drag him back by force if necessary. The pressure feels to Eugene like prey standing before a predator, his whole body overwhelmed by instinctive fear. He desperately tries to keep himself from panicking. At that moment, one of his skills activates and nullifies the fear effect. Realizing the pressure no longer shakes him, Eugene suspects his ability is protecting him. His altered perception sharpens, and he notices something strange happening in his own eyes. Under that changed vision, the terrifying A-rank hunter suddenly looks harmless to him, like a tame dog instead of a beast. The absurd shift snaps Eugene out of fear, and he angrily demands to be released. He pushes back with legal arguments, accusing Sang-han of violating his personal liberty by imprisoning him. Eugene even threatens to call the police, but Sang-han remains unmoved. Treating Eugene like a child throwing a tantrum, Sang-han asks whether he really wants to be carried back to his room, while Eugene bitterly realizes his current skills are useless here. As Sang-han starts hauling him away, Eugene frantically searches through his abilities for any other option. A new skill, Promising Sprout, activates, giving him hope that he has found something useful. He abruptly grabs Sang-han's face to test the skill, startling them both. A status-like readout reveals Sang-han is awakened at A rank with the potential to reach S rank, making him a major future asset. Eugene immediately sees the value of that revelation. If Sang-han can be pushed to S rank, World's Edge could gain a second top-tier hunter. He tries to force the skill to change Sang-han directly, but nothing happens. The system explains that the target has not been influenced yet, and that Eugene must first sway him with specific trigger words before granting the S-rank skill tied to "my kid is the best." Eugene realizes the path forward is influence rather than force, and he starts fantasizing about winning freedom by turning Sang-han into a future S-rank under his guidance. But when he tries to say the required words, he hesitates in horror as the phrase begins to form. He understands that to trigger the influence he has to tell Sang-han that he loves him, a thought so humiliating that even Sang-han is baffled by his behavior. Eugene steels himself and calls Sang-han's attention, trying to commit to the line. He awkwardly starts the gesture, but Sang-han only stares back in confusion. Eugene doubles down with exaggerated heart signs, hoping to force the influence to take hold, while Sang-han looks increasingly disturbed. Instead of being influenced, Sang-han rejects the display as disgusting and orders Eugene back inside, leaving Eugene collapsed in despair and begging for different trigger words. Later, Yu-hyun returns home and announces himself. He finds Eugene sprawled on the floor in defeat, and Eugene answers with exhausted misery. Yu-hyun calmly notes that Eugene has not even unpacked yet and proposes moving his things into a better room, while Eugene bitterly compares himself to a prisoner. Yu-hyun tries to soothe him by promising that he will be allowed outside eventually, which instantly revives Yujin's attention. Yu-hyun explains that World's Edge has many enemies, and until the guild becomes strong enough that no one can touch them recklessly, Eugene cannot be safely released. He asks Eugene to wait until the guild becomes the strongest in the country, a timeline Eugene knows is absurdly far away. Yu-hyun confidently shortens that future to 1 year, but Eugene remembers it actually took more than 3. Yu-hyun offers a compromise by saying Eugene can go out occasionally, though only under escort by either him or Songhan, making the promise feel more like supervised detention than freedom. He adds that dungeon operations keep them busy for days at a time and that he cannot leave Eugene in the hands of weak hunters, reinforcing how tightly controlled Eugene's life will remain. Faced with that reality, Eugene suddenly wonders whether his own skill can solve the problem another way. He recalls that before all this, he spent his time researching hunters and knows exactly which people are destined to become high rankers. A new plan forms: find those future talents early, awaken them after binding them to his side, and make their protection the price of that awakening. By building his own force through his skills and titles, he could gain leverage strong enough that Yu-hyun would no longer be able to keep him caged. With that strategy in mind, Eugene prepares to act on his new plan. Yu-hyun boldly promises his brother that he will secure an A-rank hunter for him. Eugene is caught off guard by how serious Yu-hyun sounds. Yu-hyun doubles down, deciding to search for someone who could become a future A to S rank awakened. He immediately narrows the plan further by targeting a child who would be easy to manipulate. Elsewhere, a young person quietly changes shoes, setting up the next thread of the story. In a narrow market alley, that youth stands alone as Yu-hyun's search for a recruit begins in earnest. Back in the apartment, Yu-hyun argues that if he can bring in his own elite bodyguard, he should be allowed more freedom. When asked how he plans to find such a person, he stalls because he has no explanation he can safely share. Eugene suddenly wonders if Yu-hyun himself has awakened, and the question rattles him. Eugene presses hard, trying to pin down when Yu-hyun awakened and whether he has some ability to locate strong people. Yu-hyun panics internally, convinced that revealing the truth about his low-class skill would ruin his life. So he lies, claiming he only has an ordinary F-class ability that can vaguely judge whether someone is strong or weak and can only be used once a month. Eugene accepts that explanation as harmless enough that it should not make Yu-hyun a major target. He adds that this kind of skill will soon be replaced anyway once awakening centers are established. Yu-hyun realizes Eugene is speaking from a time before those centers already existed in his previous life. Eugene explains that the new system will let people awaken more safely, reducing scams and making Yu-hyun's ability less valuable. Instead of being discouraged, Yu-hyun sees that as an even better opportunity. He reassures Eugene that his skill is worthless anyway and begs for one chance to prove himself by finding an A-class hunter. Eugene finally agrees on the condition that Yu-hyun actually succeeds, while he starts moving his things into Yu-hyun's house. Privately, Yu-hyun vows that he will not be controlled and will gather enough top-tier hunters to overturn the situation. He fantasizes about rapidly building his own overwhelming force, even imagining a guild greater than Abyss. The next day, he heads to the Korean Hunter Association's Awakener registration office. People nearby recognize Kim Sung-han, the famous Shield of Abyss, and notice his presence immediately. Sung-han appears as Yu-hyun's imposing escort, making the outing look far more important than it is. Inside, onlookers assume the unknown young man beside an A-class hunter must be someone exceptional, perhaps even a future S-class. Those expectations collapse when Yu-hyun is officially registered as only an F-class awakener. The crowd quickly turns dismissive, mocking the gap between the grand escort and his disappointing rank. Yu-hyun brushes off their reaction, focuses on getting equipment, and is stunned to discover Eugene left him a huge amount of money. He heads straight to the hunter shopping floor to make practical use of it. Store staff eagerly welcome him and prepare to outfit him from head to toe. They first push flashy stat-boosting accessories, but Yu-hyun finds them too gaudy for everyday use. He settles on a simpler option, choosing a discreet earring with strong magical enhancement. He adds gloves and a belt, pleased that the combined bonuses should raise his weak class to something more workable. Even while equipping himself, he keeps planning ahead, knowing he still needs a contract and potions with the money left. Outside, Sung-han waits by the car and demands to know where Yu-hyun disappeared to. Yu-hyun casually explains that he was shopping, and Sung-han reminds him not to wander off without notice as they prepare to leave. But Yu-hyun stops the departure by insisting there is still one more place he needs to visit. He remembers that Park Yerim, the future Ice Witch, should be living nearby with relatives who run a barbecue restaurant in Yedo. Because she will later awaken as an outstanding A-class hunter, he decides she is exactly the kind of recruit he needs. That night he heads into the district determined to find her quickly and use her to win back his freedom. He searches through the busy food alley where many barbecue shops crowd together. His first inquiries get him nowhere, as workers deny knowing anyone named Park Yerim. As the search drags on, Yu-hyun realizes there are far more barbecue places than he expected. The smell of grilling meat starts distracting him, but he refuses Sung-han's suggestion that they stop to eat. When Sung-han questions why they are even searching barbecue shops, Yu-hyun covers by claiming he sensed a strong presence here. Sung-han dryly notes that Yu-hyun sounds like a cult leader, and Yu-hyun snaps back that he can hear the sarcasm. While debating whether to keep searching before or after dinner, Yohayan overhears a girl nearby angrily blaming Park Suchun for everything. The name catches his attention at once, and he turns toward the shouting woman. He sees a furious young woman being thrown out during a heated argument, cursing the people inside and wishing death on them. Before he can process it, the enraged girl stumbles straight into him, abruptly bringing him face to face with the chaos he was searching for. A young man notices a purple-haired girl and immediately realizes she is the person he has been trying to find. The girl sprints away at remarkable speed, determined not to be caught. He hastily excuses himself from what he was doing and rushes after her. Before chasing her, he shoves his food onto Kim Sung-han so he can free himself to run. Even while surprised that an ordinary girl can move so fast, he equips an item that boosts his dexterity. With the item enhancing him, he accelerates hard enough to match her pace. He tears through the market in a burst of wind, startling bystanders while marveling that his gear works perfectly. The chase barrels straight down the crowded shopping street. He tracks her route through the crowd and spots her again before she can disappear. Calling her by name, Park Yerim, he finally gets her attention. He asks for a quick talk, but Yerim immediately suspects he was sent by her uncle. Refusing to return, Yerim keeps running and dismisses him as just another old man trying to drag her back. As she heads into the street, he realizes a car is about to hit her and shouts a warning. Yerim turns and freezes in shock as the vehicle bears down on her. For a split second, she can only stare at the danger rushing toward her. A burst of power erupts as he launches himself into action. He reaches her in time, shielding her with his body as the car slams into him instead. The impact throws both of them violently away from the vehicle. The driver is left shaken, realizing he nearly killed them. The crowd gathers in alarm as the crash leaves everyone stunned. Yerim, now safe, anxiously checks whether the man who saved her is hurt. He brushes off the pain with a joke, more concerned with keeping the moment light than with his rough landing. As they lie tangled on the pavement, Yerim is bewildered that this reckless rescuer is supposed to be a hunter. Later, the tension gives way to a meal as they sit down at a barbecue restaurant together. He happily digs in, clearly using food to make the conversation easier. He encourages Yerim to eat as much as she wants, pleased that she is relaxing enough to enjoy herself. When he asks why they are not at her uncle's barbecue place, Yerim bluntly says her uncle's food is bad and not worth the money. Once she is more comfortable, she asks him directly about his connection to the World's Edge Guild leader. She cannot understand why someone like him would seek her out, and his playful answer only makes him sound more suspicious. Assuming he is trying to recruit her into something shady, Yerim gets up to leave despite thanking him for the meal. To stop her, he lies that he knew her parents and owed them a debt, while privately admitting to himself that he made it up. He frames his pursuit as repayment for old kindness, but Yerim dismisses that excuse because betrayal and disappointment are already familiar to her. So he drops the pretense and explains that he approached her because he witnessed her extraordinary talent and thought he might be able to help. He finally reveals his real ability. He can help other people awaken. He tells Yerim that with his help, she could awaken at least as a B rank. He adds that the backing of the World's Edge Guild would let him support her properly afterward. Then he makes his true offer clear by asking to become her sponsor. He invites her to sign a contract with him and become a hunter. Yerim is stunned that such a future could apply to her at all. Confident she will be tempted, he starts preparing a more impressive demonstration to seal the deal. He activates a magical device, summoning a glowing contract into existence. Presenting the document dramatically, he urges her to read the contract. Yerim is amazed by the supernatural item, and he explains that awakened people can use such inventions and that this contract is made from dungeon byproducts. She takes the glowing contract, now treating the offer more seriously. As she reads, the terms reveal that she would join World's Edge while also being bound to keep Han Yujin's skill secret and protect him for a year. He openly admits he needs strong people around him because, as a weak F rank, others keep targeting him, and Yerim mocks the idea of a middle schooler protecting him. He argues there is nothing shameful in that arrangement because once awakened she would surpass him anyway, and Yerim's interest sharpens when she realizes awakening could make her independent. When he confirms that awakening would let her stand on equal footing with others, Yerim decides to sign. He urgently stops her, realizing she is about to sign without checking whether the written contract actually reflects the conditions she wants. Yerim pauses and finally starts reading the document carefully. A young man stops Yerim from signing too quickly and warns her that a careless contract could easily be used against her. He explains that because she is still underage and new to this world, any deal should be reviewed fairly with a guardian present. Yerim bitterly asks what good that is if the very guardian meant to protect her is the one exploiting her. Her frustration spills out as she insists that talk of fairness is meaningless when everyone around her seems ready to prey on her. As she trembles with anger, the young man realizes her fear is rooted in something much worse than simple distrust. Their conversation is cut short when a man outside starts screaming for Yerim, instantly putting her on edge. Her uncle storms in, furious that she dared come to the restaurant at all, and she shrinks under his presence. The young man awkwardly tries to introduce himself, but the uncle ignores him and berates Yerim for disobeying him. The uncle grabs Yerim and tries to drag her away to punish her, while the young man steps in and begs him to calm down. Instead of backing off, the uncle turns his hostility on the young man and crudely accuses him of being involved with her. The young man pries the uncle off Yerim, surprising everyone with his strength, and Yerem is delighted to see someone finally resist him. Forced to release her, the uncle is left fuming while Yerem watches from behind the young man. When the uncle demands to know who he is to interfere, the young man finally understands that Yerem's earlier warning was true. Seeing Yerem standing there bruised and guarded makes the abuse impossible to dismiss. Even her worn-out shoes underline how neglected she has been under her uncle's care. The young man recalls enough of her treatment to grasp that this cruelty has been ongoing for a long time. He quietly admits to Yerem that he now understands what she meant about her guardian. He asks directly whether she truly wants to be free of a guardian like this man. Yerem answers without hesitation that her uncle is exactly the kind of evil she wants to escape. She exposes him in front of everyone, accusing him of stealing the inheritance her parents left her and keeping all of it for himself. Then she piles on humiliating details of his stinginess and neglect, turning the restaurant crowd against him. Publicly shamed, the uncle's anger shifts from control to wounded pride. He lashes out at the young man again, trying to silence the accusation with violence. The blow sends the young man crashing down, and for a moment the uncle regains the upper hand. Yerem panics as the uncle realizes he may have gone too far. The young man struggles back up, hurt but still conscious. He immediately twists the situation, loudly making it sound as though the uncle is the one attacking people in public. Playing the victim, he insists he only tried to protect Yerem and that the uncle answered with fists. He presses the point by accusing the uncle of hitting Yerem just as casually as he hit him. The uncle, now desperate, grabs him again and tries to force the story back under his control. But the young man stays calm long enough to think instead of panic. He notices the uncle's footing in the loose, damaged shoe that can be used against him. With a quick move, he trips the uncle and sends him face first into the table. Then he innocently points to the spilled soda and pretends the uncle simply slipped on the wet floor. Before the man can recover, he drives his face down again to keep him from retaliating. Yerem joins the act, feigning concern while enjoying the uncle's humiliation. The young man pins him harder and condemns him for preying on a girl who should have been under his protection. He warns that if the uncle ever harms Yerem again, he will not let it pass. Yerem starts to celebrate the beating, only for both of them to realize a far bigger disturbance is coming from outside. The entire area begins shaking so violently that people think a disaster or even a war has broken out. A suited man named Han Eugene appears at the entrance, immediately taking command of the chaos. He orders everyone to run because a monster has appeared nearby. Outside, a massive tentacled creature erupts into the street and tears the district apart. As civilians flee in terror, the emergency is identified as a dungeon break. The monster turns toward the crowd, and panic becomes a stampede. Han Eugene recognizes the scale of the threat and tells the others to stay back while he handles it. He activates his power, determined to hold the line himself. His A-rank defense skill, Shield of the Earth, slams into place and blocks the monster's first devastating strike. A wall of earth rises, buying the civilians a narrow chance to escape. He keeps shouting for everyone to run while the young man hesitates, torn between fear and responsibility. The young man is shaken because he has no memory of this monster appearing here, which means events are already diverging from what he expected. He urgently wonders whether a dungeon break was ever supposed to happen in this place at this time. Even so, Han Eugene charges forward to keep the creature away from the civilians behind him. He launches himself into the air to strike at the monster directly. His attack crashes down with enough force to blast through the creature's writhing mass. But he quickly realizes the monster has no single main body to finish off cleanly. Its tentacles keep moving independently, forcing him into a drawn-out fight that does not suit his abilities. The creature spills over the barriers and continues spreading through the ruined street. In the confusion, Yerem and her uncle are both caught in the same disaster, though the uncle thinks only of himself. The young man's special shoes flare to life as he moves, hinting at a plan forming in his head. A tentacle lashes out and knocks Yerem down while her uncle stands uselessly nearby. The uncle takes one look at the danger and chooses to run for his own life. Yerem, hurt and furious, is left behind again by the person who was supposed to protect her. The force of the attack sends her skidding helplessly across the ground. Another strike bears down on her before she can recover. A sudden burst of blue power intercepts the blow and saves her at the last second. The young man shields Yerem with a chair and his own body, while she stares at him in shock. He orders her to run with him toward the evacuation shelter immediately. He drags her to her feet and starts leading her away through the chaos. Yerem takes his hand, still stunned that someone is choosing not to abandon her. For a moment she looks at that hand as if it means more than simple rescue. When they spot the underground shelter entrance, he tells her to go down first without delay. But as he says it, he decides he cannot leave the battlefield behind. He remembers this monster from before and knows it becomes troublesome if it is not eliminated decisively. At the same time, he recognizes that Han Eugene is a defense specialist who lacks the kind of wide-area attack needed for this fight. That mismatch convinces him the battle will drag on unless someone changes the situation. He resolves to find a way to deal with the monster himself. Yerem grabs him and begs him to awaken her right now so she can fight too. She refuses to let him go back alone. He rejects the idea, reminding her that she has not even completed the contract yet and that he cannot risk awakening her in the middle of this crisis. Yerem pushes back, no longer willing to be dismissed just because she is young. He tells her that awakening is not enough by itself and that he wanted her first step into this world to happen somewhere safe, not in a life-or-death battle. His refusal comes from conviction, because he cannot accept sending a child into combat alone. He insists that the adults will handle what they can and orders her to evacuate instead. Even after he turns away, Yerim remains rooted in place, unable to simply obey. As he runs back toward the fight, he forces himself to think like the experienced hunter he once was. He reminds himself that years of experience should still let him find a solution even in this changed timeline. He calls out to Han Eugene and rushes back to the front line. Han Eugene is alarmed to see him return, but the young man immediately asks him to use his shield skill again. When Han Eugene says a full defense barrier cannot cover the whole town, the young man answers that the skill is still enough for what he has in mind. He positions them where the monster is exposed and prepares to use the barrier differently. Han Eugene trusts him enough to wait for instructions. The hunter raises his defensive magic once more. This time he drives the barrier down around the monster instead of simply blocking it, trapping the creature inside a confined space. The monster is forced inward as the improvised cage closes around it. Pillars of force and earth seal the enclosure from all sides. Han Eugene is impressed that the young man found such a creative use for a defensive skill, while the young man moves to the next step of his plan. His shoes activate, giving him the speed and mobility to race across the collapsing terrain. He bounds over the rising walls of rubble to complete the trap. He realizes that if a shield can act like a wall, then enough walls can become a cage. He also remembers the item he bought earlier from the Hunter Association for emergencies. That item was an A-class poison explosive called the Black Poison Pill. He is relieved he prepared for the worst, because now he finally has a way to kill the creature in one strike. His plan is to detonate the poison item inside the sealed barrier and keep the toxin contained. If it works, the monster should be wiped out at once. But when he reaches the top of the enclosure, he discovers the trap is empty. He realizes too late that the creature slipped away through the city sewer system. A tentacle suddenly coils around his leg before he can react. The monster yanks him violently into the air and away from safety. As he is dragged off, he curses himself for forgetting that unlike a dungeon, a city has sewers the creature can exploit. A blue umbrella comes flying in and strikes the monster, interrupting the attack. Yerim appears with the umbrella like a weapon, shouting at him as if rescuing him were the most natural thing in the world. She attacks the tentacles directly, buying him a chance to break free. The monster retaliates by wrapping around his leg again and trying to crush him. Yerim tells him to run toward the alley while she keeps the creature occupied. He protests that she is only a normal civilian, and she fires back that he is only an F-class himself. She mocks his earlier helplessness, and refuses to let him act superior just because he is older. Then her anger turns serious as she admits that being young is exactly why she needs power so badly. She confesses that when he saved her earlier, she felt relieved because for once someone truly wanted to protect her. But that relief also enraged her, because it reminded her how powerless she was and how much she hated needing someone else to save her. She wants strength so that in moments like this she can stand on her own. She rejects the idea that youth means helplessness or that she must wait for others to decide her fate. She refuses to keep living as someone who can only pray for rescue. What she wants is the power to protect herself and make her own choices. She throws his own lesson back at him, reminding him that he was the one who told her such power could be hers. The young man is shaken as she declares that she really can become strong. Yerim begs him to prove it now and show her just how powerful she can be. Before he can answer, both of them look up as the danger closes in again. He grabs her hand and finally chooses to trust her. A burst of cold blue energy erupts from that contact and blasts the tentacles away. Han Eugene can only stare, unable to understand what has just happened. Even he is stunned by the strange, beautiful power suddenly unfolding around them. Crystalline ice and magic circles bloom around Yerim as the awakening begins in the middle of the battlefield. Her registration completes on the spot. Her ice skill Cold Psi activates, and she joyfully realizes she has awakened as an S-class. She excitedly starts listing her amazing new abilities until Han Eugene hurriedly warns her not to reveal her skills so openly. She barely has time to react before the surviving monster stirs again behind her. The others shout a warning as a remaining tentacle lunges from her blind spot. Yerim freezes for an instant when the attack comes too close. Then, with childish panic and raw instinct, she unleashes her power in a burst that tears through the monster. The two men are left dumbfounded by how absurdly overwhelming the result is. The creature is instantly pinned and frozen into helpless immobility, revealing the terrifying scale of her S-class power. Delighted by the result, Yerim confidently announces that she can handle the rest herself. She politely asks Han Eugene to lend her his weapon, and he hands it over without argument. Planting the weapon, she channels her ice power through it and prepares a finishing strike. A gigantic blade of ice forms around her attack, towering over the battlefield. Han Eugene throws up shields to protect himself and the young man from the backlash of her power. At the same time, the young man's Hermes' shoes activate again as he moves to avoid the blast zone. Yerim drives the massive ice strike down with overwhelming force. The monster is shredded apart in a single decisive blow. As debris rains down, Han Eugene shields himself and the young man while both of them call out to Yerim through the aftermath. As Yerim struggles to control her newly awakened power, she nearly causes more destruction and hurriedly apologizes. Han Eugene can only laugh nervously as he realizes how unstable and overwhelming her strength still is. He recalls that this girl is the feared hunter known as the Ice Witch, but seeing her cheerful smile makes her seem far less intimidating than her title suggests. While Eugene wonders whether her awakening included an area of effect skill, someone else arrives and takes charge. That newcomer unleashes a violent burst of crimson-black power. The attack detonates through the threat in front of them, instantly shifting control of the battlefield. Eugene recognizes the rescuer at once as Yuhayan. Yerem watches as Yuhayan burns the enemy away in a single overwhelming strike. She is stunned that he erased it so effortlessly. Yuhayan stands amid the falling flames, making it clear the danger has already been neutralized. A tense silence follows as Yerem and Yuhayan size each other up for the first time. With the battle over, the ruined street settles into smoking wreckage around them. Eugene greets Yuhayan warmly, while Yuhayan answers with restrained concern. Instead of relief, Yuhayan immediately scolds Eugene for coming somewhere dangerous, and physically drags him back as if to keep him out of trouble. Eugene quickly reassures him that everything is fine because he found what he came for. He introduces Yerem as Park Yerem, a freshly awakened S-class hunter. Yerem is startled to realize that Eugene really is the guild master of the Abyss Guild. Eugene proudly explains that Yerem wants to make a contract with him and jokes that having an S-class bodyguard solves his safety problem, while Yuhayan immediately questions who is legally responsible for her. Eugene admits her current guardian is unreliable and untrustworthy. He then reveals he is considering becoming Yerem's patron himself. That shocks Yuhayan, who objects to Eugene taking on something far more binding than simple sponsorship. A nearby adult explains that a sponsor cannot truly protect a young hunter from an unfair contract, but a patron would become the legal guardian of an underage hunter, essentially taking on a parental role, which leaves Yerem reeling. Eugene insists he cannot leave her with a useless uncle and says the final choice should still be hers, while Yuhayan protests that Eugene is going too far for someone else's problem. Yuhayan tries to object further but gets too flustered to say it cleanly. In his panic, he grabs Eugene and physically pulls him back from the whole idea. He argues that powerful awakeners often exploit weaker patrons and refuses to believe an S-class like Yerem should be tied to an F-class like Eugene. Trying to prove his point, Yuhayan demands to know what would happen if Yerem hurt Eugene. Yerem, baffled by the accusation, insists she would not because she is a good person. Yuhayan doubles down and claims it would still be safer for him to become her patron instead of Eugene. Yerem immediately rejects that and reminds him she already agreed to the older man's offer. The argument escalates into mutual suspicion, with each accusing the other of being the real danger to Eugene, until Eugene awkwardly tries to interrupt. When Yuhayan decides to leave with Eugene, Yerem grabs hold and demands that he hand Eugene over instead. Her uncontrolled strength turns that grab into a painful blow. Both Yerem and Yuhayan panic over Eugene at the same time, while Eugene snaps at them to stop piling onto him. Yerem anxiously offers healing or a potion, but Eugene cuts in and scolds Yuhayan for interfering in how he intends to handle Yerem's patron issue. He reminds Yuhayan that bringing in an S-class should be a good thing for the guild master, even if Yuhayan still looks unconvinced. Eugene points out that official business is waiting and orders Yuhayan to go do his job instead of hovering over him. Reluctantly, Yuhayan backs off and promises they can talk later once he finishes. Left behind together, Eugene and Yerem stand in an awkward silence after the confrontation. Yerem admits Yuhayan acts nothing like his public image, and Eugene tells her to sit farther away so she does not accidentally hurt him again. She apologizes for still failing to control her strength, while Eugene brushes off his injury and treats it as a minor inconvenience. He picks up her shoe and gently helps her with it, recognizing that even ordinary movements are difficult for her right now. As he puts it on for her, he notices how worn out and ill-fitting it is and silently condemns the neglect she has been living under. He decides on the spot to buy her a proper new pair the next day. Yerem teasingly suggests this should be a heart-fluttering moment, but Eugene remains completely practical. She starts to explain that scenes like this usually feel romantic in dramas. Then she spots a fly near him and reflexively swats at it with far too much force. The blow leaves Eugene bloodied, while the tiny fly survives as proof that Yerem still has no control over her power. After accidentally startling him, Yerem apologizes while he tries to calm his racing heart. He admits he has been meddling in her life because she once asked why he was willing to go so far for her. He explains that he helped because he understood her pain, having struggled badly after losing his own parents. Remembering that hardship, he says he once wished someone dependable had been there to support them. Yerem quietly absorbs that confession as he awkwardly downplays how reliable he seems. She softly reassures him that, despite his self-doubt, she does see him as dependable. Her teasing makes the mood lighter, even as she points out the absurdity of an adult asking a middle schooler to protect him. Still smiling, she tells him to keep looking after her, and he agrees while fumbling through his feelings. They seal that understanding with a fist bump. He gathers himself, and says his love may not compare to what her parents gave her. Even so, in the middle of the ruined city, he plainly confesses that he loves Yerem. Yerem laughs off the sudden confession, but the words trigger her keyword and place her under his influence. Before they can process that change, Yerem's uncle comes running in and calls for her. He claims he had been desperately worried and is relieved to find her there. His concern quickly shifts to greed as he presses her to confirm whether she really awakened. The moment turns sour when it becomes obvious that money is the real issue still hanging over them. He keeps insisting he was worried because she disappeared, trying to justify himself. Yerim, unimpressed, asks him again whether awakening is all he really cares about. When she confirms she is an S rank, his excitement immediately turns into fantasies of profit. She cuts that off by announcing she is moving out under a contract with the young man beside her. Her uncle explodes at the idea, treating her independence as impossible and trying to reassert control. The young man calmly informs him that hunters can legally become independent from age 14. The uncle rejects that explanation outright and grows more aggressive. The young man reveals he has been recording everything, including the uncle's attempt to strike him. He adds that he will also secure CCTV footage, turning the uncle's intimidation into evidence. As the uncle falters, the young man exposes him further for abandoning Yerim earlier and failing as her guardian. He presses the point by accusing the uncle of seeing Yerim as a source of money rather than family, and the uncle can only shout back about providing for her. The young man warns him not to approach Yerim again. Instead, the uncle lunges at him in rage, accusing him of plotting this from the beginning. The young man meets that attack without flinching. As the uncle blusters about lawsuits and exposure, Yerim tightens her grip on her umbrella. She slams the umbrella down with awakened force, blasting the ground apart and stopping the confrontation cold. The impact leaves a crater, making it unmistakable that her power is real. Shaken, the uncle tries to reassure himself that an awakened person cannot harm a civilian. Yerim looks up with a sudden, unsettling clarity as if she has found a way around that limit. She sweetly scolds her uncle for relying on violence, pretending innocence while he and the others struggle to follow her shift in tone. Then she tears the umbrella apart, turning it into something far more dangerous. That display finally breaks the uncle's composure and leaves him openly terrified. Still smiling, Yerim acts as though she has no idea what he means. She calmly rewrites the incident for him, saying he attacked first and simply fell on his own. The uncle realizes with horror that the timid girl he knew is gone. Faced with her killing intent, he feels as though he is standing before a wild beast. Even the young man has to brace himself against the pressure of her S-rank presence, though he recognizes exactly what it means. Yerim steps toward her uncle and makes clear that he has done nothing to deserve gratitude. She crushes the ruined umbrella in her hands as if crushing the last pretense of restraint. She mocks his claim to guardianship by pointing out he never even bought her a proper umbrella. With cold sarcasm, she says this is how she would repay all he has done for her. Then she stops just short of real violence, and asks if he knows why she is sparing him. Leaning close, she answers that he is beneath her notice and not worth caring about. Her empty, detached gaze shows that whatever fear once bound her to him is gone. A powerful woman warns Audrey that trying to control her or provoke her will mean nothing to her. Yerim defiantly refuses to leave him alone, making it clear she intends to stay involved. The confrontation ends with the man left overwhelmed amid the wreckage she caused. Proud of herself, Yerim asks Audrey if she handled things well, while he awkwardly realizes he should be a better influence around children. With that, Yerim becomes part of World's Edge, and Audrey reflects that although he escaped a life of confinement, a new problem is already beginning. That problem arrives the next morning when Yuhyun abruptly wakes him up. Still half asleep, he sees Yuhyun at the door acting unusually urgent. Confused by the early interruption, he asks what could be so important. Yuhyun immediately demands the item he bought the day before. Audrey first panics over the money he spent, only to learn Yuhyun is talking about the black poison fog orb. When he produces the orb, Yuhyun snatches it away at once. As Audrey wonders how Yuhyun even knew about it, Yuhyun gravely asks whether he is really that unreliable. Before Audrey can understand, Yuhyun suddenly pulls him into a tight embrace. Yuhyun accuses him of buying the orb because he had resolved to die. Convinced the orb was meant as a last resort against enemies, Yuhyun believes Audrey planned to endure being used as leverage rather than become a weakness. He pleads with him not to carry such thoughts alone or make plans like that again. Promising he will always come to save him, Yuhyun deepens the misunderstanding even as Audrey internally protests that he only bought the orb to survive poison in dungeons. Unable to clear it up, Audrey awkwardly plays along while realizing the misunderstanding is only getting worse. Soon after, the elevator descends toward the training area. On the way, Audrey asks whether Yerim's family problem has been settled, and Yuhyun says team leader Suk visited her house. Yuhyun explains that Yerim's uncle tried every trick to keep her and had already burned through millions from the inheritance meant for her business. In the end, the uncle signed an agreement to stay away from Yerim, and they even paid him off to make sure he would not return. When Audrey asks if Yerim will pursue the inheritance legally, Yuhyun says she wants nothing more to do with that family. He adds that Yerim can now earn that money herself and has already spent the whole night training to match her new status. The moment they arrive, they find the supposedly reinforced training room catastrophically destroyed. The devastation is so extreme that even they can only stare at the collapsed room in disbelief. Another violent impact erupts inside, proving the destruction is still ongoing. Their confidence in the room's durability vanishes as they realize something far beyond expectations is happening. At the center of it, Yerim drops through the chaos upside down, moving with unnatural speed and force. She lands hard and immediately gathers herself to continue. A weighted training bag swings through the air as part of the storm she is creating. Yerim drives forward and smashes through icy obstacles with overwhelming momentum. She identifies the source of this power as Shadowless Day. Dark, Shadow-like energy spreads from beneath her feet and races across the floor. Watching the room tear itself apart, Ajasi fears something may have gone wrong with Yerem. He focuses on the strange energy, trying to understand what he is seeing. As he steps too close, his body suddenly locks up, leaving him unable to move while Yerem stands within the spreading darkness. Yerem realizes what is happening and decides to activate a skill. The dark force lashes out and binds around Ajasi like restraints. The shadowy power tightens further, pinning him in place. Ajasi is left helpless inside the binding effect, and Yuhyun shouts for him in alarm. Yerem steadies herself within the swirling field, taking control of the technique instead of losing herself to it. She raises her foot, preparing a decisive strike. Yerem slams down with explosive force, sending a column of power through the floor. She follows with a rapid series of crushing impacts that keep shaking the entire room. Then she gathers energy into her fist and calls out as she attacks again. Her blow detonates across the ground, blasting apart the floor in a fresh shockwave. When the burst settles, she stands amid the destruction with power still crackling around her. Noticing Ajasi is still trapped in the effect, Yerem urgently tells him to come back to his senses. Seeing his dazed state, she addresses him with puzzled concern, trying to pull him out of it. In the aftermath of the crisis, Yerem rushes to check on the injured man, while another tries to keep him conscious. The dazed survivor barely responds, and the black-haired man realizes something is wrong with his awareness. When Yerem leans in with concern, the man wakes enough to panic because he no longer recognizes her. She quickly reminds him who she is, and he pieces together that she must be Yerem despite looking completely different now. Yerem explains that the Abyss Guild had her prepare for joining the Hunter Association, and her new image is part of that debut. Because she is about to appear publicly as an S-class hunter, she has been told to manage her image like a celebrity. She has even prepared registration documents while organizing how to explain her abilities to the association. Only then does she realize he was present, and he asks her to clarify exactly what kind of skills she possesses. Yerem starts with cold sight, the freezing ability he had already witnessed before. She adds that Hermes' shoes lets her fly and even teleport over short distances. Her Shadowless Day skill is more dangerous, boosting her stats and attribute effects while letting her consume an opponent's shadow to slow them and strengthen herself further. As he summarizes how overwhelming that power is, Yerem hesitates before admitting she has one more skill, White Cadaver, which extracts information from corpses. The revelation unsettles everyone, and even Yerem wishes she had gained a more straightforward combat ability instead. The black-haired man immediately advises her to conceal White Cadaver, noting that she does not need to disclose every skill during registration. He refines the plan further by telling her to reveal only the buff aspect of Shadowless Day and to downplay Hermes' shoes as simple flight, keeping hidden advantages in reserve. Yerem is impressed by how expertly he handles the situation, and he notes that he seems to have grown used to thinking through strength like this. When Yerem gets too physically affectionate in her praise, the guild master cuts in possessively and reminds her to keep her distance. That sparks a petty argument over who gets to interfere, forcing the third man to try to calm them both down. Watching their bickering, he awkwardly wonders whether this strange new dynamic is really acceptable. Soon after, the scene shifts to the Hunter Association, where reporters gather for Yerem's public arrival. Yerem steps out to a storm of cameras as the newest star hunter under the Abyss Guild banner. The media hails her as Korea's 8th S-class combat hunter and reports that she possesses 3 skills. From hiding, Han Yujin quietly cheers her on while a bodyguard questions why he chose not to stand beside her. Yujin admits crowds bring back bad memories, and the bodyguard notes that Yerem had wanted him there. Yujin brushes that off, convinced her disappointment will fade once she becomes famous, and no longer needs to remember him. Left alone with his thoughts, he reflects that the arrogant Ice which he once knew is gone, replaced by a bright and promising younger Yerem. But that comfort is shaken by the realization that even the recent dungeon break never happened in the original future, proving events are changing far beyond his expectations. He forces himself to accept that these changes are good and decides to use his time at the association to look for promising rookies. As he scans the crowd, he finds only low-ranked awakeners and concludes that stumbling onto another S-class by chance is unrealistic. He starts to dismiss the idea entirely, reasoning that a true high-rank awakener would never be wandering around casually. Then he suddenly bolts after spotting someone, leaving the bodyguard startled behind him. Yujin tells himself that changing fate is possible because he has already done the impossible once by rewinding time to save his younger brother. If Yerem and the others can be changed for the better, he begins to believe his own skill may exist to uncover hidden potential. Acting on that conviction, he grabs hold of a shabby-looking young man before he can slip away. Yujin eagerly greets him, convinced he has found another rough gem worth saving. The system confirms his instinct. The man is Manhwa, currently only F-class, but with an obtainable starter skill ranked SS class. Yujin excitedly introduces himself as an old acquaintance, hoping familiarity will open the door. Manhwa apologetically admits he has no memory of him at all. Yujin laughs it off and pretends not to mind the failed recognition. Internally, however, he is stunned by how absurdly valuable Manhwa's hidden talent appears to be. The skill reveals itself as Master of the Golden Forge, an SS-class crafting ability. Yujin immediately understands its significance, a blacksmith capable of producing high-grade equipment in bulk could become more valuable than many combat hunters. He imagines the fortune and influence that would pour toward anyone who secured such a talent first. That prospect only hardens his resolve to recruit this overlooked man before the world realizes what he is worth. He casually asks about Manhwa's awakening status, and Manhwa admits he is only F-class and came mainly because registration offers a cash subsidy. Yujin immediately claims the same low rank and uses that common ground to invite him into basic training together. Manhwa declines, explaining he cannot afford the course and is too poor to pursue anything beyond the registration payment. Yujin seizes his hands before he can walk away, refusing to let this chance escape. He offers a solution on the spot by inviting Manhwa to take the training through his guild instead. Before Yujin can promise free access, his bodyguard drags him back and reminds him that new hunter training is only available to official guild members. At the guild entrance, Manhwa is stunned to hear Yujin invoke Kim Sunghan of Abyss as a connection strong enough to challenge the rules. When pressed on how he knows someone that important, Yujin awkwardly prepares an explanation. He boldly claims the Abyss guild master is his little brother, leaving Manhwa reeling at the absurd scale of the connection. Yujin's confidence instantly changes how Manhwa sees him, as if hidden status has suddenly made him shine. Yujin goes further, promising to get Manhwa into Abyss training and even lend him equipment, an offer so generous it feels unreal. Overwhelmed, Manhwa admits he cannot even remember who Yujin is, despite being offered life-changing help. Yujin takes his hand anyway and insists repayment or recognition do not matter because he simply wants to help a decent person. He reassures Manhwa that such kindness is deserved, speaking with easy sincerity. That simple affirmation hits Manhwa harder than the offer itself, making him question whether he could truly still have worth. The doubt breaks into tears as long-buried pain finally surfaces. Manhwa collapses into loud, uncontrollable sobbing, catching Yujin off guard with the force of his release. To settle him, Yujin quietly offers warm tea instead of more grand promises. As they sit together by the river at sunset, Yujin jokes that a fancy cafe would have been nicer, but Manhwa is grateful for even this small comfort. Once the crying eases, Yujin gently checks whether Manhwa has calmed down. Manhwa apologizes for breaking down and admits it has been a very long time since anyone spoke to him with that kind of care, and Yujin recognizes how hard that must have been. Manhwa begins explaining that he once had real talent with his hands and was praised for it when he was young, but as he grew older, people dismissed that talent as useless and pushed him towards studying instead. Because he had no gift for academics, his life steadily collapsed into failure, bad schools, and shrinking options. In the end, he was left with debt and the conviction that he had become a loser with nowhere to go. Yujin listens in silence, taking in the full weight of that confession. He finally admits he understands that despair better than Manhwa might expect. Even after the world changed, Yujin reflects, people still judge worth by rank, mocking the weak for stepping out of place. Support roles remained looked down on, while only obvious combat or healing abilities were treated as respectable. Anyone who failed to fit that narrow standard was branded inferior not just by hunters, but by society itself. Thinking of Manhwa's original fate, Yujin wonders how completely that pressure might have buried his talent. He decides that this time he can intervene before that happens and quietly resolves to change Manhwa's path. With that decision made, Yujin abruptly shifts the mood and urges them both to get moving. He tells Manhwa not to live crushed by other people's judgment, because waiting for recognition only keeps a person bent over. To make the point, he literally tells him to lift his head and stop carrying himself like someone already defeated. Then Yujin turns the lesson into a ridiculous self-affirmation routine, declaring that if others fail to see his worth, that only means they are wrong. He encourages Manhwa to adopt that shameless mindset and survive by stubbornly valuing himself first. Yujin even answers Manhwa's hesitant self-love with open friendship, making the encouragement personal instead of abstract. Manhwa is left stunned by how earnest and unguarded that acceptance is. As he thanks Yujin, a system message appears showing that the awakened Manhwa has been influenced by a keyword, suggesting Yujin's words have changed something fundamental. But when Yujin tries to turn goodwill into official help, Abyss's HR chief Suk Simyeong immediately rejects the request. Yujin still approaches the meeting with forced cheer, refusing to give up easily. He pleads for Manhwa to be allowed into guild newbie training despite not being a registered insider. Simyeong refuses on procedural grounds, arguing that the training certifies identity and that granting such a privilege to an unknown outsider would be impossible to justify. Yujin bristles at hearing Manhwa reduced to a nobody, while Simyeong coolly insists he is only stating how others would see it. Still, Yujin keeps defending Manhwa, insisting he is the real deal and worth trusting. Simyeong acknowledges Yujin's judgment and even credits him for finding Yerim, but he refuses to let that praise settle the matter. He bluntly warns that one impressive success could have been luck and makes it clear he is not convinced by Yujin's confidence alone. Then he lays out his real suspicion. Yujin was recently vulnerable and dependent, yet now he has secured housing through the guild master and is trying to extend that favoritism to Manhwa as well. From Simyeong's perspective, approving this would mean failing in his duty to protect Abyss, and Manhwa is horrified that Yujin is being shamed because of him. Unable to bear it, Manhwa begs them to stop and tries to remove himself from the situation entirely. Outside afterward, Yujin vents his fury at Simyeong's cruelty, while Manhwa, though shaken, simply concludes that the man was terrifying. Yujin immediately tries to salvage things by offering to appeal directly to his little brother, but Manhwa stops him. He says Yujin has already given him enough by making him believe he has value. More than that, Manhwa admits Yujin's words restored his will to live, leaving Yujin momentarily speechless. Choosing not to sink back into despair, Manhwa decides to do what he can and mentions hearing of a place willing to hire F-classes like him, opening a new path forward. A van arrives to collect Manhwa, supposedly for work. The men inside call him over, making it clear they already know exactly who they came for. Manhwa is welcomed by dangerous-looking debt collectors who remind him that becoming a hunter means it is time to repay what he owes, while Yujin cheerfully decides to tag along. Yujin immediately realizes he may have stepped into something far more dangerous than he expected. Inside the van, one thug corners Manhwa and demands repayment now that he has received his subsidy, and Manhwa nervously hands over what little he has. The gang dismisses the payment as nowhere near enough, showing they never intended to settle for a small amount. When Yujin protests and asks if they are loan sharks taking Manhwa away, he openly inserts himself into the situation. The men snap back that it is none of his business, asserting control through intimidation. Trying to stay with Manhwa, Yujin blurts out that he wants to go along too. The van pulls away with both of them inside. Now trapped among the gang, Yujin sits in tense silence beside a frightened Manhwa. Yujin learns that Manhwa borrowed from terrifying people because ordinary banks would not lend to him, and Manhwa cannot understand why Yujin came despite having no debt himself. Manhwa is shaken by Yujin's loyalty, realizing his friend refused to let him face this alone. The gang notices Yujin knows Manhwa and asks whether he is an awakener too, and Yujin hastily admits he is only an F-class. To make himself seem harmless, Yujin explains that he and Manhwa are childhood friends and that curiosity about low-rank hunter work brought him here. Sensing an opportunity, the men offer Yujin a place in a dungeon mining job, noting that guilds normally do not bother with F-classes. They sweeten the offer by saying they will make an exception for Manhwa's friend, and Yujin eagerly accepts. Yujin praises them as kinder than they first seemed, and the gang laughs as if a deal has already been made. Behind his bright smile, Yujin recognizes the arrangement for what it is, a minor contract. He recalls from bitter experience that such contracts exploit weak hunters by sending unequipped F-classes to gather magic stones while real guild members hunt, and then taking most of the earnings as a protection fee. He also remembers that even under those terms, minors were still commonly injured or killed by monsters. Looking at Manhwa, Yujin wonders if this kind of abuse was what destroyed him in the future before his talent could ever shine. While the gang sells the job as easy money, Yujin inwardly condemns them as scum. As the van heads toward Myanmar, Yujin asks where the guild office is and learns they are not going far. They arrive at a shabby building that serves as the gang's so-called office. Yujin keeps up his naive act by admiring the place, while the thugs usher them inside. He continues pretending to be impressed as they climb the stairs, masking the tension of what is coming. Still playing the fool, Yujin chatters about the office as if he expects something respectable. The act ends abruptly when one of the men kicks him mid-sentence. Yujin is knocked hard to the floor. He lands in a filthy room full of gang members, revealing this was never a legitimate office at all. Even after being attacked, Yujin keeps up the harmless persona and asks why he was shoved. The gang immediately turns violent against Manhwa as well, kicking him down while Yujin calls out in alarm. One thug tells Yujin that coming here was his own mistake, making clear that innocence will not protect him now. The men spell out the trap. Yujin chose to enter, but leaving is no longer his choice. Manhwa breaks down in guilt, apologizing to Yujin for dragging him into a problem he thought he should have handled alone. Before Yujin can respond, the gang grabs him and drags him toward the contract table. They force him down onto a seat to make him sign. A contract is shoved in front of him, and he is ordered to stamp it with his thumb immediately. The boss presents the terms with a smile, claiming generosity by offering Yujin 20% of his earnings because he has no debt. Yujin recognizes the deeper threat. This is a magical awakener contract that will curse him if he breaks it. The gang presses Manhwa to stamp his own contract as well, forcing both friends toward the same trap. Instead of begging for mercy, Yujin calmly asks for one favor before agreeing. He requests to compare Manhwa's contract with his own, pointing out that their situations are not the same because he owes nothing. That argument catches the gang off guard. They burst into laughter, amused that the supposedly clueless boy noticed the discrepancy. Entertained, the boss hands over Manhwa's contract for Yujin to inspect. Yujin confirms that Manhwa receives only 10%, and even that share is diverted straight into debt repayment. He states the truth plainly. Manhwa's agreement is essentially a slave contract. Holding the glowing document, Yujin prepares to act on that realization. Yujin tears up the contract in defiance, refusing to let Manhwa be trapped by it. The thugs are stunned, realizing he has triggered the curse tied to destroying the agreement. A system notice confirms that a debuff curse activates when the contract is destroyed, but Yujin's curse resistance nullifies it immediately, stripping the gang of their leverage. With the threat gone, Yujin attacks first and drives a brutal kick into the guild master. As the men panic, the guild master realizes too late that Yujin is far stronger than an ordinary F-class. Yujin follows through by smashing him into the floor with overwhelming force. The guild master is left reeling and bloody from the impact. Yujin dryly insists he is still F-class, while the remaining men rush him in fury. He steps in front of the injured Manhwa and prepares to hold them off. When they mock him for reaching for his phone, Yujin stays calm instead of backing down. He reveals he is not calling the police at all, but someone far more useful, Kim Sunghan. Yujin announces that help has already been on the way, and Sunghan arrives by smashing into the room. The gang is thrown into confusion as the new arrival confronts them head-on. One thug assumes a single accomplice changes nothing, only for Sunghan to casually overpower his attack. Sunghan crushes the man with a single punch, instantly proving the gap in strength. He places himself between the criminals and the two victims, taking control of the room. Another thug is sent flying before he can even mount a real challenge. Sunghan turns to Yujin and states that he came specifically to retrieve him. Manhwa, shocked by the sudden rescue, struggles to understand how Yujin arranged all this. Yujin explains that he secretly placed a call the moment they got into the kidnapper's car. He had trusted Sunghan to understand the situation from the audio and track their location. While Yujin explains, Sunghan keeps dismantling the gang without effort. Another attacker is dropped before he can recover. The last conscious thug tries to turn the tide after seeing his allies fall. He pulls a knife, hoping a hidden weapon will succeed where brute force failed. The thug lunges from behind, convinced stabbing Sunghan is his only chance. Manhwa spots the ambush and desperately warns Sunghan. The knife strike lands against Sunghan's shirt instead of his body. The attacker freezes, unable to understand why the blade did nothing. He realizes too late that the weapon could not even pierce Sunghan's body. Sunghan coldly tells him that a weapon meant for ordinary people is useless against an A-class. He flicks the thug away like an annoyance and ends the fight. The remaining men finally understand they have provoked an A-class hunter, and panic replaces their aggression. One of them identifies Sunghan as Kim Sunghan of the Abyss Guild, confirming exactly how badly they misjudged the situation. Sunghan orders them to get down immediately, leaving no room for resistance. The gang obeys at once, and Sunghan checks whether Manhwa is seriously hurt. With the danger over, Sunghan asks Yujin how he wants the criminals handled. Yujin's answer takes the form of a new contract, showing he intends punishment on their own terms. He places an S-class contract in front of the guild master and orders him to sign it. The guild master reads it and realizes the terms are ruinous, demanding most of their profits for 50 years. Yujin cheerfully throws their own scam back at them, reminding them this was supposed to be easy money for exploiting weak hunters. The thugs protest in terror, recognizing that the contract would destroy their lives. The guild master refuses, calling it slavery now that he is the one being bound. Yujin buries him in the stack of contracts they had hidden away, forcing him to face the evidence of his crimes. He points out that these papers all came from the guildmaster's own cabinet. They are the contracts of more than 30 F-class hunters the gang lured in and exploited. When pressed about the victims, the guildmaster casually admits many were sent into dungeons and that not even half are still alive. That callous confession pushes Yujin past restraint, and he kicks the man in rage. He condemns them as scum for treating lives so cheaply. Yujin forces the truth into words. They decided F-class people were disposable because they were weak and plentiful. The realization of just how deeply this cruelty is normalized hits him hard. Manhwa, shaken and furious, agrees that class does not erase a person's humanity and calls them murderers. Yujin declares that the criminals should now suffer the same helplessness they forced on others, so they can understand their victims. He admits he would rather throw them into a deadly dungeon, and their bravado instantly collapses into begging. They plead for mercy, suddenly finding a 50-year contract unbearably cruel. Yujin accepts their repentance with a smile that only makes them more afraid. He pats one thug's head as if comforting him, while preparing to make the punishment unavoidable. Still smiling, he tells them that if they are truly repentant, they can accept their punishment properly. Later, the criminals are turned over to the Hunter Association as ordered. Sunghan reports that the money earned from their forced labor will be used to compensate the victims, and reflects on how chaotic the day was. Manhwa quietly thanks Yujin for saving him. Yujin brushes it off and jokes that he expects to profit once Manhwa awakens his skill. Manhwa admits through tears that Yujin has now saved him twice. Yujin awkwardly tries to calm him when the gratitude turns into another breakdown. Manhwa clings to him and openly declares Yujin his hero. Yujin protests the clinginess and redirects the thanks towards Sunghan, who only asks them to put on their seatbelts. After returning, Yujin immediately goes to secure housing through Suk Simyeong by leveraging his position as Yerim's patron. He throws a childish fit until he gets what he wants. The result is a luxurious dorm that looks more like a high-end apartment. Manhwa is amazed by the size and comfort, while Yujin checks the details. Manhwa is overwhelmed that he can stay somewhere like this during training, and Yujin turns the conversation to a practical idea. He asks Manhwa how capable he is with housework. Yujin explains that outsiders normally cannot live there, but live-in houseworkers are an exception, so Manhwa could stay by pretending to fill that role. He quickly clarifies that Manhwa would not actually have to do any work. The offer is meant to give Manhwa time and safety while he gets back on his feet, and it leaves him speechless. Manhwa bursts into grateful tears again and tackles Yujin with affection. Once the excitement fades, Manhwa falls asleep almost immediately from exhaustion. Yujin checks on him, notes how tired he must have been, and is baffled by the absurdly devoted things Manhwa mutters in his sleep. The next day, Yujin heads out to collect his belongings from Yohyan's place, expecting trouble once his move is discovered. Instead, he opens the door to find Kim Songhan waiting for him. Yujin immediately assumes Yohyan has sent Songhan to drag him back, but Songhan denies it. Songhan says he came for a different reason and insists Yujin follow him. He refuses to explain further, making Yujin even more uneasy. Songhan takes him to a trendy drinking spot crowded with young people. The staff greet them, but their attitude changes the moment they recognize Songhan. His presence alone makes the employees snap to attention. Songhan asks whether they know Kim Minui, invoking a name that clearly matters there. The staff confirm they received his call and rush to accommodate him. Other patrons assume Songhan must be some collector or enforcer, and Yujin is left wondering what he has been dragged into. The staff lay out a full spread of the restaurant's most popular dishes for them. They bow out respectfully, leaving the two alone with special treatment. Yujin learns that Minui from World's Edge recommended the place because it is popular with people his age. He realizes Songhan has brought him somewhere fashionable on purpose, trying to match his tastes. Songhan stiffly tells him to relax and enjoy himself, but his seriousness only makes Yujin more nervous. Yujin decides to ask directly why Songhan brought him there. Songhan takes over pouring the drink, signaling that he wants to speak carefully. He says he wanted to apologize as soon as possible. Songhan admits he had long seen Yujin as an unreliable nuisance to the guildmaster, but now believes he judged him unfairly. He bluntly concludes that Yujin is actually a good person. The sincerity catches Yujin completely off guard. Songhan lists the reasons. Yujin returned to help during the dungeon break instead of fleeing. He also earned Yerim's trust, formed a contract with her, and resolved a future custody problem. On top of that, he risked himself to save Manhwa. Songhan says those actions made him think Yujin is someone he could trust at his back, while Yujin internally panics at the misunderstanding. Then Yujin realizes this mistaken admiration could be useful and decides to deepen the relationship with his influence skill. He imagines winning Songhan over completely and turning this trust into leverage. So he plays along warmly, toasting Songhan while deciding to influence him that very night. Songhan continues praising Yujin's handling of the broker incident, and wonders if he had planned the investigation from the start. Yujin pretends it was all intentional, claiming he had something he wanted to look into. Songhan points out how dangerous that was for an F rank, and Yujin casually admits he expected Yohyan to intervene eventually. He adds that he was captured faster than expected, while Songhan notes that Yohyan's overprotectiveness makes sense because Yujin is his only remaining family. That mention of family opens a more personal conversation, and Yujin listens. Songhan reveals he was raised by his grandfather and awakened while protecting him during a dungeon shock. He explains that the guild master supported him for years, even bringing in a specialist healer for his grandfather. Because of that, Songhan believes the guild master is someone who truly values family. He asks Yujin not to think too harshly of Yohyan's excessive concern, and Yujin eagerly agrees, relieved to hear someone who understands his brother. Yujin even declares that he will trust himself to Songhan's care as well, deepening the bond further. Songhan notices that Yujin is handling alcohol better than expected. Yujin insists he is actually a lightweight, and privately plans to fake being drunk so he can use his influence keywords naturally. But when Songhan points out how much he has already consumed, Yujin realizes something is wrong. He is still completely sober despite all the alcohol. Yujin deduces that his poison resistance is neutralizing intoxication just like any other toxin. That ruins his plan, because he absolutely does not want to say those manipulative words while fully conscious. Desperate, he pretends nothing is wrong and starts fumbling with the skill interface. He orders the poison resistance skill to shut off. To his surprise, the skill actually turns off. Songhan notices the sudden shift and calls to him in concern. Yujin instantly flushes as the alcohol hits all at once. He realizes he has made a terrible mistake. The delayed intoxication crashes over him in a single wave. He collapses face first onto the table before he can do anything useful with it. The next thing he knows, morning has arrived. Yujin wakes with a crushing hangover and barely functioning thoughts. He groans that turning off the skill was a disaster. Songhan is already there, calmly telling him he prepared water for him to wash up. Yujin stares in alarm at the sight of Songhan acting like a devoted caretaker. Songhan matter-of-factly tells him to get ready for basic education, as if this domestic scene is perfectly normal. Yujin checks his status and is horrified to see that his influence skill succeeded on Songhan too, making 4 affected people in total. When he asks why they are together so early, Songhan reminds him that he apparently does not remember last night. That only deepens Yujin's dread. Songhan assumes the problem is just a bad hangover and moves in to help even more. Yujin tries to stop whatever is coming, but Songhan offers him hangover juice with complete earnestness. Then he starts massaging Yujin's feet because he heard it helps recovery. When Yujin recoils in horror, Songhan even produces a chamber pot in case he is too sick to walk. Songhan concludes from Yujin's reaction that he truly remembers nothing. He begins recalling the previous night from the point when Yujin was already badly drunk. Seeing Yujin slumped over the table, Songhan had checked on him with concern. He decided Yujin was too drunk to stay there and moved to take him home. In his drunken state, Yujin clung tightly to Songhan's arm, setting up whatever embarrassing memories are about to surface. Yujin stops Sunghan and insists he listen because he has something serious to confess. In his drunken panic, Yujin blurts out that he loves Sunghan. The confession shocks them both, and Yujin immediately realizes he said far more directly than he intended. Sunghan confirms the confession, leaving Yujin no room to pretend it did not happen. Mortified, Yujin accepts that he really did say it aloud. He collapses into an apology, admitting he had already repeated that declaration to Sunghan many times while drunk. Instead of rejecting him, Sunghan admits he actually liked hearing it, and begins explaining why. As Yujin keeps clinging to him and repeating his feelings, Sunghan gently steadies him and asks him to stand. Sunghan realizes this is Yujin's embarrassing drinking habit, but he is more amused than upset. Yujin begs not to be mocked and earnestly repeats that he loves Sunghan. The drunken confession pulls Sunghan back to a memory of someone else telling him he was loved. He remembers his grandfather drinking and affectionately fussing over him. That memory includes his grandfather dismissing the cruel gossip about Sunghan being abandoned by his parents. His grandfather had openly cherished him as his beloved grandson. Sunghan recalls brushing it off at the time as another drunken ramble. Even so, those words stayed with him as a rare moment of unconditional affection. Because of that, Yujin's drunken warmth made Sunghan feel as comforted as he once did beside his late grandfather. Back in the present, Yujin is startled to hear that he reminded Sunghan of his grandfather. He checks if Sunghan really means his actual grandfather, and Sunghan says yes. Yujin is baffled by the comparison, but Sunghan admits it sounds strange and clarifies that he does not mean it literally. Sunghan explains that Yujin's presence gave him a sense of safety he had not felt in a long time. That is why he feels compelled to look after Yujin, though he promises not to say anything awkward in front of others. He asks permission to keep checking on Yujin, wanting to repay the person who raised him by caring for someone who evokes that same feeling. Yujin catches on to the word raised and begins connecting Sunghan's explanation to his system-given role. He realizes Sunghan may be responding to him through the effect of perfect caregiver. Yujin concludes that Sunghan is seeing a caretaker in him rather than returning romantic feelings. That theory also explains why other people around him have become unusually attached, especially those he has cared for before. He starts reconsidering recent events through that new understanding. One example is Manhwa panicking and clinging to him after Sunghan suddenly showed up. Another is Yerim bursting in with no sense of boundaries the moment he heard Yujin had moved nearby. Yujin and Manhwa can only protest weakly as Yerim barges into their space like family. Yujin reflects that this skill has effectively turned him into a magnet for needy dependents. He privately questions what kind of absurd system would give him an ability like that. At least he has regained control of his poison resistance, giving him one practical advantage. Life settles into a domestic routine, and Manhwa's cooking improves so quickly that the table becomes lavish. Yujin is overwhelmed by the effort, but Manhwa and Yerim both insist contributing through food is only fair. Yerim keeps acting like a shameless freeloader while happily enjoying the meal until Yujin shuts him down. During breakfast, Yujin notices Sunghan has not visited and learns he is away clearing a dungeon with Yihyun. Yujin warns Yerim that once he starts entering dungeons and appearing on television, his life will change. Yerim answers with grand plans to get rich and have Yujin live with him instead. Yujin cuts off the fantasy and tells the two of them to stop bickering and get moving. Their morning is interrupted by news that Yujin, Yerim, and Manhwa will all attend the new hunter training course together. Yerim and Manhwa immediately blame each other for ruining what each thought would be a simpler arrangement, while Yujin escapes to greet the visitor. At the door, Yujin finds the stern official who has come to collect him. The man introduces himself as Suk Simyeong and reminds Yujin that training was supposed to begin today. He explains that the schedule changed, so he came personally because the theory instructor will be late. As a result, the three are sent straight into practical training first and outfitted for field work. They are told the practicum will be simple and easy, even as ominous growls rise around them. The supposed easy exercise turns out to involve caged monsters snarling at close range. Then the full scale of the test is revealed. The trainees are expected to face a massive horde of monsters right in front of them. The basic monster practicum immediately turns chaotic when the trainees are confronted by a whole pack instead of a single target. The two ordinary trainees panic at the unfair setup, while Yerim treats the answer as simple extermination. Watching from above, the instructor casually insists this is the best way to get beginners used to monsters. His logic only makes the trainees more incredulous as the swarm closes in on them. Yerim steps forward with complete confidence and declares she will finish everything at once. She launches herself into the pack with overwhelming speed and power. Her attack tears through the monsters before they can properly react. A single blast wipes out nearly the entire group, leaving the others to realize she is enjoying herself. She even starts joking about cooking the monsters, treating the fight like a game rather than a test. Seeing her dominance, Yujin decides he should contribute somehow instead of leaving everything to her. Observers note that Yerim is clearly S-class material, absurdly powerful even as a newcomer. The suited examiner arrives and questions whether exposing beginners to that many monsters is reckless, but the instructor dismisses the concern. Yerim proudly turns the pile of defeated monsters into an icy display, but the instructor notices one target still remains. Beneath the frozen heap, the last monster is still alive and struggling free. As it breaks out, The trainees realize too late that Yerem did not actually finish the job. The surviving beast lunges straight at Manhwa, who freezes in terror. Yujin snaps him out of it and urgently tells him to raise his spear and strike. Instead, Manhwa loses his weapon at the worst possible moment. He bolts in panic and begs for help while the monster chases him. His fear completely overwhelms him, and he admits he cannot handle this. Convinced he is about to be caught, Manhwa runs blindly. Yujin tackles him out of the charged path and saves him from being mauled. Once they hit the ground, Yujin demands to know why Manhwa abandoned the one thing that could protect him. He explains that these fanged moles have terrible eyesight and can only rush in a straight line. That means a calm hunter can kill one simply by bracing a spear in its path. From the observation deck, the examiner tells them to get up because the monster is circling back, while privately watching Yujin with growing interest. He concludes that Yujin is acting far too experienced for a supposed beginner. As Yujin positions himself and tracks the monster, the examiner suspects he is deliberately hiding his true ability. Manhwa, shaken but impressed, praises Yujin as if he were a veteran hunter rather than a fellow novice. That praise makes Yujin realize ending the fight too cleanly would expose him. He decides to preserve his cover by pretending to be a frightened amateur instead. So rather than setting a perfect counter, he theatrically throws up his hands. Yujin lets the monster latch onto him while loudly claiming he is terrified too, turning the danger into an act. From above, the examiner starts to think he may have misjudged Yujin after all. The fight ends so abruptly that the examiner is left wondering if it was nothing special. Afterward, Yerem cheerfully boasts that she still got to show off, while Yujin helps the bitten and exhausted Manhwa walk. Manhwa apologizes for being a burden, and Yujin bluntly tells him he is hopeless in combat. Yerem immediately turns it into a competition and demands recognition for outperforming him. Yujin brushes off the comparison, and the instructor cuts in to praise the group for clearing the practicum safely. He formally confirms that all three passed the exercise. Then he singles out Yerem as exceptional and mercilessly tells the other two they were useless. Ignoring their protests, he moves on to announce that tomorrow's theory class will be taught by Professor Sukhayan. The new professor is introduced as a poised young academic with an impressive presence. The trainees are surprised by how young she is, but Yujin is stunned because he already knows her. Her reputation is explained. She is a world-famous dungeon scholar and a prodigy in dungeon creation theory. Yujin blurts out the name Dr. White, and Hyan reacts with amused recognition. She approaches him warmly, noting that very few people call her that, and Yujin realizes this must be before she became widely known by that title. Hyan tells him she has already heard about him from Simyeong, nearly revealing a family connection before correcting herself. That slip makes Yujin suddenly understand what she meant. He pieces together that Hyan is Simyeong's niece, making her the instructor's relative and leaving him awkwardly aware of the nepotism surrounding the class. A woman cheerfully tells the young man she will be away on research for a while, but promises they will still meet often because he will remain in her care. Her warmth makes him briefly imagine the start of an ideal youth, only for that hope to be undercut immediately. Reality snaps back with the sense that such a pleasant fantasy is not going to happen. The story shifts to a harsh memory of a battlefield scarred by fire and destruction. Hunters confirm that the monster has finally been brought down because its biometric signal has disappeared. As they recover from nearly dying, they note that the creature was a true monster and are relieved that ordinary fire failed to work on the guild master. One hunter turns to the guild master for a decision on what should be done with the body. The answer reveals the supposed monster was only an infant. That discovery leads into an explanation of how the world changed when dungeons first appeared. At first, humanity approached the new phenomenon with a mix of fear and fascination. People kept watching and studying dungeons instead of properly controlling them. That negligence let dungeons overload and burst open, releasing monsters into the world. The resulting simultaneous outbreaks became known as dungeon breaks and threw cities into chaos. Even in that crisis, many people awakened powers and began fighting back. Humanity also learned to use magic stones as a new energy source and adapted quickly to the transformed world. To manage awakeners, nations created hunter associations. Most hunters then came to work through associations or guilds, and the strongest S-class hunters were usually gathered by major corporations. Listening to this familiar history, the young man quietly reflects on it. The lecture moves on from history to the subject of awakeners themselves, and he finds the explanation unexpectedly refreshing. The instructor explains that an awakener's class is determined by both basic stats and individual skills. He recognizes that her teaching is clear, but something in the explanation feels off to him. When she defines skills as abilities formed to protect a person in moments of crisis, he notices the material still reflects outdated ideas from 5 years earlier. An example is given of someone whose environment shaped a plant-based ability, reinforcing that skills can arise from circumstances as much as danger. Sensing his doubt, the lecturer directly asks whether he thinks something is wrong. Caught off guard, he realizes she has noticed the same skeptical look his old professor used to draw out of him. As he hesitates, another student watches nervously, afraid the moment is about to become awkward. He cautiously frames his objection as only a personal thought rather than a challenge. He suggests that with more awakeners now developing non-combat skills, skills may not exist solely for self-defense in crises. He pushes further and proposes that some other factor besides danger might determine what kind of skill a person awakens. Even while trying to downplay his own theory, he realizes he has already said enough to expose a serious idea. Instead of dismissing him, the lecturer grabs his hand in sudden excitement. She is thrilled that a beginner has already noticed a major emerging trend in awakener abilities. Her enthusiasm escalates into immediate interest in his potential, and she starts trying to recruit him into deeper discussion and research. Desperate to escape becoming her new obsession, he pushes the attention onto another student. That student seizes the chance to ask a far more practical question about how much S-class hunters earn. The lecturer approves the question as important and prepares to answer with equal enthusiasm. She reveals that even the base annual salary for an S-class hunter starts at an enormous sum, stunning the class. She adds that S-class hunters receive extraordinary treatment because they are so rare in every country. Their value comes not only from protecting civilians against high-level dungeons but from their official national importance. The materials gathered from S-class dungeons, including magic stones, rare plants, fruits, and even living monsters, are immensely valuable. That mention of living monsters brings the fire lion cub back into focus as it cries out. The young man learns that the cub was captured in an S-class dungeon and that its owner hoped to raise it into a beast mount. He is visibly shaken by the implications of that revelation. The creature is identified by its single horn, red mane, and fox-like tail. It is a horned fire lion, a Class 2 unicorn subspecies known for high stats, speed, and powerful fire abilities. The explanation makes clear that even S-class hunters struggle against the adult version of this monster, which makes the captured cub's presence all the more remarkable, even though it still refuses to be trained. When asked why taming hunters have not solved the problem, its owner explains they have already tried every standard method. He even used a master's token, an item meant to make a creature acknowledge its holder as master, but it failed to fully control the cub. Refusing to give up, he activates the token again and orders the cub to come down. A small horned fire lion suddenly realizes something is wrong and tenses in alarm. The two men confront it, and when Yahello tests his authority over it, they wonder if the command might actually work. The beast answers with hostility instead of obedience, preparing to attack. It lunges straight at Yahello, forcing him to treat it as a real threat rather than a manageable pet. Yahello moves to intercept it before it can reach him or his companion. He unleashes fire at point-blank range, trying to stop the charge with overwhelming force. The blast engulfs the creature, but the attack fails to put it down. His companion realizes too late that fire was the wrong choice against this monster. The horned fire lion bursts through the flames unharmed, revealing complete resistance to fire attacks. It punishes Yahello immediately, smacking him hard across the face and knocking him back. As Yahello falls away, his companion panics at how quickly the situation has turned. Yahello recovers and grabs the beast by the scruff, ending its momentum through sheer composure and strength. Deciding it is too dangerous to leave loose, he throws it into the enclosed garden to keep it contained. Even trapped, the little monster remains openly aggressive, proving it has no intention of calming down. His companion worries because the beast is almost as valuable as Yahello's master token, but the creature only answers with more hostility. Yahello dismisses its value and says he may as well dispose of it. He clarifies that he means killing it, since letting another group claim it would create bigger problems. His companion reluctantly accepts the logic, though he clearly hates wasting something so rare. Reviewing its status, he sees just how exceptional the horned fire lion is and regrets that it cannot be tamed. Then his ability interface reveals a crucial clue: the beast is not currently affected by the keyword, implying that it might be influenced under the right conditions. That realization shocks him, because it means his influence skill may work on monsters too. He immediately connects the idea to Yahello, imagining how powerful he would become with a beast mount. To confirm the possibility, he asks whether other guilds use beast mounts and learns that they do, though only with low-class monsters. That answer convinces him he may be looking at an unprecedented opportunity. He eagerly asks to try taming the horned fire lion himself, already sensing how important this could be. His thoughts turn to the broader reality that monsters are simply hostile entities people usually subdue or destroy. He recalls that in the past, humans mainly focused on suppressing such creatures rather than domesticating them. Still, a few people succeeded in taming them, proving that monsters could become assets instead of enemies. Those mounts became especially prized because they gave hunters a major advantage in dangerous dungeons. So he argues that giving up on this beast would be foolish, especially since its fire resistance makes it uniquely valuable. He presses the point by insisting the horned fire lion would be the perfect mount for Yahello. He also reminds Yahello that an ordinary mount would eventually be crippled by his fire abilities, while this one could endure them. Yahello recognizes the strategic value and the potential reward if they can tame such a rare high-class monster. The only remaining question is how to make a vicious fire lion accept a master. His companion confidently proposes starting with food, relying on his part-time experience and simple animal logic. He enthusiastically prepares a feeding setup, only to discover that a monster's diet is far more specialized than he expected. Yahello explains that the beast eats monster meat mixed with magic stones, making every meal expensive. The food is prepared like a luxury dish, with powdered magic stone added on top. When the cost is calculated, the taming attempt suddenly looks like a massive long-term financial burden, but he refuses to back down and promises to pay for the beast's meals himself. As the lion devours the food, he wonders whether his keyword ability could work through affection rather than commands, and considers using the meaning of love. Remembering that his skill responds to intent more than exact wording, he decides repeated care and affectionate feeding might make the message reach the monster. He begins the next step by approaching the beast directly, hoping to make it like him. The plan fails instantly when the lion attacks again instead of warming up to him. Thinking fast, he switches to play and dangles a belt like a toy to redirect the aggression. He insists this should work because animals enjoy tug-of-war, trusting his own experience over the obvious danger. The result is a brutal struggle that nearly gets him torn apart by the tiny monster. Battered but still determined, he reveals a glowing blue item and shifts to a more direct method. He presents the master token and declares himself the beast's new master, and for the first time the lion's hostility softens into curiosity. His title amplifies the token's effect, and the system confirms the breakthrough. The target now likes him. With its resistance gone, the horned fire lion finally curls up contentedly and accepts him. Eugen is delighted when the tiny fox monster suddenly glows in his hands, and Yohayan admits even he has never seen it react like that before. Ignoring the danger, Eugen eagerly reaches to cuddle the baby monster while Yohayan warns him not to forget it is still a real monster. The warning proves justified when the little creature bites Yohayan hard enough to make Eugen panic. Eugen scolds the fox for attacking people, while the creature only answers innocently, and leaves him even more conflicted. Yohayan brushes off the bite and says he is only relieved the monster is not hostile toward Eugen, urging him to raise it well so it can protect him someday. Moved by that trust, Eugen promises to do his best raising the little monster. He decides that guiding monsters would be far better than manipulating people, and starts taking the idea seriously. That thought quickly grows into a fantasy of gathering many baby monsters around himself as loyal companions. He even jokes to himself that he might become famous as a beast tamer, and the idea amuses him. When the matter of where to keep the fox comes up, Eugen says he will take it with him once everything is ready. He explains he will raise it in his own dorm instead of staying with Yohayan, teasing that if he remained here he would just be confined again. Yohayan falls quiet, clearly hurt by the distance Eugen is choosing. Pressed to explain himself, Yohayan admits that even after reconciling, they still barely spend time together, and that still bothers him. He confesses he had hoped they could live together again like they once did. Eugen remembers being told that Yohayan values family deeply and that his overprotectiveness comes from that place. Realizing that, Eugen softens and decides Yohayan is not really to blame. He reassures him that he is not leaving for good, only splitting his time between both places, and blames the situation on his own skill and the state of the world. Trying to lighten the mood, Eugen promises to spend more time with him after his training course, and Yohayan immediately asks to meet the next night. Eugen says he can make time, waiting to hear what Yohayan wants. Yohayan awkwardly invites him out for drinks after the dungeon practicum. Eugen accepts the idea warmly, touched that his younger brother wants to share an ordinary adult moment with him. He reflects that in a peaceful world, they would have done something this simple long ago while living together. With that thought, he agrees and looks forward to it. Their attention returns to the fox, and Eugen decides it needs a proper name. He names the little monster Peace, declaring that the world ought to be filled with love and peace. He keeps insisting there is nothing strange about two reconciled brothers getting along, and tries to convince himself as much as anyone else. The next day, a public dungeon practicum begins under heavy media attention. Eugen arrives acting far too relaxed for the occasion. Yohayan appears just as calm, making the contrast with everyone else even stranger. Other trainees are baffled by the atmosphere around them and by how unusual the whole situation feels. Their shock deepens when they realize the Abyss Guild Master himself is joining the raid. Yohayan casually tells Eugen to take good care of him, making the others even more suspicious. Eugen privately concludes that his younger brother has definitely become weird. As the gate opens and cameras roll, the event turns into a spectacle. A reporter points out that Yohayan is personally assisting Park Yerim on her first dungeon raid. Yohayan frames it as a senior S-class guiding a junior S-class and her guild master doing his duty. Observers immediately recognize that he is also shaping public opinion and turning the raid into a story. People praise the pairing of Yohayan and Yerim as an ideal combination of fire and ice. Eugen thinks ahead that if Yerim gains her signature ice skill and Manhwa later awakens his production talent, the team's future will be extraordinary. Yerim, oblivious to the deeper implications, is simply excited for what lies ahead. The trainees are then shown a full rack of weapons for the raid. The guild offers the equipment for free on the condition that it be returned intact after the raid. Eugen is impressed by the quality of the gear and the scale of resources a major guild can provide. He also notes that Manhwa will one day create equipment far better than any of this. He urges Manhwa to choose the best, most durable weapon without holding back. Eugen then turns practical and asks about taking recovery potions as well. When told consumables are not free for non-members, Yerim immediately abuses her guild status to claim a huge supply for the group. She also asks Eugen to pick her weapon, only to choose an absurdly ominous scythe-like polearm that makes him question her taste. While advising her to pick something suited to her build, Eugen notices the media still watching Yohayan closely. He realizes Yohayan is far too knowledgeable for a supposedly new hunter, and starts connecting that to how much effort his brother must have made for his sake. That thought makes him smile so warmly that even the reporters are stunned by the rare sight. The public instantly takes it as a sign that Abyss has a bright future, while Yohayan gathers the group and prepares to move out. Before entry, the rules are explained. It is a relatively safe D-class rocky dungeon. The gate will close an hour after entry, and it will only reopen if the boss dies or everyone inside is wiped out. Yohayan reveals he also brought a rare gatestone for emergencies, though it is too precious to rely on lightly. As he starts to say more, Eugen's attention drifts inward. Eugen notices his brother's concern and is pulled into old memories. He remembers the miserable life he once led, crawling through dungeons while being treated like trash. Now, by contrast, he is no longer drowning in debt or abuse, and he is entering a dungeon under completely different circumstances. For the first time, he has people welcoming him, and he is even going in alongside his younger brother. That new reality fills him with determination as he steps forward. He tells himself the old future no longer exists, and that this moment should have erased it. At least, that is what he believed then. Inside the gate, Yerem is thrilled by the experience while Manhwa is overwhelmed. The group arrives in a vast, beautiful landscape that feels like another world entirely. Yerem marvels at the scenery, but Yohayan immediately reminds everyone that this is not a sightseeing trip and orders them to stay back. Without wasting another second, he draws his sword and prepares to secure the entrance. He unleashes a sweeping blast of fire that tears across the area in front of them. The trainees are stunned by the scale of the attack. Even Eugen is briefly caught off guard by how overwhelming it is. The explosion engulfs the entrance zone and leaves the others wondering what exactly he is doing. Yerem protests that he just set the whole place on fire for no reason. Yohayan tells her to look closer, revealing that monsters had been hiding in the grass near the entrance. He explains that the first priority in any dungeon is securing safety, because no one can know what is waiting just inside. Then he needles Yerem for missing something so basic in class. Embarrassed, Yerem insists she knew that and blames her lack of an area attack. Eugen comforts her by saying she will probably gain one as she levels, while Yohayan dryly notes how little she paid attention in training. He goes on to explain that hunters usually gain a new skill every 10 levels through combat and leveling. Eugen adds that this practicum exists partly to help them reach that milestone, even if the exact skill cannot be predicted. Privately, however, he knows he can choose exactly what Yerem will get. Using his special ability, he selects Pale Rain, the future signature area attack of the Ice Witch Park Yerem, and applies that growth path to her. Out loud he simply tells her he has a feeling she will definitely get an AoE skill, and Yerem excitedly vows to level fast and help him in return. Yohayan crushes that optimism by explaining that S-classes need vastly more experience than F-classes, so Yerem cannot reach level 10 in this dungeon no matter what. Yerem immediately redirects her enthusiasm toward helping Yohayan instead, which only irritates him further. Eugen warns her to watch her words after she keeps provoking Yohayan. Yerem accuses Yohayan of being jealous because she is close to her patron, while Yohayan insists he is only reminding her to act like an S-class. The argument escalates until Eugen physically drags both of them into line and orders them to stop fighting in the middle of a dungeon. Even then, each tries to blame the other for starting it. Manhwa finally snaps and tells them that if they are going to keep fighting over Eugen, they should both leave. Eugen immediately demands to know why Yohayan really came, and Yohayan answers that he is here as a practicum guide. He asks Yerem the same question, and she admits she came to hunt and level up. Eugen orders them both to focus on that instead of bickering, reminding them how much grinding even F-classes need to reach level 10. He forces them to at least pretend to get along like they did in public, threatening to ignore them both if they keep this up. Grudgingly, both of them back down. Yerem offers a truce and starts calling Yohayan Appa, and he accepts with a strained promise to be friendlier too. Their forced handshake looks so unnatural that Eugen can only pray it somehow turns into real friendship later. He reminds everyone to stay alert and help both Yerem and Manhwa reach level 10, but the moment is cut short by movement nearby. Yohayan and Yerem both sense the incoming threat at once. They charge simultaneously, each insisting on being the one to help Eugen. Their combined fire and ice attack obliterates the monsters, and Eugen wonders whether this ideal partnership might truly become real. Elsewhere, mysterious beings in a strange realm notice that the one who turned back time has entered a dungeon. They identify him as the person who reversed time and realize he is finally within reach. One of them urgently orders the others to find him at once. They explain that they can only interfere with him while he is inside a dungeon. As if responding directly to Eugen, they declare that they have been waiting for him to enter. Back in the dungeon, the group advances through a region filled with mountain goats and other creatures. Winged beasts perch among the cliffs, hinting that stronger enemies are nearby. One of the horned monsters notices the party. Yerem attacks first and freezes the area in a burst of ice, instantly overwhelming the monsters. She is thrilled by how easy the fight feels. Already intoxicated by her power, she boasts that she will freeze the monsters into neat deliveries for Eugen. Eugen calmly asks whether Manhwa can actually pierce solid ice with his spear, forcing her to think tactically. Yohayan follows by burning the monsters' hides so they will be easier for the others to finish off. He and Yerem order Eugen and Manhwa to land the final blows so they can gain the experience. Manhwa is awed by how effortlessly the two S-classes can freeze and burn entire groups. While the others fight, Yujin starts collecting magic stones and grumbles that rich S-classes are careless with valuable loot. He then pushes Manhwa to stab the weakened monsters so he can level 2, but Manhwa hesitates. Manhwa nervously asks whether hard work will really let him gain a good skill as well. Yujin reassures him without hesitation that it will. Privately, he knows Manhwa is destined for an SS-class production skill the moment he reaches level 10. But when he checks the condition, he discovers the skill also requires forging 10,000 weapons, an absurd extra requirement. The revelation leaves Yujin momentarily speechless. Manhwa, unaware of the problem, happily reports that his experience is rising. Yujin stares at the bizarre condition and wonders if the system itself contains a typo. When Manhwa finally reaches level 10 but gains no skill, Yujin is forced to confront the possibility that something is deeply wrong. He reflects that even in the future no one ever truly understood the system, but if it is some divine miracle, then why would it make mistakes? Before he can dwell on it, Yahello calls out that they have nearly cleared the area. Yujin reports that Manhwa is doing fine and that he himself is close to another level. At that exact moment, a message suddenly appears in his status window announcing that it has found him. Yujin tries to dismiss it as a glitch, but the message changes and apologizes directly to him. The personal response makes it clear that something conscious is speaking through the system. Yujin's alarm draws the others' attention just as danger closes in. Yahello and Yahello both lunge toward him to protect him from an unseen attack. Their combined fire and ice intercept a devastating strike before it can hit the group. Yahello throws up a defensive barrier around everyone, and Yahello identifies the attack as coming from the boss monster. The scale of the blast shocks them, because a D-class boss should not be capable of such a wide attack. They realize the original boss was only the giant mountain goat they had already dealt with. A new firebird has appeared out of nowhere and killed that boss, taking its place. Because the exit gate still does not appear, Yahello concludes the bird has become the new boss. That means they cannot escape unless they defeat this unknown monster. Yahello admits he has never seen this creature before and hands Yujin the gatestone in case things become desperate. Yujin freezes as the situation starts to resemble the nightmare he remembers. He is dragged back to the memory of the past timeline, when a monstrously strong enemy appeared in a dungeon just like this. In that memory, the disaster ended with his younger brother sacrificing himself to save him. Now Yahello again tries to press the gatestone into his hand and protect him first. This time Yujin refuses to accept it. He tells Yahello that the monster is actually weaker than he is. Drawing on future knowledge, he identifies it as a golden beaked Maya, a fire-type class 2 bird and boss-level monster from an A-class dungeon, and explains its weak points and attack pattern. When Yahello questions how he knows all that, Yujin puts the explanation aside and insists they talk after surviving. He steels himself with the conviction that everyone will make it out alive this time, and that the past will not repeat. Facing the charging firebird with Yahello and Manhwa beside him, Yujin vows that he will not allow the same tragedy to happen again. At his allies' urging, Yahello hurriedly prepares to raise a barrier with her cold psi ability. She forces herself to act despite her panic and starts releasing the freezing power. A massive icy barrier forms overhead, giving the group a defensive line against the phoenix. With the shield in place, the others split roles, and Yahello is assigned to handle the bird directly. Yahello accepts the task and tells the others to focus on protecting themselves. Still uneasy, he makes sure the gatestone stays with the rear group while Yahello maintains the barrier. He charges the phoenix and reminds Yahello that the only reliable kill point is its head. When someone suggests joining the fight because of a flight skill, the idea is rejected since ordinary resistance would not survive a fire monster of this level. The explanation follows that Yahello may not truly fly, but he has another movement technique that can serve the same purpose. The phoenix dives in to meet him with lethal speed. It crashes down in a fiery plunge, forcing Yahello to face the attack from the ground. The impact tears up the battlefield, but Yahello slips past the strike. Seeing the bird descend, he realizes this is the opening he needed. He closes in immediately, aiming to finish it before it can recover. Yahello commits to a full power swing. His blade slices through the phoenix in one clean stroke. The spectators are impressed for a moment, then realize he cut the wings instead of going for the head. That mistake is exposed at once when another hidden pair of wings emerges. The phoenix rises again, proving that crippling its outer wings changes nothing. It retaliates by gathering a blazing attack directly above him. Yahello endures the heat and notices something odd. Despite having the advantage, the phoenix is staying low instead of simply taking his head from the air. The others watch in confusion, unable to understand his choice to remain grounded. They realize he intends to use blue willow leaves in place of a flight skill, but he still has not managed to activate it properly. Before he can solve that problem, the phoenix dives again to finish him. Yahello turns and sees the barrier team behind him, directly in the monster's path. The danger reaches the rear line, and panic breaks out as they realize he may not stop it in time. The phoenix charges straight at Yahello's barrier, threatening everyone sheltering behind it. Yahello nearly loses control under the pressure, terrified that her barrier will fail and get them all killed. Forced into a corner, Yahello strains to trigger his movement skill at last. Blue willow leaves finally manifests, scattering icy leaves across the phoenix's body. The onlookers understand that he can use the leaves after all, but what he does with them still makes no sense. Instead of treating them as a weapon, he leaves the glowing leaves suspended around the phoenix and himself. The others shout the missing instruction, realizing he is using the skill wrong. They tell him the leaves are footholds and that he has to step on them to move through the air. Yohayan tests the idea and plants his foot on one of the floating leaves. The skill supports him, and he finds himself standing in midair. He immediately grasps how to use the technique properly. Using the leaves as stepping stones, he launches himself upward. He darts around the phoenix in the air and cuts across its body with renewed control. The phoenix answers by condensing a blazing sphere of fire at close range. It unleashes the attack in a sweeping torrent meant to engulf him completely. Yohayan pushes through the flames, relying on his fire resistance and refusing to retreat. At the same time, a violent purple strike drops from above and pierces into the battlefield near the phoenix. The sudden impact interrupts the exchange and drives explosive force into the ground beneath them. The battlefield erupts in a massive explosion. Yerem desperately keeps the barrier up through the blast because if it breaks, the whole group dies. When the smoke and force settle, the phoenix crashes down into the ground instead of escaping back into the sky. Yohayan lands lightly on another leaf, now fully in control of the technique. Bruised and singed but still standing, he descends from the air with his sword ready. The others call out to Yohayan as he faces them after surviving the exchange. After the battle, Yerem rushes over to make sure Yujin is unharmed. Relieved, Yujin excitedly credits his older brother for teaching him to use blue willow leaves as a substitute for a flight skill. The brother is caught off guard, having never considered that trick before. Yujin explains that he had always felt limited without a flight ability, so this feels like a real breakthrough, while the older hunter downplays it. Yerem treats the idea like a major new skill and is openly thrilled by it. His gratitude only grows as he praises his brother for making it possible. The older brother promises to review Yerem's other skills later, and Yerem eagerly asks him to do the same for all of them. Outside the dungeon, worried guild members rush forward to check on their guild master. They explain that the dungeon's rank changed suddenly because an A-class boss appeared without warning, and they are relieved both hunters survived. As the others head off to report to the association, Yujin decides it would be safer to slip away before drawing more attention. He tries to quietly return his borrowed equipment, but someone barrels toward him before he can escape. The charging man loudly calls out to Yujin and ruins any chance of going unnoticed. The man collapses at Yujin's feet in panic, convinced Yujin must be injured and needing immediate help. He insists on carrying Yujin himself despite Yujin's repeated protests that he is fine. Watching the chaos, Yerem can only fall silent in disbelief. Later, back at the management office, word spreads that Yujin's older brother has returned. The office has prepared an expensive welcome with gifts and food. While waiting for him, Yujin assumes his brother is still washing off the boss monster's blood. To pass the time, Yujin heads to see Peace, determined to finally enjoy a calm moment together. Peace immediately launches into him with enough force to nearly knock the life out of him. Even while being battered around, Yujin showers the little beast with affection. He wins Peace over with food and keeps doting on him. Collapsed on the ground with Peace curled on his chest, Yujin wonders if this much contact is enough to influence the creature. He reflects that he genuinely thought he might die today. Thinking back over the day, he notes how many impossible things happened, including system errors and even a message sent through the chat window. He connects that to the premature appearance of a higher-class monster, the kind of event that should not happen for years. As Peace fusses nearby, Yujin sits up and keeps following the implications. He begins to suspect all of this may be tied to time being turned back. He wonders whether something went wrong in that reversal and whether the timeline itself has been disrupted. That would explain why future events are arriving early and why the system is suddenly trying to communicate with him. Once he reaches that conclusion, he turns his frustration toward the system itself. He complains that none of this is his fault and that the system should have explained the danger from the beginning instead of forcing blind choices on him. As an example, he points to the skill interface and argues that he would never have chosen such a ridiculous keyword if the skill had been properly described. His complaint triggers a sudden reaction from the status window. Startled, Yujin realizes the interface is changing right in front of him. Elsewhere, unseen observers ask whether the information transfer finally went through correctly. They explain that they had almost no time to interfere, but a tunnel opening from Yujin's side let them send a brief explanation. Because of the rush, they could only package the message in a form he would instinctively understand. That form appears to Yujin as a childish album listing fully influenced targets, with S-class names displayed like collected stickers. Yujin stares at the absurd presentation and compares it to a kindergarten roll call. He can only wonder what kind of person designed a system like this. Still, he quickly grasps the meaning. The page only tracks S-classes, and some expected names are still missing. He also notices there are as many as 50 slots, implying he is somehow expected to gather an enormous number of top-rank hunters. Before he can process that, his brother finally emerges from the shower and apologizes for taking so long. Embarrassed to be caught kneeling over a magical sticker book interface, Yujin awkwardly tries to explain that the system seems to be demanding 50 S-classes. Their attention is suddenly pulled elsewhere by a vicious growl. A hostile creature lunges, and Peace instantly attacks back with lethal speed. A recording identifies Peace as a rank 2 unicorn subspecies and notes that his growth is abnormally fast, already doubling in size in just 2 days. Seeing that result, Yujin is briefly stunned by how dangerous Peace already is. Now suited up for measurement and observation, Eugene concludes that Peace's wild beast nature is no exaggeration. Eugene warmly praises Peace as if rewarding a pet, only for the young monster to answer with a sudden, brutal attack. Peace slams into his chest hard enough to make him cough blood, turning the training into a real test of how much the creature has grown. Even hurt, Eugene takes the hit with grim satisfaction because the result confirms what he wanted to prove. He reveals that by borrowing every bit of stamina and strength he could gather, he managed to raise Peace's stats significantly. Later, while drinking with his younger brother, he brings up the new skill he gained at level 10, Magic Beast Tamer. He explains that the skill appeared after reaching level 10, prompting his brother to ask what it actually does. Eugene hides the more dangerous truth about influence, and instead says the skill lets him strengthen monsters while they are tamed, even high-rank ones, because it is an S-rank ability. His brother is stunned that such a skill is S-rank at all. Realizing what that means in a world ruled by dangerous dungeons, the brother immediately sees how extraordinary and potentially game-changing Eugene's ability is. Eugene argues they should use the skill openly, since he can raise Peace into a mount, and eventually raise many more beasts the same way. He imagines the value of high-rank beast mounts, something even elite guilds would covet because they would transform large-scale dungeon travel. The more he thinks about it, the clearer it becomes that this skill could completely reshape dungeon clearing. Since Peace has already been influenced, Eugene starts testing and training the fox in earnest. He also decides that if the system truly expects him to influence 50 S ranks, controlling monsters would be far safer than trying to control people. That thought hardens into a practical rule for survival. Monsters are the better target for his power. The training quickly becomes exhausting enough to leave him collapsed on the gym floor with Peace sprawled on top of him. As he gasps that he had hoped to make easy money without this kind of suffering, Peace remains energetic and unbothered. Still, Eugene reminds himself that more beast mounts would reduce dungeon casualties and make the world safer over time. He insists he is not just fooling around, because his conscience will not let him ignore a chance to help. At that moment, applause interrupts him and a familiar voice praises his effort. The visitor is Suk Simyoung, who has come to see him and notes that Eugene's practical training period is over. Eugene nervously protests that Yuhyun allowed him to use the place, but Simyoung assures him he is not there to throw him out. Instead, Simyoung is impressed that the infant monster has grown so much after only a day under Eugene's skill. Peace's changed presence silently confirms that the growth is obvious even to an outsider. Then Simyoung unexpectedly bows, making Eugene recoil in confusion. Simyoung apologizes for having treated him disrespectfully before, saying he now recognizes both Eugene's insight and his new skill. He clings to Eugene and pleads with him, declaring that Eugene could change World's Edge and even the whole hunter industry. Eugene panics and denies having any such grand ability while Peace watches the absurd scene unfold. Inwardly, he rejects the praise completely, knowing his so-called insight is just memorized knowledge from the future and wanting nothing to do with Simyoung's old condescension. The memory of being repeatedly humiliated by Simyoung at World's Edge only deepens his refusal. But Simyoung persists and asks him to reconsider. He offers generous support in return, promising monster supply, food, taming fees, and practically anything else Eugene wants. Eugene suddenly realizes this version of Simyoung does not remember the ugly history between them, because none of it has happened yet. That realization flips his perspective, and he decides he no longer has to act like the weaker one in this relationship. So instead of rejecting the offer outright, he starts negotiating from a position of confidence, pointing out that Yuhyun is already covering his expenses. He casually adds that a formal contract is not impossible, especially since housing is available. Simyoung immediately tries to seal the deal on the spot by producing a contract. Eugene stops him and says he will not sign on as a hunter, only as a regular employee, because he plans to remain unaffiliated as a hunter. He explains that his real value lies in raising beast mounts for other guilds while earning heavily from that role, not in tying himself down as combat talent. Since even he understands how valuable beast mount taming is, he knows any guild that benefits from him would gain a huge edge in dungeon efficiency. That makes him think of himself as a rare prize that every major guild would want to monopolize. He also recognizes the danger of exclusivity, because people will attack what they cannot obtain, and an F rank like him would be easy to kill. To protect himself, he proposes staying unaffiliated while letting World's Edge employ him and raise his public value enough that harming him becomes costly. He asks World's Edge to make him an employee, protect him, and handle the troublesome negotiations with other guilds on his behalf. Then he pushes further, demanding proper pay, insurance, and incentives as part of the arrangement. Amused and impressed, Simyoung admits he cannot out-negotiate Eugene and agrees. With the terms settled, Simyoung asks to use the training footage for negotiation purposes, and Eugene allows it. Before the meeting ends, Eugene adds one final condition. He says that if World's Edge becomes the nation's top guild to the point that outside interference no longer matters, then they can ask again for an exclusive hunter contract. For now, he leaves that future possibility deliberately open rather than giving a firm promise. Eugene immediately catches the suited man secretly trying to record their meeting, exposing his lack of subtlety. The recruiter turns the conversation back on Eugene and asks what possible benefit there would be in trying to bring him in. Eugene answers with disarming confidence that his talent alone would be worth it, while warning that any regret after recruiting him would be the other man's responsibility. That bold answer amuses the recruiter instead of offending him. As he walks away, the recruiter repeats Yujin's claim to himself, clearly weighing what it really means. He reveals he had been recording after all and judges that Eugene is far less self-aware than he appears. Even so, he admits Eugene keeps surprising him, while Eugene remains preoccupied with the practical appeal of a salary and benefits. The recruiter reflects that people who gain rare powers often become careless because power blinds them to their surroundings. But he distinguishes Eugene from those cases, seeing him as calm, calculating, and skilled at steering negotiations to his own advantage despite his outward arrogance. Still, he knows there is more behind Eugene's behavior than simple confidence. He concludes that if Eugene joins a major guild, World's Edge would bear the political risk. But if Eugene stays independent, the entire hunter world will focus directly on him. In that case, Eugene himself would become the center of both opportunity and danger. The recruiter frames Eugene's future as a balance of enormous benefits and equally enormous threats. He wonders whether Eugene is underestimating that burden because he does not understand the world of top-ranked hunters, or whether Eugene is knowingly accepting it all for the sake of protecting his younger brother. Either way, he realizes every great guild and much of the world will soon be watching Han Eugene. News of Eugene and the fox-like beast reaches influential figures almost immediately. A powerful woman also takes notice after seeing the same footage. Far away, another major player receives the report in a luxurious setting. He finds the situation entertaining and decides he will visit World's Edge himself when his schedule allows. Unaware of how many eyes are turning toward him, Eugene quietly rests with peace, while others judge that he will soon learn his true value. Later, Eugene finishes preparing a den for Peace and proudly presents the new home. He tells Peace they will be living together from now on, and the creature responds with immediate affection. That domestic moment is interrupted when his siblings arrive, one delighted by the cute newcomer, and another alarmed that a monster is in the house. The excited sister tries to dote on Peace, but the beast growls at her, forcing Eugene to calm everyone down and remind them Peace is not prey. Before the family can settle, Eugene receives word from Yohayan and is asked whether he has time right now. Eugene senses from his brother's tone that the request is serious. He is stunned to learn that multiple guild masters are already on their way to meet him. Yohayan tells him he is free to refuse, but Eugene knows turning down such people outright is not realistic. Yohayan explains that these are S-class guild masters whom even low-ranked hunters struggle to approach, making the pressure of the meeting obvious. When Yohayan tries to dismiss them on Eugene's behalf, Eugene stops him and points out that a guild master cannot keep acting so recklessly. He argues that if the heads of major guilds personally came to Abyss, the public would see it as proof that Abyss held the upper hand. Although he insists he hates being put on display, he refuses to let Yohayan interrupt and keeps control of the decision. Eugene finally agrees to meet them, deciding that if a deal is to be made, he should judge the customers for himself. He enters the meeting room with Yohayan and Peace, immediately becoming the focus of every powerful person present. Several guild representatives study him closely, trying to measure the man who has suddenly become so important. Others remain silent and guarded, treating the encounter like a high-stakes negotiation. The pressure in the room is intense, but Eugene withstands it and introduces himself without faltering. One guild master asks to hold Eugene's hand, claiming he wants to appraise his abilities before negotiations begin. Eugene hesitates but starts to comply when he is told the appraisal is only for evaluation. The moment he realizes what that appraisal could expose, panic hits him. He jerks back and loudly rejects the contact, disguising his refusal as exaggerated modesty about hand-holding. Internally, he understands that an appraisal could reveal his hidden high-rank skills and expose that his real power is influence rather than taming. He scrambles for a way to stall, asking for a moment, while trying to explain himself. Before the appraiser can press further, Peace launches at him and attacks to stop the contact. The little beast lands between them, snarling protectively and making its loyalty unmistakable. Eugene quickly calms Peace and insists the man is not an enemy, while the room reacts with fresh interest. The guild leaders realize Peace sensed a skill being used on its owner, and they are astonished that a creature so young already shows power and perception far beyond its rank. Watching Peace defend Eugene so fiercely, one guild master decides there is no longer any need for a formal appraisal. Breaker Guild Master Moon Hyuna openly challenges the beast tamer to deny what everyone has just seen. Eugene is ushered into a high-level meeting and awkwardly takes a seat while holding the baby monster he brought with him. A striking guild leader immediately sizes him up and jokes that the famed Abyss Guild Master seems to have an unexpectedly ordinary older brother. As she studies him, Eugene privately wonders whether all S-class hunters mature into overwhelming monsters, then realizes the horned fox in his arms should not still be this small if it were normal. The baby beast remains calm in his hands, reinforcing that it is the center of everyone's attention. The negotiation begins with a blunt proposal that if Eugene has a young monster, he should hand it over. The offer is clarified. They will not take it for free, but they want to trade for a top-grade baby beast suitable as a mount with strong resistance to ice. The woman understands at once that they are trying to secure a mount specifically for Yerim and calls out the demand as excessive. The room pushes back, arguing that Abyss already dominates the baby monster market and has no right to demand even more from the other guilds. MKC Guild Master Choi Seo-kwan openly condemns the proposal as shameless after everything Abyss has already taken. Yu Hyan's side answers coldly that if they want a beast mount, they can always risk obtaining one themselves in a dungeon. That response enrages Seo-kwan, who accuses them of acting like everyone must submit just because Yujin's younger brother is powerful. He goes further and claims this is not a fair negotiation at all, but intimidation backed by Yu Hyan's status in Abyss. The woman cuts in before the confrontation worsens and calmly states that her relationship with Abyss is only practical cooperation. Eugene supports that point, explaining that he sought their help because he cannot manage everything alone and that even arranging this meeting depended on them. That leaves Seo-kwan with no answer when Eugene points out that if he truly meant to favor only his brother, he would never have bothered meeting anyone else. While soothing the fox, Eugene adds that he cannot raise unlimited monsters anyway, making clear that his resources are finite. He then lays out the real leverage. Whoever cooperates now will gain access to beast mounts before the rest of the world, just as Abyss already has. Eugene presents that advantage with a bright smile, framing the deal as a major reward for negotiation rather than extortion. Even as Seo-kwan fumes, Eugene inwardly admits he is terrified and had not expected a former national soccer star to be this intimidating in person. A sudden poke snaps him out of his nerves before he can spiral further. The woman praises his unexpectedly smooth handling of the room, catching him off guard. Then, half teasing and half serious, she suggests he would be even more valuable if he joined Breaker instead, praising his usefulness beyond monster raising. Eugene laughs off the idea and insists he is not for sale, while Yu Hyan bristles at hearing his brother treated like a recruitable asset. Trying to defuse the moment, Eugene jokes that maybe he could make an exception only if his little brother became the best hunter in the country. That offhand remark catches the attention of someone who has remained silent until now. The focus shifts to the man seated at the head of the room, whose authority immediately changes the atmosphere. Jupiter Guildmaster Sung Hyunji asks with calm confidence whether that means Jupiter can buy Eugene right now. Eugene is left speechless by the sudden direct offer. Hyunji backs it with a reminder that Jupiter is the strongest guild in the nation and can guarantee Eugene the highest level of safety. The others are stunned that he chose this moment to speak and instantly raise the stakes. Panicking inside, Eugene hurriedly limits his earlier joke, saying that kind of promise applies only to his little brother, and that everyone else would need to become the best in the world first. That answer leaves the room staring at him in disbelief. The woman bursts into laughter and treats his absurdly bold refusal as proof of remarkable nerve. She compares his stubborn insistence on standing alone to Yu Hyan's, making Eugene wilt under the attention. Inside, Eugene feels as if the pressure in the room is so intense that only his resistance skill is keeping him from collapsing. He reflects that every person here is an S-class hunter, yet somehow they are all restraining one another enough to keep the meeting from exploding. That only makes him marvel at how Yu Hyan has survived among personalities this overwhelming. Another guild master remarks that Yu Hyan must have been unusually gentle with Eugene, since someone this green would normally be crushed in a room like this. Eugene answers with a smile that there is nothing wrong with his little brother being gentle. He goes further and declares that Yu Hyan is far more docile than he is and more docile than anyone else present, freezing the entire room. The guild leaders can only stare, unable to process what they just heard. Eugene finally senses that he may have said something strange, though he still does not understand why everyone is reacting so strongly. His thoughts drift to the younger Yu Hyan he remembers most clearly, an irreplaceable, kind little brother. He recalls Yu Hyan running to greet him at the door whenever he came home. He remembers the child proudly bringing him a handmade birthday gift, always eager to care for his older brother. Another memory shows Yu Hyan wanting to stand beside him in family photos, happy simply to share moments together. Eugene also remembers Yu Hyan promising to become a doctor and earn enough money so his brother would never have to worry again. Thinking back, Eugene concludes that although he had to raise Yu Hyan after their parents died, his brother was such a good child that he was never much trouble at all. Back in the present, the guild leaders struggle to contain themselves as that innocent description collides with the terrifying reality of the S-class hunter they know. When Eugene asks if he said something wrong, the room finally breaks into laughter at the idea of calling Yu Hyan docile. Han Eugene realizes the Jupiter Guild Master had been unusually courteous because of Han Yuhyan's influence, and the others are amused by how deferential such a fearsome man became. The mood turns playful as they tease Yuhyun for acting unexpectedly meek around his older brother. Even the joking gets called out as excessive, but the teasing only confirms how protective and indulgent Yuhyun is toward Eugene. The senior guild leaders laugh off the scene and urge everyone to stop fooling around so the negotiation can be finished. Eugene, still bewildered by their reactions, is handed the contract while they note that Yuhyun could not stay detached once his brother was involved. The guild representatives explain that they have already settled the broad terms among themselves and now only need Eugene's approval. They tell him to review the document and ask for anything further if needed. Eugene braces himself and starts reading, nervous about what exactly they have prepared. He discovers that the 5 guilds are formally guaranteeing both his personal safety and the safety of his building. When he questions the mention of a building, they explain that Suk Sim Young arranged to construct one near the dungeon area in Eugene's name so he would have a proper place to raise monsters. Overwhelmed by the generosity, Eugene is moved to tears and silently praises Suk Sim Young. The full deal is laid out. The 5 guilds will protect Eugene and the building. Eugene will prioritize their taming commissions, outside investment will fund the facility, and ownership will belong to Eugene himself. With the terms summarized, they move to the final step and ask for his signature. Eugene is so thrilled he can barely control his expression, and the others notice his face twitching with suppressed excitement. He admits he is too happy and nervous to stop smiling because the outcome is far better than he expected. The reality sinks in for him. He is about to own a building in Central Seoul. His thoughts race ahead as he imagines his future worries disappearing and a comfortable life opening up before him. In his mind, the new building becomes a symbol of status and security, protected by the top guilds and carrying his name. He immediately starts planning how to use it, imagining a workshop for Myungwoo and even trying to lure Suk-hyun back to Korea to research there. The success quickly turns him into a public curiosity, with people marveling that a former construction laborer has become a wealthy young landlord. Asked for the secret behind his rise, he modestly denies having any special business genius. Instead, he privately credits his success to serving exceptional customers and making the most of the opportunities around him. He happily imagines living off rent and retiring in comfort without having to struggle anymore. Once the meeting ends, the guild leaders head out, and Eugene sends them off in a daze of gratitude. Before leaving, the Jupiter Guild Master reminds Eugene that he intends to hold him to the special exception they discussed and promises they will meet again soon. Eugene can only awkwardly agree, not fully sure what that promise will mean later. After the others leave, Yoo-hyun quietly praises Eugene for handling the negotiation well, and Eugene admits he was so distracted by the favorable terms that the whole ordeal passed in a blur. Yoo-hyun reassures him not to worry about the other guildmasters' opinions because Eugene did nothing wrong and has no reason to feel guilty. Left alone with peace, Eugene affectionately thanks the little monster for enduring all the attention during the long meeting. He concludes that the negotiation was an undeniable success and that he could not have asked for better conditions. Buoyed by his new security and prospects, he feels as if the whole world has suddenly become brighter. That good mood carries home, where he is greeted by an unexpectedly lavish meal. Myungwoo explains that he simply cooked a spread of dishes Eugene might enjoy, treating him with unusual care. Pressed for a reason, Myungwoo awkwardly says Eugene deserves this kind of treatment, leaving Eugene touched but puzzled. As he eats, Eugene basks in the sense that everything is finally going his way. Then he casually asks Myungwoo whether he has much luggage, as if preparing for some practical change. Myungwoo immediately interprets the question as a sign that he is about to be told to move out. The possibility hits him hard, and he freezes in disbelief. Eugene cheerfully starts explaining that a new building will be constructed nearby, unaware of how Myungwoo has taken it. Before he can finish, Myungwoo collapses into despair, convinced he is being cast aside. Eugene is startled by the misunderstanding, but Myungwoo tearfully insists he expected this because he sees himself as a burden and a useless F-rank. His self-loathing spills over as he struggles to hold back tears. Eugene tries to comfort him by saying they are both F-rank, but Myungwoo rejects the comparison and insists they are nothing alike. He remembers how Eugene protected him without hesitation even against powerful hunters, proof that Eugene has courage and worth he lacks. He adds that Eugene even guides his S-rank younger brother, making him seem extraordinary in Myungwoo's eyes. By contrast, Myungwoo fixates on his own failure to obtain even a level 10 skill and concludes that all his accomplishments were fraudulent shortcuts. Eugene tries to stop him from spiraling, but Myungwoo sinks deeper into the belief that he is fundamentally no good. Myungwoo decides he should leave before causing more trouble, thanking Eugene for everything, while Eugene panics and desperately tries to stop him. When Myungwoo actually starts to go, Eugene grabs him and refuses to let him walk away, insisting he has nowhere else to go and cannot just throw his life aside. Eugene finally blurts out the truth at full force. Myungwoo is not a waste of time. Eugene judges the long-haired awakened man as someone with a top-tier support talent that could secure his future if he can recruit him. Even while imagining how valuable that skill is, Eugene decides he cannot recklessly expose his own secret ability just to keep him close. As the man turns to leave, Eugene stops him with a sudden grab. He backs off from trying to force the man to stay, admitting he does not want to bind someone against his will. The awakened man, Yun, refuses to add to Eugene's burdens when Eugene already seems to be struggling enough. Eugene changes tactics and hints that he has learned something that could be extremely useful to Yun. Even while pretending reluctance, Eugene makes it clear he has information Yun would want, and Yun immediately asks what it is. Eugene keeps dangling the secret as something he was not supposed to share, pushing Yun to demand the answer. Once Yun is fully hooked, Eugene offers to tell him before he leaves. To make the lie sound credible, Eugene claims he heard from Suk-hyun that awakened people like Yun can gain a special skill through training. He privately resolves to borrow Hyun's authority now and worry about repaying that debt later. Elsewhere, Hyun finishes a long round of procedures and wonders whether all this work will finally produce a real answer. She remains at her desk late into the night, absorbed in research and data. Her thoughts drift toward a dark, unresolved mystery tied to what she is investigating. Back with Eugene, he presents knife sharpening as the ideal training method for Yun. Yun is confused by the pile of knives, but Eugene insists these are the materials they need and keeps Hyun's name out of it. Eugene explains that Yun's support skill is weapon-related, so repeatedly sharpening blades should help him develop it. Yun follows the instructions and begins sharpening. As Yujin watches, his system reacts, confirming that this kind of repetitive weapon work is being counted. The counter rises to 1, proving the method works. Yujin sells the idea harder by claiming that if Yuen keeps this up, he can earn an equipment-related skill valuable enough to live on for life. He admits the process is harsh because it requires 10,000 sharpenings, but frames it as manageable over time. Yuen is thrilled by how attainable that number sounds. He immediately decides to brute force the challenge with 100 sharpenings a day, confident because repetitive labor suits him. Yuen eagerly commits himself to the plan, while Yujin has to remind him to stop waving a knife around in his excitement. Grateful and newly motivated, Yuen promises to work hard and repay Yujin for the help. Yujin inwardly dismisses it as no favor at all, since Yuen is really his first retirement fund, and he now sets his sights on securing a second one. That next target is Suk Hyen in the research lab. When Yujin approaches her, Hyen is delighted by how easily the conversation starts. She quickly realizes he knows a surprising amount about dungeons and demands to know why he is not in graduate school or working in a research lab already. Yujin steers the discussion toward theory, noting that everyone agrees dungeons are fundamentally unpredictable. He suggests that what people call unpredictability may just be patterns no one has enough data to recognize yet, especially with so few domestic dungeons to study. Hyen instantly agrees and blurts out that their country is too small to provide enough dungeon samples, then catches herself. Yujin reassures her that he understands exactly what she means. He draws out the implication that with access to more dungeons, she could analyze a much stronger data set. Hyen bitterly concludes that she may have no choice but to join a foreign team if she wants that opportunity. Yujin realizes this frustration is the key to moving her, because it is the path that eventually leads her to America. He recalls that years later she becomes central to the law permitting private dungeon creation, a breakthrough that makes America enormously wealthy. Understanding that this ambition can be redirected now, Yujin decides on his approach. He suddenly produces buckwheat mook as bait. He explains that he prepared it along with makgeolli and dakibi, the favorite late-night snacks of a famous hunter. Hyen immediately recognizes the reference as the legendary teleportation hunter. That hunter, known only by the strange codename dakibi, remains a mystery even years later, with no confirmed identity or background. The one fact everyone knows is that dakibi's signature power is teleportation. Stories of the hunter include disasters like a burning airplane where victims were moments from death. In those crises, dakibi's ability to appear and disappear anywhere made rescue possible. By pulling people out of dungeon breaks and other catastrophes, dakibi became a celebrated savior. But that same impossible mobility also made the hunter terrifying to powerful criminals who could never predict or prevent an intrusion. One such armed gang had no warning before sensing something was wrong. An instant later, dakibi materializes in the middle of their hideout, proving that nowhere is beyond reach. Armed men suddenly realize the dakibi has appeared in their hideout, and panic breaks out before they can understand how it got there. The dakibi answers their fear by gathering a bright surge of power, making it clear he is not trapped or outmatched. As gunfire erupts from all sides, he cuts through the barrage in a spiraling rush that turns their attack into chaos. He closes the distance so fast that one gunman can only stare as his weapon becomes useless at point-blank range. With his mask fixed in an unreadable stare, the dakibi presses in without hesitation and seizes control of the room. He stops inches from a bearded man's face, overwhelming him with sheer presence instead of killing him outright. When the man tries to aim again, the dakibi casually pins the gun with one hand, showing how completely he dominates the encounter. He admits he knows people fear his abilities, but he uses that fear as leverage rather than denying it. Then he addresses the secretive groups chasing him and warns that the secrets he carries will stay buried as long as he remains untouchable. His message is simple: many hidden truths are bound to him, so protecting him is the only way those truths remain sealed. Having delivered the warning, he vanishes and leaves the armed men behind with no way to retaliate. The story explains that dakibi's skills made him impossible to pin down, and because every organization had secrets to protect, all of them had reason to leave him alone. Elsewhere, Hyen excitedly speculates that a dakibi might know a great deal about dungeons and eagerly prepares an offering to summon one. Eugene reveals he looked up a summoning method online, which only deepens the sense that they are improvising something reckless. Hyen throws herself into the idea and wonders what she should ask first, while Eugene doubts this imitation ritual will help more than asking Abyss directly. Before they can settle the argument, the library suddenly falls silent and dark. The blackout makes Hyen think the power has failed, but the timing feels too abrupt to be ordinary. Eugene turns on his phone light, trying to stay practical as the darkness turns the failed summoning into something more unsettling. As he looks up from the screen, he senses that something in front of him is wrong. The light finds Hyen standing rigidly in the dark, as if she has seen something he has not. When he asks what is wrong with her expression, Hyen can only cover her mouth in mounting dread. Eugene then realizes a blood-soaked ghostly woman is looming right behind him, reaching for him from the darkness. The apparition's scream shatters his composure, and both of them collapse into full panic as the haunting becomes violently real. Hyen faints under the shock, leaving Eugene alone to deal with the terror. He catches her as she falls and, now responsible for her safety, demands to know what kind of nightmare he has triggered. A system effect activates to steady his mind, giving him just enough resistance to fear to think instead of breaking. Using that clarity, he convinces himself this must be an exaggerated prank rather than a real monster attack. So he calls out the culprit directly and orders the Dakibi to stop the act. The lights return at once, confirming that something intelligent was indeed staging the scare. The Dakibi drops into view amid the mess he caused, no longer hiding behind the darkness. He casually explains that he only came because Hyan wanted to meet him, treating the whole incident like a playful entrance. Seeing Hyan unconscious in Yujin's arms, he realizes he may have gone too far and insists he never expected her to faint. Instead of apologizing properly, he tells Eugene to relax, still trying to keep the encounter on his terms. While assessing Eugene, he discovers that this hunter is unaffiliated and not under anyone's influence, making him unusually open to approach. That revelation tempts the Dakibi, because an independent hunter could move freely and become a useful ally. Eugene, holding the unconscious Hyan, recognizes the opportunity as well and starts weighing what this contact could mean for her future. He realizes that with help from someone like this, Hyan might not need to leave for America after all, so he decides to push back confidently, refusing to act intimidated and signaling that he wants a real exchange, not more tricks. The Dakibi protests that Eugene was obviously scared, but Eugene shrugs it off as nothing more than being caught off guard. As the Dakibi keeps boasting about how thoroughly he frightened him, Eugene dismisses the stunt as childish and refuses to give him the satisfaction. That jab lands, because Dakibi pride themselves on pranks and on frightening people, so Eugene has struck directly at his vanity. Eugene quietly decides that if the Dakibi wants to make him flinch, he will answer by proving he cannot be rattled. Later, Hyan wakes in a hospital bed after the shock of the encounter. Her first concern is not her condition but whether the Dakibi is still there, and she is disappointed to learn he already left. She turns to Eugene, eager for answers about what happened after she passed out. Eugene downplays the danger by mocking the Dakibi's ridiculous outfit, trying to make the experience sound less overwhelming than it was. The two settle into a calmer conversation, with Eugene staying by her bedside as the panic gives way to reflection. Hyan accepts that the Dakibi is gone now, and the quiet leaves both of them thinking about the mischance. She admits she had so many things she wanted to ask, revealing how important this meeting was to her research. At last she explains that her work in Korea has reached a dead end, and she had hoped meeting the Dakibi might help her break through it. The young man tells Suk Hyan that he may be able to help with her problem. She initially assumes he means joining her at the university and brightens at the thought. He quickly corrects her and explains that what he can offer is information. He reminds her that data acquisition was her biggest obstacle and claims he has a way to obtain what she needs. That promise draws the attention of Dakibi, who latches onto the idea as a wager. The spirit appears and proposes a bet, warning that if the man gets scared even once during the next week, he will become Dakibi's subordinate for 3 years. Dakibi mocks the very idea that someone as low-ranked as him would dare try to make a Dakibi serve under him. He raises the stakes further, saying that if the man wants him as an underling, he would have to endure working under him for 20 years instead. The man realizes Dakibi already knows something about him and starts measuring the risk more carefully. Even so, he moves to formalize the deal immediately, which makes Dakibi suspicious of how confident he seems. Dakibi hesitates for the first time, unsettled by how readily the challenge is being accepted. Trying to regain control, Dakibi accuses him of hiding a trump card and assumes he must possess anti-fear abilities despite his low rank. The man keeps his composure and notes to himself that Dakibi still does not know his actual skill set, including his immunity to intimidation and fear from anything legendary rank or lower. With that advantage in mind, he concludes that once the bet is sealed, Dakibi has already lost. Dakibi admits he does have another motive and invites the man to reveal his own. Instead of bargaining coldly, the man awkwardly confesses that he simply thinks Dakibi is impressive. He praises Dakibi for saving countless people, turning the exchange into sincere admiration rather than manipulation. He adds that even Dakibi's secretive, mysterious side only makes him seem cooler. From the man's perspective, that means he loses nothing by betting, because winning would be a huge gain. Dakibi, flustered by the praise, starts to warm to the idea that losing would make him the man's underling. The compliments completely win him over, and he bursts into delighted laughter at being recognized that way. Now genuinely charmed, Dakibi admits he likes the man and accepts that the challenge has become personal and fun. The man agrees to proceed while confidently insisting he does not intend to lose, and Dakibi finalizes the terms. The bet is set. If the man goes 1 week without being frightened even once, Dakibi will become his top subordinate. Back in the hospital room, Suk Hyan says she cannot reveal exactly how she gets her information, but she is willing to share enough data for him to conduct research inside the country. He admits desk research is not his strength, making clear he wants a more practical arrangement. She proposes that if he can use her data to figure out the dungeon formation principle, they can split the profits. He warns her the research might fail, but she places her trust in him anyway. Her faith catches him off guard, and he scrambles to hide how much her encouragement affects him. He accepts the partnership and commits to moving forward with her plan. To prove his value immediately, he predicts that a newly discovered A-rank dungeon in Incheon will turn out to be either slime or coast type. Suk Hyan is stunned by the accuracy of such a specific prediction, while he privately jokes that he is working from future knowledge. As he gets up to leave, He asks her to seriously reconsider his earlier proposal if his prediction proves true. He reassures her that he made the offer because he is confident, so she should not worry about the research outcome. Before leaving, he tells her to have her uncle bid for the management rights to that dungeon. Once outside, he finally exhales, relieved that the conversation is over. He second-guesses how much he revealed, but convinces himself it should be acceptable. With the deal with Silk Hyan in motion, he turns his attention to surviving a week of Dakibi's scare attempts. The first attack comes as a classic ghostly threat, but it is so old-fashioned that it barely registers. He dismisses the apparition outright, and the first attempt ends in complete failure. Later, he returns home carrying supplies and calls out for Myungwoo, unaware that another ambush is waiting. A sudden attack from below catches him physically off guard. He crashes to the floor as a long-haired ghost lunges at him, demanding his leg in a deliberately terrifying performance. Annoyed more than frightened, he complains that the attack nearly killed him, while the ghost apologizes and Dakibi's side is reminded how fragile F-ranks can be. That second scare also fails, and time continues to pass toward the end of the wager. On another night, he sleepily gets up for water, still unworried despite the ongoing challenge. This time he finds a grotesque blood-stained straw doll waiting for him in the dark, clearly meant to be the strongest scare yet. Instead of panicking, he calmly notes that they finally put real effort into the attempt. He starts to say that even this still is not enough to frighten him. But before he can finish, a far more monstrous presence manifests behind him, and for the first time the situation seems capable of breaking his confidence. A long-haired ghost lunges at Yoon as if teaming up with another threat, but he only registers it as an attempted scare. The system immediately cancels his fear, leaving him casually amused instead of terrified. When he notices a second ominous presence behind him, he finally realizes something stranger is happening. The other figure turns out to be Myungwoo, who is holding a knife in the dark for reasons Yoon does not yet understand. Myungwoo's eerie appearance makes him look more dangerous than the ghost for a moment. The ghost shrieks in outrage at being ignored while Yoon calmly identifies Myungwoo instead. Myungwoo explains he could not sleep and was just sharpening knives, baffled that Yoon was startled at all. That explanation finally terrifies the ghost, who panics at the sight of the knife. Yoon rushes to Myungwoo while the ghost is left confused by the sudden reversal. The system declares the Dakibi's third scare attempt a failure, and Yoon wins again. The defeated Dakibi breaks down, devastated by losing the bet. As Yoon tends to the collapsed Myungwoo, the Dakibi blurts out that it made the contract on its own despite having superiors. It spirals into self-pity, dreading punishment from its bosses and threatening to stay in Yoon's home forever. Yoon snaps at the childish tantrum, only to be told the Dakibi is actually over 100 years old. Even so, he dismisses the claim as nonsense, and assumes the Dakibi identity must be some kind of act. The Dakibi argues that in a world with dungeons, awakeners, and supernatural powers, its existence should not be so hard to accept. Yoon has to admit that logic is hard to refute. The Dakibi points to the system interface as proof that being stranger than itself already exists, pushing Yoon to reconsider. Yoon directly asks whether it truly is not human. Since Yoon won the bet, the Dakibi reluctantly agrees to explain and addresses him as its superior. It reveals that although it has lived for more than a century, it has only existed as a Dakibi for 3 years. Yoon realizes those 3 years line up exactly with the appearance of the system. That timing becomes the key to understanding the Dakibi's origin. Yoon guesses the Dakibi was effectively born when the system appeared, and it confirms he is right. The Dakibi explains that it was originally an old spirit tied to a water wheel and a stream. For over a century it remained dormant, as a local spirit with no real agency. After that long sleep, it suddenly became aware again. A dungeon's power awakened it, and the system transformed that old spirit into a Dakibi. Yoon finds the story plausible, especially because it would explain the Dakibi's ability to appear anywhere. He connects that to a system function that links one place to another, making teleportation possible. Even with that explanation, he still struggles to accept that a real Dakibi is floating in his room. Thinking it through, Yoon links the Dakibi to his own family name, and wonders if it once belonged to the Yoon household, which excites the creature. Yoon quickly shuts down the idea that he shares any supernatural heritage and returns to practical thinking. He picks up a tablet, and decides to put his newly acquired subordinate to use. With a sly smile, Yoon formally assigns the Dakibi a task. The Dakibi immediately senses this will be unpleasant and braces for something tedious. It protests loudly and refuses to do boring work, but Yoon treats the rebellion as unacceptable from a subordinate. He orders it to research foreign dungeons using the information he has prepared on the tablet. Yoon reasons that while dungeons usually block foreigners, the Dakibi's stealth and teleportation should let it bypass that restriction. When the Dakibi asks why it should bother, Yoon flatters its ego by promising this mission will make it an even greater hero. He sells the job as a path to fame, praise, and useful discoveries that could reduce dungeon casualties, turning research into a heroic quest. The promise of admiration and merchandise in its image is enough to make the Dakibi seriously consider it. Flattered into cooperation, it accepts the mission and heads off with the tablet. It soon realizes the assignment may require travel farther than it can currently teleport, and Yoon confirms that limitation. Yoon recalls the Dakibi's listed skills and concludes long-distance movement is not among them yet. That realization gives him a new idea, and he calls the Dakibi back. He abruptly declares his love, while privately deciding to raise the dakibi until it unlocks the missing skill. The dakibi freezes, completely blindsided by the sudden confession. Yoon explains that dakibi are said to thrive on affection and even charm humans in old tales, so he is testing whether love can strengthen it. He casually credits this strategy to something he read online, revealing how shamelessly improvised his plan really is. A dakibi awkwardly tries to follow advice that real affection must be learned, testing a clumsy confession on Yujin. Yujin plays along and turns the moment into a joking lesson in greetings and love, leaving the dakibi flustered before it can finish responding. Overwhelmed, the dakibi abruptly vanishes, and Yujin is left regretting that he pushed it too far. Even so, he parts from the spirit on good terms and looks ahead to working with his new subordinate. The story shifts back to the city, and to the guild world waiting for Yujin. At the guild, staff rush to greet him with unusual excitement. They reveal that his judgment was correct, and the dungeon he identified really was the rare slime dungeon they hoped for. Their excitement spills over into celebration as they treat Yujin like the man who struck a jackpot for them. Even Peace gets swept up in the commotion, while Yujin tries to calm everyone down. The guild explains that the slime dungeon has produced an enormous amount of valuable resources, turning Yujin's call into a major financial windfall. Faced with their gratitude, Yujin becomes uneasy at how much value they are placing on him. Ms. Hyen eagerly accepts his earlier offer and promises to work hard under him. Her superior immediately adds that Yujin should be fitted with a tracking device for security, confirming how possessive the guild has become. Yujin rejects that kind of treatment and insists they stop acting as if he can be managed like property. He pushes responsibility for the slime research onto Ms. Hyen instead, arguing that she is the proper expert and that he cannot keep making precise predictions for them. Yujin finally states the truth of what he wants, not to be a prophet for the guild, but simply to train monsters. He pleads to be allowed a quiet, ordinary life instead of being dragged deeper into guild politics. Yujin warns that his lucky streak will not last forever, and if he keeps pretending to know everything, people will eventually brand him a fraud. The guild staff misread his refusal as noble selflessness, admiring him even more for putting research and the guild's future above his own credit. As a result, the misunderstanding around Yujin only grows worse. Soon after, Yujin and Peace appear on a television program built around a pet maze challenge. The host hypes the course as difficult even for cats and dogs, emphasizing how impressive success would be. Peace charges in without hesitation. Before the explanation is even finished, Peace clears the maze, stunning everyone with a speedrun no one expected. The host declares it a record and praises both Peace's class and Yujin's handling of him. The studio audience joins in, turning the feat into a public celebration of Yujin and his monster. Yujin thanks the crowd, while internally bracing himself to explain why he has suddenly ended up on television. The reason is revealed to be a guild decision to put him in the public eye. When Yujin questioned the sudden media push, the guild argued that hiding him was no longer realistic. They concluded that if information about him was going to spread anyway, it would be safer to make him widely recognizable. In their view, public attention itself would function as protection. So Yujin reluctantly came to the show with Ajusi tagging along as a bodyguard. He remains uneasy because his past experiences on television were humiliating, and he fears becoming a joke again. Instead, the audience immediately fixates on Peace, gushing over how adorable the monster is. Seeing Peace adored so openly, Yujin starts enjoying himself despite his earlier dread. He ends up embracing the attention after all, proudly showing off Peace as the crowd applauds. During a break in filming, Yujin relaxes with Peace while the staff reset the set. Left alone with his thoughts, he admits he is thrilled that he got to show off his beloved monster to everyone. His imagination runs wild as he convinces himself that anyone would agree Peace is irresistibly cute. That excitement escalates into fantasies of social media fame, merchandise, and even a full celebrity brand for Peace. He pictures Peace becoming a global star and himself rising alongside him as a famous beast tamer. Still lost in that fantasy, Yujin jokingly imagines managing autograph lines for Peace. A voice interrupts the daydream. A striking woman appears beside him and teasingly asks whether Peace will sign with a paw print, instantly knocking Yujin out of his fantasy. She identifies herself in relation to Abyss's young master, making clear she is someone important. Yujin recognizes her as the Breaker Guild master, and she explains that monster shows require several A-class hunters on set, so she came personally. Her sudden presence leaves Yujin tense and off balance. She introduces herself more fully as Moon Hyuna and confidently takes control of the encounter. Yujin is struck by how overwhelming her presence is, and when she offers him a hand, he instinctively refuses the gesture. Hyuna answers his rejection with amused surprise, joking that perhaps she should have carried him like a princess instead. A man tries to stop a woman from creating the wrong impression while others are watching. She brushes that off and loudly claims him as the man who will father her child, turning his concern into public embarrassment. Amused by his refusal to be flustered, she praises his nerve while he dryly insists she can talk that way only after earning the title of the world's best. He makes clear that powerful ranks do not intimidate him because, to him, they are still just people and his younger brother is also an S-class. Her smile shows she has taken a sharper interest in him after hearing that. She admits his attitude impresses her, but it also makes her uneasy enough to act. Before she can continue, A younger man arrives with drinks, unaware of the tension. The newcomer immediately senses something is wrong. He finds the pair sealed inside a swirling barrier, with the woman calmly keeping the older brother beside her. Alarmed, he demands to know why she has isolated them. She casually tells him she is only borrowing his brother for a few minutes, making clear she is in control. Inside the barrier, she keeps one hand on the seated man while the younger brother is shut out. The fox-like companion quickly identifies the phenomenon as a barrier formed from airflow. She dismisses it as a simple utility skill and assures them her guild members are deliberately keeping the younger brother occupied. The man immediately realizes her idea of simple is absurd. She explains that with both brothers being S-class, this brief separation is the only chance to speak to him alone. He lets her proceed, saying it is better to hear her out directly than let her keep talking around the issue, especially if it concerns his younger brother. He settles himself and prepares to listen seriously. She says her concern comes from how little he seems to understand his own brother. To prove it, she points to how quickly he moved to defend him. His protective reaction confirms her point before she has even made her case. When the fox bristles at her accusation, she calmly insists she means no harm. She says she is not trying to drive the brothers apart. Instead, she frames this as advice the older brother has a duty to hear. She tells him he needs to reflect more honestly on who his little brother really is. She recalls overlooking the issue during contract talks because the younger brother's act had seemed almost comically innocent. But she now insists that ignorance is unacceptable when this is his profession. She asks whether he truly trusts his brother, and whether he really believes the younger man became a guild master through talent alone. Her answer is no. She rejects the fantasy of a perfectly obedient younger brother rising cleanly from hardship without compromise. When he starts to defend his brother's purity, she cuts him off with sarcasm, mocking the idea that he is some flawless being. She concludes that his faith is based more on idealization than understanding. Then she attacks the image behind that faith, saying no one builds a guild like an angel without stepping on others. To force him to face it, she offers to show the kind of path his brother actually walked as a hunter. She begins with her own past, explaining that after losing her athletic career to an injury, she entered the guild world. Despite knowing nothing but sports, she rose quickly through cooperation with major companies and became a key figure in Jupiter, one of the country's strongest guilds. That success made her someone who could recognize power and ambition when she saw them. In that world, one of the only guild masters she considered her equal was Han Yuhayan of Abyss. She remembers first seeing him after he coldly rejected a sponsorship offer from a major backer. Others mocked him as a reckless high schooler who did not know his place, and warned that crossing powerful people would ruin him. Back then, she still thought the world could be corrected, so she went to intervene. She confronted the sponsor, arguing that targeting a child over wounded pride was indefensible. She believed she was stepping in to protect a boy who was not even old enough to drive. Instead, the situation erupted into sudden violence and flames. Onlookers panicked, thinking a monster attack had begun. Caught in the chaos, she cried out for help. Through the fire, she saw Han Yuhayan standing amid the destruction. The men responsible were reduced to begging for mercy, promising they would never cross him again. What she witnessed was not a scolding or warning but a one-sided massacre. Afterward, he approached her through the burning wreckage and asked if she was all right, as if nothing extraordinary had happened. The memory ends on the terrifying force of his attack, underscoring the brutality she wants his brother to finally acknowledge. A brutal clash erupts, and a bloodied blade drives through the chaos as someone survives by force alone. The weapon hangs in the aftermath, stained and smoking, marking how close the fight came to killing them. A woman with first-hand knowledge mocks the idea that the target was ever an innocent child, admitting she had underestimated what he really was. She frames him as something beast-like rather than human, turning the memory into a warning instead of sympathy. She explains that the old incident was buried as a gas explosion, while everyone tied to it was quietly eliminated until the Abyss Guild absorbed the people behind it. In the present, Hyuna sits uneasily with her fox-like beast mount, shaken by what she is hearing. When she questions how any of this could be true, the woman tells her that this is simply how S-class awakeners are. She presses further, asking whether Hyuna's brother had already changed long before his awakening, since the siblings had been separated for years. That question forces Hyuna inward, making him reconsider memories he had not wanted to examine. The woman leans in and urges him to stop thinking like a brother and judge the situation coldly. She insists the brother Hyuna remembers is gone, replaced by a monster only pretending to be harmless for now. To drive the point home, she imagines the brother eventually revealing his true nature even to Hyuna. She warns that staying emotionally close to him could put Hyuna in danger. Before she can continue, a call comes in from someone in Abyss, showing that this matter has already reached powerful ears. Using that leverage, she offers Hyuna help if he wants to distance himself from his brother. Instead of panicking, Hyuna quietly realizes his brother must have stumbled through the same chaos and bloodshed she is describing. He abruptly asks for the phone, catching her off guard. He answers the call himself, and his brother immediately checks whether the woman has been filling his head with lies. As Hyuna listens, he privately redefines his brother not as a monster but as someone who clawed his way up through horror. The truth settles in his mind. His brother rose by blood and corpses, not by innocence. Even so, Hyuna dismisses the woman's warning and tells his brother she was just talking trash. The woman realizes too late that Hyuna is not horrified by blood on his brother's hands. Hyuna makes it clear he understands this world's brutality because he survived in dungeons himself and is hardly clean either. That conviction is rooted in his own memory of his brother protecting him through trauma rather than threatening him. He concludes that anyone who endured that much would naturally hold tighter to family, and he admits he had underestimated his brother's feelings. Then he turns the tables by openly bringing up the exact date and place of a secret from the woman's past, proving he has information that can hurt her too. He calmly recites the details of that hidden incident, while she lunges in panic to stop him. The mention of her brother shocks her so badly that she loses composure. She realizes Hyuna has touched a secret almost no one should know. Desperate, she grabs him and demands to know where he learned it, while he casually reminds her that secrets can be overheard. Her beast mount flares with murderous intent, but Hyuna calls the bluff by pointing out she cannot afford to lose a beast mount. Still in control, Hyuna proposes mutual silence, noting that exposing his brother would cost him less than exposing her would cost her. The woman recognizes that the frightened younger sibling she expected is not the one standing in front of her. She gives up on manipulating him and admits she misjudged both brothers. With a bitter laugh, she says she only tried this because she thought Hyuna might be more innocent than his brother. She warns him that if he stays this way, other guild masters will approach him too, meaning this pressure will not end with her. Hyuna realizes that his connection to his brother has made him a target in his own right. Their tense standoff is interrupted when Yerim charges in, furious that the woman is bothering Hyuna again. She inserts herself between them protectively, while the woman instantly smooths things over and pretends the conversation was harmless. Even as she plays nice, she quietly threatens Hyuna to keep her secret buried. The filming set resumes around them, and the confrontation is forced back under a layer of normalcy. Watching the woman and Yerim interact, Hyuna notices how close they seem and starts thinking beyond the immediate conflict. He wonders whether Yerim might end up joining Breaker once her contract with Abyss ends. That idea immediately collides with a larger problem. Breaker itself may not survive much longer. He recalls that if Ryana cannot handle the challenge from Seokwan, both MC and Breaker could collapse within a year. As he absent-mindedly gives water to the fox, Hyuna starts considering what role he should play in what comes next. Seeing Yerim's overwhelming attack power and her easy rapport with the woman, he thinks she could become a key ally if he wants influence over S-classes. He decides that a female S-class mentor like Yerim might guide Hyuna better than the kind of male powerhouse others would push on him. That practical thought is instantly ruined when Yerim loudly misreads everything as a plan for family building, leaving Hyuna mortified. As filming resumes, her panicked whispering escalates into a ridiculous plea for Yerim to stay away from Hyuna before she somehow corrupts him. Han Yujin is introduced as the so-called monster dad, warmly seeing peace off and setting up his unusual but affectionate role. Yujin remembers how the public branded him a monster instead of a beast tamer, though those close to him treat the title lightly. He and Manhwa arrive at the equipment maintenance department after being allowed to use its workspace. Yujin explains that the permission came only because Manhwa had spent all night sharpening knives there, and even frightened one of the workers. He encourages Manhwa to get along with the maintenance staff, since this place could become part of his future as a blacksmith. Manhwa hopes so, admitting he wants out of dungeon raids, and Yujin bluntly agrees that combat was never his strength. Yujin reassures him that if he is truly destined to become an SS-class blacksmith, workshops like this will matter more than battlefields. They enter the equipment maintenance department, where Manhwa's possible future starts to feel real. As the door opens, heat and light spill out from inside. The blast of heat hits them immediately, making both realize they are stepping into a far harsher environment than expected. Inside, they find a full industrial forge in operation, and Yujin recognizes this as the true domain of equipment maintenance. Molten metal pours and sparks fly, showing that this department is closer to a smithy than a simple repair room. Yujin notes that the workers here are all serious professionals, many of them awakened and at least E-class. Manhwa notices a glowing crystal and wonders if even the materials here are magical. His curiosity nearly gets him in trouble when he reaches for it, and is sharply stopped by a worker. Yujin quickly smooths things over by explaining they were expected and that Manhwa was supposed to be given a place to work. The worker recognizes the arrangement and relaxes. He confirms he has heard of Manhwa's whetstone skill, while Yujin privately wonders whether someone so physically unimpressive can really become a blacksmith. The worker leads them deeper in and checks whether Manhwa at least knows how to use a sharpening machine, and Manhwa admits he only tried one as a child. Manhwa is impressed by a specialized grinder that can sharpen blades automatically. He is tempted by the machine's convenience, but the worker makes clear that equipment is reserved for department use and that another space has been prepared for him. A separate room is opened for them. They discover that Manhwa's assigned workspace is a neglected storage-like corner filled with scrap and discarded parts. Instead of the advanced machinery outside, he is given only a manual grinder. The worker leaves as if this is sufficient, despite Yujin trying to stop him. Yujin protests that dumping Manhwa in a dingy side room is unfair and insulting. Manhwa hurriedly tries to stop Yujin from escalating the situation. The worker's cold reaction makes it clear that arguing further would only worsen their standing. Nearby workers quietly dismiss Manhwa as an unqualified outsider benefiting from connections, resenting that an F-class was brought in at all. Manhwa accepts the hostility as natural, knowing they see him as someone who got lucky rather than earned his place. Rather than complain, he decides to treat even this meager chance as a blessing and resolves to work hard. Left alone with the manual setup, he still feels guilty that Yujin had to bring him here and awkwardly prepares to begin. Yujin worries because Manhwa has not used this kind of tool in a long time, but Manhwa chooses to try anyway. He starts the grinder by foot, committing himself to the old-fashioned method. As the stone begins to turn, the work finally becomes real to both of them. Manhwa tests a knife against the spinning stone and is startled when sparks jump from the blade. A system response acknowledges the sharpening as valid progress for his skill, confirming that this crude work still counts. Realizing that manual tools may suit him better than automated machines, Manhwa begins to understand his own path. He ties back his hair and settles into the task with new seriousness. As he continues sharpening, Yujin can only warn him not to hurt himself while watching the change in him. Yujin falls silent, sensing something unfamiliar in Manhwa's focus. The quality of the sharpening suddenly becomes striking enough to shock him. One by one, the finished knives emerge with a clean, gleaming edge that looks unmistakably refined. Yujin is startled not just by the result, but by the expression on Manhwa's face as he works. Manhwa now handles the grinder with steady concentration, looking completely at home in the craft. Yujin compares this to the Manhwa he knew before and realizes the difference is profound. He remembers a man who used to flee in fear from danger. He also remembers someone habitually timid and weighed down, never at ease. Watching him now, Yujin realizes he has never seen Manhwa this calm before. At last Yujin quietly leaves to take peace to training, while Manhwa remains behind, absorbed in sharpening as if he has finally found where he belongs. Manhwa realizes his visitor is still there, embarrassed that he has been so absorbed in his work that time slipped by. The younger man declines being escorted and casually says they will meet again at home, revealing a familiarity that catches Manhwa off guard. As he leaves, the younger man decides he wants to keep watching Manhwa longer. To him, Manhwa looks like someone barely surviving in harsh conditions who has finally been returned to the environment where he naturally belongs. He concludes that even without any special eye for talent, Manhwa's gift is obvious enough that he should have no trouble thriving on his own. But the very next day, that intense effort catches up with Manhwa. After only one day of sharpening, he is left bedridden with severe muscle pain, making him feel pathetically weak. When he fails to show up, people at the workshop immediately notice his absence. The workers identify him as the newcomer who had been using their grinder and mock him as a product of favoritism. Learning he called in sick after a single day only deepens their suspicion that he was pretending all along. They assume he quit because he could not handle the work, until someone points out evidence that contradicts that judgment. The others turn to see what he means, still not understanding. What he shows them is a batch of 1,000 sharpened knives. The scale of it stuns them. Manhwa really sharpened 1,000 knives in one day. While he lies at home recovering, the toll of that effort is written plainly across his exhausted body. About a week later, the workshop has settled into a new rhythm. The workers are startled by what they find when they look in on the sharpening area. Manhwa is back at work, pushing himself with grim concentration despite the strain. His output has climbed dramatically, reaching 5,600 knives sharpened out of a 10,000 target. At home, that same dedication has transformed the dinner table into an unexpectedly lavish meal. His housemates are amazed that his knife skills seem to be elevating his cooking too, and they are overwhelmed by how good the food is. One bite is enough to make Yerim jokingly pledge herself to him, showing just how completely the meal wins her over. As she devours the food, she remembers she still has to return to the dungeon and regrets leaving such a feast behind. Yerim admits she has been frustrated lately because her current dungeon runs are too limited to be exciting. As a miner, she is restricted to lower-rank dungeons, so she is eager to level up, gain new skills, and make real money. She starts considering non-stop dungeon grinding to speed up her growth, but Manhwa immediately objects. He warns that low mana is harder to notice than low health, and collapsing mid-fight from overuse could get her killed. When he asks about her mana, Yerim reveals a value of 102. That number throws his own situation into perspective, because his mana is absurdly low even after equipment boosts. Still distracted by how unfair that difference is, he is pulled back when Yerim asks whether he plans to stop going into dungeons himself. Instead, she argues that with cooking this good, he could make a fortune without risking himself as a hunter. She presses the point further, saying his talents are valuable enough that he does not need that dangerous profession at all. Manhwa counters by worrying that he is the one overworking himself, but the older man insists he keeps doing both jobs simply because he enjoys it. Wanting to help anyway, Manhwa offers him his expensive gloves to ease the strain. The older man protests because the gloves are a rare A-class item, but Manhwa insists he is not using them much and lends them until the sharpening is done. The gift hits him hard, and he is moved almost to tears by the trust and generosity behind it. He clings to the gloves with comic devotion, while the others laugh and tell him not to get carried away. With that support, Manhwa keeps working steadily, preparing enough blades to last through the afternoon. He hauls heavy bins through the workshop himself, still carrying a punishing workload. As the heat bears down on him, he reasons that the furnace-driven workshop would naturally be unbearable. Then someone tosses him a blue cloth and tells him to use it. He learns it is a towel made with magic stones that stays cool, a practical kindness the workers use to endure the heat. Realizing they are looking out for him because the place is so hot, he gratefully accepts, and the work begins to feel more manageable. Even so, the accumulated strain leaves him sore enough that he has to stop and stretch. When he checks the time, he is shocked to realize how late it has gotten. He opens the door expecting activity, only to find the workshop gone quiet. Seeing the place empty, he wonders if everyone has already gone home. That is when he notices a strange crystal still glowing in the darkened room. Drawn in by the self-illuminating crystal, he leans closer with innocent curiosity. The moment he reaches toward it, someone urgently warns him not to touch it, and the sudden shout makes him recoil. A young worker nervously insists he did not tamper with the glowing crystal under inspection. The senior craftsman explains that the crystal is an S-class magic stone worth at least $1 million, making the discovery astonishing. He adds that a preserved stone of that size is extremely rare, and they have left it untouched because no one knows how to refine it properly. That limitation becomes an indictment of the guild itself, since even a major group like Abyss lacks anyone capable of processing such a treasure. The younger man is reminded how far beyond an F-class hunter this kind of opportunity should be. The older man bluntly acknowledges that the young worker is probably being mocked as someone who only got in through nepotism. He clarifies that their workplace values skill above all else, but admits that life sometimes demands exceptions for people overlooked by the usual system. He shifts from criticism into a broader reflection on how talent can remain hidden if no one gives it room to surface. In that spirit, he suggests that some people deserve a special chance because they were buried before anyone recognized their worth. He points to proof that the young man has already been useful, having heard that he sharpened equipment for the staff the day before. After checking that work himself and finding it nearly restored to new condition, the craftsman becomes convinced of the young man's potential. He tells him that if he wants to keep working there, he must prove through persistence that he is more than a product of favoritism. The young man accepts that he can compensate for weak stats by supporting others through equipment, and he resolves to work hard. For a while, that new path seems to be settling into place smoothly. That calm ends the moment an urgent knock interrupts everything. Someone arrives asking for Hunter Manhwa, pulling him away from his routine. A tense woman in a suit confirms his identity, making it clear this is official business. She orders him to come with them at once, while the others in the workshop realize something serious is happening. The reason emerges when she invokes Hunter Han Yujin's name and places a hand on Manhwa's shoulder. She reveals that Han Yujin has gone missing, so Manhwa is now being investigated in connection with it. The news leaves him stunned, unable to process what could have happened to Yujin. He protests that Yujin was supposed to spend the whole day at World's Edge, so this disappearance makes no sense to him. When he insists Yujin had not been acting strangely, the implication grows darker that this may not have been a voluntary disappearance, and another worried acquaintance rushes in asking about Ajusi. That newcomer explains he was on his way to a dungeon, but turned back immediately after hearing the news. The officials begin moving everyone along, saying the guild master has returned and they need to regroup around the unfolding situation. When the newcomer asks if he can help, he is told to stay put because he would only be safer out of the way and cannot do anything useful right now. Manhwa is left shaken, caught between fear for Yujin and helplessness. A few hours earlier, Yujin had been enjoying a quiet moment in his building, unaware of the trouble about to spread around him. He relaxes on the couch, pleased that things finally feel peaceful. He reassures himself that Yuhyun and Yerim are doing well, and that he has even secured Han Manhwa a temporary place under a guild master until his abilities awaken. The only flaw in that calm is Peace, whose energetic scratching is tearing up the couch. Rather than getting angry, Yujin indulges the little creature and recognizes that it is simply restless from being stuck inside. He decides to take Peace downstairs to train and burn off that excess energy. On the way out, he is stopped at the elevator while carrying Peace and politely explains that he is heading down. The bodyguard questions him, and Yujin finds the constant supervision mildly annoying. He reflects that the major guilds have arranged rotating bodyguards for him, a compromise that protects both his safety and his identity. Once the guard confirms he is going to the second basement training room, Yujin answers casually while Peace squirms in his arms. Then Peace shocks him by pressing the B2 elevator button on its own. Yujin drops into delighted praise, thrilled that Peace has shown unexpected intelligence. He proudly fusses over the creature, while the bodyguard watches with a more restrained reaction. Yujin remembers that the previous bodyguard adored Peace, and realizes not everyone is going to be equally charmed. The elevator doors open before the awkward silence can linger. A group of workers with large luggage asks to enter, forcing Yujin and the guard to make room. They apologize for the bulky cargo, and Yujin readily welcomes them in without suspicion. As they step inside, Yujin quietly studies them more carefully. Their visible ranks tell him they are not members of World's Edge, immediately marking them as outsiders. When he asks, one of them explains that they belong to Bricks, a guild affiliated under World's Edge. They say the luggage contains armor and other gear from a low-grade dungeon, and that they occasionally borrowed the training room to test such items. They laugh off any concern by insisting the equipment has already been inspected, while Yujin plays along and praises their hard work. The elevator continues down toward B2, carrying Yujin, Peace, his guard, and the suspicious visitors into the basement together. As suspicious workers wheel luggage away, the young man leaves with Peace in his arms under the watch of a bodyguard. Once they are alone, he admits to himself that the men who just left seemed deeply suspicious. Even in the middle of that tension, he gets briefly hung up on the petty fact that none of them found Peace adorable. He quickly scolds himself, and tries to dismiss that thought as irrelevant. Reaching the gym, he sets Peace down and cheerfully lets the fox explore. Peace immediately grabs a rope toy and growls, focused only on play. The young man starts getting ready to train, still treating the moment as harmless. But as he turns, something suddenly feels wrong. A red cloud flashes into view, and he realizes too late that an attack has already begun. The suspicious men reveal themselves and use powder on Peace, catching him off guard. A system alert identifies the powder as poison fruit, but Peace's poison resistance cancels its effect. Even so, Peace reels from the hit and struggles to recover. The young man sees Peace collapse and panics, calling out to him. Before he can react properly, someone clamps a hand over his mouth and silences him. His captors realize the sleeping powder failed and begin wondering what protected him. As they inspect him, he recognizes them as the same men from earlier and understands the threat is real. He fights against their grip, trying to break free despite being restrained. He lashes out with a kick, and the attackers are stunned that someone they thought weak can hit back this hard. One of the men is sent flying, throwing the ambush into confusion. His sudden strength shocks them further because it does not match the F-rank profile they expected. He decides the only thing that matters now is reaching the exit. He rushes toward the door and desperately calls to the bodyguard for help, hoping an ally is still there. Instead, the bodyguard punches him down, revealing he is part of the trap. The betrayal leaves him stunned and gasping as the last hope of easy rescue disappears. The bodyguard coldly rebukes the kidnappers for mishandling such a simple job. He concludes the young man's resistance must come from equipped items and orders those items stripped away first. Pinned by multiple men, the captive can only watch as they start tearing his gear off. When his gloves are removed, a system notice confirms his strength drops sharply. His belt comes off next, cutting his dexterity, and he realizes MKC must have sold him out by sending kidnappers instead of protection. Now weakened and surrounded, he frantically searches for any way to escape. One captor notices his earring and suspects it may be another detox item. He tries to stop them, but they rip the earring out despite his protest. The system reports that the Black Fairy's earring is gone, and with it a large portion of his mana. He remembers that mana loss gives no visible warning, meaning he could collapse without realizing how close he is to empty. Calculating how little he may have left, he goes quiet while the kidnappers assume he has finally given up. Believing him subdued, they decide to hide both him and Peace inside the luggage they brought in. As his consciousness fades, he bitterly realizes he should have understood the danger the moment those men showed no affection for Peace. A splash of water jolts him back awake before they can move him. He wakes coughing on the floor, and the kidnappers are startled that he recovered so soon. Still bound, he hears a calm voice confirm that he is finally awake. He looks up to find a scarred man in charge of the operation crouching before him. The man mockingly explains that he woke him by splashing water on his face. The captive studies him, fails to recognize the name Kim Woo-jae, and reasons that if this man is B-rank, he must be a high-ranking figure in the kidnapping guild. Kim Woo-jae drops the pretense and says plainly that he has no interest in bullying a weak F-rank without a reason. To force compliance, he grabs the young man by the hair and jerks his head back. He finally states his goal. He wants the ownership token for the Hornfire Lion, and he expects it handed over. Standing over his prisoner, he insists that no rescue is coming and that resistance is pointless. He narrows the demand further, making it clear that what he really wants is the master's token itself. The captive realizes this means Peace is still alive, and from the kidnapper's earlier plan, he also infers that Peace is probably being held nearby. Kim Woo-jae warns that the 5 major guilds and the association will all turn on the captive if he keeps interfering, then casually starts a countdown, making it clear he intends to force the token out of him soon. The kidnappers reveal that Ajasi's bodyguard is still unsuspectingly waiting at the training room, so no one has realized the target has been taken. Elsewhere, a guard stands by while the conspiracy around the missing bodyguard remains hidden behind normal appearances. The lead kidnapper mocks any hope of rescue, convinced that even if the disappearance is discovered, no one will be able to trace their hideout. He explains that they are at a dock packed with containers and that the victim will already be out of Japan before anyone can search the right place. When the captive reacts to Japan's involvement, the kidnapper makes clear that the buyer's identity matters less than the auction site, and that selling him there would bring a fortune. The captive quickly pieces together the logic of the abduction and starts calculating his chances instead of panicking. He realizes they isolated him by replacing the assigned bodyguard and moving him overseas, then wonders whether he can survive long enough for help to arrive. His hope rests on the guilds and the association launching a search before the ship reaches international waters, where recovery would become far harder. Determined to stall for time, he listens as the kidnapper smugly demands the master's token. Instead of yielding, the captive suddenly laughs at how much his captor has already exposed. He points out that a man who just admitted his price tag and value should not expect him to hand over anything out of fear. He presses the advantage, reasoning that they cannot afford to damage him too badly if they want to sell him. Growing bolder, he insults the kidnapper's intelligence, and openly treats him as too incompetent to make proper use of the token anyway. As he keeps taunting him, he secretly reaches for something on the floor, trying to turn the situation to his advantage. He commits to the bluff, still talking as if he controls the exchange. The kidnapper snaps and violently slams him down, ending the captive's attempt to dominate the conversation. Standing over him, the kidnapper reminds him that he is still powerless here. Even while coughing on the floor, the captive refuses to submit, and insists he knows exactly where he stands. He declares that he is smarter and more capable than a disposable B-rank thug, and that numbers alone will never make them his equals. That defiance provokes the kidnapper into escalating from threats to outright torture. The captive realizes too late that the next blow is meant to cripple, not just intimidate. The kidnapper stomps down on him, crushing his body under his boot. He coldly justifies the abuse by saying the captive is too valuable to kill, but not too valuable to break. The captive endures it on purpose, deciding that if he can make his injuries severe enough, he might force them to delay the transport for medical treatment. Rather than continue personally, the kidnapper drags him to another room and promises a new kind of torment. He is thrown into a barred enclosure with no way to defend himself. The kidnapper reveals they have been raising a monster and leaves the captive to face it alone. The captive's composure finally cracks when a venomous tentacle brushes against him from the darkness. Seeing real fear at last, the kidnapper takes satisfaction in having broken through his resistance. The monster is identified as a C-rank dungeon creature whose poison tentacles cause intense pain for half an hour before the victim's body starts shutting down. Its predatory stare makes clear that this is no bluff but a controlled execution tool. The kidnapper leaves him with the beast, eager to watch a prized captive beg before the poison does its work. He grants 30 minutes and shuts the door, trapping the captive with the monster and its writhing tentacles. At that moment, Yerim arrives elsewhere in the building, alerted by the emergency around Ajosi's disappearance. She finds Hyung in the corridor, already waiting with information. Hyung confirms that MKC contacted him, and Yerim immediately closes in for answers. She grabs him by the shirt, too angry to keep her composure. Yerim demands that he stop being vague and explain how this could have happened. A staff member protests that Abyss Guild security was supposed to be airtight and that Ajosi should never have been vulnerable inside it. Hyung admits the kidnapping should have been impossible under normal circumstances, which only deepens the alarm. He compares the situation to a wolf pack that should obey its alpha, implying that the bodyguard system only works if the chain of command remains intact. He explains that Hyung's bodyguards were restricted to direct subordinates of the guild masters, so Yerim demands to know how Ajosi was taken anyway. The answer is that the assigned bodyguard was secretly swapped before the incident. Hyung concludes that someone inside MKC itself arranged the substitution. He traces the motive to MKC's sponsor conflict, where rival backers and split loyalties among hunter factions created the opening for betrayal. He had already suspected that sponsor pressure was pushing Choi Seo-kwan out, and that the two factions would eventually clash. What he failed to anticipate was that one of their sub-guilds would join hands with the enemy and exploit low-class hunters as tools. Yerim cuts through the politics and asks the only thing that matters now, what MKC knows about Ajosi's current location. Hyung admits they still do not know where he is, and reveals that this uncertainty is exactly why he summoned her. He asks Yerim to use White Cadaver, turning the conversation from explanation to the first concrete step toward finding the captive. A blue-haired man narrows his eyes as he focuses on the danger ahead. Realizing the smell of blood came from nearby, he agrees to read the memories of the bodyguard hidden in the room while being asked to find where Hyung is being held. As the door opens, the dark-haired man reveals he has already arranged for MKC to deal with the bodyguard afterward. Inside, the bodyguard is already dead, making it clear that killing him was considered a more reliable way to get answers than forcing a confession. The dark-haired man orders that Hyung must never learn this, and the blue-haired man quietly accepts the secrecy. Elsewhere, a phone shows 7:42 as a watcher notices something is wrong. A scarred thug realizes he is not receiving the routine signal he expected and starts to suspect trouble. He wonders if their operation has already been exposed. Even so, he decides the mission can still pay off as long as he secures the token, even if everything else collapses. Confident, he bursts into the room expecting to mock his captive. Instead, he finds Inky sprawled on the floor and is caught off guard by the strange scene. Believing the curse should have kept Inky conscious but helpless, he steps on him and demands he get up. When Inky barely responds, the thug taunts him for being too weak to move, then notices something odd. A monstrous purple-black creature rises behind him as Inky quietly calls to it. The thug hears Inky speaking and turns in confusion, not understanding what is happening. Before he can react, one of the creature's tentacles lashes out violently. The attack coils around his arm, and his confidence breaks as he panics over the sudden reversal. Staring at the binding tentacle in disbelief, he realizes this is far beyond what he expected. The creature presses close, fully asserting its presence and control over the room. Inky gets back up and reveals that he can do more than summon weak monsters. He admits he usually avoids exposing all his abilities, then orders Inky to bite the thug. The thug immediately senses this creature is unlike anything he had been told about and braces himself. He protests that mere F-rank should never have been capable of something like this. Mere F-rank answers that he is far more capable than people assume. The story jumps back 30 minutes to show how Inky first appeared before Mir. Mir's first reaction to the tentacled creature is disgust and alarm. He tries to reassure himself that his curse resistance should keep him safe even against something this unsettling. But the curse immediately bites into him, proving the situation is already dangerous. In pain, he quickly turns to his inventory ability for help. As the creature watches, Mir worries whether he can survive 30 minutes against a C-rank curse. Armed with a knife, he faces the creature as it suddenly hesitates instead of attacking. Mir notices the shift and pauses to reassess. He realizes the C-rank curse is retreating from him in fear, even though he is only F-rank. A system message explains that his Dragon Slayer title has activated a special effect against Roktors. Another message reveals that all his skill effects are doubled when facing Creek, leaving Mir stunned. He begins connecting the creature's fear to his anti-dragon title. The system clarifies that Dragon Slayer proves he killed a rank 1 dragon alone, and Roktors' natural enemy greatly boosts his effectiveness against this species. Mir realizes that even a simple title can become overwhelming when amplified by his prison spoon influence skill. The creature weakens under the pressure, though Mir notes he still lacks a direct attack skill. He then understands that the doubled effect should strengthen not only combat abilities but also his power to influence others. Testing that idea, he drops the knife and abandons force. The creature recoils while Mir reaches out, choosing to tame it instead of fight it. He summons a magic stone from his inventory and gently tries to win the creature over. Offering the finely ground C-rank magic stone as a treat, he coaxes the curse like a wary animal. Back in the present, he explains to the thug that luck favored him because the circumstances happened to suit his abilities. He adds that thanks to the thug's actions, he ended up gaining a powerful new friend. Mir commands Blackie to attack, and the creature lunges at the thug's restrained arm. The thug insists the tentacles cannot hurt him and tries to overpower them. But the curse's grip starts eating through his resistance, and his certainty falters. In that opening, Mir drives a knife into the thug's back, turning the fight decisively against him. As the scarred man tries to force the situation, the younger man panics and is called out for making a reckless move. Despite being weakened by poison, the younger man drives a knife into him and turns the fight around. Realizing the poison has lowered his opponent enough for a blade to matter, he takes grim satisfaction in finally hurting a B-rank. The wounded man is enraged that someone he considers beneath him managed to injure him at all. In retaliation, he summons Blackie again, betting everything on his contracted monster. He reassures himself that even now the creature is only C-rank and still within his ability to handle. Even with one arm compromised, he commits to fighting and grips his weapon with brute force. He charges the beast head-on, refusing to yield control of the battle. His strike lands cleanly, cutting through the monster with overwhelming force. Blackie is split apart and begins collapsing into dark energy, leaving its master exposed. The scarred man laughs off the loss and mocks the idea that killing that creature could change anything. He keeps up the sneer, still convinced the gap in rank makes his victory inevitable. While the younger man kneels amid the fading remains, the scarred man declares that no low-level nobody can ever beat a B-rank. He starts promising revenge for being humiliated, but his confidence falters when something suddenly feels wrong. Dark purple energy begins gathering around him as the younger man rises with a new presence. The scarred man realizes too late that his own body is no longer under control. Even the remains of Blackie react strangely, hinting that the monster's death has triggered something else. The younger man understands the hidden condition at last. Because he killed a creature that loved him, final gratitude has activated, and another trait boosted further. A system message confirms that Rochida's natural enemy effect doubles the power of final gratitude. Now standing over his fallen enemy, he calmly notes that the amplified effect is going to hit much harder than expected. He frames what comes next as self-defense, since he is only returning the violence that was meant for him. With glowing eyes and tendrils surrounding him, he coldly asks why someone who wanted a quiet life had to be dragged into this. He seizes the scarred man by the head and takes complete control of the interrogation. Reversing their roles entirely, he demands to know where his kidnapped younger brother is being kept. The captive can only spit out hatred, still refusing to cooperate. Terrified by what he is facing, he calls the younger man a monster and vows revenge instead of giving useful information. That answer convinces the younger man there is no reason left to spare him. The scarred man suddenly realizes too late that the substance covering him is becoming another weapon. The younger man activates sticky poison, layering a second lethal skill onto the helpless target. He apologizes almost mechanically, explaining that his abilities, especially final gratitude, cannot be allowed to become known. As the poison begins to consume the man, he laments that this kidnapping has forced him to kill for the first time. The body continues dissolving under the corrosive effect, leaving no chance of resistance. He decides not to destroy the corpse completely, because someone in his circle can still read memories from the remains. The story then shifts to him recounting a much earlier and far more awkward event, his first blind date. At the cafe, he is almost absurdly excited just to realize he is actually on a date. Trying to make conversation, he admits he never had time for romance because he was busy raising his younger brother, then immediately starts showing off his brother's photo. He keeps praising his brother at exhausting length, turning the date into a one-sided tribute instead of a real conversation. His date takes it kindly and remarks that his younger brother must be very grateful for everything he has done. Before the moment can settle, the very brother being praised appears in person, and the narrator proudly identifies him as his precious one. The younger brother immediately scolds him for being outside because it is dangerous, and starts physically dragging him away. The date abruptly becomes a bizarre procession, with the brother tagging along and effectively taking over. It gets stranger when they all end up at the date's home. The host casually invites them in for a meal, as if this escalating absurdity were normal. Inside, another man appears and fusses over the host with almost devotional care, making the situation even more surreal. They sit down to eat together, and even a simple problem like stuck perilla leaves becomes a matter of household concern. Both the younger brother and the devoted middle-aged man instantly compete over who gets to separate the leaves for him. The meal devolves into a ridiculous clash of overprotective affection, while everyone else watches the chaos unfold. The bewildered date can only stare as bits of food and debris fly through the air around him. The narrator sums up the disaster by asking who could possibly accept a boyfriend whose life already comes with an obsessed younger brother, a clingy middle schooler next door, a personal chef friend, and a pious middle-aged attendant all fighting over him. The memory ends on the reveal of a bent metal restraint, implying just how forcefully the younger brother had intervened that day. The young man notices his body has changed so much that even his own strength now feels hard to control. As he steadies himself alone, he realizes his stats have surged because of final gratitude. He works out that this empowered state will last 7 days instead of the usual hour, and decides he must hide that fact once he returns. Before leaving, he checks whether Blackie's stolen abilities include anything useful. A full set of beast-like skills appears before him, giving him several options for movement, detection, restraint, and poison. He quickly identifies the most practical ones, especially a disguise skill and a danger-sensing skill that could keep him from provoking stronger hunters. Testing his altered body, he misjudges his movement and clips his foot painfully. The pain confirms he still needs to adjust to his boosted physical ability. He reassures himself that with his increased stats, even that injury is no longer enough to slow him down. He activates one of the new powers, and blue energy wraps around his legs. The skill takes hold, surrounding him with a strange aura as his movement becomes unnaturally smooth. With that power carrying him forward, he heads down the corridor toward the captives and the piece he came to secure. He approaches a room where the kidnappers are still relaxed enough to chat casually, unaware he is already upon them. Inside, the prisoners are being reassured that escape is possible, just before the situation is violently interrupted. His sudden arrival sends the room into chaos before anyone can finish speaking. He slips through the corridor with overwhelming speed, leaving guards and captors too stunned to understand what is happening. Calmly wrapped in the blue aura, he advances as if none of them can truly stop him. In another room, a man lounging comfortably is jolted by the disturbance. The intruder reveals himself to that man as the hostage he had abducted. The kidnapper is shaken that his victim not only escaped but tracked him down. The young man ignores the question and demands the key to the horned fire lion, while the other man starts preparing a response instead of surrendering. A hidden weapon or power begins to emerge, warning that the kidnapper intends to fight. Sizing him up, the kidnapper mocks him as a lucky low-rank hunter who should never have come in so boldly. He boasts that the horned fire lion is securely locked away and that only he controls the key. Then he arms himself with a named item, the Bloody Storm Axe, and openly challenges the weaker-ranked hunter to try taking it. He never gets to finish the threat, because the young man strikes first and smashes him across the face. As the man reels in confusion, the young hunter repeats his demand for the key and the beast's location. Another invisible blow lands before the kidnapper can understand the skill being used against him. Realizing too late that his opponent had been hiding an item or ability, the kidnapper starts to panic. Bleeding and cornered, he accuses the young man of getting captured on purpose to set this up. The young hunter refuses to explain anything and coldly demands the key again. With the man collapsed and choking on pain, the young hunter makes it clear he would rather end this quickly than keep tormenting him. He takes hold of the fallen axe, preparing to use the man's own weapon to force compliance. Then he remembers he has another option and decides to use a different skill instead of simple violence. A dark purple poison begins to gather in his hand. When the venom splashes down with a corrosive menace, the sight alone terrifies the captive kidnapper. That fear breaks him, and he blurts out where the cage is while offering the key as long as the threat stops. Even then, he tries to protect himself by demanding a contract before he hands anything over. He begs for a written guarantee of his safety, promising the key in exchange for a pledge that he will not be attacked. The young hunter agrees, but adds his own condition that the man must also keep silent about him. Relieved, the kidnapper accepts at once, believing he has secured his survival. With the key now in hand, the young hunter turns his attention back to rescuing Peace. But before he can leave, the supposedly cowed man's expression hardens with a new plan. He suddenly lunges, his arm transformed into a red beast-like claw, aiming to exploit the contract's limits. The ambush succeeds enough for him to seize the young hunter by the throat. As he tightens his grip, he revels in having turned the situation around. He explains that the contract only prevents the young hunter from attacking him, and that breaking it would trigger a blinding curse. Mocking his inexperience, he declares that a novice who barely knows dungeons was easy to trick. Confident in that advantage, he keeps the contract in front of them as proof that the young hunter is trapped. That confidence shatters when the contract is suddenly torn apart, leaving him stunned that his safeguard has failed. When a curse is triggered against him, he immediately activates a vision-based loss curse to destroy the contract binding it. The attack fails because his curse resistance nullifies it, and he coolly lets his opponent know he is far more experienced than expected. Accepting that this outcome was inevitable, he steps through the spreading curse energy without concern. He makes it clear he never intended to spare the man who targeted him. He decides to leave the scene looking like an internal conflict so no one will suspect his involvement. Since the witnesses never saw him use his real abilities, he chooses not to kill them and trusts the guild to retrieve them later. Just as he is about to leave, he remembers there is still one more life he cannot ignore. He finds Blackie collapsed in the corruption, barely holding on. Recognizing the creature and its condition, he turns back instead of abandoning it. He decides that letting Blackie slowly break down into raw material would be worse than intervening himself. He pours his power into the dying beast in an attempt to salvage what remains. As the energy surges around him, he stays focused on seeing the rescue through. His effort condenses Blackie into a red crystal, and he quietly thanks it as he preserves its existence in a new form. The story shifts to the holding cages where the aftermath of the incident is being uncovered. He reaches Peace's cage and gently announces himself to the sleeping horned fire lion. Entering the enclosure, he checks on Peace and confirms the creature is still unconscious. He wants to take Peace out immediately, but realizes doing so before the others arrive would only raise suspicion. So he decides to stay beside Peace and wait for the rescue team to find them together. Cradling the sleeping animal, he reassures it that he will be there when help comes. For a brief moment, the danger gives way to quiet relief as he watches Peace rest safely in his arms. Even so, he worries that Peace might die before he can fully protect it. Soon the sound of rushing footsteps signals that the search party has finally arrived. The rescuers locate him and announce the discovery with urgency. They report that Hunter Han Eugene and the horned fire lion have been found in the first wing. Seeing him collapse with Peace in his arms, they order the cage opened and the guild master summoned at once. An alert confirms that an S-class awakener is rapidly approaching the scene. Half conscious, he senses the familiar overwhelming presence and realizes Yahello must be the one coming. Yahello bursts in, calling for his brother in panic. As Eugene wakes, his first thought is that Yahello has come to save him. The rest of the group crowds in behind him, all of them anxious to know how badly Eugene was hurt. Leaning on their support while still holding Peace, Eugene dryly notes that he has somehow become the center of everyone's concern. When he tries to move on his own, pain overtakes him and Yahello catches him immediately. The others erupt in outrage and worry, ready to call a healer and hunt down whoever did this. Eugene downplays his condition and insists he can still walk. Yahello ignores that claim and simply carries him out himself, making it obvious he will not let his brother strain any further. As orders are given for a healer, Eugene is touched by Yahello's protectiveness even while feeling slightly embarrassed by it. They quickly load him into a car and leave the scene behind. A guild member promises to finish the investigation and clean up, while telling Eugene to go home and rest. On the ride, Eugene reflects that making a child handle a scene involving white cadaver use is harsh, while Yahello insists they stop at a hospital first. That suggestion jolts Eugene, because a full examination could expose things he needs hidden. He protests that he has already been treated, but Yahello pushes for a complete checkup anyway. Internally, Eugene panics that medical testing might reveal his inflated stats from the last reward. So he cautiously asks if they can skip the hospital altogether. He frames the refusal as discomfort with hospitals, strangers, and the risk of being subjected to more tests. Yahello immediately relents, apologizes for pushing him, and orders the car turned around so they can go straight home. Even after agreeing, Yahello keeps fussing over him and demanding reassurance that he is truly unhurt. Then Yahello suddenly notices a strange reptilian scent on Eugene, making Eugene realize he may have brought back evidence of his hidden actions. To avoid further suspicion, Eugene quietly activates Lizard on the wall, and decides he can simply wash away the smell once he gets home. With that, the exhausting chain of crises finally comes to an end for the day. In the aftermath, MKC is temporarily stripped of security duties, an outcome presented as entirely predictable. The guild tightened visitor screening and had guards personally verify anyone coming in, showing how seriously they were responding to recent threats. That reminder leads into another memory surfacing from the past. The memory returns to a bleak, confined place where someone had been trapped behind bars. In that cell, a frightened young man crouched in fear, still trying to engage with whoever had found him. He offered a small bottle as if it might help or prove something important. Inside were blue crystal fragments, the detail that fixed the memory in place. Before anything could come of it, a long-haired man was already standing over the collapsed captive. He sensed danger too late, and turned just as the attack came. A monstrous assailant burst in violently, and the scene turned into sudden slaughter. The witness could only stare in shock as the bloodshed unfolded in front of him. He jolted awake from the nightmare, dragged out of the memory by sheer panic. Breathing hard in bed, he tried to tell himself it had only been a dream. The sleeping fox nearby grounded the room in the present, but not his thoughts. He realized the vision had not been random at all but a memory carried over from Inky through the skill he still possessed. The weight of that borrowed memory left him hunched over, shaken and unable to brush it off. He went to drink water, recalling that these episodes used to happen often before he had forgotten them. As he drank from the refrigerator, he noted that not much time had passed since he rewound time. That thought pulled him toward an old fear. Low-rank hunters died so often that he had once expected death as routine. He remembered a period when he had shut himself in, drinking for days after an incident, until people likely sent by Yahello forced him to a hospital. He tried to reassure himself that things were different now, yet worry remained because Manhwa was still out there. When he noticed the room was too quiet, his concern sharpened. He realized Manhwa was gone again instead of resting where he should have been. Following the noise, he found signs that Manhwa had slipped away to work. Manhwa had returned to his workshop, throwing himself back into forging despite everything that had happened. He kept grinding and shaping metal with obsessive focus, as if effort alone could make up for his helplessness. Sweating and exhausted, he pushed on with the desperation of someone trying to outrun his own thoughts. He drove the blade down again and again, forcing progress through raw repetition. Counting his attempts, he marked another failure in a long string that had reached 9,980. Even while drained, he clung to the work because it was the only thing keeping him moving. At last his strength gave out, and he slammed his fist down in frustration. Bent over the workbench, he was left with the knife, the scraps, and the proof that all his effort had changed nothing. His self-contempt surfaced openly as he questioned what any of this forging was worth. What haunted him most was that his friend had been taken, and he still had no real way to help. He replayed the moment he had tried to offer help, only to be shut out by the people handling the crisis. They had told him to stay put because he would only be safer there and useless otherwise. Worse, they had investigated him and made clear that despite his long connection to Eugene, he had no meaningful ties to Han Eugene now. He could not even argue convincingly, because from the outside he really did look like a stranger to the situation. That was the deepest wound. Not only was there nothing he knew how to do, he had no recognized place beside the person in danger. Alone in the workshop, he concluded bitterly that all he truly had was this futile labor. Then his phone rang, interrupting the spiral with a call from his older brother. Elsewhere, Han Eugene answered casually, not yet expecting bad news. The call immediately turned urgent when he was told Manhwa had disappeared again. Eugene first tried to downplay it, but the caller insisted this was not a short walk and that Manhwa had deliberately run away. The proof was absurdly specific. Manhwa had prepared beef bone soup before leaving, meaning he had planned to be gone. That convinced Eugene that Manhwa intended not to return soon, leaving him vulnerable to being taken again. Meanwhile, Manhwa wandered the city alone, carrying his guilt with nowhere clear to go. He admitted to himself that he was too ashamed to face Eugene after failing him so completely. The rejection he had heard earlier kept echoing back, reinforcing that he had been no help during the kidnapping and was not even truly Eugene's friend anymore. With that belief crushing him, he drifted through the streets thinking he had nowhere else to belong. Lost in thought, he finally noticed a trivial problem at his feet, a loose shoelace, just as his wandering pause began. A young man fumbles with his shoe as if even a simple task is going wrong. Burdened by a backpack and scattered belongings, he crouches on the sidewalk trying to pull himself together. He sinks into the thought that nothing in his life is working out. Two children notice something among his dropped things and call his attention to it. What they found is a pass card identifying him as Myungwoo of the World's Edge Guild. The children immediately assume he is a hunter and swarm him with excitement and admiration. Their questions pile up, and the sudden attention leaves him overwhelmed and unable to live up to what they imagine. He blurts out that he is not a hunter at all, only a housekeeper in the World's Edge dorm. When they press further, he admits he is awakened but only has a Class F weapon-type skill. That confession drags him back into the cruel judgment he has heard before, that someone like him has no worth. The children repeat the common prejudice that Class F hunters are useless because they cannot enter dungeons or make money. He silently relives how everyone dismissed him, even though he had hoped awakening would finally change his life. Instead, the skill he received was officially branded garbage skill, a useless Class F ability. He remembers people, including someone named Eugene, treating his awakening as proof that he was doomed to be worthless. Even the apology he got was only another insult, making clear no one expected anything from him. The memory breaks him, and his humiliation spills out in front of the children. He collapses into loud despair, shocking the two kids who only meant to approach a supposed hunter. When they ask why he is crying, he openly admits he sees no future for himself. The children decide that if his problem is his weak skill, they should help him fix it. They grab him and confidently promise they know how to help him earn a better skill. His narration reveals that their version of help begins with outright torment, starting with water torture. It escalates to them shoving him from the second floor in the name of training. As they drag him onward, he realizes in disbelief that he is being bullied by children under the guise of assistance. Before he can recover, they call him to the next trial. Their next idea is to make him jaywalk across a massive road to trigger a life-or-death awakening. He panics and tries to stop them before they can demonstrate something fatal. After the near disaster, he demands to know why their help consists only of reckless danger. The girl insists they are helping because skills are supposed to appear when someone's life is threatened. The boy argues that if they keep putting him in danger, a good combat skill should eventually emerge. That logic reminds Myungwoo of the desperate conditions under which his own awakening happened. He starts to see why they believe this, and the children take his hesitation as proof they are right. Still, he feels they have taken the idea far too far. The children look up at him, waiting for his answer without any sense that what they are doing is abnormal. He realizes with alarm that they treat this kind of daily danger as normal preparation for becoming hunters. He tries to steer them back towards studying and away from risking their lives. They reject that advice, convinced ordinary study leads nowhere and that hunting is the only path that matters. Their words make him recognize how deeply the obsession with combat hunters has shaped this generation. He bitterly concludes that society has simply shifted its pressure from academics to hunting, without changing at all. Before the conversation can go further, a sudden disturbance shakes the city around them. All three freeze as they realize something serious is happening nearby. An emergency announcement declares that a dungeon break has occurred and orders civilians to evacuate immediately. A disaster alert confirms the breach is in their district, practically right in front of them. Instead of fleeing, the children rush toward the danger, excited that the crisis might awaken them too. Myungwoo lunges after them, desperately trying to stop them from running into the breach. Ignoring the panic of the crowd, he chases the children while shouting that it is far too dangerous. At the source of the disaster, monstrous limbs and thick webs tear through the ruined area. A giant spider-like creature emerges from the web destruction, confirming the scale of the threat. News spreads that the center of the dungeon break has left the city streets engulfed in spider webs. The emergency report identifies the invaders as giant spider-like monsters now loose in the city. Authorities conclude that a hidden gate had formed inside an abandoned building, allowing the outbreak to go unnoticed until it burst open. A man monitoring the situation suddenly notices something below and urgently tries to stop what is happening. At street level, 3 people keep running across a crosswalk in the middle of the evacuation. They flee through a city canyon choked with webs while a helicopter overhead confirms some civilians still have not escaped. A giant spider closes in, and the girl in purple panics at the sheer horror of it. Seeing web-wrapped bodies near the monster makes the danger feel even more immediate, and the group has no idea how to respond. The older man regrets bringing the 2 younger ones here, while the girl insists they came to awaken and should not fall apart now. Even as he hesitates, all 3 keep running through the webbed ruin. The spider suddenly drops into their path and cuts off their escape. The man and boy break down in terror, but the girl orders them to stay back. Trying to seize control of the crisis, she throws herself forward with a supposedly mastered secret punch. The spider barely seems concerned by her attack. Instead of turning the fight, her charge ends with her being violently swatted away. She crashes into rubble and is left on all fours, shaken and hurt. As she struggles to breathe, the others call out to check whether she is still okay. When she looks up and sees the monster looming over her, she realizes in horror that this is not how things were supposed to go. The older man rushes in, grabs the children, and forces them to run before the spider can strike again. He directs them toward a stairway as their only chance of escape. On the stairs, he orders the boy to reach the roof and call for rescue while carrying the injured girl himself. Though terrified and exhausted, he accepts that he has no choice but to keep moving with her on his back. The girl weakly tells him to abandon her. Through tears, she insists she is doomed anyway and should be left behind. She explains that she only awakened as an F-class, making him realize her despair is tied to being almost powerless. Before he can answer, the boy spots something ahead and cries out in alarm. The spider has already reached the stairway, cutting off even this escape route. The man panics and urges them to get to the roof immediately despite the monster blocking the way. His legs begin to give out under the strain and fear. Clinging to him, the girl blames herself for everything and begs again to be left behind. With the spider bearing down on them, she argues that an F-class with no combat skills can only drag them to death. She concludes that her life is not worth saving. Her plea to be discarded hits the man hard and leaves him stunned. He sets her down as the threat closes in, making a decision. Instead of retreating, he reaches into his bag for a weapon. He steps in front of the 2 children with a knife, placing himself between them and the spider. The girl can only stare as he prepares to fight. He tells them he will hold the monster off so the 2 of them can go on without him. Both children reject the idea, protesting that he is no seasoned adult hero either. The girl pushes back against his sacrifice by repeating his own words back at him. She tells him he should never speak as if a life can simply be thrown away. Her words trigger his memory of someone once telling him that even if a person cannot do much, their life still has value. Holding on to that lesson, he tells them to go get help and come back for him. He orders them to support each other and run as fast as they can. Then he faces the spider alone and forces them to leave. As they retreat, they promise through tears that they will return for him alive. Their faith overwhelms him, because he knows surviving this fight should be impossible. Even so, he cannot abandon them after hearing the girl deny her own worth, so he resolves to fight despite his fear. The spider attacks first, and knocks him away before he can do anything meaningful. He is hurled through glass and sent flying out of the building. As he tumbles through open air, he bitterly recognizes what has happened. Believing this is the end, he resigns himself to a life that never seemed to go right. In his final thoughts, he thanks Yujin and, seeing a figure above, wonders if death has brought him a last vision of her. As he falls, Yujin realizes with bitter relief that the last thing he may see is the person he cares about. That person lunges toward him in panic, refusing to let him disappear. He desperately orders Yujin to grab his hand before it is too late. Yujin, stunned and tearful, can only stare as the rescue reaches him. In that instant, he is overwhelmed by the thought that this man has always managed to find him. Their hands finally lock together. Even while both of them are still falling, that connection keeps Yujin from being lost alone. The memory breaks apart there in a blinding rush. What follows is only a fragmented recollection of a monstrous presence appearing. A giant spider-like creature attacks, and strange purple tentacles erupt into the chaos around them. Yujin is left bewildered by the impossible sight unfolding at point-blank range. The tentacles seize them and carry them away while he struggles to understand what is happening. His rescuer treats the situation as if Yujin is hallucinating and focuses only on getting him out safely. When Yujin presses for answers, the other man abruptly knocks him unconscious to stop the questions. That is where Yujin's memory ends. He wakes with a start, disoriented and soaked in panic. Realizing he is in the dormitory, he tries to piece together whether any of it was real. The news confirms that the children from the incident were rescued alive. That proof sends him reeling, and before he can sort himself out, someone notices he is awake. Yujin turns to find the young man who saved him standing there with food, and the sight of him hits hard. The boy brushes off Yujin's talk of tentacles as a strange dream and explains that abyss hunters brought him home. Yujin pretends not to remember clearly, hiding how much of the impossible rescue still troubles him. The boy immediately scolds him for recklessly entering danger and nearly dying. His anger spills out as fear, revealing how terrified he was of losing Yujin. Hearing that, Yujin is quietly shaken by how deeply he matters to him. The intensity leaves Yujin flustered and overwhelmed. When tears start falling, the boy mistakes them for pain and worries he has been hurt. But for Yujin, the heaviness he had been carrying finally begins to lift. He hesitantly asks whether they can still remain friends even if he keeps using and depending on him. The boy snaps back that there was never any doubt about that. He even assumes Yujin's recent distance came from pointless anxiety rather than rejection. Then he proudly points out that Yujin has been doing well on his own, even earning praise from the equipment maintenance department. Lowering his head, he admits that he should be the one asking the important question instead. What he really wants is for Yujin to stay close enough that he can keep eating the food Yujin makes. Yujin answers with a promise not to abandon him, offering to keep cooking and even live with him if that is what he wants. That simple request fills Yujin with genuine happiness. He finally understands that he never needed to fear being unwanted by this person. With that realization, his thoughts drift back to the lonely place where his despair had once begun. He remembers the workshop and the ordinary workbench that became his refuge. Back then, he tied up his hair and prepared himself to work through another bleak day. He set the whetstone in place with practiced hands. He pressed the pedal and started the machine. As sparks flew, he remembers that all along his efforts had been for Yujin's sake. That memory leads him to reflect on what Yujin had already been to him. Before any of this, he had been a worn-down man surviving on almost nothing. Then his awakening came at last, registering him as an awakened with the E-class skill whetstone. He had awakened alone in a tiny, pitch-black apartment, with no triumph in the moment. In fact, it happened on the very day he had been trying to kill himself. Even after that, the system offered only a small hunter registration subsidy. When officials dismissed his ability as useless and told him to find another path, his life did not improve just because he had awakened. A withdrawn young man steps outside after a long time indoors, already weighed down by exhaustion and isolation. Counting the little money he has, he realizes it will barely cover rent and debt, leaving him with nothing to hope for. He reflects that he never expected much from life in the first place, and was never treated as someone important. Seeing a crowd gathered for some newly awakened elite hunter, he instinctively tries to avoid attention and slip away unnoticed. In his own mind, he has always been a side character, someone whose life leaves no mark. That belief has left him drifting through a hollow existence, alive but with no purpose, no support, and no idea what to do. Even surviving a failed awakening feels meaningless to him, and he reaches the point of wanting life to end. Before he can sink any further, someone grabs hold of him and stops him. A bright, earnest young man named Yujin reaches him in time and pulls him back from that edge. He remembers that meeting as the moment his life began to change. At first, he could hardly trust the kindness being offered to him. He felt undeserving of any help, as if accepting it would be wrong. Still, while others around him had obvious talent and direction, he remained anxious because he had neither confidence nor a clear role. Even after spending endless time sharpening knives, he still could not imagine himself gaining a powerful or glamorous ability. His despair ran so deep that he once tried to push away anyone who wanted to save him. But hearing his own hopelessness spoken aloud forced him to confront how broken he had become. That was when he understood he had been wrong about his own worth. Thinking back on it now, he realizes Yujin had seen the truth from the very beginning. Yujin never looked down on him or treated him as lesser. He also never forced him into combat, or into becoming someone he was not suited to be. Instead, Yujin simply kept giving him chances to keep working, so he could devote himself to the one craft he truly could improve. Over time, that steady support turned his labor into a real path forward. He comes to understand that Yujin had been encouraging him all along. Because someone believed in him when he could not believe in himself, his fear finally begins to loosen. For the first time, he no longer feels trapped by anxiety and failure. He sees a future in the skill he has honed with his own hands. With that conviction, he decides he wants to become stronger for Yujin's sake and in his own field. He does not aim to match the fighters around him, only to excel at what he alone can do. That determination pushes him to the brink of a breakthrough. At the final moment, his forging reaches completion and his work transforms into something extraordinary. Overwhelmed, he breaks into tears as the result proves his effort was not meaningless. He silently vows to repay the faith Yujin placed in him. The system confirms his awakening as a creator, granting him the SS-class skill Master of the Golden Forge. Later, the workshop erupts in alarm when people discover a precious mana crystal is gone. The workers panic, assuming it was stolen during the night. What they do not realize is that the crystal has already been consumed in the creation of a new weapon. Someone calmly explains that the crystal was not stolen at all but has found its rightful master, and the world will hear about it soon. The finished weapon reveals itself as a radiant ice spear infused with immense power. When Yerim takes it in hand, she immediately senses that it is far beyond an ordinary S-class weapon. Recognizing it as Manhwa's handmade Far Mini Ice Tree Spear, she prepares to test its strength. She chooses a distant lake as the target. Confident and excited, she unleashes the spear's power to see what it can really do. The attack surges forward in a massive torrent of freezing energy. The lake is struck by an explosive bloom of ice that spreads with overwhelming force. At first Yerim is thrilled by how completely the weapon freezes the target. Then she realizes the result is far beyond even her expectations. The frozen eruption towers across the landscape, proving that her skill has been amplified to a terrifying degree. Observers identify the effect clearly as an S-class ice attribute upgrade produced by the weapon. The creation is unveiled publicly as the 16th domestically made S-class weapon, drawing national attention. At the presentation, officials certify it as an S-class weapon and formally recognize Manhwa as the Korean Hunter Association's first S-class blacksmith. At a press event, a reporter presses him to reveal the highest grade of weapon he can make. He answers with confidence that his crafting has no upper limit in theory. The room is stunned when he adds that anything beyond SS class depends on his own proficiency, turning him into a global sensation. As the crowd buzzes, someone notes that Manhwa may now need protection, while another insists he already seems dependable enough. The speaker agrees that Manhwa looks far healthier and stronger than when they first met. It is explained that Manhwa's stats rise through crafting, and that he has already reached C-class, which sounds impossible to hear. The idea of stats increasing from crafting alone is treated as unheard of, reinforcing that Manhwa is becoming exceptional in multiple ways. That realization leads into a memory of how extraordinary his skill really is. A few hours earlier, Manhwa had reacted in disbelief to what he had just learned. He was told that the powerful weapon had been made almost immediately after gaining the skill, thanks to rare materials that happened to be available. To prove it, the crafter casually summoned the skill's power. He revealed that the skill came with a private dimension filled with S-class and SS-class crafting materials. He explained that he had used those built-in resources, including an ice branch and a mana crystal from the equipment room, leaving Manhwa overwhelmed. The skill had even provided a crafting encyclopedia, making the process easier and making Manhwa feel cheated by comparison. While Manhwa bitterly compared it to his own miserable skill, the crafter invited him to see the forge itself. Manhwa, still lying down, could only repeat the word forge in confusion. The crafter activated the golden forge and opened the way to the place tied to his skill. He explained that only people he personally permits can enter this hidden space. As Manhwa reached for him, he joked that in a story this kind of secret realm would make Manhwa the true protagonist. Their hands met, and the permission took effect. Manhwa's joking thought about being the protagonist was cut off by the transition. He arrived inside the forge and had to shield his eyes from the sudden brilliance, while his guide watched with quiet satisfaction. As his vision adjusted, Manhwa realized he was seeing something far beyond an ordinary workshop. The immense, radiant interior left him openly awestruck. He fixated on the giant tree-like structure around the forge, and worried that it should have burned away long ago. Instead, he discovered the fire burned endlessly without fuel, which even the crafter had not fully understood. That uncertainty turned serious when the flames suddenly began to react on their own. A massive face formed inside the fire, revealing a living presence within the forge. The crafter instinctively moved to protect Manhwa, only for Manhwa to remind him that he was physically tougher now. The being was identified as a fire elemental, making the situation even more unbelievable. The elemental introduced itself as Ismuar, welcomed its new master, and explained that it had been born from the forge's final breath at the moment of creation. Manhwa was thrilled to meet a real elemental, while the crafter explained that Ismuar had helped him make the weapon and that the previous master had prepared it to teach him crafting basics. That mention of a previous master raised a new mystery about who had owned the forge before. The crafter admitted he knew almost nothing beyond what had been left behind, including a bouquet and a written message. The bouquet itself looked like another deliberate gift from whoever had arranged this inheritance. Because the writing used an unknown script, he asked Manhwa to read it, and Manhwa found that he somehow could. The message welcomed the successor and offered a blessing tied to embers and molten metal. That led Manhwa to recall theories that dungeon ruins are traces of another civilization from a different world. He connected the forge's inheritance to those theories and began to suspect its previous master may have come from that other world. In his mind, he imagined a craftsman from that lost civilization working at a forge like this one. He also imagined that the elemental and forge had been intentionally left behind for the next worthy inheritor of the skill. Returning to the present, he concluded that the system itself might be tied to that hidden legacy, while the crafter offered him the bouquet. Manhwa was caught off guard by the gesture. The crafter told him sincerely that everything he had gained started with Manhwa's help. Manhwa accepted the flowers and promised to support whatever path came next, whether the crafter entered a guild, stayed independent, or remained in the abyss. Holding the bouquet, he was moved by how much of this had only happened because of him. Elsewhere, another schemer celebrated in advance, pleased that both Hyan and Manhwa seemed to be joining and already dreaming of the money to come. Back in the forge, Manhwa quietly tried to stop the crafter from making such a heartfelt gesture. The crafter froze, bouquet in hand, unsure what Manhwa meant. Embarrassed, Manhwa clarified that he did not need to be looked after so carefully, then admitted there was something important he had been keeping to himself. Yujin awkwardly tries to explain himself, clearly uncomfortable with where the conversation has gone. He clarifies that he and Manhwa were never truly close, undercutting any assumption of a deep bond. Correcting himself, he says they only really met properly through the Hunter Association, making the relationship even more distant. Manhwa already understands that and bluntly recognizes how miserable Yujin must feel after being dragged into this by a near stranger. Yujin insists Manhwa no longer needs to worry about him and should simply choose whatever path he wants. Manhwa hesitates, thinking that Yujin had finally stopped trying to control him, and that seeing him relax had actually been comforting. He recalls deciding that letting Yujin go might be kinder than keeping him bound to his side by force. That memory leaves Manhwa silent as he weighs what Yujin is really asking of him. Yujin reminds him that this crafting skill was supposed to give him influence beyond even a major guild, and Manhwa confirms it. Once that is settled, Manhwa decides there is no reason to hesitate any longer. He hands over the flowers and prepares to move on, while Yujin is caught off guard by the gesture. With a calm smile, Manhwa declares that he will now live and act on his own terms, just as Yujin told him to. Soon after, at a public event, Manhwa presents the newly made ice spear as a gift to an Abyss Guild hunter. The recipient accepts it with delight as the ceremony turns Manhwa's work into a major public statement. The announcement makes clear that, after receiving help from Abyss, Manhwa has chosen to give his first S-class weapon to their side. Watching this unfold, Yujin is hit with regret and realizes he may have just thrown away an enormous opportunity. Even so, he tells himself that if Manhwa is now in the spotlight, at least life might become easier for him. Beside him, another observer notes that Manhwa has truly made it and no longer needs protection. That leads to the obvious question of whether Manhwa will now leave Yujin and stand on his own. The answer seems self-evident. As the world's only hunter who can produce equipment, Manhwa will be courted by every guild and hunter. Yujin agrees that there is no reason for Manhwa to stay with him when better options are available. He downplays their connection, insisting they were never lifelong friends, only people who knew each other briefly. His companion starts to challenge that view, but Yujin remains detached and keeps sipping his drink. On stage, the Abyss Hunter warmly thanks Manhwa and praises the weapon as perfect for her. When she unexpectedly includes Yujin in her thanks, he nearly chokes in shock. Manhwa then openly credits Hunter Eugene for everything, making Yujin the center of attention whether he likes it or not. In front of the crowd, Manhwa says that words are not enough to describe what Yujin has done for him. Hearing that, Yujin's companion realizes Yujin had no idea how deeply Manhwa valued him. He tells Yujin that, to them, he means far more than he has been willing to admit. The public declaration goes further, making it clear that Manhwa intends to remain at Yujin's side rather than leave him. As the applause continues, Manhwa quietly reassures the host while Yujin is left overwhelmed by how openly he has been defended. After that dramatic announcement, several quiet days pass. Yujin stays inside under heavy security, with little reason to go anywhere. Meanwhile, Manhwa spends his time shut away in the forge, and Yujin settles into a peaceful routine of waiting and snacking. The only thing disrupting that calm is Peace, who has become strangely sluggish. Yujin tries to coax the fox outside, but Peace barely responds. Concerned, Yujin picks the creature up and wonders why it is so lethargic despite not being injured. As he carries Peace out, he gently asks whether the earlier kidnapping frightened it more than he realized. A blonde woman intercepts them and assumes he is heading to the training room, offering to accompany him. She introduces herself with cheerful familiarity, and immediately takes charge of guiding him. Yujin is informed that this is his new bodyguard, Hunter Kong Soyoung, an A-class recruit brought in from England by the Jupiter Guild Master. Her youth and talent are emphasized, marking her as an unusually valuable protector. But the real issue is the rumor mill, which is already pairing her romantically with Yohayan and turning her into a potential family connection in Yujin's mind. Soyoung, however, is focused on peace and greets the fox with easy warmth. Yujin quickly approves of her, happily entrusting both the route and his precious fox to her care. As they ride the elevator, she brings up how shaken she was by news of the kidnapping. She says she is relieved he survived because he is her only hope, leaving Yujin baffled. Soyoung reveals the reason. She possesses an SS-class beast mount skill called Dragon Rider. That revelation instantly gets Yujin's full attention. She explains the problem at the heart of it, dragons are the most difficult monsters of all to tame. A woman reflects that taming a high-class dragon should be impossible for an ordinary hunter, but she believes her rare dragon-related skill gives her a real chance. Back in the present, she vents her frustration that she has the ability yet still cannot use it. She explains that dragon nests have begun appearing in Jupiter-managed dungeons, and if the eggs can be incubated safely, she may finally get a dragon of her own. The prospect thrills her so much that she already imagines raising the hatchling like her own child. Yuhayan, watching her enthusiasm, can only awkwardly admire how earnest she is. She doubles down by telling him she needs him to do his best, since everyone already treats him as the one who will help raise her future dragon. That phrasing leaves Yuhayan mortified, while she remains oblivious to why it sounds so intimate. He realizes the embarrassing rumor started because Hyuna kept repeating it, and silently blames the guild master for this mess. Their attention shifts when Peace seems distressed in the pet area, prompting them to check on him. Peace is still shaken and miserable, unable to settle down after what happened. Yuhayan worries because Peace refuses to let go of him, and the woman concludes the recent kidnapping must have badly frightened the creature. Trying to help, Yuhayan gets dragged into Peace's frantic clinging while she watches and notes that the fox-like monster still has enough spirit to play. She decides a walk might calm him, but hesitates because taking a monster outside would normally be impossible. Yuhayan immediately offers a solution, saying he knows a place where Peace can go safely. He reveals that Jupiter has a rooftop garden they can use, and she quickly contacts the guild master to ask permission. On the other end, the guild master agrees without hesitation and sends a car for them. He makes it clear that Yuhayan is welcome there whenever he wants. Already anticipating the visit, the guild master decides to prepare properly for his guest. When they arrive, the rooftop garden overwhelms them with how beautiful and expansive it is. Yuhayan explains that Jupiter keeps the area private, so they can use it freely without interference. Peace, seeing open sky and butterflies, is introduced to a world completely unlike the confined spaces he has known. Yuhayan gently reassures him that this place is safe. He also assures Peace that the woman can be trusted, trying to ease any lingering fear around her. She immediately proves how little she respects boundaries by leaning all over Yuhayan while trying to charm Peace. Yuhayan internally panics at her acting like an affectionate in-law, while she crouches down and promises Peace he can play as much as he wants. Peace remains wary, worrying that her casual behavior could affect Abyss's future, and resenting how lightly she treats everything. Then Peace seems to understand her intent, and both humans are relieved when he finally responds positively. His attention is caught by the hydrangeas, and she happily asks whether he likes the unfamiliar flowers. Peace bursts into excited play among the blossoms, scattering petals and energy everywhere as the two scramble to keep up. She laughs off the mess, pleased that Peace is enjoying himself, and turns the conversation back to the dragon egg she is waiting to hatch. With pride, she reveals that the egg is supposed to hatch into a Class 3 flying dragon called a dark spiked wing. She describes it as a powerful, heavily armored flying species with dark scales, huge spines, and a poisonous tail. Instead of being intimidated, she finds that description adorable. Her delight at the dragon's dangerous traits leaves Yuhayan thinking her tastes are a little strange. Still, she warmly invites Peace to visit often so they can keep taking walks together. Yuhayan agrees, seeing that this arrangement would be good for Peace. As they walk beneath the open sky, he realizes how long it has been since he enjoyed something this ordinary and peaceful. He begins to think this hidden garden may become one of the few places he can still come to freely. When Peace brings him a flower, the moment feels unexpectedly tender, though Yuhayan remains uneasy that they are inside the guildmaster's territory. That calm is interrupted by a system warning that an S-Class Awakener is approaching, triggered by Peace's instinctive fear of the strong. The woman turns at once, realizing the guildmaster himself has come. Yuhayan stiffens, immediately on guard. The guildmaster's arrival is heralded with the effortless confidence of someone who sees this visit as only natural. He appears in person, greeting them smoothly and framing Yuhayan as an honored guest. His identity carries immense weight: Gong Hyunjae, master of Jupiter and owner of the nation's top guild. His fame and influence extend beyond Korea, and his overwhelming power has made him one of the world's most formidable hunters. Yet instead of a confrontation, what he has prepared is an extravagant tea service laid out in the garden. The sheer luxury of this spread leaves Yuhayan stunned and suspicious. The woman cheerfully abandons him to the situation, telling him to enjoy himself. Yuhayan is left facing the guild master alone as the man calmly pours him tea, making the encounter feel even more deliberate and unsettling. While sharing tea outdoors, the dark-haired man is handed a gift meant for his horned fire lion companion, and he privately wonders why the blonde man seems so appealing even in such a simple moment. The gift turns out to be a dragon wing bone, a rare item chosen specifically to please a powerful carnivorous monster. The blonde man explains that high-grade predators are especially fond of this kind of bone, making it a calculated offering rather than a random present. The little fire lion immediately adores the gift, and its delighted reaction makes the dark-haired man see the gesture as unexpectedly thoughtful. As he eats the sweets set out for tea, he starts reconsidering the blonde man and admits to himself that he may have judged him too harshly. Even while enjoying the food, he insists inwardly that he still dislikes sweets and refuses to give the blonde man too much credit, while the blonde man gently notes how relieved he is to see him healthy again. The dark-haired man responds warmly, apologizing for not checking in sooner and revealing that he had genuinely worried after the kidnapping. The blonde man brushes that aside with teasing affection, saying the visit matters because the dark-haired man is important to his future, which leaves the other man flustered and silently vowing payback. He reinforces that his concern is sincere, not polite small talk, and underscores it by reaching across and taking the other man's hand. From there, his tone shifts into open praise as he tells the dark-haired man that, among all current hunters, no one rivals his unique ability to raise top-class monsters. He adds that aside from one foolish decision by MKC, the major guilds are all eager for a chance to approach him. The blonde man makes the scale of that influence clear, saying any group the dark-haired man contacts would likely bend to his wishes. He even offers to prove it, but the dark-haired man hesitates, realizing this admiration is also a pressure tactic. Trying to stay casual, he declines the test and recognizes that the blonde man is deliberately flattering him to steer the negotiation. When he jokes that he is too fragile to move safely without protection, the blonde man immediately turns that into a proposal. He should keep another top-class monster at his side for security. The dark-haired man is caught off guard by how directly the conversation turns toward giving him another monster. The blonde man is surprised he has not already heard this from his younger brother, implying the idea has been discussed elsewhere. He explains that MKC is paying compensation because their role in the kidnapping nearly got everyone involved killed. That omission makes him question why the younger brother kept such important information from the dark-haired man, especially given how protective he usually is. The dark-haired man covers for his brother and says it is fine, though the gap in communication clearly unsettles him. He reflects that his brother has indeed been withholding details about the kidnapping's aftermath, and he imagines how helpless he would have been if he had remained weak and uninformed. Admitting his confusion, he says he no longer understands his brother's recent behavior. The blonde man then broadens the discussion, pointing out that the dark-haired man now has enough influence to build a faction comparable to the major guilds. He argues that with the foundation already laid and more monsters under his command, that faction could grow into a dedicated monster squad. The dark-haired man objects that raising so many monsters would never be legally allowed, but the blonde man treats that as only a temporary obstacle. He argues that laws only hold while society remains stable, and that the current system is already straining under dangerous dungeons and monsters. As he elaborates, he warns that the number and difficulty of dungeons are increasing too quickly for the present order to last much longer. In his view, the world will soon become desperate for any source of combat power, whether that comes from beasts, monsters, or something even less acceptable today. Under those conditions, he says, the dark-haired man would become an irreplaceable figure unlike anyone else. He defines that future value plainly. Someone who can reliably raise A-class and S-class monsters would hold extraordinary power. He advises the dark-haired man to speak honestly with his brother, suggesting the brother knows this already and is hiding him from others because of it. The dark-haired man senses that beneath the praise, the blonde man is carefully measuring him and testing how much he understands. Elsewhere, the focus shifts to the brother as someone confronts him about what was just said regarding his older sibling. The brother admits that something about the situation has been bothering him, enough to revisit an old memory. He recalls using white cadaver in the past and reading the memories of a Bricks Guild member involved in that earlier incident. That memory showed him the moment he was being targeted, giving him a clue about what really happened. In the recollection, the kidnappers were confused that a supposedly instant sleep powder failed to knock him out, and guessed he might have used an antitoxin item. The brother rejects that explanation because Ajusi should not have possessed any antitoxin items at all. That inconsistency convinces him that his older brother is hiding something significant. Back in the present, the dark-haired man remembers that Jupiter had promised to assign him a bodyguard stronger than an A-class hunter. The answer arrives in absurdly direct form when the blonde man personally drives him home, effectively appointing himself as that bodyguard. The dark-haired man is baffled that an S-class hunter has so much free time and is using it to escort him around so casually. Still, he makes clear that gratitude will not soften his stance in their negotiation. The blonde man suddenly leans in close, startling him before doing anything more intimate. Instead of flirting, he simply reaches over and fastens the seatbelt the dark-haired man forgot to wear. Embarrassed, the dark-haired man accepts the correction, while the blonde man remains amused by how easily he rattled him. The blonde man then frames the ride as a small apology for not being able to help much during the kidnapping incident. The dark-haired man laughs it off, though he admits to himself that the sudden closeness genuinely shook him. As they continue driving, he blames MKC for causing the whole chain of events in the first place. The blonde man agrees, but lightly points out that MKC's mistake is also what brought the dark-haired man to visit him. During the drive, the blonde hunter calmly reports that MKC has become corrupt enough to be cut off soon. He delivers that judgment with easy confidence, showing he already sees the guild's downfall as a practical matter. Yujin is caught off guard by how casually such a dangerous conclusion is being discussed. As the city passes outside, Yujin wonders whether MKC is collapsing earlier than it did before his regression and suspects his earlier intervention may have changed the timeline. He turns to the window and tries to think through what this altered future means while clutching the bouquet meant for the visit. His attention sharpens as he weighs the risks of being alone with someone this unreadable. The blonde man admits that before the rewind he knew little about this hunter beyond his reputation. What he does know is unsettling, The man's past before awakening is obscure. He rose to fame quickly after becoming an S-class, and his powers are tied to plants and vines. Unsure how much danger he is in, Yujin considers secretly using his sprout skill to gather more information. He decides to test it carefully by pretending to read a sign outside so his gaze won't give him away. Even that small attempt makes him tense, because he knows being noticed could be fatal. He fixes his eyes on the window and tries to make the skill use look natural. To avoid detection, he resolves to read only part of the sign and keep his eyes from moving too much. Yujin stiffens and lowers himself slightly, trying to hide both his nerves and the skill activation. The bouquet shifts in his lap as he carefully restrains every unnecessary movement. The car continues forward, but the pressure in the cabin makes every second feel dangerous. Bracing himself, Yujin hunches down with the fox in his arms and prepares for the worst. Instead of the sprout skill, his fear resistance activates under the blonde man's overwhelming presence, confirming just how oppressive that power is. Yujin realizes with dread that he may have underestimated the danger completely. He understands that if the man beside him applies even a little force, he could be killed before he can react. When a hand suddenly presses down on him, Yujin panics, shocked that he was noticed before he even managed to use the skill. The fox bares its teeth as if to defend him, while the blonde man dryly reminds it that it was supposed to be Yujin's bodyguard. Trying to recover, Yujin nervously jokes that the man is not planning to take over MKC as well. The blonde hunter's amused expression makes it clear he is enjoying Yujin's discomfort. His hand lingers near Yujin's neck in a gesture that feels more like control than reassurance. Yujin quickly denies doing anything suspicious and insists that neither he nor the fox made a move. The blonde man lets the denial pass with a smile that suggests he is not fooled. Still sweating, Yujin addresses him formally, trying to smooth over the exchange without provoking him further. They arrive at the guild headquarters, where senior staff are already waiting outside to receive the visitor. The blonde hunter steps out first and lightly notes that everyone has come out to greet him. He opens the door for Yujin, but Yujin scrambles out so fast that it is obvious he wants distance immediately. Watching him retreat behind the waiting men, the blonde hunter remarks with amusement on how quickly Yujin moved. He hands over the bouquet Yujin left behind and asks what business brought the guild leadership out to meet him. The bespectacled executive answers stiffly that an unannounced visit from someone like him is troubling enough to demand a response. The blonde man feigns innocence, saying his people merely informed them that an S-class hunter from another guild would be visiting, which only irritates them more. The executive reminds him that hunter guilds function like armed factions, and visits between top-ranked hunters are never politically neutral. As the warning continues, Yujin realizes this kind of visit can be treated as a serious threat, and wonders why the man personally drove him here at all. That realization leaves Yujin momentarily stunned. He starts to suspect the blonde hunter may have brought him along partly to provoke MKC for his own amusement. The blonde man dismisses their hostility and deliberately softens the mood by plucking a flower from the bouquet. He promises to guarantee Yujin's safety and pins the flower onto the executive, turning the assurance into a public display. Then he states that he wants to entrust Yujin to them along with the bouquet, making the handoff sound both courteous and possessive. As an additional gift, he presents a pair of earrings that boost magic power and carry a B-class barrier skill, asking them to look after Yujin well. Yujin is startled because the item is extremely valuable, far beyond what a casual courtesy gift should be. The blonde hunter explains that he thought Yujin had lost his earring after the kidnapping, revealing that he had noticed Yujin stopped wearing it. When Yujin protests that the present is too much, the man coolly admits it needs to look excessive to have the intended effect. Before leaving, he says he hopes this marks the beginning of a closer relationship between them. Later, in the bathroom, the encounter lingers in Yujin's mind as the day's tension finally catches up with him. The expensive earring set sits open nearby, a concrete reminder that the visit was calculated rather than generous. Touching his own ear, Yujin realizes the man had been paying far closer attention to him than he ever expected. The young man calls Peace over and has the little fire creature launch itself at him as a test. Peace slams into a glowing barrier around him and bounces off, proving the defensive skill activates properly. Relieved, he confirms the barrier works and scoops up the dazed creature. Up close, he realizes Peace reeks and decides the creature needs a bath after whatever happened earlier. He carries Peace straight to the bathroom despite the creature's resistance. Peace endures an undignified scrubbing under running water and soap. While washing him, the young man happily reports that Peace seems to have recovered and that his own trip earned him mana equipment. Even so, he privately dreads ever returning to Jupiter, remembering how dangerous that guild master was. A suited man had warned him that if that guild master ever met another volatile figure, the fallout could be disastrous. The warning went further, suggesting no one could predict what would happen if those two powerful people crossed paths, and that even his own guild master had once been detained after visiting another guild. That revelation shocks him, especially when he realizes Yahello was involved. Left to think it over, he worries that Yahello is entangled with people so dangerous that even the system itself might be trying to keep him away from them. Peace suddenly shakes off the bathwater with full force. The spray explodes everywhere as Peace bolts from the tub and the young man scrambles to stop him. He catches the fleeing creature before it can escape, still soaking wet. But as he tries to dry Peace, he notices something is wrong. Peace has somehow turned into a plush doll, leaving him stunned by the transformation. As he tries to make sense of it, Dakibi abruptly returns and proudly announces himself. The masked spirit reappears in high spirits, treating the scene like a triumphant comeback. When shown the doll, Dakibi casually explains that Japan has been selling peace merchandise as cute lion dolls. He even presents the full line of themed goods, from dolls to accessories, as if this is perfectly normal. Dakibi adds that the merchandise became an online craze after the young man's appearance on air and starts dressing him up to match. The young man cuts through the nonsense and demands to know whether Dakibi actually did the work he was supposed to do. Dakibi hands over a tablet full of collected information, and the young man is impressed until he notices the dungeon section is completely blank. Dakibi admits the omission comes from a simple problem: he cannot enter dungeons at all. Pressed for details, he explains that whenever he tries, he gets bounced right back out. That makes the young man suspect Dakibi is treated by dungeon rules the same way a dungeon's own power would be, unable to exist inside another dungeon. He immediately connects that idea to Yun and starts testing the implication. Calling Dakibi over, he prepares to use him directly in an experiment. He suddenly grabs Dakibi in a tight embrace, catching the spirit completely off guard. Nearby, Peace, still in doll form, clings to another Peace doll as if jealously claiming it. Dakibi protests that he cannot teleport while holding a person, but the young man insists and refuses to let go. He keeps Dakibi pinned against him with determined patience until the spirit gives in. When Dakibi hesitates, the young man reminds him that this is a favor for his boss and threatens to keep holding on until he complies. Cornered and flustered, Dakibi finally starts to teleport despite his discomfort. The transfer begins, and the young man feels the same strange resistance as if he is crossing a dungeon boundary. In the middle of the jump, one of his foxier accessories slips free. The teleport carries them high above the city at night. They emerge suspended over the skyline, with Dakibi still clutching him midair. The sensation confirms his suspicion that Dakibi's teleportation resembles passing through a dungeon gate. He focuses on that similarity as the transit energy continues to ripple around them. A burst of blue power forms beneath them, stabilizing the teleport in open air. The pair continue moving through the city wrapped in Dakibi's glowing transport field. Now certain, the young man realizes Dakibi's movement may count as entering a quasi-dungeon each time he teleports. That insight gives him a new theory. If teleportation mimics dungeon entry, he may be able to exploit it. Their glowing arrival suddenly appears in front of a driver, interrupting the man's carefree singing. The driver panics as they materialize in his path, and the young man can only offer a quick apology. Ignoring the near collision, he compares the current phenomenon to the status window change he experienced the last time he entered a dungeon. Right on cue, the status display begins to distort and update in front of him. As the system finally sends him a message while he is outside any dungeon, he realizes borrowing Yun's teleportation may let him communicate with the system properly after all. Yun keeps carrying the Dakibi through the night while urging him to endure just a little longer. The Dakibi, drenched in sweat and clearly overwhelmed, admits he cannot hold on much longer. As Yun supports him, the Dakibi realizes that close contact is triggering a dangerous impulse in him. That urge explodes into action, and he violently throws Yun away before he can lose control completely. He immediately regrets it, confessing that he failed to restrain himself, and jokingly accepts that he really is a troublesome Dakibi. Yun brushes off the attack thanks to his barrier skill, while the Dakibi anxiously checks whether he was hurt. Instead of dwelling on it, Yun calls up the system interface to see what changed. He studies the floating status window in the alley, focused on what new message it might contain. The system announces that growth effects tied to peace are active, and that caregiver training has shortened the cooldown because Yun successfully nurtured the target. Yun is stunned that the system is now emphasizing parts of its message as if it is trying to communicate more clearly. He realizes the status window has evolved into a crude substitute for conversation, though it still cannot speak to him directly. Thinking back, he concludes the system could only locate him after he entered a dungeon, which suggests its influence is limited in the outside world. With that in mind, he turns to the Dakibi and considers using him as a source of supplies for what comes next. He reassures the Dakibi that everything worked out well and credits him for helping confirm what he needed to know. Yun decides he has no choice but to enter a dungeon again, dismissing the Dakibi for now and promising to call if needed. Before sending him off, he pointedly praises Yun in an overly affectionate way, clearly trying to reinforce the growth effect. The Dakibi is left baffled by the sudden sweetness. That tone reminds him unsettlingly of Yun's landlady, and the comparison starts influencing how he behaves. Acting on that impulse, the Dakibi eagerly offers to teleport Yun home, and Yun accepts the unexpected help. Back at his apartment, Yun prepares for his next move without wasting time. A message confirms he won the bid for exclusive entry to an F-class dungeon, and he notes that the location is conveniently close. He begins disguising himself, determined to avoid being recognized when he goes. He decides this is his best chance to investigate, while he still has Inky's borrowed abilities. Fully dressed in black and hiding his face, he heads out resolved to confront the system inside the dungeon. He arrives at the building where the dungeon is located and surveys the interior. Staying cautious, he peeks around a corner to assess security before moving in. He finds the hallway full of collapsed guards, which means someone has already cleared the way ahead of him. Recognizing this as only the first obstacle, he keeps his focus and advances. The system activates his stealth skill, and multiple stacked effects amplify it far beyond normal. Invisible, he waits by the elevator and reasons that entering unseen will be less suspicious than an empty elevator opening by itself. He times his move for the moment the elevator doors begin to open. A food cart and office workers arrive at the perfect moment, giving him cover to slip inside with them. He congratulates himself for planning it that way, confident that even elite hunters would struggle to detect him now. Standing unseen among ordinary employees, he blends into the crowd as the elevator rises. He reflects that stealth is rare enough to be associated only with monsters and dakibi, not with human intruders. That assumption works in his favor, because no one expects a person to infiltrate the building this way. When he reaches the upper floor, he identifies the security checkpoint as the final barrier before the dungeon. He follows directly behind a businessman being screened, using the inspection line itself as cover. The moment the man passes through, Yun darts through the checkpoint as well, gambling that getting across is all that matters. A guard notices a strange sound and starts a quick inspection, making Yun realize he should have removed more of his equipment. Mentally apologizing for the trouble, he promises to lie low until the temporary gratitude effect wears off. He finally reaches the dungeon area hidden behind the building and moves toward the entrance. Exhausted by the infiltration, he bitterly notes that getting here was harder than the dungeon itself is likely to be. Since no one pays much attention to low-ranked dungeons, he easily accesses the staff-only controls. At the entrance, he steels himself to connect with the system, clear the dungeon quickly, and return to the dorm as soon as possible. Before entering, he checks his supplies and confirms he has his gear and potions ready. He also makes sure to carry a gate stone as an emergency escape option. Remembering Yuhyun's warning not to trust the person who gave it, he is still grateful he took the gate stone back. With that reassurance, he convinces himself his brother will probably stay quiet if this is all he does. Having prepared everything and crossed every obstacle, Yun steps into the dungeon. A hunter pushes into a dungeon that looks less like a forest and more like a dense jungle. As he forces his way through the overgrowth, he grumbles that this place hardly fits the idea of a normal forest dungeon. Unsure where to go, he decides to consult the system for guidance. Before he gets any help, he tries to coax the system into at least pointing him toward his objective. Instead, a pack of red-eyed monkey monsters reveals itself from the trees and rushes him. He cuts one down instantly with a sweeping blue strike before it can reach him. The attack continues in a fluid burst, and he keeps carving through the ambush while waiting for the system to respond. Blue energy whips around him as he advances, turning the monster's assault into a one-sided slaughter. Still fighting, he sarcastically calls out to the system as if it might finally answer now. A purple skill activates in his hand as he decides to force a response by using sticky poison on the dungeon itself. He unleashes the skill outward, demanding that whatever is hiding behind the silence show itself. The attack ends, and he pauses as if he hears the system finally stirring. Standing atop the bodies of the monsters he just killed, he angrily orders the system to answer him. As he gathers the low-grade magic stones from the corpses, he complains that he is practically clearing the dungeon alone for worthless rewards. A sudden reaction from above startles him before he can continue looting. At last a floating system window appears, and he is relieved that it has finally shown up. But the message is garbled and strangely apologetic, leaving him confused and suspicious. He studies the broken text and wonders why the system is speaking in unreadable symbols. Another window appears and identifies a mythic-grade wishing stone that can grant one wish, except reviving the dead. The item name triggers a memory in him, though he cannot immediately place why it matters. The system repeats the wishing stone's description, emphasizing again that it cannot restore the dead. Then the message begins erasing itself mid-sentence, making him realize something is wrong. The system abruptly replaces the warning with a clumsy apology, as if it is trying and failing to hide what it meant to say. He stares at the bizarre apology, and demands to know what exactly the system is sorry for. A terrible possibility dawns on him. The claim about the dead may have been a lie. He drops to the ground in shock, realizing the system may have deceived him about the one thing he cared about most. His anger explodes as he concludes that if time can be turned back, bringing someone back to life should not have been impossible. He accuses the system of tricking him and rages at its useless, fragmented way of communicating. In fury, he raises a magic stone and threatens the system with it. He reminds the system that he once destroyed a high-class monster's core, so he can smash this stone too if he wants. He fully commits to the threat, ready to break the item out of spite. Just as he moves to do it, more system windows suddenly appear around him. The abrupt response catches him off guard and makes him hesitate. A flood of glowing windows descends, overwhelming him before he can act. The system tries to calm him, insisting it understands his frustration and wants to explain everything. As he tells it to slow down, the system reveals that direct conversation requires a sacrifice and preparation, and hints that last time he was still too inexperienced. More fragments follow. Too much interference will expose it faster, revealing too much information is dangerous, and proper preparation will take 1 week. Piecing the fragments together, he understands that the system wants him to return in a week, after making the right preparations, so it can speak more openly. He reluctantly considers it, but worries that by then his temporary gratitude will be gone, and he will be back to his weak F-class state. Thinking it through, He suspects the system itself may be under some kind of surveillance or restriction, and that sending these messages is what causes the interference. He concludes that the more the system tries to tell him, the more danger it draws to itself. That realization is cut short when the space around him begins to crack under mounting pressure. A violent surge of blue energy erupts from the distortion, forcing him to shield himself. As the phenomenon tears open further, he realizes the promised week is no longer possible and that he is in immediate trouble. He guesses the backlash is happening because the system forced out too many messages at once. The distortion swells into something far worse than a simple breach, and he sees a presence emerging from it. A massive column of light crashes down as the hidden threat fully manifests. He endures the blast and braces himself inside the storm of energy. When he looks up, he is stunned by the intensity of the light, and realizes the monster appearing may be even more dangerous than Lochitas. The light condenses into a swirling, serpent-like form before him, confirming that a new and terrifying enemy has arrived. The young man is startled when he realizes the creature in front of him is some kind of mochi-like being. He immediately wonders if this strange little thing is actually a monster. But the moment it rolls into view, his fear gives way to the absurd impression that it is unbelievably cute. Even so, he warns himself not to relax, reminding himself that harmless appearances can hide a dangerous monster. As the tiny creature toddles toward a glowing crystal, his system identifies it as a baby bird monster, and he starts doubting whether something so small could really be a threat. The instant he notices what it is about to do, he panics. He realizes the crystal is coated in strong poison and shouts a warning before the chick can peck at it. He lunges in and snatches the chick away just before it can swallow the poisoned crystal. Protecting it leaves him clutching the tiny creature in both hands. Feeling how soft and helpless it is, he becomes even more charmed as it peeps and starts to cry. He gently comforts it, explaining that he only stopped it because eating that crystal would have harmed it. Trying to calm it further, he wonders if it can eat mana crystals instead, but before he can act, another monster appears behind him. A beast suddenly attacks, and he twists away while keeping the chick out of harm's reach. He commits to shielding the chick first, refusing to let it get hurt even in the middle of the fight. Once the immediate clash ends, he notices hostile presences gathering around him again in the forest. Still treating the chick like something under his protection, he promises to find it real food quickly so it will stop crying. The battle culminates with a powerful blue energy forming overhead. He brings down the dungeon boss and survives the encounter. In the aftermath, the chick devours the mana crystals dropped by the defeated enemies and boss almost as soon as they hit the ground. Watching it greedily eat, he half jokes about what a glutton it is while wondering whether feeding it this much is safe. When it keeps trying to swallow more than it should, he hurriedly stops it before it chokes itself. He decides to crush the crystal into smaller pieces for it, only for the system to interrupt with a new reward. The system grants him the title Miracle Rookie for solo clearing an F-class dungeon with low stats and poor equipment. Reading the reward, he realizes solo dungeon clears can produce special titles. Then he freezes when he sees that this title is ranked S-class. He can hardly believe an F-class dungeon clear has given him an S-class title that doubles dungeon rewards. The reward excites him, but he quickly reminds himself that farming weak dungeons still will not get him far enough. Nearby, the chick simply flops over, oblivious to his bigger ambitions. As he thinks through the implications, he notes that he can currently solo clear only up to D-class dungeons and wonders what other titles might exist. That realization hardens into determination to keep growing stronger and force more rewards out of the system. His plotting is interrupted when he discovers the chick has already finished off what he meant to feed it later. After leaving the dungeon, he safely returns to his dormitory with the creature. But the peaceful homecoming collapses when his pet fox-like monster, Peace, immediately tries to pounce on the chick. He ends up sprawled at the doorway, realizing too late that bringing the baby bird home was a terrible complication. With Peace worked up and scratching to get at the newcomer, he panics over how quickly the calm in his room has vanished. He berates himself for forgetting that he already lives with a cat-like predator, and has nearly delivered the chick as food. Even so, he cannot regret rescuing the tiny bird, because abandoning it alone would have felt worse. He briefly hopes he can reason with Peace, but Peace is far too agitated for that to work. Unable to physically keep both monsters apart by himself, he is stuck in front of the door with the chick in his hands. At that moment, his older brother arrives and finds him collapsed outside his own room. The chick peeps, and his brother finally notices the strange little creature. His brother immediately points out that it does not look like any normal chick. Then he bluntly identifies it as a monster, shocking the younger man. Pressed to explain why a monster is in the dorm, the younger brother awkwardly admits he picked it up and scrambles for an excuse. He tries to pass it off as an abandoned animal and overplays his concern to hide the truth. His brother does not buy the act and makes it clear he has many questions to ask. Before the interrogation can continue, the younger brother grabs onto him for help. He urgently asks his brother to calm Peace down now that backup has arrived. Peace drops into a hostile stance, growling and refusing to accept the newcomer. Clutching the chick protectively, he explains that it is not prey but his brother's new younger sibling, and begs Peace not to hurt it. As he tries to explain why he came, the fox-like beast Peace violently interrupts him and refuses to stay calm. He attempts to bring up the kidnapping incident, but Peace keeps lashing out and derailing the conversation. Even while he carefully says he avoided the subject because it must have been traumatic, Peace continues to resist being handled. When he decides he still needs to confirm the truth, he finally grabs Peace and steels himself to proceed. To stop the chaos, he abruptly throws Peace away, shocking the younger man who has been watching. With Peace out of immediate reach, he declares that they can finally talk, as if this solved the problem. The younger man explodes in disbelief, realizing this was his idea of creating a calm setting. Caught off guard, he still does not understand why his action was so unacceptable. The younger man forces the issue by bluntly asking why he threw Peace at all. When he tries to justify it by saying Peace is sturdy enough to handle it, the younger man grabs him and condemns that logic. Peace returns unharmed, but his reappearance only underlines how badly the older man has misread the situation. The younger man accuses him of treating living creatures as disposable as long as they can survive it, while he tries to calm him down. Instead of letting him argue, the younger man orders him to sit, listen, and stop making things worse. Once seated, he is reminded that Hunter Kong Soyoung entrusted Peace to him after saying the beast would only truly open up with him, making his neglect even more glaring. The younger man presses harder, pointing out that Peace was bought from Jupiter's guild masters and yet his supposed owner barely knows or cares about him. He awkwardly insists it is not that he lacks interest, though even Peace seems unconvinced by the excuse. His explanation only makes things worse when he admits he has mainly thought of Peace as a high-class beast mount and useful equipment. The younger man snaps that this attitude is exactly why Peace refuses to listen, while he weakly suggests the behavior could be fixed with training or a dungeon run. That answer earns another rebuke, because the real problem is not Peace's behavior but his owner's complete lack of care and effort. The younger man demands to know what he has actually done for Peace while others have been putting in the work to raise him. Unable to defend himself, he can only apologize, though it is obvious he still does not truly grasp the lesson. The younger man explains that this selfishness is old news, recalling that even as a child he ignored others and casually damaged things around him. Having vented enough, the younger man decides to move things forward and tells him to try giving Peace some affection for once. He immediately sidesteps the suggestion by offering Peace a hug instead of hugging the younger man himself. The forced display turns painfully awkward, but the younger man sarcastically praises it as progress anyway. He is told to keep showing Peace affection regularly and build a real bond, not just ownership. As the younger man coaxes Peace over, the beast notices the older man's subdued mood. Peace seems to wonder if the scolding happened because of Peepo, the tiny white creature, and starts worrying about him. Trying to reassure him, Peace checks directly whether he is going to stop bullying Peepo too. Peace's intense inspection of Peepo alarms the others for a moment, though it turns out to be curiosity rather than aggression. Satisfied, the younger man praises Peace for understanding and pets him, while the older man watches in silence. The younger man decides the two creatures may need separate spaces, then remembers the older man still needs a medical checkup and offers to arrange it. He suddenly shifts the topic and asks whether the older man is free next week. He proposes going into a dungeon together so he can evaluate the older man's skills, and also use the trip to help him and Peace grow closer. After considering it, the older man agrees and says he will make preparations. Peepo immediately senses that this calm acceptance is hiding something and silently calls out the obvious lie. Even as the younger man chats happily with Peace, the question lingers over what the older man is concealing. Later, he enters more dungeons on his own, including an E-class subterranean cave, continuing his secret preparations. He also clears a D-class lake dungeon, pushing himself through increasingly dangerous environments. Each time he enters a dungeon, the system appears before him as if monitoring his progress. His solo runs start producing unusual rewards and achievement notices far beyond what he expected. One reward grants him the title Veteran F-Class, recognizing that despite F-Class stats he solo cleared an E-Class dungeon with minimal resources and boosting his attack skills. He is exasperated because the system keeps giving him attack-related benefits even though he believes he has no real attack skills to use them with. After complaining, he receives another title, Unfindable, for solo clearing a D-Class dungeon as an F-Class hunter, granting stealth-related advantages instead. He also gains effects that help him detect hidden things and slightly raise the level cap of one lower-tier class or skill, which he admits are modest but still useful. Back home, he thinks through how these rewards might support Yohyan's keyword or his attack skills, but he keeps the information to himself because he fears being exposed in combat. At the same time, he notices more odd behavior from Peepo, who is strangely fascinated by a jar of sparkling material and does not behave like an ordinary creature. Those suspicions deepen when even Yohyan's taming skill fails to work on Peepo, and no one can properly identify the little creature's condition. Since Peepo still seems affected by his keyword somehow, he decides the only option is to keep watching and wait for more clues. That quiet observation ends when Peace suddenly focuses on something unseen, as if he has sensed a new threat or revelation approaching. A tiny white creature clings to the orange monster's back, creating an unexpectedly adorable sight. Yun quickly realizes the moment is perfect and rushes to photograph the little pair before they move. The photo captures Peepo sitting proudly atop the larger monster's head, turning the baby into the center of attention. The pose immediately falls apart when the tiny creature slips sideways and ruins the dignified image. A moment later Peepo tumbles to the floor, ending the impromptu photo shoot in a harmless flop. Still, Yoon is thrilled enough with the pictures to use one as a profile image and finally reopen the social accounts he had abandoned. The response is explosive, and he is delighted to see followers pouring in almost instantly thanks to how cute his monster babies are. That sudden popularity draws out the masked goblin, who excitedly demands attention and wants to be included too. The goblin immediately recognizes Pipa as the newly famous gluttonous Machi and confirms that everyone is already obsessed with it. Trying to win Pipa over, the goblin offers a valuable mana crystal as a treat, shocking Yoon with the extravagance. Yoon stops both of them at once, scolding Pipa for accepting anything edible and the goblin for casually handing over expensive items. The goblin meekly accepts the lecture, only for Yoon to be blindsided when it addresses him with the familiarity of an elder calling him Granny. Without noticing it, Yoon finds himself being drawn into a new rhythm of responsibilities, and events begin moving forward one by one. One major step is the decision to build a monster taming facility beside the Abyss Guild. By bringing in an awakened construction team and using dungeon materials, the project advances far faster than normal. Watching the scale of the investment, Yoon realizes an enormous amount of money is being poured into this plan. He understands that once construction is finished, a great deal of work will fall on him. To prepare, he recruits Manhwa and Miss Hyan and starts arranging for the monster babies and future staffing. The growing list of duties hits him all at once, and he collapses under the weight of how far things have spiraled from his original plan to drift through life quietly. He forces himself to slow down, deciding to handle one problem at a time, starting with a meeting with the system in a few days. What truly troubles him is the Wish Stone, because it not only altered its own description after he manipulated it, but also seemed aware of events from before time rewound. What lingers most is that it insisted the past disaster was not their fault. That phrasing unsettles him because it sounds less like a tool and more like something speaking with judgment and understanding. He begins to wonder whether the system itself changed when he regressed and started communicating in ways it never should have. Unable to reason out the mystery, he vents his frustration and admits he will get nowhere by obsessing over it alone. In the end, he decides to seek a definite answer during his next dungeon trip, while regretting that he had not been more cautious before. That regret pulls him back to a memory filled with violent purple power and destruction. In that memory, Yoon faces a blade wrapped in ominous energy and realizes too late how dangerous the situation truly is. Across from him stands a man shrouded in the same power, unreadable and severe. Yoon remembers that before everything collapsed, he had already sensed this man was unstable. Looking back, he concludes that he should have spoken to him more honestly before things reached that point. The same regret follows him into a later, calmer day when the group gathers over a lavish homemade meal. Myungwoo brushes off Yoon's concern about the effort, saying he wanted to cook and only needed a little help with the fried eggs. The shared dinner becomes a chance for the group to meet often and grow closer. Yoon openly praises Myungwoo's cooking, keeping the mood bright and easy. Yoon joins in and urges the other man to try the food too, hoping to include him in the warmth of the table. But the dark-haired man keeps his distance and settles for Yoon's fried eggs instead of engaging more fully. His coldness is sharp enough that Yoon internally curses him for making things awkward. Myungwoo tries to smooth things over, telling Yoon not to force a friendship because once they leave the world's edge, they may never meet again anyway. He says it lightly, but the remark exposes how temporary he believes these bonds are. When asked, Yoon reveals that Myungwoo has agreed to move with him, despite being told he could remain safely at world's edge. The idea is treated almost like a dramatic rescue, with Myungwoo choosing Yoon's side. The group then shifts to practical matters, discussing how both the smithy and kennel will be housed in the new building and how useful that concentration of talent will be. The dark-haired man gives only a restrained response, while Yoon senses his displeasure and recognizes he may resent losing someone valuable. Trying to ease the tension, Yoon starts offering Myungwoo generous perks for the move, including a penthouse room and custom equipment. Myungwoo is delighted by the offer, and Yoon privately celebrates how easily rewards can win him over. The dark-haired man grows even colder, silently mocking Yoon for imitating his own habit of buying loyalty with gifts. After the meal, the overflowing sink reflects just how much food had been prepared and consumed. While washing dishes with Yoon asks why that man is acting so strangely, and Yoon dismisses it as his usual coldness. Even so, Yoon thinks that if the man were merely shy around Myungwoo, he should have been relieved that no one else would interfere with his attachment to him. As they speculate about why Ajusi has been acting distant, one possibility raised is jealousy over influence, though that explanation is immediately doubted. The younger man argues the issue cannot be simple dependence, because from his perspective he is the one who relies on his young. His companion suggests there could be many reasons for the distance, while privately recalling that Ajusi seemed to be hiding something. When pressed on what he means, he backs off and avoids explaining his suspicion. Instead, he offers a practical guess that the guild entrance security tightening and 4 straight days of dungeon defects may have left Ajusi on edge. That explanation hits hard enough to leave the younger man stunned. His thoughts spiral into guilt as he remembers Ajusi worrying about the guild leader and trying to pull him away from the situation for his own safety. He also remembers apologizing to his little brother over text, still blaming himself for what happened. Another memory surfaces of him cheerfully trying to give Ajusi flowers as a gift. but Ajusi had only met the gesture with cool confusion. Even when the bouquet was handed off to be kept for later, the younger man realized the reaction was not what he had hoped for. On the ride out, he reflects that he bought the flowers to help Ajusi relax, only to watch the attempt fail. He had imagined Ajusi being pleased, which makes the real outcome feel even more disappointing. Seeing Ajusi remain rigid and unreadable, he becomes more convinced they need an honest conversation. He quietly resolves to confront him about whatever is really going on. Before that can happen, an incident finally occurs in the dungeon. Peace reacts first, sensing something in the ground ahead. When the younger man starts chatting to Peace as if this were ordinary wilderness, Ajusi reminds him they are inside a dungeon and that Peace may be responding to a buried memory. Ajusi adds that if Peace cannot remember clearly, that may be for the best. The younger man agrees the forgotten memory was probably not a good one, just as Peace suddenly detects danger. A pack of monsters bursts out and charges them. Peace instantly turns feral and surges forward to meet them. He tears into the attackers with explosive enthusiasm while the younger man watches in amazement. Ajusi treats Peace's frenzy as normal behavior. He explains that most monsters of different species attack each other on sight, which conveniently lets Peace thin them out for them. The younger man is relieved that Peace is finally leveling again and reminds Ajusi that helping with that was the reason they came. Even so, he keeps brooding over how long Ajusi intends to stay emotionally closed off. When Ajusi moves ahead through the forest, the younger man hurries after him. A stray monster leaps at the younger man before he can fully react. He tries to meet it himself, only to realize too late that something else is happening. Ajusi destroys the threat with a sudden blast before it can reach him. The younger man is left staring as the monster is knocked away from his attack. The explosion's aftermath nearly catches him as well, forcing him to recoil. Ajusi stays calm and detached, as if stepping in was obvious. The younger man bristles at being cut off again. He accuses Ajusi of always interfering, while Ajusi answers that he only stepped in because the situation was dangerous. Frustration finally spills over, and the younger man demands a real explanation instead of being kept in the dark. Ajusi deflects the outburst while cutting down another attacker, pointing out that his Hyung still refuses to speak plainly. That dismissal leaves the younger man momentarily speechless. He fires back that Ajusi has no right to complain when he himself has said almost nothing. He insists he has heard enough rumors about Ajusi causing trouble everywhere, though his understanding is clearly warped by secondhand gossip. What really angers him is that Ajusi keeps withholding anything important and shutting him out. In the middle of the argument, another monster lunges in and forces the younger man into immediate danger. As he blocks it, he finally blurts out the truth. He has been doing all this to protect his Hyung and help him build influence. Ajusi admits the problem is that his Hyung's power base has now grown too large. The younger man is bewildered as Ajusi explains he knows this interference is upsetting, but he had to test how much strength his Hyung had accumulated. Hearing it framed that way, the younger man can only ask why Ajusi is talking as if they are opponents. He rushes in and rejects the logic, insisting that family can work for each other as much as they want. He argues that with a base as strong as a guild leader's, no one should be able to threaten him anyway, so Ajusi does not need to be this overprotective. Ajusi answers not with reassurance but by drawing his blade, making the conflict between them feel suddenly real. The older man cuts through the misunderstanding and makes it clear that the real issue lies elsewhere. When Yu-Yun presses him to explain, the man reaches toward him as if to stop him from coming any closer. Before the answer can come, a violent surge of purple energy erupts between them and interrupts the moment. As the disturbance intensifies, Yu-Yun desperately begs his brother to stop forcing himself into danger and just stay safe. He promises he will handle whatever is needed himself, trying to take the burden away from his brother. The older man refuses to explain further, only demanding trust and pleading one last time that Yu-Yun stay out of dungeons. Yu-Yun is left stunned by the seriousness of that warning. The plea echoes in his mind like a painful memory he still cannot let go of. A system message abruptly appears, pushing him to finally confront what he has been avoiding. The prompt jolts him into attention as he realizes something is activating around him. He tries to stop it, but blue light begins swallowing his body before he understands what is happening. He turns toward the source, searching for his brother as the transfer takes hold. For an instant he sees his brother beyond the blue distortion and calls out to him. He reaches back in panic, trying to hold on to that connection before it breaks. But the older man remains on the other side as Yu-Yun is cleanly separated and pulled away. Yu-Yun bitterly sums it up as nothing more than terrible timing. Left alone in the forest path, the older man calls for him and finds only silence. All that remains is a dropped spear, making it obvious that Yu-Yun vanished suddenly and against his will. The older man stands still in the aftermath, trying to make sense of the disappearance. He scans the dark woods for any trace of where Yu-Yun was taken. Meanwhile, Yu-Yun is hurled through a roaring blue current with no control over his destination. The force tumbles him helplessly as he struggles to stay oriented. Realizing he is being transported somewhere unknown, he panics over how absurdly mistimed the event is. His confusion spikes when a cheerful voice suddenly welcomes him mid-transit. The speaker turns out to be a pink, pixelated creature with an unnervingly friendly face. More floating pixel beings gather around him and ask whether he can perceive them clearly. Still dazed, Yu-Yun recognizes one of them as System Nim and tries to confirm its identity. The creatures happily confirm the connection and announce that they have many questions for him. When Yuhyun starts to introduce himself and objects to being called honey, the system immediately blocks him from giving his name. They explain that names carry dangerous significance here and that concealing his identity is necessary to protect him from hostile forces. That warning makes Yuhyun realize there are unseen enemies involved, and he asks who they are. The creatures answer theatrically that the enemy is a being who must not be named, which only makes the explanation sound more absurd to him. They quickly clarify that there is a practical reason for the secrecy. He is currently inside the wishing stone itself. Yuhyun accepts that much and notes that, despite everything, the reset ultimately helped people including him. The system cuts him off and asks the more urgent question of what changed after he learned the future before time was turned back. Its focus sharpens, pressing him to identify whether his foreknowledge caused a new problem. To explain, the system begins showing him the structure of the worlds connected by the wishing stone. Yuhyun is led through a luminous forest of giant trees as the lesson takes physical form around him. He is told that each tree represents a separate world, including his own. The system shows how the wishing stone activated by striking one world directly. From that impact, the power of reversal gathered into the stone and rewrote his world's timeline. But the reset only affected his world, sending it back 5 years while everything outside continued normally. That means the outside worlds kept advancing, including the growth and difficulty of dungeons. As a result, dungeons around his reset world became stronger and more numerous faster than they should have, and outside forces are trying to push that imbalance even further through them. So the system reveals that Yuhyun now has a specific role to play in stopping that process. It presents a sequence of numbered stages, implying a structured mission tied to the worlds and dungeons. The task, it explains, is to apply his own world's key to the matching world line and restore proper alignment. Yuhyun realizes this is why there is a weird list of names and labels attached to the system. The system admits it deliberately shaped those interfaces to resemble familiar game mechanics from his world so he could understand them more easily. It adds that it even studied his culture closely enough to model them after fantasy game archetypes down to holy soldier imagery. A system voice dismisses the current stat display feature as something people will stop relying on once they adapt. The young man is startled to learn those visible stat windows are meant to disappear. The guide explains that the system only uses them to help beginners, but warns that they encourage people to reduce others to fixed categories. As an example, it points out how people assume an F rank can never truly improve, no matter the effort. That belief is false, because some people have already shattered those limits. The real principle is that neither stats nor skills are absolute, since people themselves keep changing. Hearing that, he hesitates as a new possibility begins to form in his mind. He grabs the floating guide and urgently tries to redirect the conversation toward the keyword tied to his mission. Frustrated, he argues that if he was being assigned a mission, the keyword should not have been something so misleading and obscene. He keeps protesting while the guide tries to calm him down. The mission title reveals the problem. He has been given a love confession task that sounds absurdly romantic instead of practical. The guide insists it does not choose protection keywords itself, and only writes down the skill names and explanations it receives. To prove it, it cites another case where a friend received a bizarrely specific crafting-related skill package complete with materials and instructions. The explanation is that some skills are inherited records preserved from a previous world's information. That revelation makes him realize other worlds truly existed before his. The guide confirms it, saying the golden smithy came from another world and was sent into this one. It adds that such transfers are rare and only happen because a previous skill holder sacrificed their own power to pass something on. Those inherited abilities were bought with blood and lost so that others in the future could benefit. The memory of that sacrifice centers on his brother, tying the inherited burden to someone close to him. The guide says it usually just records whatever the carried over information states, the way people classify animals by existing traits rather than inventing new ones. It then turns to his own case and says perfect nurturer is unprecedented. Because there was no prior record for it, the system had to infer its meaning from what he had done, raising one of the world's strongest people so well that his support surpassed his own former limits. The guide says even being recognized as a nurturer at all is extraordinary, because it requires acknowledgement from someone born with S-rank potential. It references known examples of top awakeners to explain that most future S-ranks only begin with predicted potential in the A to S range. Usually people become S-rank or A-rank depending on their environment, while true natural-born S-ranks are exceptionally rare. Those born as genuine S-ranks are irregular beings who exceed ordinary standards from the start. Their instincts make them hard to live with, and even family members often feel uneasy around them. That is why nurturer titles are so uncommon, and he quietly realizes he never felt that fear toward his own brother. The guide warns that nurturers also tend to die young, because they often become targets for powerful people and can be crushed by the imbalance between them. Even so, the system asks him to gather all the S ranks safely. It raises the stakes further by telling him he must do it without anyone dying and within 5 years. Before it can finish explaining the reward, the guide begins to break apart. It abruptly announces that its time limit is up and that he is being sent back immediately, with only about 30 minutes having passed outside. He panics and tries to stop the transfer. As he is dragged away, he begs the guide to at least pass a message to his brother and reassure him. He also hurriedly asks whether the dungeon creation rules are still functioning in the world he is returning to. Before he can finish asking about monsters, the pull grows stronger. The guide refuses to explain everything now, saying he will understand when the time comes. He crashes back into reality, dazed from the sudden return. The first thing he does is call out for Yuhyun, desperate to know what happened while he was gone. But the surroundings immediately feel wrong, and the guide's vague warning offers him no comfort. He forces a strained smile as confusion sets in. Looking around, he realizes this is not the forest dungeon he entered but a scorched, burning landscape. He wonders if the transfer malfunctioned and dropped him into some low-rank dungeon by mistake. A sudden sound behind him destroys that hope. When he turns, he finds a giant lion-like monster bearing down on him and instantly understands this is no low-rank threat. A blazing beast lunges straight at him, forcing him backward. He scrambles away in terror, realizing the creature is rank 1 and far beyond what he can handle. In the middle of his panic, he notices something unusual in its eyes. A status window appears over the monster, identifying it as a rank 1 flamehorn lion with B-grade stats and A2S growth potential, along with abilities like flame resistance, a fire horn, and a flame breath attack. Yuhyun is stunned to find peace here and immediately realizes something impossible has happened. Before he can process it, he is abruptly hauled up onto his brother's back. Recognizing why Yuhyun carrying him, he blurts out his confusion at seeing him in this place. Still clinging to him, he starts demanding an explanation because he thought Yuhyun was somewhere else entirely. As they move through the ruined forest dungeon, he tries to remind Yuhyun of what happened between them there. The corrupted landscape makes clear why Peace is agitated, and Yuhyun bluntly asks whether this place is what drove him into a frenzy. Yuhyun keeps walking with Peace beside them, while the younger brother protests that being carried like this makes calm impossible. Trying to keep the situation from exploding, he promises to explain everything and begs Peace to stand down first. He insists Yuhyun should at least hear him out, but Yuhyun cuts him off and refuses to accept any excuse. Yuhyun's restraint snaps, and he warns that if pushed any further he may truly lose control. That threat leaves the younger brother shaken enough to finally stop talking. The devastated dungeon hangs around them as Yuhyun declares that whatever this is, it has already gone too far. Yuhyun reveals he had tried to wait and trust him, believing he could handle things alone if given space. But now he can no longer understand what his brother has been doing or how events reached this point. Concluding that he has run out of options, Yuhyun throws him off and prepares to act by force. A purple blade manifests at his throat, turning Yuhyun's intent into a direct threat. Yuhyun coldly explains that killing him here would solve everything. The younger brother can only stare, unable to believe Yuhyun is serious. Yuhyun lays out the cover story he has already prepared, saying he can make it look like the dungeon boss killed him. He even notes that a wound from an armor-like weapon would support the lie. In Yuhyun's mind, this cruelty is protection, because an S-class hunter's favor can itself become dangerous violence. He decides that if his brother must hate him forever, he will still force this separation now. The younger brother freezes in horror as Yuhyun commits to the strike. At the last second he throws up a blue barrier and blocks the killing blow. He recoils and calls Yuhyun insane, finally seeing how far he is willing to go. Even while attacking, Yuhyun notices the hesitation in front of him and realizes his brother still cannot fully fight back. The younger brother answers with a desperate ultimatum. If Yuhyun keeps trying to protect him by force, their bond will be destroyed anyway. He accuses Yuhyun of acting as though he has already decided to leave him behind. As their weapons clash, he exposes the deeper wound beneath all this, that Yuhyun has been hiding everything from him from the very beginning. Calling on Peace, he raises a blue pendant and orders him to intervene. Peace lunges in with overwhelming force, crashing into the fight to stop Yuhyun. Yuhyun takes the hit head-on and dismisses the attempt as naive. He overpowers Peace immediately, proving brute interruption will not stop him. With a brutal slam, he drives the fire lion into the ground and incapacitates him. Peace is left dazed and helpless, his failure turning the younger brother's panic into desperation. He cries out to Peace in disbelief, horrified that even his strongest ally was crushed so easily. Yuhyun knocks him down as well, ending any illusion that he can control the situation. Standing over him with the purple sword raised, Yuhyun insists this is the only right choice left. Pinned beneath that blade, the younger brother realizes Yuhyun is acting from a twisted sincerity rather than simple rage. Yuhyun admits he wanted to believe the lies because they let him pretend life had returned to normal. But the evidence has piled up too high, from impossible taming feats to powers no level 10 hunter should possess. He lists one anomaly after another, making clear that every mystery around his brother has been impossible to ignore. What truly torments him is that every dungeon only widens the gap between them and leaves him shut out again. Yuhyun finally voices the real pain beneath his violence. He cannot protect someone who keeps vanishing beyond his reach. He asks how he is supposed to bear all of this uncertainty when he is always the one left behind. The younger brother answers softly that even so, he cannot stand seeing Yuhyun hurt for his sake. Yuhyun drives the sword down toward his own arm, intent on forcing a wound if that is what it takes to sever them. The younger brother instinctively offers to heal him at once, exposing that his concern overrides even his fear. That contradiction pushes him to the edge, and he silently rages at the system for trapping him in this impossible charade. At that breaking point, a surge of blue power erupts between them and violently interrupts Yuhyun's attack. Hyun stares at a glowing system window in shock, realizing something impossible has appeared before him. Seeing the message while holding his weapon, he struggles to understand what this new development means. His brother abruptly crashes into the scene and insists he can finally explain everything. The brother admits Hyun's suspicion was right. When he first met Peace, he had intended to raise him, and the skill he obtained was actually an S-Class one. He reveals he had secretly entered dungeons several times as well, which is how he also came to know Chirpy. He explains that all of this was possible because of the system and because he has been helping its creator. He says this is why he asked to see the messages, while Hyun is left reeling at the idea of a system creator behind everything. When his brother tries to justify hiding things for Hyun's safety, Hyun snaps and hits him, accusing him of being the real source of danger. The blow lands hard enough for the brother to crumple, and Hyun's anger briefly reduces him to calling him an S-Class idiot. Even so, the brother calmly admits he erased evidence because he did not think he could trust Hyun with the truth. He immediately softens that harsh confession by saying Hyun is still the person he trusts most in the world. Trying to make amends, he asks for a potion now that Hyun has calmed down so he can treat Peace. As he heals the beast, he acknowledges that Peace has been suffering all this time because of him. He explains that Peace was not broken at the entrance because of poor raising, but because the creature had been using stealth and also possessed poison resistance, curse resistance, and fear resistance. Hyun can only mutter that all of these abilities are bizarre, sensing there is still more being left unsaid. Privately, the brother decides he cannot reveal the deeper mechanics behind his power or anything about his past. While cradling Peace, he invites Hyun to ask anything else he wants. He openly admits he has been hiding things and understands how overwhelming all this information must be. He tells Hyun not to carry the burden alone anymore. He makes it explicit that Hyun can ask him anything because they are brothers. Hyun apologizes for assuming he could not trust him, finally lowering his guard. The brother reflects that helping Hyun was never enough by itself. He should have trusted him emotionally too. Realizing how badly Hyun must have suffered after his disappearance, he reaches out to close the distance between them. The brothers embrace and apologize to each other, each blaming himself for the fear and pain the other endured. Peace watches their reconciliation with quiet satisfaction and urges them to hold each other even closer. The tender moment is broken when Peace suddenly shrinks back to a tiny form, shocking them both. The brother explains that Peace only grows when necessary and was never trying to get bigger permanently. Still cuddling the now tiny Peace, he asks at least to be told whenever the creature does grow again. After all that, he notes with disappointment that his own level still did not increase, and Hyun insists he should at least apologize properly to Peace before leaving. A system-like transition shifts the scene away from the brothers and into another hidden space. Elsewhere, one figure bows an exaggerated apology while another dismisses it as insincere, showing that this side of the conflict is still active. A white-haired overseer reports that the situation has barely been contained. Another questions whether Honey's brother may be too dangerous to leave unchecked. The response is that he already proved his worth by risking his life to save Honey once, and if raised properly he could become an excellent guardian. They dismiss the blacksmith as having too little room to grow, regretting that his potential is limited. One of them proposes that if this world fails, they should simply place their hopes in Honey in the next world instead. But that plan raises the problem of what to do with Honey's brother in that next cycle. They conclude he would never accept such a role because of who he is, and forcing it on him would only break him. Even as they discuss it, one of them feels uneasy, sensing the whole idea is morally wrong. The others brush aside that discomfort, arguing that a reluctant guardian is still better than none and that they can use the waiting time for other preparations. Their cold conversation continues over a grotesque, blood-stained scene, underscoring how detached they are from the harm involved. One of them casually suggests decorating Honey's room while they wait, treating the situation with disturbing normalcy. They even speak of enjoying themselves in the meantime, revealing a cruel indifference toward the children caught in their plans. Back in the ordinary world, the narrator notes that things settled down smoothly after his return. He and Hyun grow more comfortable with each other, rebuilding their relationship in everyday life. They also realize that Peace is developing well and becoming a lively part of the household. On top of that, the documents Yoon had gathered are delivered to a researcher for review. She is astonished by how extensive the material is and wonders whether anything could possibly be missing. The sheer quality and quantity impress her so much that she says even a hunter association would struggle to assemble this much so quickly. Delighted by the opportunity, she says the material will greatly help her own advancement and asks for continued support in building a proper research center. Eugene reveals he has a proposal for the researcher. He offers to fund a new research center beside his facility for monster breeding, with the goal of making its results freely available. He explains that if experts from around the world can use the data to improve monster incubation, he is willing to hire assistants as well. The researcher is stunned that he would go that far, and Eugene makes it clear he has his own reasons. He frames the project as support for research that could contribute to world peace. Overwhelmed by his generosity, she can barely contain her excitement. Recovering quickly, she immediately asks whether she can bring in her own colleagues. She shows him a 2-year-old dungeon and awakened research group she wants to recruit. Eugene realizes these are serious dungeon specialists, and she insists they would rush over if invited. He recognizes them as the team that helped establish the laws for dungeon creation in the future. When she checks whether all of them are acceptable, Eugene answers without hesitation. He welcomes every one of them, earning her wholehearted gratitude. The two seal the deal on the spot. With the agreement made, Eugene decides this is another investment worth making. He reflects that if dungeon growth accelerates as the system warned, relying only on buildings will leave him vulnerable, so he needs Suk Hyen's research to advance. He also decides to spread his money across other investments instead of tying everything to property. For now, he plans to use the rest of his cash on stocks, even if he expects that choice to collapse later. More urgently, he focuses on collecting S ranks. At the docks, a shipment arrives under heavy handling. Yerim shows up energetically with others in tow. Eugene is relieved she returns safely, and sees she has brought more companions instead of wandering off alone. Yerim proudly explains she gave advice as a hunter to her older friend and got a list of good restaurants in return. Attention shifts to the cargo, and they confirm the ship carrying the three monsters has only just arrived and is still being unloaded. Soyoung studies the situation with interest. She quietly checks on Eugene and asks whether nothing happened to him while they were apart. He brushes off the string of dangerous incidents he went through and downplays them as just a small setback. Before he can finish, she abruptly pulls him into an embrace, making him freeze. Clinging to him affectionately, she asks if she can have one of the three new monsters. Eugene refuses because the highest ranked one is already meant for Yuhyun, though he offers to lend it later if possible. Soyoung accepts the answer with playful warmth, reminding Eugene that she is still one of his valued allies. That prompts the blonde woman to timidly ask whether there is still room for her too. She seeks reassurance that he will keep raising her monster even after obtaining three new ones, and Eugene hurriedly promises he will. Watching these powerful women crowd around him, Yerim is amazed that Eugene can handle such overwhelming personalities. The attention leaves Eugene exhausted enough to joke that he cannot survive many more S ranks. Sensing his fatigue, Yuhyun approaches to see what is wrong. He offers Eugene a pendant. Yuhyun explains it is a translation item that will help once the breeding facility opens and foreign staff begin arriving. He tells Eugene not to force himself to endure everything alone, and reminds him that he matters more than anything else. The sincerity of that concern deeply moves Eugene. Encouraged by Yuhyun's support, he steels himself to keep going just as workers announce the monster cages are ready. Eugene heads over at once, determined to build a future where he and his brother can live well together. The containers holding the monsters are opened. As the cargo is revealed, Eugene's resolve hardens around protecting that shared future. Inside one cage, ominous signs show that something has already gone wrong. A worker nervously presents the master's tokens needed to control the monsters. While the unloading continues, the workers mention the trip here was chaotic, and the group gathers around the operation. The warning comes too late, because the unrest during transport was a sign of a bigger problem. A violent burst erupts from the container as one of the monsters breaks free. The escape unleashes a swirling force that throws the dock into panic. From within the chaos, the freed creature reveals itself with a threatening growl. A griffin suddenly descends into the area, turning an ordinary moment into a dangerous encounter. The group recognizes the creature at once, and their surprise gives way to alarm. They recall that a griffin is a legendary beast with the body of a lion and the wings of an eagle, something that should not exist in reality. As the griffin circles overhead, the bystanders are more excited than afraid, treating it like a dream monster come to life. The creature fixes its gaze on Eugene, singling him out. A system message reveals why. Eugene's perfect caregiver title amplifies the effect of his master's token. Another notice confirms that the griffin is favorably inclined toward him, and it dives straight at him. Eugene panics as the gems in his hands spill, caught off guard by the sudden charge. His companion lunges in and shields him from the impact before the griffin can hit him directly. The others rush in to check on Eugene, while the griffin ends up sprawled on the ground, more confused than threatening. Someone hurries over with a potion, while the griffin remains stunned nearby. The moment it recovers, the griffin perks up and cries out brightly instead of acting hostile. It immediately takes off again, forcing everyone to realize the chase is starting over. An S-class hunter tries to pin it down with magic, determined not to let it escape. But the griffin slips past her restraint and breaks free. She is left stunned that a fledgling managed to evade her control. Another hunter launches after it, reasoning that wind resistance should still slow a young griffin enough for him to catch it. He closes in and tries to grab the runaway creature by force. The griffin answers by slamming its wings into his face and ruining the capture attempt. The S-class hunter snaps at him, and he protests that handling a griffin's wings is nothing like catching an ordinary bird. They consider freezing it, but reject the idea because they do not want to damage such a rare creature right after obtaining it. Soyoung instead proposes using a special fabric made from dungeon materials to trap it safely. They throw the cloth over the griffin and finally bring the chaos under control. Wrapped up, the griffin settles instantly and even seems delighted by the attention. The group catches their breath, relieved that they have finally secured it. Even so, they admit this was far harder than hunting monsters, because taming one is another matter entirely. Eugene reflects that he had underestimated how difficult it would be to make a dangerous creature submit. He recognizes the deeper problem. After dungeons opened, humans and monsters have only known each other as enemies, so asking one to suppress its instincts and become a partner sounds almost impossible. His companion argues that since the griffin already attacked Eugene, killing it now might be the safer choice. Eugene, still hurting, stops him before he can act. He insists the griffin was not acting out of malice and reveals that he can now understand its status because he has encountered it directly. The status window identifies it as a golden griffin chick, a wind-aligned ruler-type monster with a growth condition tied to being fed a certain amount of fire mana, and notes that it still lacks the strength to know how to control itself against a hunter. Yujin asks Soyeon to hand the griffin over for a moment, and tells the others to let him handle it despite their concern. He explains that he intends to teach the creature how humans and monsters can coexist. Then he adds that he will do it by showing the griffin what it means to be the weaker one. He approaches calmly while Soyeon watches in uneasy confusion with the bundled griffin in her arms. Yujin beckons the griffin toward him as if inviting a challenge. The griffin takes the bait and lunges at him with all the confidence of a spoiled fledgling. Yujin catches the attack bare-handed, even as the claws tear into him. For a moment, everyone is horrified by how reckless he is being. Blood spills as the griffin keeps struggling, and the onlookers cry out in shock. Yujin endures the pain and mocks the griffin's idea of strength, forcing it to confront how little damage it can truly do. He heals himself and calls the griffin in again, refusing to let the lesson end. As the griffin attacks repeatedly, he keeps belittling its power until its aggression starts to falter. With blood on him and a fierce grin, Yujin drives the point home by making the creature feel genuine weakness for the first time. The others can only stare, unsettled by how naturally he turns this brutal display into a training method. At last the griffin's claws lose their force, clinging without real resistance. Yujin softens immediately, praising it for calming down and showing it the gentleness that follows obedience. The griffin responds at once, nuzzling into him and accepting his approval. With the creature now docile in his arms, Yujin cheerfully asks Yerim to help hold and cover the griffin's eyes, as if the crisis has already become routine. As they discuss whether the griffin can be safely kept if it goes wild again, they decide the real issue was that it had been isolated from other creatures. That thought leads them to check the enclosure where the newly brought monsters are being kept. Inside, they discover 2 unicorns together, including a rare shadow unicorn. The group realizes these are the companions brought in for the griffin, and one of them explains that griffins calm down when they can share space with horse-type monsters like unicorns. A system notice confirms the griffin's growth depends on consuming a certain amount of horse monsters. Rather than panic, Uni casually offers horse monster meat from her guild's dungeon so the griffin can be fed without harming the unicorns, and Hyun accepts immediately. The others praise her practical solution, while also recognizing how unusual this whole setup is. Even though Hyun is supposedly a powerless F-class, he steps in to reassure the nervous unicorns and approaches them without fear. His caregiver title takes effect, making both unicorns respond favorably to him. What no one else could manage becomes simple for Hyun as he wins the unicorn's trust with gentle handling. Watching this, Uni decides Hyun may be more capable than his rank suggests, and starts trusting him with the monsters. Hyun settles into the role by deciding to move the unicorns to training and give them names. His first naming attempt is mocked as embarrassingly bad, even if the names themselves are accepted. The scene abruptly shifts away from the peaceful stable to a wrecked, violent setting. In the ruins, a masked man lifts another by the throat and begins interrogating him. The victim is pressed about a contract connected to bricks, but he can barely breathe under the grip. The masked man lays out the problem. A high-class curse of blindness had been attached to the contract, yet someone tore through it with ease, ruining his newly opened operation. The captive insists he knows nothing about who wrote the contract, or who destroyed it. Desperate to survive, he adds that even the guild master tied to the incident died, so he has no answers to give. The interrogator shows no sympathy and treats the excuse as unconvincing. When the man begs to be spared, the masked figure answers with immediate brutality. He kills the captive on the spot, deciding there is no reason to keep alive someone who knows nothing. Afterward, he examines the blood-stained contract papers left behind. From the evidence, he concludes the buyer of the contract is dead and no one in the kidnapper guild understands what really happened. That leaves him with one likely explanation. The person who was meant to be kidnapped may have taken the contract instead. Back at home, the monsters quickly adapt, and the unicorns are formally introduced with their revised names, Sally and Pepper. Their names had to be toned down after Yerim got annoyed with Hyun's original choices. The griffin, Blue, is introduced as the troublemaker who caused chaos on the first day. Blue immediately proves it by crashing onto the dinner table despite being forbidden from doing so. Hyun ends up cleaning the mess himself, and laments how much work the griffin creates. A fox monster suddenly flares with a terrifying aura, startling everyone into thinking another disaster is starting. But the threat passes quickly, and Hyun notes that things are already somewhat more manageable now that order has been established. That order was enforced on day 1 when the fox decisively put Blue in its place. With the hierarchy settled, the 3 monsters begin living together in relative peace. Hyun finally gets a moment to breathe, feeling the strain of caring for them all. As he heads off exhausted, he reflects that raising monsters feels a lot like raising children. He collapses onto his bed, overwhelmed by the thought that he still has dozens more monsters to collect. The room falls quiet as he tries to rest. While mentally reviewing the monsters already in his care, a system alert suddenly detects a cursed poison dragon, Diovalsgesis. The warning jolts him fully awake. Another notice says his natural enemy trait has activated and that all his skills will become twice as effective against this dragon. Checking his phone, Hyun realizes there is no dungeon alarm nearby, so the dragon should not be here at all. Before he can make sense of it, a dark presence appears directly above him in his room. Hyun freezes as the impossible intruder becomes real. He stares up at a looming, inhuman figure and can only manage stunned disbelief. The intruder lands effortlessly in the room, speaking in a foreign language while Hyun recoils in panic. The stranger realizes Hyun noticed him and remarks that Hyun seems to be hiding some kind of special power. When Hyun cannot understand him, the stranger realizes his translation necklace is off, while Hyun frantically wonders why a human-looking foreigner would be mistaken for a cursed poison dragon. The intruder activates the glowing necklace to make himself understood. Now translated, he greets Hyun with unsettling familiarity and is identified by the system as the Awakened Riet, an S-Class possible awakening stat user. While checking records on future-born S-Class hunters, he realizes one name is completely unfamiliar and starts worrying about what that means. The unease sharpens as he understands he may have found information he was never supposed to know. Before he can process it, the woman he was reading about appears at his bedside and catches him in the act. She immediately pins him down, taking control before he can even try to escape. Noticing his eyes moving as if he had been reading about her, she confirms her suspicion and forces him to face her. With a calm, dangerous smile, she asks whether the file contained information about her, and he realizes she already knows he found something. He remembers that top-tier curse users can sense this kind of thing instantly, and her effortless breach of security proves she is far beyond him. He restrains himself, knowing any reckless move against her would be fatal. As her grip tightens, he concludes that resisting her now would only get him killed. She tells him he should have invited her in instead of making her force the issue, while he panics and blurts out her name. Her amused expression makes it clear she is enjoying how helpless he is. She explains that every guild connected to him had become an obstacle, so she removed them from the equation and came directly to him. She adds that his brother had also been spreading warnings, which only confirms to him that this trouble was inevitable. To test him further, she presses a finger to his forehead as he braces for something lethal. She says she only intended to ask what she needed and leave, but his behavior has made her doubt he is as harmless as he claims. Deciding he does not act like an ordinary F-class at all, she prepares to verify it herself while he breaks down in fear. He becomes convinced this is the moment his brief improvement in life is about to end. Instead of killing him outright, she flicks his forehead with a curse skill. When he feels nothing, she is surprised and immediately questions why her curse had no effect. To investigate, she yanks open his shirt and checks his body directly, leaving him stunned and defenseless. She concludes he does not seem to possess any normal poison or curse resistance, which deepens the mystery. Then she identifies the real clue. He must be the one who tore up her contract earlier. She reveals she has recently been doing illegal contract work through her curse skill and confronts him over interfering with it. He freezes as the mention of the contract connects to something he already knows. She explains that the contract carried a blindness curse meant to punish anyone who tried to destroy it, and he recognizes it as the same contract from before. When she says she never expected him to rip it up and survive, he hides behind his weak rank and pretends ignorance. Not believing him, she decides to test that claim directly. She grabs him and moves to force the issue before he can talk his way out. Holding the contract between them, she deliberately starts tearing it again, saying the worst that should happen is that he goes blind. He desperately tries to stop her, realizing too late what she is about to trigger. The contract breaks, and the curse activates as he cries out in panic. A system notice reveals the blindness curse is automatically deflected by his high-level curse resistance. Her suspicion is confirmed, and he can only call her insane as she takes his survival as proof. He is horrified that she tested him with something so extreme and starts wondering who she really is and what she actually wants from him. She reassures him that she has no intention of harming him, implying the test was only to identify him. When he demands an explanation, she says she only wanted to find the person who destroyed the contract. Trying to justify himself, he explains that he thought her curse skill might have malfunctioned because he obtained it as a reward from a vanished dungeon boss. He admits the dungeon disappeared after he cleared it, even though he knows telling her this may not save him. That confession brings back the impossible image of the vanished dungeon and the anomaly surrounding it. He asks whether she believes him and whether she knows anything about such a dungeon, and she admits she knows a little. She explains that the dungeon should not have appeared yet and identifies it as one that belongs 5 years in the future. From that, he realizes her poison and curse abilities must also come from the future, meaning she too was altered by time turning back. He pieces together that killing a poison and curse dungeon boss was the price for obtaining those abilities, and the boss's identity clicks into place. He names the boss as the cursed poison dragon Diovalskesis, shocking her with knowledge he should not possess. He recalls the future information tied to that dragon, an SS-class title, a condition involving killing it while blinded, and the fact that her brother was meant to be the one to achieve it. The realization leaves him momentarily speechless as the implications settle in. She confirms she earned her title by killing a cursed poison dragon and becoming a half-dragon hunter who inherited its powers. He concludes that time reversal created irregularities affecting not only her but also her brother, and she grows suspicious of how much he knows. Closing in again, she says he feels strangely similar to her, almost like another kind of dragon, while he weakly insists he is only human. She rejects that denial, saying his scent matches a natural enemy of dragons rather than a human, and he panics as she physically tests that revelation. Eugene realizes Riette may be targeting him because his title makes him a natural enemy of cursed poison dragons, and because he once killed their final boss. He is rattled that Riette should not have known that much, just as she closes in on him without warning. Riette pins him down and bluntly reveals that, despite not being interested in ordinary humans, she finds him intriguing. While Eugene panics, she decides he is exactly the kind of rare being she has been searching for. Trying to keep control of the situation, Eugene calls her name, but she only leans in with growing interest. When he demands to know what she is doing, Riette makes clear she intends to get much more personally involved with him. She presses even closer and admits she has not desired anyone like this in a long time, leaving Eugene overwhelmed. Eugene finally blurts out the one boundary that matters most to him. She cannot climb onto his bed with her shoes on. That absurdly practical objection stops the moment cold and reminds Riette she is dealing with Korean norms. She backs off with amused disbelief, while Eugene accuses her of crossing an unforgivable line. When he tells her to leave now that she has gotten what she wanted, Riette reveals she still has another request. With shameless cheer, she asks him to raise her child, and Eugene explodes at how outrageous she is being. Riette clarifies that she wants to leave him a monster baby. Eugene immediately objects that he is already bound by contracts to care for other beings. Riette says she knows that already and came in secret for exactly that reason, even holding a knife as she corners him into listening. Though alarmed, Eugene has to admit to himself that her proposal is not entirely unreasonable. Riette argues that an S-class from birth with an SS-class title is too valuable and dangerous to abandon. She concludes that entrusting the child to him is the safest way to get involved with the baby at all. Eugene understands her logic and sees that if something goes wrong, Riette herself would become the bigger problem. By the next morning, the night's chaos gives way to an ordinary start to the day. Songhan arrives with food for Eugene, expecting a normal visit. The moment he steps in, he senses something is very wrong. He finds the room wrecked and Eugene collapsed on the floor, looking like he barely survived the night. As Songhan rushes to him in alarm, Eugene can only think that too much happened and he is completely drained. He reflects that in the end he accepted Riette's request and agreed to stay in secret contact with her. That arrangement continues through private messages, where she casually updates him like an affectionate parent. Eugene notes bitterly that Riette handled everything exactly as she pleased before leaving him to deal with the aftermath. Still, he is relieved the encounter ended peacefully, because it could easily have turned fatal. He also realizes it was fortunate she came while he was alone. If Myungwoo had been present, and Yu Yun forced to protect both of them, an S-class poison and curse user would have been far harder to survive. That thought leads Eugene to wonder whether he should have used his influence skill after all. But he remembers that the skill's effect doubles against cursed poison dragons, meaning it might actually have worked on Riette. He immediately rejects the idea, deciding she is far too unpredictable to manipulate carelessly. Songhan notices Eugene spacing out and checks on him, startling him back to the present. Eugene is shocked to discover Songhan has already cleaned the place up almost completely. Moved, Eugene takes his hand and recognizes how hard Songhan has been working to care for the monsters around him. Songhan warmly tells him to call anytime he gets tired, promising to come help without hesitation. Eugene is touched by the sincerity of that offer. He embraces Songhan with heartfelt gratitude and decides that helping the people around him comes before dealing with Riette. At that moment, a system message announces that Kim Songhan has reached the minimum requirements for growth. Eugene reacts instantly and grabs Songhan in excitement. The system confirms Songhan can now advance from F-class to S-class once the remaining promotion conditions are met. Eugene blurts out the astonishing news that Songhan can be made into an S-class. When Songhan asks if that is really possible, Eugene says yes, though the conditions are difficult. The system presents 3 options: defeat an A-class dungeon boss in one attack, solo an S-class monster, or hunt an SS-class monster with fewer than 10 people. They quickly judge the third option nearly impossible and the first one the most realistic. Eugene reasons that if Songhan enters an A-class dungeon and gains an attack skill, they may be able to engineer a one-hit boss kill. He volunteers himself as the one who will make that happen and asks Songhan to trust him. With both of them fired up, Eugene unveils a plan to turn Kim Songhan into an S-class. The first step is simple and direct. Load Songhan up with every piece of offensive power equipment they can get. Yu Yun excitedly explains that Yerim can boost someone's attack power with Shadowless Day, imagining the team becoming much stronger. He pushes the idea further by adding his own offense doubling skill, convinced their combined support would create overwhelming power. Hyun-jae immediately undercuts the fantasy by pointing out that Yu Yun has somehow inserted himself into the plan. Yu Yun casually confirms that he intends to join the raid too, leaving Hyun-jae to wonder if he has lost his mind. Unfazed, Yu Yun argues that if he can enter low-rank dungeons, there is no reason he cannot go into a low A-class one as well, and he asks to be allowed in. He even offers a B-class shield as protection, but Hyun-jae dismisses that as nowhere near enough for what they are facing. Hyun-jae reminds him that this is not ordinary hunting but a boss fight, where a weak defense item will not solve the real danger. He also points out the flaw in Yu Hyun's buff-sharing plan. Because the skill only works through contact, Yuhyun would have to stay physically attached to the fighter during the entire battle and endure the backlash. Since the shield would fail the moment Yuhyun is touching him, Hyun-jae treats the whole proposal as absurd while Yuhyun keeps laughing it off. Yuhyun then brings up a previous dinner and the special item he had asked Myungwoo to make, revealing that he has prepared something specifically for this problem. He presents the new shield item with confidence, expecting it to overturn Hyunji's objections. Hyunji's skepticism breaks the moment he examines it more closely and realizes it is not ordinary at all. The item is identified as a single-use nameless bracelet of unknown class. Its effect shocks Hyun-jae. It can nullify all damage for 10 minutes, and Yuhyun proudly notes that this is why he wanted to impress Myungwoo. The impossible item leaves Hyun-jae momentarily speechless. Sensing his opening, Yuhyun insists that with this bracelet and the Edge Guild's cooperation, even an S-class can safely escort him, and he promises he can make the plan work. A brief memory shows others protesting that Yuhyun was never meant to be taken into such a dangerous place, highlighting how reckless his decision looks from the outside. Despite those concerns, the group proceeds to the dungeon entrance, and Yuhyun reflects that if he is going in, he needs to understand the place firsthand. At the site, the gathered hunters reassure Eugene that the S-classes will protect Yuhyun, treating the outing as a tightly guarded operation. Another S-class arrives in dramatic fashion, making it clear that the raid team is still growing. Hyuna greets Eugene and reveals that she recruited one more S-class specifically to prepare for this dungeon. She warmly greets Yuhyun as well, while he remains polite and calm with the fox beast in his arms. With the roster assembled, they decide that this number of members should be enough. Yuhyun asks if he is the last one expected, only to learn the lineup is not quite complete yet. A new arrival is announced as someone asks what their little Han Eugene is planning now. A blonde man steps out and joins them, making his entrance with the confidence of someone used to interrupting other people's plans. His sudden appearance catches the others off guard, especially because he was clearly not part of the original arrangement. The scene shifts to the low A-class dungeon, Black Golem City, as the raid finally begins. The dungeon is introduced as a ruined place once filled with golems and undead legions, though that old threat no longer defines it the same way. One hunter explains that the golems here are normally slow but durable, so the standard tactic is to split them apart and wear them down. Yuhyun repeats the word tactic with mild disbelief, already sensing that this group may not operate by ordinary standards. His doubt is answered immediately when the battle erupts in explosive displays of power that make any careful strategy seem irrelevant. The S-classes tear through the enemies so quickly and violently that Yuhyun can barely follow what he is seeing. Watching the destruction, he realizes this is the first time he has truly felt sorry for dungeon monsters, because a place that should take A-classes a week is being erased in moments. The contrast becomes obvious. What should be a difficult A-class raid is effectively being treated as a warm-up by S-class hunters. Yuhyun wonders aloud whether a crowd of S-classes entering any dungeon together would make every raid this trivial. He is told that S-class hunters are actually forbidden from entering dungeons together, which explains why this kind of overwhelming force is almost never seen. At first he assumes the rule exists to spread manpower in case another dungeon break happens elsewhere, but he is told that is only part of the reason. As Yuhyun looks more carefully through his binoculars, he starts to understand the real problem. He identifies Hyunji's role as dealer, watching him unleash destructive power without any concern for coordination. Hyuna is the same, another dealer fighting entirely on her own momentum. The third S-class also proves to be a dealer, confirming that every one of them is built for offense rather than teamwork. Yuhyun realizes they are all competing to kill the monsters faster than the others, and one of them even treats the raid as a chance to show off a newly learned skill. That skill, Pale Rain, blankets the battlefield in ice and wipes out enemies on a massive scale. At the same time, another S-class floods the area with destructive energy of his own, causing the attacks to overlap chaotically. The clash of powers becomes so messy that one hunter shouts at the guild master in frustration as the battlefield turns into a contest instead of a coordinated raid. Yuhyun is forced to retreat because the heat and conflicting attacks are ruining his ice, making it impossible to stay near the fight safely. Even Hyuna complains that the other's abilities are interfering with her, and Yuhyun realizes she has been holding back because he is only an A-class. By the time the golems are all destroyed, Yuhyun can only conclude that there was no teamwork at all, just several overwhelming hunters trampling the dungeon separately. He wonders if they can get away with that simply because each of them is individually too strong to need cooperation, and the answer he gets is an awkward laugh. The observer identifies the most capable person present as a man named Sung Hyun-jae. He realizes Jupiter's guild master has come in person, which immediately raises suspicion about why someone so important would join this raid. Studying Hyunji's extravagant gear, he concludes the man is flaunting rare top-tier equipment and likely has some ulterior motive. His resentment deepens when he recognizes Hyunji's coat as a prized SSS-class item and broods over how much his own brother would benefit from it. He bitterly recalls that without that coat, Hyun-jae would have lost a past-ranking battle to Yuhyun. His hostility becomes so obvious that Hyun-jae casually notes the glare and confirms he can feel the envy directed at him. Trying to stay polite, the observer jokes about Hyunji's dramatic entrance, while Hyun-jae coolly explains he came to inspect the dungeon his guild has lent out. The observer urges him to leave, though inwardly he regrets that the current dungeon makes it hard to act against him. Hyun-jae dismisses the complaint and teasingly suggests the observer hand over his child instead, provoking an immediate outburst. Their bickering is interrupted when Moon Hyuna, already engaged in battle below, demands to know why Hyun-jae is standing around instead of helping. The observer piles on by mocking Hyun-jae as too old to be useful, and Hyun-jae answers with amused condescension. Rather than joining the fight directly, Hyun-jae prepares some kind of intervention with a snap of his fingers. A violent burst of force erupts into the battlefield. When everyone panics at what he has done, Hyun-jae blandly insists he merely helped. The observer accuses him of sabotaging Hyuna, but Hyun-jae denies any personal grudge. Pressed on why he would attack an ally, Hyun-jae fixates on the word ally as if rejecting the premise itself. His expression makes it clear he does not consider Hyuna a colleague at all. That unsettling reaction leaves the observer suddenly aware that Hyunjae's attitude is far stranger and colder than expected. Before the argument can continue, Hyuna charges back and furious at Hyunjae's interference. She commits to attacking at full force, treating his provocation as a direct challenge. Activating her movement skill, she launches herself with wind-enhanced speed. As she dives, she angrily points out that he should at least match her gear and level if he wants to interfere. The spectators can only watch in alarm as the clash escalates instantly. Hyuna realizes too late that the situation is shifting in a dangerous direction. Her attack path swings toward the group behind Hyunjae, putting them directly in danger. The observer and the others understand they are about to be caught in the strike. Hyuna tries to correct course and shouts for the bystanders to move because she cannot stop cleanly. Seeing the threat, someone throws up a protective barrier around the group, while Hyuna desperately tries to halt the blow. Her weapon slams into the ground with explosive force. The impact hurls her away while the barrier shields the people behind her from the worst of it. Even so, the strike cracks the terrain badly enough to destabilize the cliff. A huge section of rock breaks loose and collapses, but the protected group remains safe on the ledge. Hyuna regains her footing and is relieved that no one was killed. Hyunjae praises her control, and that smug approval only makes the others blame her more for nearly causing disaster. Already rattled, Hyuna turns in disbelief when Hyunjae patronizingly asks why she was not more careful. At that moment Yuhyun arrives, and Hyuna immediately recognizes him as the young master of World's Edge. Yuhyun coldly points out that his older brother was standing right in the line of danger. Hyuna defends herself by saying she stopped in time, while Yuhyun condemns her for being reckless. He goes further, insulting both her temper and her attack path as so crude that even a child could evade it. That deliberate insult flips Hyuna from defensive to openly combative. With both of them drawing weapons, the argument turns into a direct challenge. Hyuna proposes they settle it with a duel and attacks immediately. The observer begs them to stop, but Hyunjae remains unconcerned and implies this kind of conflict is inevitable. As the two S-class hunters exchange blows, it is explained that they normally raid separately because dungeon breaks do not happen often and entering together is forbidden. Hyunjae notes that, since they are all gathered in one place now, the usual separation no longer restrains them. He calmly concludes that this makes it the perfect chance for them to go for each other's throats. That blunt admission shocks the observer, who had not grasped how deep the hostility ran. While fighting, Hyuna reveals she had assumed the guildmaster's public friendliness was just political theater, but now understands why S-class hunters are kept apart. Elsewhere in the ruined dungeon, another hunter excitedly discovers a large magic stone among the remains. Delighted by the find, he claims the stone as his reward and starts planning to sell it to fund better equipment. Eugene watches a violent blast erupt and realizes the hunters have stopped focusing on the dungeon itself. Instead of hunting monsters, the two S-classes turn their power on each other, escalating the situation for no useful reason. The woman in red answers that challenge by gathering another attack, clearly intent on continuing the fight. From the sidelines, Eugene panics that the clash is getting out of control while the others warn that stepping in would be dangerous. The woman dismisses any attempt to restrain her, and takes Eugene's departure as proof that she can act however she likes. She launches herself forward with overwhelming force, refusing to be checked by anything in her way. Her charge crashes into the other S-class, and she makes it clear that even his defenses are beneath her notice. The shockwave tears through the area, forcing everyone nearby to brace as the collateral damage worsens. Eugene freezes, painfully aware that as an F-class he has no power to stop either of them. Even so, he notices an opening and decides to act despite his weakness. He suddenly intervenes, and the male S-class breaks off at once to make sure Eugene is safe. Rather than keep fighting, the man fusses over Eugene's condition and explains away his tears as smoke irritation, leaving the woman thrown off by the abrupt change. He shields Eugene protectively and asks him to be more careful, which only makes the woman bristle at being ignored. Eugene plays along with the concern and lets himself be tended to, embarrassed but aware the tactic is working. He exaggerates his fragility as an F-class, turning himself into the reason the fight has to stop. By painting himself as a helpless civilian caught between reckless S-classes, he shames them in front of the others. The accusation lands hard enough to leave him momentarily stunned by his own performance. Eugene presses the point, scolding the two hunters for behaving worse than even the better-mannered companions beside them. With the mood broken, he orders them to stop fighting, finish the hunt, and line up like children being disciplined. He fully commits to the role by putting on a cap and readying a whistle like a strict teacher taking control of a class. Using that authority, he starts assigning positions and tasks, and the S-classes actually obey him. The team disperses according to his orders, leaving even the composed blonde hunter surprised by how naturally Eugene has taken command. Eugene himself is amazed that separating two S-classes was easier than expected once he treated them like unruly students. A system reward appears, granting him an SS-class skill for successfully controlling awakened people. He is delighted by the absurdly fitting teacher-type ability, and immediately accepts how useful it will be for handling monsters in human form. He sums it up simply: he has gained yet another SS-class skill. Later, the group settles into the ruins for the night after the immediate danger has passed. As they make camp, the older hunter offers Eugene a drink and some basic reassurance. They talk about how this expedition should finally let them leave, though the desolate surroundings keep the mood uneasy. Looking up at the broken architecture, Eugene wonders what this place once was, but no one has found enough records to answer that yet. Staring into the ruins, he sees not just rubble but the remains of an entire fallen city. He recalls that such places are traces of worlds destroyed because they could not stop dungeon outbreaks, and the influence those dungeons spread. That thought leads him to a darker fear. If even whole worlds can fall, 50 S-classes may not be enough to save theirs. His anxiety spills out as frustration at the very people whose uncontrollable power is supposed to protect humanity. Around the campfire, the tension softens into bickering as the younger hunters complain that the strongest ones keep all the action for themselves. Eugene cuts through the whining by bluntly telling Yerim that her problem is lack of skill and experience, not bad luck. The woman in red teases the boy for hoarding magic stones and dreaming of getting rich enough to beat everyone later. The teasing continues when she points out that his greed has literally singed his hair, drawing the others into the joke. She worries that the guild elders will nag her again, while the boy complains that she is the real nuisance for causing trouble inside a dungeon. She shrugs it off, admitting that maintaining a polished image is just part of the job because sponsors and backers expect it. She mockingly frames that burden as preserving the grace of a female S-class, baffling the younger listener but revealing how performative her role can be. Then she laughs it away and tells Yerim to grow up free of that kind of pressure, even as the others nearly choke on the chaos around her. Resting against Yerim, she admits that dungeons can feel more comfortable than the world outside. Her complaint turns serious as she confesses how much she resents the controlling old men behind the guild system, while the blonde hunter quietly notes that independence would have been possible if she had chosen it. He adds that no one has to remain leashed forever, suggesting her situation is less fixed than she pretends. He explains that the public only sees the glamorous image of S-classes, while the reality is that their overwhelming power and constant life-or-death battles leave them unable to fit back into ordinary society. Hearing that, Eugene begins to understand why hunters who seem privileged can still feel trapped and distorted by their lives. He reflects that people who spend their days overpowering monsters and surviving dungeons inevitably become something far removed from normal humans. That realization makes his brother stand out even more to him, because unlike the others, Hyunjae still seems strangely composed and socially intact. Eugene is left quietly studying him by the fire, reconsidering what makes him different from the rest. Eugene quietly realizes that Yuhyun has been bottling everything up. He concludes that Yuhyun is not enduring the burden simply out of brotherly kindness, but because he feels responsible for him. Before he can dwell on it, Eugene notices his older companion and checks on him. The others immediately fuss over the tired man and insist he should stop pushing himself. They eagerly decide to bundle him into a sleeping bag and put him to bed despite his weak protests. The group reassures him that, as lower-ranked hunters, they can handle the night watch by rotating in pairs. Eugene is touched by how warmly everyone is trying to take care of him. That warmth turns awkward when he bluntly asks whether they are all trying to seduce one another. Yerim deflects the accusation by pretending her suspicious stash is only because she is hungry. Eugene points out the obvious signs that she came prepared for flirting, leaving the others embarrassed at being found out. He lays down strict rules. They are here only to hunt monsters, and if they keep fighting over him, he will report them to Yu Myung-woo. One of them objects that the sleeping bag is all he has, but Eugene coldly suggests that if they cannot behave, they should simply stay out of fights. As he settles down, Eugene worries that even managing 4 troublesome S-classes is already too much, let alone gathering 50 like them. Still, he forces himself to trust the system for now and hopes that solving one small problem at a time might eventually let him save the world. That hope is immediately shattered when he is jolted awake by a new crisis. The hunters stare ahead in alarm as an enormous monster appears before them. Eugene's mind jumps absurdly to another disaster, imagining Kim Sung-han's promotion to S-class throwing Abyss into chaos. In that imagined scene, Eugene tries to congratulate Sung-han and smooth things over with a bouquet. Sung-han violently rejects the gesture before Eugene can even finish. He declares that he is quitting Abyss on the spot and has no need for companions now that he is S-class. The fantasy escalates as another S-class sees this as the perfect excuse to challenge the guild master, while Yuhyun calmly agrees. Soon the rest of the unruly S-classes jump in as well, eager to join the fight. The imagined conflict spirals into a full S-class brawl that threatens to bring the entire building down. Eugene screams for everyone to stop. He wakes to find himself still cocooned in the sleeping bag beside his companions and realizes it was only a nightmare. Shaken, He grabs Sunghan and desperately makes him promise not to become another independent S-class troublemaker. Sunghan, baffled, assures him he still intends to remain Abyss's shield and asks what brought this on. Embarrassed, Yujin laughs it off as a dream about everyone fighting and collapsing a building. A flash of lightning interrupts them, and Yujin notices that something is wrong with the surroundings. As he looks around, he realizes the castle they were in has vanished, and he cannot tell when it disappeared. A sudden blast confirms that a real battle is already underway nearby. They discover two S-classes fighting again, and Yujin is horrified that his nightmare is becoming reality. One combatant lands lightly amid the ruins, making it clear she has no intention of stopping. Yerim complains that this is not the place for what she wants to do. While activating a glowing item on her arm, she presses the blonde man about why he tagged along and whether his interest is really tied to Abyss's older brother. The man answers with an amused smile instead of denying it. He admits Yujin may possess a rare skill despite being only F-class, and Yerim mocks him for pretending not to judge by rank. He replies that, if nothing else, Yujin is at least entertaining enough to be worth his attention. Yerim counters that what truly stands out is Yujin's strange courage. She adds that he is also shamelessly bold. As she lets the bottle drop, she says those traits remind her of something. She attacks first, driving her spear down with explosive force. The blonde man effortlessly intercepts the strike with crackling chains of lightning. Wrapped in that power, he remains calm and untouched in the middle of her assault. Yerim warns him not to toy with Yujin, hinting that provoking the older brother could awaken something dangerous. She follows through with another fierce upward strike, trying to break through his defense. Even while evading, he keeps taunting her and jokes about her interest in Yujin. Their clash intensifies as Yujin yells at them to stop talking nonsense and stop fighting. Another hunter charges in to interrupt, demanding at least enough time to summon his beast mount before the battle gets any worse. The blonde man dismisses the protest with a cool smile, insisting that too many people have already been ruined. A violent clash erupts with such force that the battlefield is blasted apart. Watching from nearby, the guild staff can no longer track the fighters and desperately tries to call them back. One of the onlookers freezes as the danger suddenly feels far worse than expected. The combatants collide again in a burst of overwhelming power that sends shockwaves through the area. He realizes in alarm that this is the pressure of two S-class fighters going at each other. The force is so intense that he cannot even make himself heard or get close enough to intervene. The arrival of another man abruptly cuts through the chaos. He loudly announces that he has brought news of people using a dungeon as a sparring ground. Recognizing the woman as someone he helped raise, he scolds her for fighting again despite being old enough to know better. He keeps berating her, even pointing out that the fight has already ruined her clothes. His lecture broadens into a warning that reckless infighting could get children killed, making clear how seriously he takes their safety. Others note that his fearless habit of lecturing guild masters and stronger hunters alike is exactly what makes him unusual. Mid-rant, he suddenly senses something wrong. A strange blue system-like light appears, drawing everyone's attention. The message warns that space itself is being disrupted and urges them to run. The man who had been lecturing doubles over in pain as the warning hits him. Even while struggling, he insists this is exactly why no one can predict what a dungeon might do. The nearby hunters are ordered to flee as far away as possible. Before anyone can understand the warning, the ground begins to rupture beneath them. As debris explodes upward, the stronger hunters move to shield the others and pull back. The young man activates fear resistance and worries about the two still closest to the danger. Someone shouts for them to get away immediately as the disturbance intensifies. A sharper-eyed hunter realizes this is not an earthquake at all. The earth splits open in a widening circle, revealing that something huge is forcing its way up from below. Everyone finally breaks into a full retreat as the eruption chases them. While running, they try to understand what kind of thing could be emerging. The answer comes when an enormous shape rises from the broken ground like a living mountain. What emerges is a colossal toad-like monster covered in stone and moss. The group is stunned because no known creature of that kind should exist there, and its sheer size makes it even harder to believe. The young man confirms grimly that it is indeed a monster. His system identifies it as the first-class giant toad mountain eater boar, an SS to SSS-ranked monster. That revelation makes the situation even more absurd, because such a creature should never appear in an A-class dungeon. One observer realizes the blonde man had sensed that something was wrong before the monster even surfaced. That raises a new suspicion that his awareness and abilities may be hiding more than he lets on. Elsewhere, a winged pet named Blue is caught making a mess with a towel. Its caretaker chases after it in exasperation, treating the little monster like a troublesome child. A small round bird-like creature nearby watches and reflects that caring for monsters looks exhausting. When the tiny creature starts acting distressed, the caretaker assumes it simply wants its owner and tries to comfort it. She promises the owner will be back soon, but Blue causes another commotion as she runs after it. Left alone, the little creature droops and quietly cries. Then its sadness hardens into sudden resolve. A blue digital glow gathers around it as it begins activating some hidden power. A portal-like column of light forms in the room in response to its chirp. The creature interfaces with the system-like phenomenon as if deliberately calling something through. It invokes a high-level ability called Dominator of Space. The skill opens a spatial path connected to the battlefield, where the red beast and its rider are still facing the crisis. The little creature watches the open passage, startled but committed. It steps toward the flowing spatial current to complete the connection. Before it can proceed, Blue crashes down on top of it and knocks it flat. The caretaker rushes back in panic, worried the tiny creature has been hurt as the portal flickers nearby. A gigantic reptilian monster erupts from the dungeon floor in a violent surge, instantly turning the raid into a fight for survival. The hunters are stunned that something this overwhelming could exist in what was supposed to be an A-class dungeon. Even as they size it up, they realize its movements are slow, giving them a narrow chance if they can exploit it. The creature slams down with crushing force, proving that one direct hit could wipe them out. Its massive body tears through the ruins and shows just how far beyond normal dungeon beasts it is. The team grasps that its raw power alone is enough to break the dungeon apart if they fail to stop it. One hunter orders everyone to escape through the gate stone, but another refuses to run, while the monster still threatens to break free. They remember that this beast, Bavar, once caused enormous destruction when it surfaced years ago in China. If the dungeon collapses before it is killed, the disaster will spread outside, so retreat is no longer an option. Accepting that they have to fight, the blue-haired hunter rushes ahead while the others are told to protect the less experienced member. He judges the enemy as far above his own rank, but decides to use a buff skill to force an opening anyway. He activates Shadowless Day to amplify his mana and attack power despite the gap in class. With that support in place, he commits to guiding the next strike toward the monster's weak point. At the same time, another hunter gathers a dense sphere of black flame, preparing a high-level attack. The black fire crashes into Bavar in a sweeping blast meant to overwhelm it by sheer destructive force. The team believes the back of its neck is the key weakness and moves to capitalize on the hit. One swordsman follows up confidently, trusting both his experience and the team's combination of skills to finish the kill. His empowered slash lands directly on the neck, striking exactly where they expected the beast to break. But the blow fails to cut through cleanly, and the opening they counted on starts collapsing. A veteran immediately realizes that this plan would have worked years later, but right now their gear, skill levels, and experience are still insufficient. Another hunter tries a decisive spear thrust, betting everything on a single killing strike. The spear only grinds against the hide, and the attacker is shaken by how impossibly hard the monster's body is. Worse, the damage they did manage to inflict is already beginning to close. Bavar's regeneration proves so fast that even a successful wound vanishes almost immediately. The team shifts from brute force to coordination, with one hunter urging the S-class fighter to keep attacking while others support. Golden energy coils around the monster as they attempt to bind or disrupt it long enough to create a real opening. A lightning-charged assault crashes down on Bavar, testing whether elemental force can finally crack its defense. The observers can barely tell if it worked, and one of them concludes that even this level of attack still may not be enough. For the first time, however, Bavar visibly reacts, showing that the right kind of pressure can affect it. The monster answers by hurling its body forward and smashing through the ruins in a renewed rampage. The younger members panic as the battle swings back in the monster's favor. Bavar lands heavily and reasserts control of the battlefield through sheer mass and momentum. Its charge tears through the structure, making the collapsing dungeon itself another threat. The ground splits apart under the force of the clash, widening the danger around everyone. Ruined pillars and stonework begin to fall, confirming that a prolonged fight will destroy the area around them. As the team regroups, they admit that another reckless assault would only get them killed, yet they still lack a way to bring it down in one blow. Their fears are confirmed when the monster's body is already fully restored again. While others urge evacuation, the black-haired hunter stops them and insists the beast can be killed if they act together. He steps forward with a new seriousness, having worked out a method the others have missed. He explains that Bavar's hide cannot be broken by any ordinary single skill and that only linked attacks can overcome it. He assigns the first move to Yerim, ordering him to freeze the monster's neck to set up the chain. He then directs Yuyun to immediately follow with heat, creating a rapid elemental shift. The others grasp the idea. A sudden temperature difference can fracture the monster's skin more effectively than raw force. When questioned, he calmly implies that his unusual training has given him insight into monsters beyond what he should normally know. He continues laying out the sequence, planning the next strike for Hyuna SSI once the hide is destabilized. He warns that the timing has to be exact because Bavar regenerates so fast that any delay will erase their progress. A teammate points out that such precision is nearly impossible for a group with no experience fighting together unless they can somehow coordinate perfectly. That objection makes him pause as he realizes the plan still lacks the one thing it depends on. He admits that their attacks must be relayed at exactly the right moments, which requires some way to connect everyone's actions. He understands that without that missing link, even the correct strategy cannot be executed. He realizes he can force this situation to happen even without an attack skill, and decides that will be enough. He chooses to rely on a newly gained ability instead of direct combat. The skill he earned the day before becomes his answer to the problem in front of them. He explains that it is a command-type skill meant for control, and believes it can improve the group's coordination. When the others question the sudden new power, he casually reveals he must have met some hidden condition to unlock it. As he checks the skill details, he notes with relief that this one is finally explained clearly. The ability, Scary Chick Class Teacher, lets him link multiple people and place himself at the center of their shared harmony. The first condition is mental mana, so he immediately prepares by drinking mana potions. He positions Yuhyun beside Yerim and warns them that rejecting the link can affect the person being targeted. Even so, he starts the skill and tells Yuhyun not to resist it. The command skill activates and begins binding the three of them into a shared field. The link takes hold, and both he and Yerim show the first signs of the connection in their eyes. As the skill settles, information about the other starts flowing into him through the bond. He realizes the effect is far deeper than simple teamwork. What reaches him is not words but direct understanding. He can sense their movements before they make them, as if their bodies are extensions of his own. Yuhyun notices the strange overlap too, while Han Eugene can already predict his next action. When Eugene answers the thought before it is spoken, Yuhyun is startled by how exact the connection is. Encouraged, Eugene decides to strengthen the test by linking himself with Yuhyun directly. The second connection snaps into place, and both of them feel the bond lock more tightly. The result is immediate. Yerim is thrilled, Yuhyun is unsettled, and the others finally see that something extraordinary is happening. Yerim explains that she can feel Yuhyun from the inside, including how he is about to move and where he is distributing his strength. Using that borrowed awareness, she reproduces his technique in a single strike. The sudden display shocks Eugene and the woman in red alike. They realize Yerim has just copied not only the sword form but even the spear's precision at the tip. Excited by the possibilities, the woman in red begs to be included next, but Eugene has to stop for another mana potion first. He warns that if she links with Peace, she will also share the beast's fire resistance, which means flames could burn her less. She immediately jumps to the idea of riding Peace with full preparation, while Eugene hurriedly tries to keep her focused on the test. He moves on to the third extra function and tells Peace to stay close because he has something to give. This feature lets keywords influence the link target, so Eugene tries a clumsy phrase of affection on Hyuna to trigger it. The attempt backfires so badly that Hyuna is overwhelmed instead of charmed, and Eugene scrambles to explain he only meant to thank her. Once she recovers, Hyuna takes the whole thing in good humor. The keyword effect still works, and Hyuna's mood shifts enough for her to teasingly accept the comparison instead of rejecting it. With that success confirmed, Eugene turns to the final and most dangerous test. The blonde man steps forward to volunteer, making it clear this last trial will put the greatest strain on Eugene. Eugene explains that the fourth function amplifies the link target according to the opponent's stats, and he tries to trigger it with flattering keywords for the blonde man. The words fail to influence him, so Eugene decides to proceed by using the skill directly and asks him to accept it. The blonde man appears to allow the connection at first as the blue aura wraps around him, but his eyes reveal that he is fully aware and not actually yielding control. The bond is violently rejected, and the backlash slams into Eugene at once. He doubles over in pain while the blonde man watches with false concern. The man admits he only gave a light rejection, and Eugene realizes he has been deliberately played. Yuhyun rushes over to help, but Eugene can only bitterly note that this would have gone easier if people cooperated. As he struggles to keep the linked group together, Eugene feels the crushing burden of controlling multiple S-classes and Peace at the same time. The strain becomes severe enough that he can barely keep himself steady. He urges everyone to move quickly because he cannot maintain this control much longer. His thoughts return to the real objective. They have secured the S-class monster, but the true goal is to elevate Kim Sunghan into an S-class as well. Kim Sunghan stands ready at the cliff, facing the enormous creature below. Knowing the chance has come, he prepares his bow and understands he has to act first. He releases the opening shot, and the battle begins with a violent impact against the monster. The blue-haired fighter realizes his first strike failed to do any real damage, leaving the opening move to his opponent. He seizes that chance immediately, declaring that now it is his turn to attack. He activates Shadowless Night to flood his body and weapon with mana and launch a high-speed assault. At the same time, he invokes Freezing Sigh, layering intense cold over the attack. He commits everything to a single decisive blow meant to deliver the greatest possible freezing force at once. As the power condenses, his spearhead becomes denser and deadlier, sharpening into a true killing edge. He drives the weapon down with Pale Rain, aiming to pin the enemy in place with the freezing strike. The target is engulfed in jagged ice, and he believes he has successfully locked it down. Trusting the freeze to hold, he teleports away and calls for the others to finish the immobilized enemy. The dark-haired man answers by stepping in with purple energy gathered in his hand. His power crashes into the frozen mass and tears through it in a violent surge. But the enemy's heat erupts back just as violently, turning the battlefield into a vortex of fire. The ice vanishes almost instantly, and the group realizes the creature's temperature is so extreme they can barely endure it even from a distance. The woman riding the flaming beast points out that this overwhelming heat means the monster is still strong, but also reminds them they had planned for its hide to soften under sustained burning. She presses the attack with confidence, convinced the moment to break through is close. The dark-haired strategist agrees that the opening is approaching. Still, he decides they must wait a little longer for the conditions to become exact. He judges that they need the flames to subside just enough to weaken the skin without letting it recover. Hanging on under the pressure, he forces himself to calculate the timing precisely. He factors in Peace's leg strength, Moon Hyuna's speed, and the remaining flames left by Yuhyun. He also predicts the exact instant Sen Hyunjae will enter the exchange. The strain makes him cough blood, showing how much this calculation is costing him. Even so, he keeps physical contact with Sung Hyun-jae to maintain the skill link between them. Sung Hyun-jae notices the blood and demands to know what is wrong. The strategist brushes it aside, urges him to stay focused on Moon Hyuna, and reminds him they will have to move soon. He admits he is making up for earlier hesitation and resolves not to waste this chance. He tightens his hold and explains that skill sharing only works while they are touching. At that exact moment, Moon Hyuna and Peace surge forward together, matching the plan perfectly. The strategist runs through the final variables, speed, distance, and how long the flames will last, and reaches his conclusion. He gives the signal to act immediately. Moon Hyuna launches straight at the weakened target, while the others watch the opening unfold. As the attack begins, the narration recalls how the dungeon break first started with monsters pouring into the world and causing destruction. At first those invaders were mostly low class, but over time the dungeons became steadily more dangerous. Eventually even powerful magical beasts and large-scale threats began appearing. That escalation forced the S-class hunters, who had once acted separately, toward inevitable cooperation. The command system skill emerged as the mechanism that made such coordination possible. It became the hidden link connecting top hunters into a functioning team. The system worked by letting one person of equal class take control only if the target accepted it, while weaker F-class control met almost no resistance. That loophole created the first true cooperation between S-classes, with Moon Hyuna and Peace moving as one. Now she drives Peace forward again, determined to make this charge count. She commits to the strike with fierce confidence, aiming for the soft and weak point. Her spear slams down with all of Peace's momentum behind it. The impact bores deep into the target instead of bouncing off its hide. The blow punches through the monster's body and shatters the ground beneath it. Seeing the attack succeed, the blue-haired fighter blurts out his amazement that they finally pierced it. Moon Hyuna exults that the dungeon monster's flesh is parting at last, thrilled by the breakthrough. Her weapon drives into the creature's interior and releases a gush of foul green fluid. Peace twists away in the aftermath, carrying her clear as the strike completes. The monster convulses and spews more green ichor from the wound, proving the hit reached something vital. Watching the damage spread, the strategist realizes the next step is to stab directly into the exposed core. As the exhausted younger hunter leans on the blonde man, he decides to use the bracelet's power and pour everything he has into one last attack. With Yerim's support buff added to him, the blonde man channels the bracelet's energy through his hand. A veteran-grade effect activates on top of that, stacking even more power into the attack. The combined boosts double the attack skill's efficiency and turn their strike into an overwhelming torrent of force. The blonde man realizes just how far his power has suddenly risen. The monster is caught in the blast and roars as the amplified attack tears into it. The younger hunter, barely conscious, is shaken by the sheer scale of the power he helped unleash. The blonde man stays focused, absorbing the result of the enhancement without losing control. Seeing the opening, he commits fully to finishing the enemy. The attack crashes down in a blazing explosion that rips through the battlefield. The giant reptilian monster reels, its body smoking as the hit lands cleanly. Its eye goes blank, signaling that the decisive blow may have worked. The creature's massive body collapses under its own weight. Their allies immediately start to hope the impossible has happened and that the boss is finally dead. But the aftermath is still violent, with debris and shockwaves continuing to tear through the area. Falling fragments force the team to retreat from the collapsing ground. One of their companions shouts for everyone to get back while urgently checking on Songhan. In the middle of the chaos, a system message confirms that Songhan has met the requirements for promotion. Another notice follows, stating that awakened Kim Songhan's stats and skill proficiency have increased. Even as the monster's body breaks apart, the team is stunned by Songhan's sudden growth and the scale of what just happened. Songhan tries to check whether everyone survived, but he is too drained to stay steady. He realizes he has nothing left and gives himself permission to stop fighting at last. His body gives out, and he collapses from exhaustion. With the monster fully down, the battle finally ends. The tension breaks, and relief floods the group after bringing down such a powerful enemy. Their beast companion is showered with affection as the team basks in the excitement of victory. The younger hunters can barely believe they really killed an SS-class enemy with their own hands. Carried away by the moment, they rush toward each other to celebrate. The celebration falters into awkwardness as they suddenly become self-conscious. Still, a quiet bond remains between the people who survived the fight together. That calm is broken when another man arrives in alarm, calling out to the guild master and Eugene. He freezes as soon as he sees the scene before him. From his viewpoint, the blonde guild master is kneeling beside the collapsed Eugene in the middle of the ruined battlefield. The guild master looks at his gloved hand, still caught in the thrill of power that had been doubled. He lingers on the intoxicating realization that he has found a way to amplify his strength. Elsewhere, a watcher concludes that the guild master's true target had been Han Eugene. They piece together that the dimension twisted unexpectedly, causing a monster meant to appear years later to be released now. As they worry whether the people trying to help have noticed the anomaly, another tries to calm the panic by noting the attempted rescue happened outside Honey's domain. One of the observers falls silent, sensing that something is still wrong. They confirm that someone attempted to use teleportation inside Honey's world in order to find Honey, which should have been impossible. That means the intruder would have to be at least SSS class or L class, making the situation far more dangerous than expected. When news arrives that Bavar has already been defeated, the Watchers are shocked by how quickly the battle ended. They move to reward the victors, only to notice the atmosphere on the ground is tense instead of celebratory. Through their view of the battlefield, they see the guild master still beside Eugene while the newcomer stands at a distance. The guild master studies the unconscious Eugene and wonders where this mysterious third party came from. He reflects that Eugene's strange ability to draw out and share the strengths of monsters should not belong to an ordinary human. What stands out most is Eugene's power to grant others a skill that doubles attack strength. The guild master is seized by the desire to return to the moment before all this happened and claim that power for himself. While questioning why Eugene is human at all, Eugene remains unconscious and defenseless, unaware of the dangerous interest now focused on him. As the others approach asking whether he is all right, the guild master shields Eugene in his arms and keeps his intentions hidden. A dark-haired man tries to take control of the situation by demanding that Hyung be handed over to him. The blonde man refuses and claims Hyung for himself, insisting he will take care of him. With calm confidence, the blonde man makes it clear he intends to keep what he has taken. His declaration leaves the others facing the fact that he plans to walk away with Hyung despite their objections. The red-haired woman recognizes him as dangerously unreasonable, while the dark-haired man holds back his anger and reassesses. A younger ally protests that the blonde man is talking nonsense and demands Hyung be returned immediately. Another hunter stays ready to intervene, but waits in tense silence for the next move. The dark-haired man steps forward and directly orders the blonde man to hand Hyung over. The blonde man studies them through the glow of his restraint, weighing his response. He briefly considers killing everyone present to erase the problem. Realizing his damage-boosting skill is still active, he calculates that murdering them would also silence news of the SS-class monster. Seeing the weakened state of the others, he judges that finishing them off would be easy. Before that thought can become action, a weapon slams down and cuts off the escalation. The red-haired woman forcefully stops him and draws a hard line. She warns that unlike the usual powerful men who only chase after Hyungyun, she will kill him the moment he crosses it. She presses him to listen, making clear they were already done here and do not intend to let him dictate terms. The blonde man pauses, no longer treating the confrontation as entirely one-sided. At that moment, they notice the bracelet restraining him has broken. Freed from that limit, the blonde man admits he no longer has any reason to keep being accommodating. He decides that his earlier restraint has ended. The dark-haired man attacks first, rushing in with his blade before the blonde man can act. The blonde man blocks the strike and coldly points out that he already returned Hyung, yet is still being attacked. The attacker answers with open hostility, mocking the blonde man's lack of fire resistance, and revealing he understands why the brother wanted that equipment. He follows up by unleashing a violent burst of purple power straight at the blonde man. The two powers collide head-on as either side yields. A sudden surge of blue energy interrupts the clash and catches everyone off guard. A massive ice weapon manifests between them, and a desperate command stops the fight before it turns worse. The younger ally takes control with the summoned weapon and insists they leave at once with Ajusi. The red-haired woman physically drags him back from the confrontation, scolding him for picking a fight with someone far older and stronger. She orders the blonde man to take his brother and leave before she drops him herself. The dark-haired man warns the blonde man not to come near his brother again, but the blonde man casually admits that staying away will be difficult because he has taken a liking to him. That answer pushes the red-haired woman to the edge again, and she shouts for him to stop. As the group tends to the injured brother, the red-haired woman decides it is better to let the blonde man go for now as long as her brother remains safe. The blonde man stands apart with detached composure, while the others vent their frustration around him. The recovering brother weakly explains that Hyungnim is stronger than he looks and reminds them he had promised not to fight. A portal opens, and the group finally withdraws from the dungeon. The raid ends, but within days the public is consumed by the aftermath. What spreads everywhere is the shocking report that an SS-class monster appeared inside an A-class dungeon. Their identities are mostly hidden for safety, yet Kim Sanghan being promoted to S-class becomes major news around the world. For those who survived the dungeon, the consequences continue in private as well. A staff member reminds the guild master that an important shoot is scheduled for the next day. She is stunned to discover he has cut off much of his hair. He brushes it off as removing the burn parts, while she worries the older executives will be furious. He dismisses their opinion, saying leaving half of it should be enough to satisfy them. He decides the matter is too trivial to dwell on, even as everyone around him senses change coming. The appearance of the beast and the cooperation of an unprecedented SS-class team begin to shake the old order. Elsewhere, a man on the phone acknowledges that the world has already changed. He responds by ordering the twin siblings of Dio Valskisis to be brought back to Korea. With that decision, larger forces begin moving behind the scenes. And amid these shifts, attention turns toward the Heian Guild, where the next stage of change is about to unfold. A hospital room is quiet except for a small creature making noise near the sleeping man. An alarm starts beeping as he slowly begins to wake. The little bird-like companion slams into his face to rouse him fully. Still groggy, he assumes Chirpy just wants food and tries to soothe it. He is startled to find several people crowded around his bed, relieved that he is finally conscious. Trying to understand the situation, he realizes he must have collapsed after the dungeon. When he wonders if he only overslept a little, he learns he has been out for 2 full days. One of the others angrily reports that doctors found nothing wrong, making his unexplained sleep all the more infuriating. The group apologizes, intimidated by how fierce that person has become over the incident. The awakened man calms Chirpy and offers to take the creature back so the others can rest. He reassures Chirpy affectionately, making clear the little companion had been worried about him. Once the immediate fuss settles, he asks what happened with Kim Sung-han's class. Checking the results, they confirm the class succeeded and produced multiple S-class awakenings. The list reveals that even Peace has become S-class. That news jolts him upright in disbelief. He immediately decides to see Peace, but the others explain the beast has already gone to a dungeon with the guildmaster. He freezes at the mention of Yu-hyun. They explain Yu-hyun said he was heading into an S-class dungeon soon, and the man cannot understand why Kim Sung-han did not go instead. He is told that only Yu-hyun and Peace entered together. The implication leaves him stunned. Earlier, before entering the dungeon, Yu-hyun had been preparing to go in with Peace. At that moment Peace suddenly transformed into a massive blazing beast, shocking everyone nearby. The onlookers struggle to process the change as Yu-hyun calmly takes in Peace's new form. He recognizes at once that Peace has grown. Peace now radiates overwhelming power, no longer resembling the smaller companion they knew. Yu-hyun studies the beast with quiet focus and quickly makes a decision. He releases his own power, asserting control over the scene and preparing to move. The guild master and the others are caught off guard by the sudden surge. Yu-hyun orders everyone else to stay back because only he and Peace are entering the dungeon. Back in the present, the patient can barely contain his frustration at hearing this. The others admit they could not contact him because he was unconscious and impossible to wake. A brief recollection shows just how badly he had panicked and lashed out when he first heard Yu-hyun had gone in alone with Peace. He had nearly caused a full scene before the others restrained and calmed him. They remind him that an S-class dungeon raid can take around 10 days, so there is no reason to assume disaster yet. Trying to redirect him, they add that the dungeon itself seemed manageable and ask about the rewards he received. That finally catches his attention. Yerim proudly shows off her reward from Bavar, a pair of S-class earrings. The item is identified as Mermaid Queen Changlang's earrings, which greatly boost mana and mental strength, remove movement restrictions underwater, and improve water and ice abilities there. He congratulates her, and she excitedly plans to clear more dungeons quickly now that she has such strong gear. Yerim basks in the moment, thrilled by her new power-up. But her excitement dims when she admits she still needs ice-resistant equipment for her team and cannot easily afford or borrow the right attribute gear. Even so, the others note that Yerim is steadily maturing as an S-class hunter. The group reflects that her growth has been unusually healthy thanks to the support around her, unlike many newly awakened S-classes. The patient is satisfied that he has at least helped guide her in the right direction. Attention turns to his own reward, and he opens the system to check what he obtained. He finds that he, too, received an SS-class item. The reveal shocks the others as the reward materializes in a burst of blue light. The item is named Nameless Demon King's Old Water Wheel. Examining the strange object, he can only describe it as an old water wheel once used by a demon king. The others stare at it in confusion and joke that if a demon king owned a water wheel, maybe he had an unexpectedly domestic hobby. While recovering in the hospital, Kim Sung-han lets his companions test a strange gear-like dungeon reward on him, but none of them can figure out how it is supposed to be used. Sung-han reasons that the system must have given him the item for a purpose and suspects he may need to ask about it inside another dungeon. His odd fixation on the item makes the others realize he is mentally drifting back toward dungeons even while bedridden, leaving them uneasy. The mood shifts when an outburst outside the room announces another visitor and breaks the tension. Sung-han sits by the window in the fading light, still lost in thought until the door opens. Kim Sung-han's guardian-like companion, Sung-han SSI, checks whether he is awake and catches him staring blankly ahead. When questioned, Sung-han brushes it off as using his skill to confirm that his body is recovering properly. He quickly reassures him that this is not a relapse or dementia, just sleeplessness, and turns on the television to distract himself. The news reveals that Kim Sung-han is about to be appointed Vice Guildmaster of World's Edge within the month. The announcement shocks Sung-han SSI, but Sung-han calmly confirms it and explains that Park Yerim is too young, while another candidate is still in school. The reality of the promotion finally hits Sung-han, and he lights up with excitement. He eagerly congratulates Sung-han SSI and immediately starts talking about celebrating the promotion. Sung-han SSI downplays the fuss, saying plenty of people have already congratulated him, including a bouquet from Hanshin Guild. That detail catches Sung-han's attention at once. Sung-han SSI explains that Hanshin's guild master, Park Mingyu, once worked at Hanshin Group and that old ties likely explain the gesture. He recalls that Hanshin Guild belongs to the Hanshin conglomerate, and that he and Park Mingyu used to be co-workers before awakening. Back then the company tried to bind him to the family by arranging a marriage with the chairman's daughter. Everything changed when Park Mingyu awakened as an S-class, instantly becoming the more valuable match. Mingyu met the daughter in his place, married her, and rose to become Hanshin Guild's guild master instead. Since then, Sung-han SSI says, their relationship has remained awkward, and Sung-han is stunned by how melodramatic the story sounds. In Sanghan's imagination, the situation turns into a full-blown in-law rivalry, making the whole revelation feel absurdly dramatic. He jokes that Park Mingyu might be afraid of losing his place as the family's favorite son-in-law. Sanghan SSI counters with a more practical memory. After he remained only A-class, he received a polite letter urging him to stay in World's Edge for a long time. The message was so possessive that it effectively declared him Hanshin's in-law forever. Sanghan triumphantly decides his theory was right, while Sanghan SSI insists the important part is that World's Edge is more stable now. That remark makes Sanghan pause and take the matter more seriously. Sanghan SSI explains that Park Mingyu now sees him as a threat because World's Edge has 3 S-classes, and Mingyu dislikes anything that could make a rival guild stronger. Even so, he refuses to resent it, accepting that some people let personal feelings shape their decisions while he prefers the current state of things. He admits he never wanted to be guild master anyway, and sees himself more as support than as a leader. Instead, he resolves to back the guild master as much as he can, which deeply moves Sanghan. Sanghan remembers how reliably Sanghan SSI protected everyone in the dungeon and realizes that his steadiness matters more than rank. Overcome with gratitude, he tells him how glad he is to have him and declares World's Edge's future bright. Their warm moment is interrupted when Yun, the Dakibi, suddenly appears at the window to announce a visit. Yun cheerfully presents a gift he clearly intends to eat himself. Sanghan reassures the alarmed Sanghan SSI that the Dakibi is harmless to him and more like a friend. Pleased by the visit, Sanghan affectionately welcomes Yun and casually offers him a canned drink, while privately noting that his species-related influence skill may already be working. The system immediately interrupts that assumption by labeling Yun an incomplete species. A follow-up notice explains that to influence him, Sanghan needs an item tied to the basic elemental nature of Yun's species, leaving Sanghan baffled. Then Sanghan suddenly understands what item might qualify. He realizes the old gear-like reward resembles a water wheel, exactly the kind of ancient object the system might mean. Acting on instinct, he asks Yun whether the item is something he needs. Yun is startled and identifies it as a Demon King's water wheel, an artifact so old it predates even him. Sanghan is delighted that Yun recognizes it, taking that as confirmation he guessed correctly. When Yun describes Demon Kings as terrifying, horned, powerful beings, Sanghan accepts the idea with alarming ease. He abruptly decides that if that is what it takes, he will become a Demon King, leaving the others completely confused. The moment he commits to it, the water wheel erupts with violent energy and a dark crimson transformation begins around him. Sanghan SSI lunges to protect him as the room is flooded with power, and Yun realizes something has gone terribly wrong. The transformation intensifies, hurling Sanghan into a monstrous state, while his companions can only shout his name in panic. A massive horn tears into existence through the swirling demonic energy. Then a huge wing unfurls, confirming that Sanghan's reckless declaration has triggered a full demon-like metamorphosis. Yun's status suddenly updates, revealing that he has become a Class 1 Demon King with SS class stats. The people around him are stunned because they have never seen someone turn into a demon before. As Yun faces his new form, he urgently checks whether the system's judgment is really correct. A violent demonic aura surges outward and crashes into the room hard enough to seem impossible to stop. Seeing the SS rank designation, Sanghan realizes this new Demon King may be even more dangerous than Bavar. The status display confirms the threat. Yun is now an SS class Demon King in both title and power. While dark energy coils through the ward, the others fear that this is far worse than the meek Bavar they knew. The transformed Yun revels in their fear, and Sanghan braces himself behind a barrier because even Bavar's power had been hard to handle. Then Yun notices something strange and pauses. He realizes he is completely unharmed, even though rank earrings should only provide defense up to B rank. That means the destructive aura is tearing apart the surroundings without affecting him, or the space immediately around him. Holding Chikvi, he concludes this protection is not coming from the creature itself. He figures the old influence effect must still be active, because even as a Demon King he is still being treated like someone's cherished grandson. That absurd realization makes him snap at the unseen caretaker for still coddling him. Instead of panicking, he grabs the toy fishing rod and decides to use the demon's lingering fearfulness against him. Yun lunges in and starts beating the Demon King while scolding him for wrecking the hospital and frightening everyone. The Horn Demon, despite his terrifying form, recoils like a child being disciplined. Yun presses the point, arguing that a goblin should be far scarier than this and deciding to coach him into acting frightening on command. He reminds the demon that when he had been a goblin before, people had actually fainted from fear. The demon tries to object that Yun had once said he was only a goblin, but he is cut off as the others listen in confusion. Yun and Sanghan exchange a tense look as the plan hangs on whether the demon will believe this new script. Sanghan quickly backs him up, claiming he had only been startled before because Yun might have been in danger. The demon begins to accept it, and hesitantly believes he really is frightening after all. To reinforce the lie, Yun and Sanghan put on an exaggerated show of terror, and insist that everyone would tremble at the sight of him. The act works too well, because the demon becomes terrified by tiny harmless things instead and nearly faints himself. Delighted by the idea that he no longer has to be a Demon King, he happily gives up the role. His demonic power erupts and begins transforming rather than simply disappearing. As the fog clears, Sanghan thinks everything is returning to normal, but Yun realizes the change is becoming something entirely different. The demon form dissolves in blue light as a new evolution takes shape. The system first identifies him as King Yun. Then it completes the update and renames him the Great Goblin King Yun. Power flashes through his mask as the transformation reaches its peak. The old demon mask breaks apart, signaling the end of that identity. A new figure emerges, elegant and otherworldly, carrying the presence of a sovereign rather than a monster. His evolved form settles into calm confidence, far more refined than before. He formally announces that the Great Goblin King has appeared. Yun, relieved but bewildered, wonders if this means the crisis is finally over. The transformed king regards them with quiet composure, as if testing his new state. He explains that his powers are stronger now and that this is the result of evolving into the Great Goblin King. Pleased with the upgrade, he excitedly announces that he has gained a new skill just as hospital staff rush in to check the damage. Sanghan hesitates at the doorway, unsure whether it is safe to leave Yun alone with this newly evolved being. Yun reassures him that there is no danger now because goblins do not harm people. He awkwardly adds that this claim sounds less convincing after the hospital ward was destroyed, then moves on to testing the new skill. Using Chikvi as a target, he demonstrates the ability by making the little creature resemble the Goblin King. The king explains that the new technique is called Goblin Mask and that it imitates appearance only, not abilities or stats. Yun immediately connects this to the long-distance portal they had seen before, and the king is impressed that he figured it out. The scene shifts as the portal carries them to a grand gate under the night sky. They arrive at the Goblin Gate, a place Yun feels he has somehow visited before despite not remembering it clearly. As strange figures bounce around nearby, the Goblin King notices Yun's confusion and asks what he has sensed. Han Eugene realizes the super long-distance transport skill has safely returned him from danger, easing his fear that the hospital and city might be destroyed if his brother became a demon king. Relieved and triumphant, he celebrates gaining a powerful new system ability, and imagines dungeon research becoming far easier from here on. He immediately tries to push the next step by suggesting they investigate a dungeon, but the being he is dealing with refuses because he has other priorities. The self-proclaimed king explains that his duty is to gather subjects and restore old deserted buildings, treating rulership as a responsibility rather than a game. That mention of subjects gives Eugene an idea, and he cautiously asks whether the king can now create goblins. The answer is yes, with the king insisting that producing subordinates is exactly what a king is supposed to do. Before Eugene can control the situation, the king eagerly departs to search for followers, leaving Eugene scrambling to stop him. Afraid this will spiral into a disaster under dungeon creation rules, Eugene hurriedly redirects him toward finding subordinates somewhere safer and farther away, like China. He also makes sure to remind the king not to abandon the promise to investigate dungeons, trying to keep some leverage over him. Satisfied with that compromise, the king agrees and vanishes to begin recruiting subjects. Eugene is left waving after him, trying to convince himself that the crisis has somehow been handled. A moment later, he realizes the phrase lots of subordinates could mean far more than he intended. Standing in the wrecked ward, he imagines the king building an entire goblin village and regrets letting him go, though he can only hope the consequences will take time to appear. Elsewhere, attention shifts to official matters as a call reaches a senior figure connected to the Hunter world. He is informed that Hunter Han Eugene is due for discharge and that the training facility has just been completed, prompting contact about the next step. The man is caught off guard by what he hears next and asks for clarification. The reply makes clear that the situation is urgent enough to jolt him into immediate action. He erupts in alarm, demanding to know how something serious involving Han Eugene could happen while the guild master is away. When a subordinate notes that the association plans to send a representative, she assumes a public official would be safer than another guild master. He rejects that assumption at once, warning that this particular representative is more dangerous in an entirely different way. The story turns to a government building, signaling the arrival of that feared official. A sign identifies the office involved as Awaken Management, under a chief officer. The man approaching is recognized as the chief officer of Awaken Management, someone whose reputation alone inspires dread. Back at the hospital, the aftermath of the night's chaos hangs over the scene. Yuhan is stunned to learn that the destruction happened overnight, and struggles to process it. Seeing the ruined special ward, he panics over how badly it has been wrecked, while Eugene downplays everything and insists he is fine. Eugene immediately sees through that act, pointing out Yuhan's exhausted face and dark circles and revealing that he came because he had to confirm his brother was still alive. Yuhan, flustered and defensive, demands to know why Eugene came on a weekday instead of going to school. Eugene casually explains that he was dismissed early and can account for what happened, while nearby staff confirm the early dismissal. He jokes about being a juvenile delinquent hunter, only to be scolded for sounding proud of it. As they walk together, Eugene turns serious and explains that awakened people can easily slip past ordinary legal restrictions. That warning carries weight as the conversation moves toward the larger power structure around hunters. Eugene adds that this is especially true for high-ranking hunters, and even more so for S ranks. He explains that such people are not truly constrained by society's rules or by normal force, and that powerful guilds can rival governments in authority. In some countries, he says, those guilds have gone even further and effectively overtaken the state, leaving nations paralyzed. Korea, he implies, still functions only because of one exceptional person who keeps that balance intact. He then tells Yuhan to head home because someone is coming to pick him up, prompting Yuhan to ask who it is. Eugene explains that the association is sending someone and that he is also supposed to be shown the newly renovated training facilities. He identifies the visitor as the nation's only S-rank who still belongs to the state. This man remained a public servant even after awakening and became a major supporter of the Hunter Association against the big guilds. More than that, he is known as a former police officer who will arrest even S-rank hunters the moment they break the law. Yuhan realizes this must be the famous Chief Song that Yian often talks about. The official arrives and directly calls for Hunter Han Eugene. He formally introduces himself as Song Tuan, Chief Officer of Awakened Management and Public Administration Security. His imposing size alone overwhelms both brothers, making the introduction feel even more intimidating. Despite that presence, Song speaks politely, saying he will return after parking and asking Eugene to wait. Watching him fold himself into a small red car, Eugene can only think that the man looks absurdly like a giant squeezed into a toy vehicle. Yuhan wonders why someone so formidable carries himself that way, and Eugene answers that it is because Song still thinks like a public servant. Yuhan remains baffled that an S-rank hunter would drive such an ordinary car at all. That confusion is cut short when another black car suddenly rushes in, signaling that someone else has arrived. A violent crash erupts without warning, throwing the scene into chaos. The red car's side mirror shatters apart as nearby onlookers recoil in shock. One witness grimly jokes that meeting this man has immediately turned into a funeral-level disaster. From the wrecked car, a composed man in a suit steps out, making it clear the driver is no ordinary civilian. He casually wonders who would dare damage Song Taiwan's car, while claiming the collision was just an accident caused by his bad habit of pressing the accelerator around expensive vehicles. The blonde man presents himself with effortless confidence, treating the crash like a minor social mishap instead of a serious offense. The suited officer recognizes him as Hunter Sung Hyun Jae, immediately understanding how dangerous this encounter could become. The bystanders panic and tried to keep one loose-tongued companion from making the situation worse. They realize that if the man really is Sung Hyun Jae, then provoking him could create a massive problem because of his influence and value to the major guilds. The two powerful men face each other, and the tension between them becomes unmistakable. Sung Hyun Jae lightly offers to pay for the repairs, but his manner suggests he is testing how far he can push the officer. When he even extends a card as if to settle things privately, it becomes clear he expects the matter to be smoothed over. Song Tuan refuses to be bought, deciding that accepting anything beyond proper procedure would amount to bribery. He steps away to contact his insurance company, choosing formal accountability over personal compromise. The witnesses are stunned that an S-rank hunter is not escalating the conflict, and they note that if the officer had been weaker, the hospital itself might already have been destroyed. Instead of retaliating, Song Tae-won quietly starts cleaning up the broken debris himself, reinforcing his reputation through action. His calm report of the traffic accident only deepens the contrast between his rank and his disciplined restraint, impressing the onlookers. Watching this, Sung Hyun Jae becomes even more interested in him. His warm smile has an immediate and unsettling effect on one of the younger witnesses. Sung Hyun Jae smoothly shifts the conversation, checking on Han Yoo-hyun's condition and approaching the group as if they are already acquainted. He offers sweets as comfort, using a gift to lower their guard. Yerim rejects the gesture and bluntly reminds him that his visits are unwelcome because he has already been denied access. Yoo-hyun, trying to keep up, wonders what happened while he was asleep and asks why Sung Hyun Jae has come. Sung Hyun Jae reveals his real purpose. He came to collect the newly awakened female thorn-winged dragon intended to become Soyoung's beast mount. He adds that Hunter Khan Soyoung is already at the training facility, and invites them to come along so they can see the completed site as well. Song Tuan formally introduces himself as the person assigned to guide them through the training facility. Sung Hyun Jae immediately turns that into another jab by asking whether the officer plans to escort them in the wrecked car. He keeps mocking the damaged vehicle and blaming its quality, while others point out that he is the one who crashed into it. Beneath the teasing, Sung Hyun Jae pointedly questions whether Song Tuan intends to endanger someone with an important skill. He sharpens the accusation by implying that a public servant who should protect the weak is failing that duty. Rather than argue, Song Tuan accepts the criticism and apologizes for his short-sightedness. Yoo-hyun hurriedly tries to defuse the situation, begging the officer not to be bullied and insisting they can simply call another car. Sung Hyun Jae theatrically laments being rejected again, turning the refusal into playful emotional pressure. He pushes further by claiming he thought they had grown closer, framing his persistence as sincere effort. Yoo-hyun nearly starts to believe the act, but Yerim warns him not to fall for Sung Hyun-ji's manipulative charm and snacks. Eager to move things along, Yerim urges everyone to leave together, while Sung Hyun Jae appears pleased that the group is going with him. As they head out, Yerim warns Yoo-hyun not to overexert himself, and Song Tae-won silently follows behind them. His expression is so severe that it draws notice from the group. Yerim realizes his anger is not directed at Sung Hyun-ji's taunts alone. She concludes that Song Tuan is actually upset on Yoo-hyun's behalf, especially because Yoo-hyun is barred from fighting and still being dragged into danger. That realization makes his motives clearer. Beneath his restraint, he is watching over Yu Yun rather than competing with Sung Hyun Jae. The group arrives at the newly completed fostering facility in the city. Inside, the building opens into a vast, polished interior designed to house and raise magical creatures. As they walk through, the facility is explained as a dome-structured space connected to the neighboring building, and the group takes in its scale. Sung Hyun Jae keeps talking up the safety features, but Yu Yun is too distracted by his smugness to care about the details. Before the tour can continue, a girl comes running in and excitedly calls out to Han Eugene. Hunter Kang Soyoung arrives carrying a large basket and greets him with obvious enthusiasm, saying she has been waiting for him. Eugene notes that she has arrived early, and she cheerfully admits she was too excited to hold back on the way over. Her reckless energy immediately causes another misunderstanding with Officer Song, making it seem as though she has once again had trouble with him. The basket is opened to reveal the real reason for the visit: the female thorn-winged dragon, sleeping quietly inside. The group excitedly welcomes a newly named baby beast, Comet, and celebrates the decision to treat her as one of their own. They note that she is a small beast mount for now but expect her to grow quickly, already charmed by how alert and pretty she looks. Comet's status reveals unusual potential, with a current low rank but a possible rise all the way to the top tiers once she matures. When Eugene introduces himself properly, Comet immediately pays attention to the token he carries. His nurturing title strengthens the effect of that token, making Comet respond even more favorably to him. Comet flies straight to Eugene, confirming that she has accepted him almost instantly. The others gush over how quickly Comet bonded with him, while the bodyguard watches the scene with quiet concern. That concern proves justified when a griffin suddenly swoops in from above. The newcomer is recognized as danger, and its abrupt arrival turns the playful moment chaotic. Eugene realizes danger has come to him too, leaving him surrounded by affectionate beasts. He tries to formally introduce Comet to Danger as a new sibling in the household. Danger appears friendly enough, but the sheer force of its enthusiasm makes the situation unstable. In its excitement, Danger launches Comet away and barrels after her, turning a greeting into a disaster. Eugene panics for Comet, while the guard dryly notes that this kind of destruction is practically routine around Eugene. As property damage is pointed out, Eugene refuses to waste time on explanations and focuses on fixing the immediate problem. He orders the others to catch the beasts while he distracts them himself. To do that, he reveals he has been carrying a tambourine specifically for emergencies like this. Eugene breaks into a polished performance, using music to seize both beasts' attention at once. The plan works. The others capture Comet and Danger while Eugene keeps them occupied. Once the crisis is contained, the guard asks to speak with Eugene alone and sends the others away. His tense expression makes it clear he believes something serious is wrong. Before leaving, the blonde woman entrusts Comet to Eugene with obvious affection and reluctance. She promises to keep helping however she can, but Eugene gently reassures her and urges her not to neglect her own life. She gives Comet one last doting farewell, already acting like an overprotective parent. Even as she leaves, she is still thinking about how to decorate Comet's space. Eugene reflects on how kind she is, then remembers he still has another problem waiting for him. That problem is the blue-haired guild master, who is still lingering by Comet instead of leaving. Eugene starts pushing the remaining visitors out, deciding he needs to clear away every distraction before dealing with the guard. He sends the student and the guild master back to class and work, trying to restore order. The blonde man agrees to leave as well, saying Officer Song can brief him later. The blue-haired guild master resists, openly declaring he has no intention of giving up Eugene's time. He even tries to drag Officer Song into the argument, insisting he will leave only if the officer does. Clinging to Eugene, he admits the real issue is jealousy over how intently Officer Song has been watching him. Eugene immediately understands that the officer's attention has a deeper reason behind it. He concludes Officer Song is not here merely as an escort, and must have another purpose for coming. Eugene jokingly imagines the officer acting like a stern relative waiting to discuss his troublesome younger brother. Even so, he downplays the danger to calm the guild master and get him moving. Officer Song dryly assures him that kidnapping would only be an issue if Eugene had actually committed crimes, which Eugene mentally jokes he practically has. Eugene flatters the guild master and asks him to leave for everyone's sake, promising things are under control. The blonde man watches this exchange in silence, measuring Eugene carefully. Eugene internally protests that he deserves credit for raising the guild master rather than suspicion. The guild master finally gives in, though not without warning that he expects to be called immediately if anything happens. With the others gone, Eugene reports to Officer Song that the distractions have been removed. He smoothly shifts the atmosphere by inviting the officer for coffee. He leads him to a break room, choosing a more private and controlled setting for the conversation. While preparing the drinks, Eugene keeps things polite and easy, encouraging the officer to relax. Then he directly asks what Yuhyun has done this time, assuming the visit concerns his younger brother again. Officer Song answers that things have actually been calmer lately because there have been fewer dungeon breaks. He recalls that the worst period was when high-class dungeon breaks happened often enough that even elite hunters struggled to contain them. Hearing that, Eugene realizes the officer must be referring to the incidents he remembers from before, and he braces for a conversation tied to those past events. The young man tries to reassure the stern officer by joking that his brother once blew his arm off, treating even that as survivable. When the officer checks whether he is hurt, he laughs off the concern and admits he is more embarrassed than injured. He keeps minimizing the danger, explaining that lost limbs can be restored with potions and that his brother even helped him afterward, though he also admits that brother is terrifying. The officer's tension only deepens, because that kind of story confirms exactly why he was worried. As the young man casually makes coffee, the officer explains that hearing he had entered a dungeon with those people alarmed him. He bluntly reminds him that S-class awakeners are far beyond someone of his rank, and that even a gifted F-class hunter would be helpless against them. The young man accepts the point lightly, as if being scolded by stronger people is already normal to him. That easy attitude makes the officer step in closer and force the conversation into something more serious. He reveals that the real reason he came was not casual concern but a deliberate check on the young man's condition. Caught off guard, the young man is told to answer honestly and hide nothing. The officer presses him directly, demanding to know whether the people in that dungeon caused him any physical or psychological harm. What he truly wants to confirm is whether nothing happened at all, because he clearly does not believe the surface story. The young man freezes, still trying to play innocent even with the officer gripping his shoulder. He answers with a bright smile and brushes the concern aside as needless worrying. He claims the only trouble was having to stop the others from fighting, insisting it was not the kind of damage the officer fears. That answer snaps the officer's restraint. He knocks the drink away and closes the distance with sudden force. Before the young man can react, the officer seizes him by the throat, convinced his suspicions were right. He says he has been watching him ever since the hospital and now states the problem plainly. The young man himself is abnormal. The accusation leaves the young man stunned. As the officer bears down on him, the young man cannot understand why someone who is supposedly his brother's subordinate is attacking him. The officer keeps choking him, no longer hiding that this is a test rather than an outburst. Struggling for air, the young man wonders whether he should resist, but the senselessness of the attack traps him in hesitation. The officer's expression makes it clear he is still evaluating him even now. The confrontation is interrupted when a bag drops and spills its contents at the doorway. A blonde hunter arrives and immediately takes in the scene of the officer choking the young man. Recognizing her as Hunter Kang Soyoung, the officer finally turns his attention away from his test subject. She answers with force, drawing a glowing weapon and charging without hesitation. She attacks at once, demanding an explanation for what he is doing. The young man, still gasping, realizes how dangerous this is and panics because an A-class hunter is now facing Officer Song Tu-won. Even so, Soyoung commits fully to the strike, trusting her strength to break the situation. Song Tu-won stops her attack head-on with overwhelming ease. The failed blow shocks her and leaves her breathless. He catches and controls her weapon without losing his composure, proving the gap between them. Instead of escalating, he calmly releases the threat. He steps back and addresses her with formal politeness, as if the violence a moment ago were merely an inconvenience. Then he produces a potion and offers it for the young man's injured neck, returning to controlled civility. The young man reflexively accepts, still too dazed to process the shift. Soyoung smashes the potion away, furious that he would attack first and offer treatment afterward. She openly calls out the hypocrisy, while the young man can only wilt under the absurdity of the situation. She also scolds him for trusting the officer so easily, and he awkwardly admits she has a point. Song Tae-won answers that the one who truly needs caution is the young man himself. He repeats that he has been observing him since the hospital, building toward a conclusion he can no longer ignore. From what he has seen, the young man treats high-class hunters and monsters with the same easy familiarity most people would never dare. The young man, still not grasping the accusation, asks whether getting along with them is supposed to be wrong. Song clarifies that friendliness is not the issue. The issue is that he is the only low-class hunter Song has ever seen who is comfortable around both powerful hunters and monsters. He compares it to how ordinary humans instinctively fear an aggressive dog, especially when it approaches. By that logic, a normal person should recoil even more from beings as dangerous as high-rank hunters and monsters, yet the young man never showed that fear. The young man starts to explain it away as fear resistance, even though he remained unnervingly calm while being choked. But as he touches his bruised neck, he suddenly catches himself, realizing that explanation may expose something he should not say. Eugene realizes his fear resistance skill should have triggered earlier and starts questioning why it did not. He recalls that the skill only activates when his fear passes a certain threshold. That means it never judged the situation as truly terrifying to him. Even being threatened directly and facing an S-class demon king failed to trigger it, deepening his unease. He concludes this is not courage at all, but something more troubling. The truth hits him. His internal warning system is failing, so he no longer properly senses danger. The realization leaves him shaken because he understands how badly that could distort his judgment. Officer Song, seeing where this is headed, calmly presses the issue. Before things can escalate, Soyoung steps in furiously, condemning the choking and demanding an explanation. She raises the stakes by declaring that her guild will file an official complaint over the assault. Song answers that his rough intervention was meant to protect Han Eugene from that guild, not harm him. His grip loosens, signaling that he is backing off. Eugene immediately smooths things over, agreeing he needs to be more careful and defusing Soyoung's anger. He even thanks Song for the warning, which only baffles Soyoung further. Song is left momentarily speechless by Eugen's reaction. Still, he accepts that Eugene is unusual and decides to leave things there. He leaves behind his business card, offering a private line of contact. As he departs, he tells Eugene to call if he ever needs help. He adds that he hopes Eugene never ends up in a situation desperate enough to require it. Later, Eugene checks himself and confirms the mark on him has disappeared. He reflects on how much effort it took to calm Soyoung after the incident. Trying to make sense of Song, Eugene frames him as a strange man who may have provoked Ji-yeon before losing his arm. He dismisses Song's future anyway, assuming the man is doomed to die soon in a dungeon raid. He recalls that Song is fated to die years later during such a raid. After Song's death, rumors spread that Sung Hyun-jae killed him, and later suspicion shifts toward Yoo-hyun when World's Edge prospers. Those tangled future possibilities keep Eugene from reaching a clear conclusion. Even so, he instinctively refuses to believe his brother would kill Song without reason. He admits he still does not know the full truth. What he does know is that Song opposed guild interests strongly enough for dangerous rumors to bloom after his death. That also explains why Sung Hyun-jae kept interfering whenever Song approached Eugene. Yet Eugene cannot ignore that Song's behavior today felt less hostile than it first seemed. Holding the business card, he reconsiders the encounter. He starts to think Song may have been more worried about him than intent on threatening him, despite the violent method. Then he snaps himself out of that thought, reminding himself that being choked is not normal concern. Even so, he concludes he may have become dangerously desensitized to threats. The mood shifts when his companion excitedly unveils a special rope-like portal item that can connect to the new building. As they move into the penthouse, Eugene admits the huge place already feels lonely. His friend immediately offers him a portal key so he can visit anytime instead of being alone. Eugene gratefully accepts and casually asks for a device that can raise mentality as well. He explains to himself that if his mentality rises, the side effects of fear resistance will weaken, and he will need that before using the teacher skill again. The request alarms his friend, who instantly suspects Eugene is preparing to throw himself back into danger. At that moment, Yerim rushes in after hearing what happened and insists she stayed because she sensed something was wrong. She explodes at the story, furious that Song endangered Eugene and rejecting Eugene's attempt to excuse it as concern. Her anger gives way to anxious sincerity as she begs Eugene to be careful because incidents like this terrify her. Yerim confesses that she promised to protect him, yet she was absent when he needed help again. She is even more upset because the guild master is not around to protect him either. Determined to make up for that helplessness, she vows to protect Eugene no matter what. Eugene gently reassures her and promises that he will be careful too. Seeing how many people are worried for him, he finally accepts that he really has become desensitized and needs to watch himself more closely. But the chapter closes on Yerim collapsed on the floor, hinting that the danger around Eugene is far from over. As Yerim loses control and is urged to pull herself together, the narrator explains that the trouble began right after he decided to watch over the rooftop pets himself. That morning starts peacefully until one of the creatures suddenly swoops down and throws the routine into chaos. Yerim is pleased that the monsters have settled into their new home, especially the rooftop garden built for them. Her satisfaction collapses when Ajusi is found sprawled out, overwhelmed by how exhausting the animals have become. He admits he is running on no sleep because the creatures are far more energetic than expected, and Comet turns out to be nocturnal. A quick explanation reveals that Comet stays active through the night, making proper rest impossible. Even as one of the beasts tears through the garden, Yerim insists this destruction is just part of raising healthy creatures and tries to frame it positively. Ajusi can only stare at the wreckage, baffled that she is praising the culprit instead of stopping it. Trying to keep the peace, he accepts a flower one small creature offers him as if it were a heartfelt gift. Yerim immediately reads the gesture as proof that Ajusi has become deeply attached to the monsters. The moment is interrupted when another beast smashes a tree apart, undercutting any sense that things are under control. Yerim still defends the animal and argues that wild behavior is natural, while Ajusi forces himself to accept that human expectations cannot simply be imposed on monsters. He notices Blue trying to offer him a flower too, and his gentle response shows he is already treating the creatures with affection. He openly thanks Yerim for trusting him with them and praises Blue as a good girl, which only deepens Yerim's delight. Watching him with the animals, Yerim realizes they are lucky to have someone caring for them so sincerely. Ajusi asks Yerim to leave the monsters with him for the day, but Yerim refuses because the store is opening and this is an important first day. As he thinks about finally owning a building, Ajusi starts planning seriously to turn the place into a profitable monster business and attract both wealthy clients and hunters. While considering that future, he checks his phone and learns who his first customer will be. The message comes from Riet, who tells him her brother has arrived in Korea. That news immediately reminds him of the terrifying reputation surrounding Riet's family, and the danger tied to her twin brother. He recalls that after taking care of Riet's magic beast, he asked to be introduced to her brother in return. When he asked whether the brother was also S-class, Riet confirmed it and spoke of him with possessive pride. She boasted that her brother's support skill, natural enemy, becomes devastating against targets she marks, and claimed she had personally shaped him into perfection. Remembering that obsessive explanation leaves Ajusi deeply uneasy about what kind of person he is about to meet. His anxiety spikes as he imagines an even more dangerous version of Riet waiting for him. To calm himself, he reminds himself that he now has an S-class protector in Yerem, just as their guest is about to arrive. Yerem takes her role seriously and orders him to stay close to her no matter how frightening the visitor turns out to be. Even while hurrying to meet the guest, Adjusi secretly activates his own skill in preparation for a hostile encounter. The visitor introduces himself as Noah Lure, Riet's brother, and Adjusi's skill immediately warns that he is the exact kind of person who can amplify all of Valshisi's effects. Instead of a menace, they are confronted by someone so radiant and gentle-looking that both Adjusi and Yerem are stunned. Once seated together, Noah politely thanks them for the invitation and begins by apologizing for his sister's rude behavior. He admits he does not know every detail but makes it clear that he believes Riet acted recklessly. Adjusi is struck by how completely Noah differs from his sister, not just in appearance but in temperament. Yerem, still suspicious, presses Adjusi to explain how he even came to know this foreign S-class hunter. When Adjusi says he met Riet through social media, Yerem is incredulous, while Noah calmly adds that he also runs a guild in France. That revelation shocks them both, because Noah looks far too young to already be a guild master. Noah explains that he is only 19, which leaves Adjusi comparing him to his own much older guild master in disbelief. Adjusi enthusiastically suggests they should become friends, but Noah modestly downplays his guild as too small to compare with major powers. Noah explains that his guild, Arc, specializes in support abilities and only recently gained enough offensive strength to start expanding. Adjusi then asks whether Noah works together with his sister, expecting the obvious answer to be yes. Instead, Noah says he operates alone because Riet is too carefree and only contacts him when she wants help cleaning up her problems. Hearing that, Adjusi suddenly believes he understands the true dynamic between the siblings. In his mind, Noah becomes a kind support specialist trapped under the demands of an overbearing S-class sister. That interpretation makes Adjusi sympathize with Noah and see him as a hardworking, gentle hunter who deserves support. He quickly decides that if he can influence Noah and build a friendship, Noah might eventually soften Riet as well. From there, Adjusi starts wondering whether he can influence Riet herself through Noah. Convinced this approach will work, he warmly offers Noah help and assumes he must have been dragged to Korea by his sister. Noah gently corrects him, saying he actually came to Korea on unrelated business of his own. Even so, Adjusi and Yerem eagerly offer local help and hospitality, while Noah thanks them for being so considerate. Adjusi resolves to win Noah over gradually and naturally, certain this new connection can be turned to his advantage. Noah warmly tells the man that as a client he already likes him, making the encounter seem like a promising first success. At that moment, a hidden skill activates, amplifying the effect of a keyword and mentally influencing the awakened Noah. The blonde man is recognized as Noah's first successful target, confirming that the business approach has worked on him. Yerem, pleased by the strong start, still warns the salesman not to throw around affection so casually since he says it to everyone. The salesman downplays the intimacy and insists it is only a business tactic. He awkwardly explains that such language is just a Western-style greeting, but Noah does not respond normally. Noah falls silent, his mood turning dark as the influence takes hold more deeply. When they call to him, he gives only a blank pause, showing that something is seriously wrong. The others rise in alarm and ask whether they have upset him, trying to understand the sudden change. Instead of answering, Noah moves with violent force, signaling that the situation has turned hostile. The salesman is caught completely off guard as Noah's attack erupts at point-blank range. A blast of power tears through the area, shattering the ground and blowing the peaceful meeting apart. The salesman is hurled away by the shockwave, sent tumbling across the pavement. Dazed and injured, he can only panic at the impossible attack. As the dust clears, Noah stands at the center of the destruction wrapped in unstable purple energy, transformed into a threat. Yerem is knocked down in the chaos, and the salesman immediately worries about his condition. The source of the danger becomes clear when Noah's hand mutates into a clawed, monstrous form. Yerem stares up at Noah in disbelief as the corruption spreads through him. Noah himself seems confused, as if part of him does not understand what is happening to his body. The transformed Noah launches upward and attacks again, while the salesman realizes this is the same awakened man he had manipulated earlier. Another explosive strike crashes into the surroundings, escalating the destruction. The salesman realizes Noah is targeting him specifically and cannot understand why the aggression is focused on him. Noah roars in pain and fury, no longer in control of himself. Yerem forces himself up and prepares an ice attack, stepping in to stop Noah before he kills someone. Furious, Yerem commits to the fight and treats Noah as an immediate threat. He unleashes a rapid series of ice strikes, driving Noah back and shielding the salesman behind him. The clash turns brutal when Yerem is wounded during the exchange, drawing blood even as he holds his ground. The salesman tries to rush in, but Yerem orders him to stay back and leave the battle to him. The salesman objects that Yerem is outmatched, warning that the gap in power is still too large. Yerem answers that Noah cannot use his ice abilities properly while he is interfering, so he still has a chance to contain him. That claim shakes Yerem when he senses something unexpected about Noah's condition. He looks up to find Noah standing there in a more human posture, as if the attack pattern has shifted again. The The salesman realizes the earlier wound is poisoned and that the corruption is rapidly worsening Yerem's state. Seeing Noah about to strike again, he understands Yerem may not survive if this continues. He desperately tries to stop Noah before the next blow lands. For a brief instant, Noah reacts to his name, showing that some part of him can still hear them through the corruption. That hesitation breaks the attack and sends Noah skidding away instead of finishing Yerem. The salesman notices the influence may still be affecting Noah and begins to think he can use that opening. Even so, Noah remains unstable, clutching himself as if fighting something inside while the mutation continues. The salesman decides this is his only chance and prepares to use his skill again before help arrives. He plans to stall by relying on hearing-based attacks, believing he can evade them long enough to survive. Noah's glowing eyes and reaching claws show that the monster is still hunting despite that plan. Using his skill, the salesman reads the attack direction and shouts a warning to himself in time to react. He narrowly avoids the strike, but the force still slams him hard into the ground. Bleeding and shaken, he realizes this is far from easy and that one mistake would have killed him. He forces himself back up despite the injury, refusing to collapse while Noah is still active. He steels himself with a harsher resolve, telling himself that survival depends on total concentration on Noah's senses. As he focuses, Noah's movements become clearer to him, and he starts tracking the awakened man's state more precisely. From within Noah, a murderous impulse surfaces and condenses into a single command to kill. The salesman realizes the entity driving Noah is weakened for the moment, and a dangerous thought takes hold: he may be able to kill it now. Eugene is jolted when Noah suddenly radiates murderous intent and fixates on killing someone. Noah's eyes flare as the impulse takes hold, showing he is no longer fully in control of himself. Eugene realizes Noah is seeing him as someone else through a distorted perception. He identifies the mistaken target as Noah's surrogate parent, Riet. That realization leaves Eugene stunned, because it explains the hostility aimed at him. Noah lunges to kill, acting on the belief that the person before him is Riet. Before the attack can land, a new force cuts in and orders Noah back. Songhan intercepts with a burst of golden power, shielding Eugene from Noah's strike. Eugene calls out in alarm while Songhan checks whether he is unharmed. At the same time, word comes that the Association and the Jupiter Guild are already on their way. Noah remains locked in that altered state, glaring with the same lethal focus. He crashes down violently, turning the rooftop into a battlefield. The impact leaves Noah reeling and trapped under the pressure of the counterattack. Sung Hyun-jae arrives in control of the situation, treating the chaos as something he has stepped in to manage. Eugene immediately runs to Yerem, prioritizing his injured companion. Yerem warns him to stay away because the antidote is useless, but Eugene insists on helping with his poison resistance. As Eugene moves to support Yerem, Hyun-jae notices and turns his attention to that hidden ability. Hyun-jae casually points out that poison resistance at least S-class is yet another talent Eugene has kept concealed. Without hesitation, he drives a burning chain down into Noah, pinning him through the chest. Hyun-jae restrains Noah while remarking that this kind of dangerous instability would have gotten him eliminated elsewhere long ago. He considers finishing Noah on the spot before the situation can worsen. Eugene urgently stops him, asking him to wait. He thanks Hyun-jae for the rescue but begs him not to hurt Noah any further, even though Songhan warns how dangerous that is. Hyun-jae is amused by Eugene protecting someone in this condition, though he admits he did use a potion instead of simply watching. He still judges Eugene as too vulnerable for the role he keeps forcing himself into. Rather than argue, Eugene demands to know exactly what happened to Noah. He decides to verify the truth himself by calling Riet. The call goes through, putting Noah's supposed target directly into the conversation. Riet answers with easy familiarity, completely unaware of the crisis he has triggered. Eugene reports that Noah is with them but says there is a serious problem because Noah attacked him. Riet is genuinely confused, because that behavior does not fit the Noah he knows. When Eugene asks directly whether Noah's brother is telling the truth, Noah weakly confirms it himself. Hearing Riet gently remind him to behave, Eugene realizes Noah's obedience comes from fear rather than trust. He senses through their connection that Noah is terrified, and understands that his submissiveness has been mistaken for harmlessness. Eugene also checks Noah's status and discovers an impossible mismatch in his growth. Noah is already functioning as an S-class even though his natural awakening potential was only A-class. Eugene knows unusual growth can happen, but normally even rare jumps still follow a believable progression. With Noah, someone has forcibly pushed his body beyond its original limit and made him bear power he should not have had. That conclusion lands like a crack in the system itself, exposing how unnatural Noah's condition is. Eugene connects it to Noah's own words about being lacking and needing his sister's help, seeing that his development was artificially accelerated. He also recalls the sister's chilling pride in having completed Noah to perfection. Looking at Noah now, Eugene pieces together the full emotional damage behind that manipulation. He concludes that Noah attacked the moment he judged his opponent to be weaker than his sister, because that was the role forced onto him. Eugene's anger turns toward Riet as he understands how deeply Noah has been warped by the adults around him. The story broadens to reveal a darker truth: not every nurturer raises others out of care. Instead, some create monsters by feeding violence and treating destruction as success. One such figure exults over the carnage, celebrating the arrival of an age where monsters like this can thrive. Bloodied and ecstatic, he embraces that future as a new beginning. His mania makes clear that this cruelty is not accidental but a deliberate creed. In the aftermath, another young man uses healing power on the wounded and looks up in alarm, sensing that his little brother has become entangled in something far worse. A bloodied woman approaches the survivors and checks whether the orange-haired young man has awakened. When she assumes he must be an S-class hunter, he nervously admits he is only A-class and only useful for healing. She closes in on him with unsettling familiarity, treating his weakness as something she already owns. Without warning, she violently drives him to the ground. As he chokes in pain, she condemns him for failing her yet again. She openly despises his low rank and mocks the idea that someone like him could survive in this world. Dragging him by the collar, she insists that even if others protect him, he should have learned to stand on his own. She twists the abuse into affection, asking why her beloved brother is crying while he trembles in terror. Seeing his tears, she reduces him to a frail, breakable thing and decides to force him into becoming useful. Her threat takes on the shape of a nightmare, making clear that she intends to mold him through cruelty. The brother's mind falls back into old trauma, where her constant accusations taught him that he could never do anything right. In the present, another man on the phone realizes this is the same Noah who had once met Eugene in Korea, and the caller identifies the attacker as Riet. The caller warns that Riet is dangerously unstable and notices that Eugene's feelings toward Noah are unusually protective. Eugene looks over and sees Noah collapsed and cowering amid the rubble. He immediately understands he misjudged the situation and that not every nurturer is kind, while Noah is shaken by the idea that someone claims to have raised him. Riet boasts that she kept Noah instead of discarding him, while Eugene points out that Noah should have awakened as B-class and insists he is not defective but his brother. Eugene can tell from Noah's condition alone that something is deeply wrong. The truth becomes obvious. Riet claims she worked hard to make Noah S-class, but her methods nearly killed him whenever she pushed him. What she calls training has left Noah with fear, panic, and abuse so severe it cannot be hidden. Even now, her grip and words make him relive the belief that every mistake proves his worthlessness. She sneers at his dream of independence and demands to know when he will finally become useful to her. Eugene witnesses the full horror of it as Noah curls in on himself under the weight of her possessive abuse. Riet justifies everything by claiming anyone else would have abandoned him. She even calls this cruelty love, exposing how completely she has twisted care into control. Eugene cuts in, trying to stay calm while his companions gather around and Noah remains on his knees. Over the phone, he asks the association to detain Noah for now, both because Noah harmed a Korean awakened and because Eugene wants time to understand what happened with Riet. He makes clear that his concern is not only the attack but also Noah's connection to Riet. He warns that he could have Noah banned for entering the country under an illegal contract, though he is choosing his leverage carefully. Eugene postpones the monster issue and keeps pressing the larger problem instead. He reminds them that Riet nearly killed him before, so this is not a minor personal dispute. He continues the conversation with deliberate restraint, trying not to escalate too fast. That restraint breaks when the person on the other end starts defending Riet and dismissing the abuse. Noah, still in tears, hears the argument and freezes between shame and disbelief. Eugene explodes, demanding how anyone can call this love when Noah is clearly terrified of his sister. His outrage shocks the others, but he refuses to let Noah's condition be minimized. He tears apart the excuse that harshness is normal in raising children, calling it bullying rather than guidance. Eugene goes further, accusing Riet of tormenting Noah until a late awakening and calling her behavior insane. He condemns her as unfit to call herself family if she could watch her weak brother suffer and still think only of making him stronger. Finally, he bans Riet from returning to Korea until she fixes herself and apologizes properly to Noah. The confrontation ends with Eugene standing protectively before the kneeling Noah while the others watch. As missed calls pile up, Eugene realizes he may have just created a major problem for himself. Even so, he decides it is worth it if it means standing up to Riet and dealing with the monster she has become. Noah, stunned, can only think of the sister who always dominated him. Eugene reflects that unlike Noah, his own sister would never have been able to answer such abuse, which hardens his resolve. Soon afterward, Noah is escorted to the association. An official notes that Riet will not change overnight, but Noah is still far too helpless to be left alone with her. The association decides to transfer Noah to a detention cell for hunters and warns that if he harms another non-awakened person before settlement, formal penalties will follow. When offered the option of immediate deportation, Eugene instead asks them not to expel Noah from the country until the matter is resolved. He proposes banning Riet's entry instead, both to keep the siblings apart and to protect himself. With that accepted, Eugene reassures Noah that his sister will no longer be able to come see him. The blonde hunter awkwardly postpones a deeper conversation until things calm down. Left alone with his thoughts, he decides he has relied too much on speaking and will keep his distance for a while. A healer from the Jupiter Guild arrives and explains that the rest of his injuries have already been treated. Watching the healer work, he envies that ability and briefly imagines recruiting him if circumstances allow. The healer asks to see any remaining wounds so he can finish the treatment. Yerem immediately exposes the hidden injury on his chest and insists that even minor wounds need proper care. As the healing continues, Yerem scolds Audrey for neglecting his body, and he meekly accepts it. Yerim also warns him to stop casually telling people he loves them, since that reckless honesty already drove one man unstable. Thinking back on the chaos, he realizes his fearless reaction and even his attempt to recruit a healer may both stem from his unusual resistance. He remembers that he even sang to Riette, and now recoils at how deranged that must have sounded. Mortified, he swears off dealing with S-classes again, then sincerely thanks Yerim for saving the situation. Yerim quietly accepts the gratitude, and the moment turns more earnest as he is told things could have gone far worse without him. Trying to lighten the mood, Yerim jokes that he was ready to stay by his side to the bitter end, while the hunter notes the antidote should have cured even an A-class poison. He concludes that no SSI's poison skill must actually be S-class, which explains why the antidote was insufficient. That leads him to ask about Yerim's own poison resistance, and Yerim realizes exactly where the conversation is headed. After a hesitant pause, Yerim confides that his poison resistance is L-class and asks him to keep it secret. The revelation shocks him, but it also makes him question how the Jupiter Guild Master knew Yerim's resistance rank in advance. He recalls the Guild Master identifying Yerim's resistance as at least S-class, and starts wondering whether the man also knew Noah's true poison rank. By sunset at the Hunter Detention Center, his suspicions have expanded into a larger question about how much that Guild Master really knows. A door opens on a far more hostile scene inside the detention center. A blond man in a suit confronts a bound prisoner, accusing him of ruining things almost as soon as he became useful. The prisoner, handcuffed and bloodied, is reminded that he still owes payment on a promise. Recognizing his visitor, the prisoner braces himself for the reckoning. The interrogation begins with a direct demand to explain why he acted as he did. The suited man makes clear that the prisoner's outburst has only made his own position worse. His cold stare shows he is no longer interested in excuses. The prisoner repeats that he was promised strength, and insists the debt should be paid. His anger finally breaks through his restraint. He slams his cuffed fists down, and demands to know what kind of payment is being demanded of him. He accuses the man of calling betrayal a reward, furious that he was told about Han Eugene only after his sister had already suffered the same thing. The answer is ruthless. He was informed only because he needed to work with her to clear the raid, and the promise was merely to make him strong, not stronger than Riette. That clarification enrages him even more, and he demands to know why Han Eugene was targeted at all. His outburst explodes into violence. The room is wrecked as he is hurled aside with enough force to smash furniture and crack the wall. Even after putting him down, the interrogator dismisses the destruction and repeats the unanswered question. Standing over him, he presses again for the real reason Han Eugene was attacked. When no answer comes, he turns and leaves the room. As he walks away, he admits to himself that he felt something strange from the moment he first saw Han Eugene. Looking back through surveillance footage, he studies the prisoner in the ruined room and keeps analyzing that instinct. He concludes that the prisoner carries a cursed poison dragon title, likely S-class, and that Han Eugene somehow gave off the same weak but unmistakable presence. Elsewhere, Yerim reaches the same line of thought and wonders whether Han Eugene has a related title, which would explain his unusually high poison resistance. He compares that possibility to Valchessi's higher class title overriding low base stats and realizes titles can distort a hunter's apparent limits. Even so, the blonde investigator remains puzzled because Han Eugene shows no real attack skills. His thoughts are interrupted when Officer Song Tuan approaches him in the corridor. Song bluntly states that he expected this situation to lead back to him. The blonde man denies involvement and frames himself as someone trying to resolve the incident, while warning Song not to endanger Han Eugene. He claims he stopped the earlier crisis by bringing in a healer, and says he had already anticipated most of what happened. With a mocking calm, he argues that Riette is capable of deciding for herself, unlike an F-class hunter who is no different from an ordinary civilian. Song's silence hardens into open distrust. The blonde man answers that if Han Eugene is dragged into needless danger and exploited, there will be consequences. A pale-haired man stops the black-haired guild master and asserts control over the conversation with a hand on his shoulder. He mocks the guild master for being so protective of someone else that it almost sounds admirable. As the guild master walks away, the man needles him further by implying he might as well eliminate that person too. Left alone by the window, the pale-haired man rejects the idea that the guild master is merely using Han Yun. When he receives word that the World's Edge guild master has come out, he immediately senses the situation is about to become more interesting. Watching the city lights, he concludes that Han Eugene is the one truly being dragged into this conflict, not the other way around. Outside the dungeon building, a live broadcast turns the aftermath into a public spectacle. A reporter announces that the hunter cleared the dungeon in under a week even though it should have taken more than 10 days. Speculation spreads that either a record has been set or some shortcut was used, while onlookers nervously wonder how much damage was done. Because no one knows what state the hunter is in after the fight, the media keeps its distance. The uncertainty is blamed on the possibility that he emerged in a dangerous post-battle state that even security cameras could not safely approach. When Kim Songhan and the World's Edge Guild Master's brother rush inside, the reporter realizes an F-class civilian has entered a potentially lethal scene. Han Eugene pushes forward anyway, too alarmed to care about the danger. He runs deeper into the building with Songhan close behind. Sanhan warns Eugene not to get ahead of him because he cannot protect him if he does. Inside, they find Han Yuhyun standing amid the aftermath with a blazing beast at his side, proving he has survived the dungeon. Eugene is overwhelmed with relief and calls out to his brother, while Sanghan realizes the dungeon clear was real. Yuhyun greets Eugene casually, but Eugene charges at him in anger and relief instead of accepting the calm act. He grabs his brother and demands to know what happened to all the potions and why he recklessly pushed himself this far. Sanghan explains that Eugene wanted to work with Yuhyun now that he is grown, then notices Yuhyun seems stable enough to talk. That calm assessment immediately starts to feel uncertain. A darker shift passes over Yuhyun, hinting that his condition is not as safe as it first appeared. Sanghan urgently warns that approaching him now is dangerous because he has seen this kind of instability in other dungeon survivors. He cannot understand why Eugene is still able to get so close. To him, the scene looks impossible. A volatile S-class and his summoned beast are allowing Eugene near them as if he belongs there. Elsewhere, the pale-haired observer compares Eugene's influence to a house cat somehow taming a tiger. He sees that strange pull as the reason broken or exceptional people keep gathering around Eugene. As word spreads that Han Yuhyun is out, the public rushes to witness the result. Yuhyun emerges carrying himself quietly, no longer looking like a rampaging monster. Some greet him with admiration and relief, but the attention he draws is not simple affection. Others keep their distance in fear, unsure whether it is even safe to stand near him or whether he truly succeeded. Yuhyun brushes off the need to report immediately, showing how exhausted and detached he has become. Eugene steps in protectively, carrying the fox-like creature and insisting that Yuhyun has been overworking himself and needs rest, treating him less like an untouchable S-class than like family. That tenderness contrasts with the memory of the pale-haired man sitting alone in confinement, crushed by isolation. In that memory, he blames himself for ruining everything. He admits that the path he took was never what he truly wanted. A monstrous inner voice seizes on his weakness and reminds him that his power once left him helpless despite his rank. The voice twists his pain into accusation, insisting he was trapped and tormented because of Eugene. It presses that blame harder, turning his resentment into something suffocating and personal. The memory leaves him shaken, staring at the truth he has been trying not to face. In response, he violently breaks the restraints that once held him. He rises from the wall where he had been cornered, forcing himself out of that powerless state. He steadies himself with a grim acknowledgement that the situation cannot continue as it is. He decides he cannot remain trapped in this damaged condition any longer. Seeing the broken shackles, he resolves to start fixing what went wrong. Meanwhile, the news reframes the dungeon clear as a triumph of high-rank guild management and a sign of future progress. Inside the car leaving the scene, Eugene finally crashes from exhaustion and stress. Sanghan explains that Eugene has barely slept for days. He adds that although the new monster may be part of the reason, Eugene was genuinely terrified for Yuhyun. The contrast is almost absurd to him. The man who can handle the world's strongest hunter still worries over his brother with the helpless devotion of a parent. He wonders if his brother's protectiveness comes from family ties, but he dismisses that explanation and decides his brother is simply strange by nature. To him, that strangeness means being smothered with affection as if he were a helpless child despite his power. He recalls that this overprotection has lasted since childhood, when his brother kept shielding him even from other people's judgment. Remembering how naturally he leans on him, he concludes that odd things always seem to gather around his brother. Even so, he would rather have that fierce care than the indifference his brother once showed. As long as his brother stays involved, he feels his own safety is guaranteed. That belief hardened during the time his brother spent fighting through dungeons away from him. He had decided that both of them ultimately cared about the same thing, his brother keeping him safe. That resolve even led him to approach a powerful beast as an ally. He struck a deal to cooperate until his brother's status rose faster, so they would be separated less. With that arrangement in place, he reassures himself that everything should stay under control. Back in the present, he immediately asks whether anything happened while he was gone. The uneasy response tells him that far too much happened to summarize casually. Before the explanation can begin, a phone notification interrupts the tense silence. He checks it and realizes someone has sent a photo. The image shocks him, apparently revealing injuries serious enough to make his blood run cold. The sudden alarm jolts the sleeping companion beside him awake. As the other man stirs in a haze of purple energy, he groggily asks when he fell asleep. Still half asleep, the man assumes he drooled and reaches for his clothes. Instead, he discovers his shirt is gone, exposing the wounds on his chest. That turns the moment into a shouting match, with one furious over the ruined clothes and the other demanding to know who hurt him. He tries to brush it off as already handled, but that only makes the concern sharper because someone had clearly tried to kill him. He downplays it as getting caught in a fight between siblings, while his friend scrambles to make sense of the absurd explanation. The confusion only gets worse when the friend wildly mislabels the situation and gets corrected on basic history instead. Once the joking dies down, he finally names the attacker as Noah, the Arc Guild Master. His brother's anger spikes immediately, because this was no minor incident if another guild master and a healer had to intervene. He lashes out over the fact that he was gone less than a week and his brother still ended up injured. In frustration, he questions whether there is any point in his brother entering dungeons at all if this keeps happening. The injured man can only guess that this is why the two overprotective men forced themselves into the dungeon with him. He tries to calm things by reminding him that Yerim and Sanghan had protected him. Then he nervously asks whether Noah survived, and is stunned to learn Noah is alive and merely under arrest. His brother immediately infers that the Jupiter Guild Master must have been involved, only to be met with disbelief at how quickly he jumped there. He then decides to verify things himself and asks about the mark on his brother's neck, revealing he already knows more than expected. Outside, the injured man explains that the neck mark came from Noah trying to teach him a lesson, and his brother accepts that answer without visible protest. That calm reaction unsettles him, because he has heard this same officer once cut off Noah's arm and fears what he might do now. Instead of exploding, his brother quietly says he understands. He reasons that Noah acted out of helplessness and tried to scare him into learning caution. He adds that with so many people targeting him, Noah may have thought fear was the only way to make him more careful. The injured man is caught off guard by such a measured interpretation. That leads him to ask whether there are still more enemies after him, while privately deciding he cannot rely only on his own people anymore and circling back to the earlier talk of cults. His imagination immediately turns that cult idea into ridiculous images of old scholars acting like fanatics. As they reach home, he invites his brother inside and starts to revisit the cult question just as a call comes in. The call is from Officer Song, who first confirms that they have arrived at the residence. His brother answers yes, sensing from the tone that something is wrong. The officer warns them not to leave, then delivers the real news. Noah Luher has vanished. He explains that even World's Edge has been contacted, but Noah still has not been found. Almost immediately after that warning, Noah appears before them in person. The sight of him free instead of detained makes them realize a high-class awakened should never have escaped ordinary custody so easily. Before anyone can settle the question of why he came, Noah drops to the ground in front of them. Noah forces himself to approach and apologize, startling the others by showing up at all. Riet realizes in disbelief that he escaped detention just to say he was sorry. Noah admits he has no right to ask forgiveness, but he still wants to apologize and accept punishment for hurting Yerim and taking in his sister's monster. The newcomer is recognized at once, and one of the men moves to keep his companion from getting involved. Seeing Noah's sincerity, the younger man softens and offers to speak to Riet for him, assuring Noah he is not angry. Noah is caught off guard again when he is told to return later and apologize to Yerim properly as well. When Noah asks who the intimidating man is, he learns that the guild master beside him is actually the younger man's older brother. The absurd mismatch makes Noah think the younger brother must be getting bullied, even as the brother hurriedly denies it. The black-clad man introduces himself as Han Yu-hyun, guild master of the World's Edge Guild, and confirms he knows about the recent incident. Noah is shaken that someone so overwhelming could be family, and he wonders how his brother can stand beside him without fear. The younger brother senses Noah's unease while Yu-hyun's presence alone feels oppressive enough to freeze the air. Noah's fear turns inward as he reflects that having only one S-class sibling can ruin a life, just as it did his. He tries to reassure himself that Yu-hyun is still human, but his own trauma keeps that thought from settling. The younger brother notices Noah's fear and warns Yu-hyun to keep his distance because Noah is unstable. Yu-hyun reaches toward his brother and begins to say that weakness is exactly what makes him vulnerable. That touch and those words trigger Noah's buried memory of his own brother's cruelty. The past crashes over him so hard that he loses his grip on the present. In panic, Noah lashes out to stop Yu-hyun from putting a hand on his brother. He launches himself forward in a violent burst before anyone can calm him down. Yu-hyun reacts instantly, turning to intercept the attack while his brother can only shout in alarm. Their clash slams into the newly built structure with enough force to tear through it. As the ground gives way, the younger brother retreats with his beast companion to avoid being caught in the collapse. Yu-hyun pins Noah down and realizes this is no simple outburst but something dangerously wrong with his state of mind. The younger brother tries to stop the fight, but Noah is already snarling like an animal under Yu-hyun's grip. Yu-hyun, still thinking like a guild master, recalls the dealer attack and wonders if Noah is the same arm-mutated hunter who injured Park Yerim. He strikes to break Noah's momentum before the transformation can fully overtake him. The blow lands hard, blasting Noah back across the wreckage. As his brother calls out, Yu-hyun sees Noah's arm changing under a dark, unstable energy. The mutation spreads grotesquely, and the younger brother realizes Noah has developed a tail as well. Noah rises in a half-transformed state, his body overtaken by poison-like corruption and draconic features. The younger brother warns that the corruption is poisonous, but Yu-hyun dismisses the danger and prepares to cut it out before it spreads. Before he can finish, Noah's tail whips out with explosive force. The younger brother hurriedly calls Officer Song for help, making it clear the situation is spiraling beyond control. While Noah crouches in pain beside a discarded weapon, Yu-hyun calmly readies himself to end the threat. Noah's body convulses as the transformation violently accelerates beyond partial mutation. His face and flesh distort completely, leaving almost nothing human behind. A full dragon erupts into the open space with a scream, completing the monstrous change. The younger brother is stunned that Noah has reached complete transformation at all. Even so, he judges that the dragon is physically disadvantaged in the enclosed area and cannot maneuver freely. Yuhyun accepts that Noah is no longer acting as a person and decides to kill the monster before it can do more harm. He unleashes blue willow leaves, flooding the space with a storm of blue energy blades. The attack tears into the dragon's body and drives it back. The barrage hurls the dragon through the air and batters it against the structure. Yuhyun presses the advantage, noting that the creature has no room to fly and is trapped in his range. The dragon counters with a violent burst of poison-tainted force that crashes into him at close range. Its maw opens around a surge of lethal energy, trying to overwhelm him before he can strike again. Yuhyun identifies the attack as poison and answers with purple fire, explaining that he cannot neutralize it but can burn it away. He drives that fire and his blade into the dragon in a brutal close-quarters counterattack. With killing intent rising, Yuhyun declares this strike repayment for what was done to his brother. The dragon freezes in shock as it realizes Yuhyun truly means to finish it. As blood drips from a clawed hand, someone realizes in horror that he too has become a monster. The young hunter steels himself instead of breaking under that revelation. He immediately triggers Healing Hand, forcing his damaged body to recover. Power surges around him as he recognizes that he has finally reached S-Class. The transformation hardens his resolve rather than calming him. He throws himself back into the fight and clashes head-on with the dragon. Refusing to lose after coming this far, he drives his attack through with desperation. He clings to the fact that he finally achieved the rank he wanted. He tells himself he gave everything he had as the dragon reels before him. The battle continues at close range, his glowing strike pressing the dragon back. But in the middle of the fight, his thoughts drift to his sister. That memory immediately triggers the cruel words she used to belittle him. Her voice in his head reduces all his effort to weakness, shaking his focus. That lapse ends in a violent impact that abruptly breaks the momentum of the fight. When the dust settles, the dragon is down, and the black-haired hunter coolly notes that he could have finished it faster with a skill. The S-Class hunter is caught off guard by that sudden intervention. A second man arrives with a large fox-like beast and orders the fight stopped. He warns the black-haired hunter not to overwhelm Noah's senses any further. The black-haired hunter accepts the point, though he argues Noah should have been able to handle that much. The newcomer cuts him off, more worried that the building will collapse if this keeps up. They turn to the blonde man on the ground, checking whether Noah is conscious while warning the others not to crowd him. Noah wakes disoriented, and the newcomer notes that he and Yoonhyuk really are unusually close. As Noah struggles upright, the newcomer panics over the fact that Noah has no clothes. Still dazed and exposed, Noah can only ask why any of this is happening. He bitterly wonders why someone from a lower rank is the one saving him. Noah admits he believed becoming S-Class, joining a guild, and earning status would finally make his sister acknowledge him. Instead, he confesses that fear of her has ruled him for so long that he keeps ruining things and can no longer think clearly around her. He apologizes for everything as if his weakness is the true cause, leaving the newcomer stunned. The newcomer rejects that guilt outright and insists the real problem is Riet, not Noah. Noah is left speechless by hearing someone frame it that way. Even when Noah points to the destruction around them as proof of his failure, the newcomer treats it as mistakes, not a personal flaw. He asks the black-haired hunter to bring something to cover Noah first. A cloth is tossed over to restore Noah a little dignity. While wrapping him up, the newcomer admits he does not know them well but can clearly tell that Riet's treatment of Noah is wrong. He names it for what it is, abuse, and says anyone would be terrified living under someone that powerful and cruel. He adds that Riet is frightening in general, so Noah's fear is neither strange nor shameful. When Noah starts to argue that being stronger would have fixed everything, the newcomer firmly tells him that strength has nothing to do with whether he deserves abuse. That simple refusal to blame him begins to break through Noah's defenses. The newcomer goes further and tells Noah he is not weak at all. He reminds Noah that he kept trying, earned a guild and a title, and kept standing up to Riet. He concludes that Noah has already done well and is strong enough. With a gentle smile, he points out that Noah even fought just now to help him, which no weak person would do. The reassurance finally makes Noah cry. Overwhelmed, Noah admits that no one has ever said anything like this to him before. The newcomer realizes with dismay just how deprived Noah has been of even basic kindness. Noah tries to contain his tears, but the relief keeps spilling out. The newcomer softly tells him he should put some distance between himself and Riet for a while. Noah, still crying, asks if he can stay here until he is no longer afraid of his sister. The request is awkwardly accepted, while the black-haired hunter and the fox watch in silence. But the black-haired hunter's cold stare reveals a darker conclusion. He now thinks he should have killed Noah earlier. Officer Song arrives to take charge of Noah, and the immediate crisis shifts into formal cleanup and negotiation. Song confirms that Noah already evacuated nearby civilians and alerted surrounding buildings, proving he handled the disaster like a seasoned public servant. Any lingering grudge over Song once nearly crushing Yuhyun's throat is treated as settled, clearing the way for practical cooperation. It is decided that Noah will work for Bit as a security guard, turning punishment into employment. The deal is strikingly favorable for Bit, since they are effectively gaining an S-Class guard as compensation for the damage. Yerim accepts the arrangement far more easily than expected because she enjoyed the fight and holds no resentment. Her eagerness to spar again reminds everyone how reckless S-Classes are, even when they are getting along. Noah volunteers to finish the remaining paperwork, and the others prepare to leave him to it. Before going, the narrator checks whether Yerim is truly comfortable with bringing Noah in after he attacked her almost immediately. He points out that Noah's sister is another unstable S-class, and jokes that taking in people like this suggests a total lack of fear. When Yerim bristles, he teases her further by acting like he is testing whether she has been mentally manipulated, only to admit that provoking people is simply his habit. He explains that he pities Noah because Noah is young too, and to him helping each other feels natural. Yerim argues that this is exactly what makes the narrator unusual, since most people are intimidated by S-classes on sight. She reveals that she deliberately suppresses her own presence at school so her classmates will not be frightened of her. That is why his sympathy for a dangerous S-class feels absurd to her, like a tiny animal worrying about a beast. He shrugs off the criticism and says Yerim does not feel like a stranger to him, which is why helping her or Noah does not seem strange. Yerim then notices that the same attitude extends to his younger brother, and presses him on why he talks as if he raised him himself. He answers without hesitation that he really did raise his brother. He explains that he has cared for Eugene since preschool, even handling the kinds of parental duties a child normally would not. When Yerim asks whether their parents were absent or estranged, he says that was not the case at all. Their parents got along well and preferred doing everything together, but they also died together on a trip, leaving the boys behind. Yerim finds that family history unsettling, while he admits he has never known whether it was strange or not. To him, what mattered was simply that his parents loved each other, and he accepted the rest without much question. That memory leads into a darker comparison. Like a cuckoo laying its egg in another bird's nest, something that looks ordinary from the outside can still be foreign within. The metaphor sharpens as the cuckoo chick is described as a different creature entirely, one that displaces the rightful young in the nest. As a child, he quietly drew at home, unaware that his parents were beginning to fear the difference they sensed in him. While he worked on a family picture, the idea took hold that he was being fed and raised by people who did not truly recognize him as their own. Even then, the truth of that comparison felt viscerally disturbing. From outside the room, he overheard his parents worrying that although doctors found nothing wrong, he never cried or laughed like a normal child. His mother confided that he felt fundamentally different from Yuhyun, despite being her own son. Listening in, the child could only absorb that his mother no longer felt he belonged to her. He quietly moved closer, drawn to words he did not fully understand but could not ignore. He heard his mother fearfully suggest that one day he might become something dangerous. From the doorway, he watched his sleeping baby brother, and realized those fears were being spoken in the same home that was supposed to be his. He could not understand why his parents were calling him strange when he had done nothing wrong. Lying in bed with his toy, he remained silent and unreadable, exactly the stillness that had made them afraid. Yet his older brother looked at him with simple affection, seeing only that Yuhyun was gentle and lovable. As they grew older, the parents repeatedly invited Eugene out with them while treating Yuhyun as someone separate. Even when both boys were present, their attention kept centering on Eugene, and Yuhyun was left as an afterthought. What tormented the parents most was that Eugene stayed perfectly at ease around his brother, untouched by the unease consuming them. Yuhyun remained kind to Eugene, which only deepened their panic because it made their own fears seem irrational and shameful. Eventually the parents broke down, convinced that if they could fear their own child while his brother could not, then something must be wrong with them. His mother insisted it made no sense to recoil from the son she had given birth to, while his father feared others would call them insane if they knew. Their terror spread into the home itself, turning family memories and photographs into something fractured and unbearable. The father tried to reason with himself that Yuhyun was only a child, but that logic could not overcome the dread. He began to ask how Eugene could remain unaffected by what they felt from their second son. Even voicing that thought filled him with guilt and fear, as if he knew he was crossing a line no parent should cross. At the center of their fear was Yuhyun himself, a child reading quietly while a black, oppressive aura marked him as something they could not accept. The father realized the problem might not be only Yuhyun, but also whatever was wrong inside the adults who saw him that way while Eugene did not. In the aftermath, the parents still left Eugene money and instructions to watch the house, forcing him into responsibility, while the family's deeper fracture remained unresolved. A warm Christmas outing begins under festive lights as a child walks with his older brother through a crowded street. The younger boy reflects that their parents are unusually close, making this rare trip alone with his brother feel special. His brother tries to make the day sound exciting by suggesting they can celebrate the birthday together, just the two of them. He adds that having a birthday on Christmas makes everything feel brighter, trying to cheer the boy up with the holiday atmosphere. Still holding his brother's hand, the child wonders whether anyone even sells birthday cake on Christmas Day. In the present, that remembered hand lingers in Yuhyun's mind as the moment that changed everything. He thinks that if he had not reached out and taken hold of it, his brother might have lived an ordinary, happy life. That regret follows Yuhyun even now as he sits alone, unable to stop revisiting the choice that bound their fates together. Watching others train below, he knows this truth already, but the guilt still remains unresolved. The memory of his brother's gentle smile only sharpens that sense of loss. Elsewhere, news arrives that Noah has made some kind of mistake serious enough to disrupt plans. The explanation comes that Noah's training went wrong like a dog slipping its handler, and the resulting chaos forced an early departure. When asked why Noah acted that way, the answer is that it must somehow connect to Han Yujin. Hearing that, the blonde man finds the situation entertaining and heads out, hoping the trouble will be amusing in person. His companion notices that he sounds far too pleased for someone supposedly dealing with a problem. Instead of denying it, he only smiles. He admits he is amused because events are unfolding in a way he did not expect. He decides to use the incident as leverage by filing a complaint against the escaped dragon's new owner. Meanwhile, Kang Soyoung arrives outside carrying an absurd stack of supplies for the dragon tower she has built. She proudly reveals she has gone all in on dragon care, hauling enough equipment to indulge the creature completely. Her excitement turns playful as she jokes about dragons being good for health, still fully absorbed in her fantasy. That mood shatters when a scream from above signals that someone is falling from the building. Realizing a person is dropping to their death, Soyoung panics and throws herself into trying to save them. In that desperate instant, magic surges and her body begins transforming. A full dragon manifests, answering her frantic wish with overwhelming force. Soyoung is stunned by what she has become even as the transformation completes. She crashes down to the street amid her scattered supplies, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. Shaken and breathless, she struggles to process what just happened. Then she realizes the impossible truth: another dragon human exists, and that possibility could make her part of Yujin's family. High above the city, Noah continues flight training alongside winged creatures while checking in with Yujin. Noah reports that flying is much easier now because his body can instinctively follow the movements of the creatures around him. Yujin encourages him, saying that if Noah can synchronize with them, he will learn quickly. He instructs Noah to imitate the motion of their wings as closely as possible. The advice works, and Noah starts flying more smoothly than before, earning immediate praise. Even so, Yujin privately notes how unsettling it is to feel sensations in body parts he does not actually possess. He steadies himself and focuses on the one part of the experience he can enjoy. The rush of wind and the freedom of moving through open sky briefly make the borrowed sensation feel exhilarating. For a moment, flying feels refreshing enough to outweigh the strangeness. Then the motion sickness catches up to him, and the exhilaration turns into nausea. One of the flying creatures scolds Blue for showing off with reckless aerial tricks. Back on the ground, Noah checks on Yujin, who insists he can endure it despite clearly having a rough time. Noah begins practical training to adapt to his dragon body, starting with the awkward problem of handling clothes and movement. Despite some clumsiness, Yujin realizes Noah is far more gifted than expected, with exceptional stats and a rare dual fire affinity. Noah's first notable ability is a basic healing skill, useful enough that his low physical stats are no longer a major concern. He also possesses an attack skill that inflicts pain on others at twice the level he himself feels. Noah explains that this pain reflection only works on the injured area, which is why damaging his wings earlier would have been especially dangerous. With the basics covered, he turns serious and prepares to address the next important step directly with Yujin. Noah activates a new ability and announces that he is about to begin. He targets Yujin with stat borrowing, specifically transferring strength. As the borrowed power takes hold, Yujin immediately braces himself and eagerly prepares to test what he can do. Noah tests his new strength by slamming the ground hard enough to crack the floor. The impact leaves a crater, proving the power boost is real. Thrilled, Noah realizes his experiment succeeded, while his blonde companion celebrates with him. The result comes from a rare support ability, stat borrowing, which can lend or take half of a stat for a limited time and is far more useful than it first sounds. His friend is amazed that a healer can hit this hard, and Noah brushes it off with pride in his S-class status. The story explains that if Noah applies the skill to himself, his attack and physical stats can be sharply amplified for a short burst. If he instead places the effect on the poison in his body, he can strengthen his monster traits and use them to enter S-class dungeons. Noah's easy praise catches the blonde man off guard, and Noah openly tells him he is the best. The compliment hits hard because the blonde man isn't used to hearing that kind of warmth, showing how content Noah has become in this life. Part of that peace comes from Blue, who has also grown stronger alongside Noah. Blue swoops down toward Peace, starting another clash between Noah's companions. Peace immediately flares up, meeting the challenge with open hostility. The two collide, and Noah panics as Peace attacks Blue with fire. Their fight escalates despite Noah begging them to get along just once. It becomes clear Peace dislikes Blue because Blue keeps taking his father's attention, and Noah can only soothe the sulking beast. Even so, those bright and productive days continue. One day a handsome investor arrives with flowers to congratulate Blue's growth. But his visit is not really about celebration, and Noah appears to deal with him personally. Noah questions why such a busy man came himself, suspecting he has mixed personal feelings into business. The investor admits he wants something, claiming he was hurt by Noah's coldness and came to collect a debt in person. Before the conversation can settle, a dragon descends from the sky. The creature lands near them, turning the meeting tense. The dragon insists he did not run away and kept his promise, clearly trying to justify himself to Noah. He also warns the investor not to drag Han Eugene into the matter, but the investor coolly notes how close Noah seems to have become to Eugene. With a mocking smile, the investor reduces Noah to little more than a pet. The insult enrages the dragon, who is already struggling with the humiliation of being stuck in monster form. Noah urgently stops him before he lashes out. Eugene steps in and declares Noah is under his protection because he was the one who took him in. He goes further, saying he was the one who hired Noah, so any issue with Noah should be taken up with him instead. Privately, Noah is mortified because he cannot safely return to human form and feels absurdly exposed. The investor remains calm, acting as though the man's protectiveness is beneath him. Still, Eugene refuses to back down and says he will take Noah with him. He tells the investor to discuss the debt with him directly if Noah is the price. Noah, caught between gratitude and alarm, asks what the investor wants in exchange for him. A news report reveals that the guild tied to the recent dungeon break is being dissolved, with the incident publicly blamed on a dungeon break and rumors of a golden dragon at the scene. Elsewhere, a man watching the report by phone calmly approves the outcome. He sees the chaos as proof that his long-term investment is finally paying off. His real interest is Noah, whose poison skill matters less to him than Noah's ability to transform. Because no hunter is known to become a monster, he plans to use Noah as a disposable scapegoat and disguise any killing as another dungeon break. He judges that Noah would be hard for lower-ranked fighters to handle, but easy prey for political manipulation. His broader scheme is to use Noah to eliminate Han Xin and the forces behind Hanshin and Breaker, then reclaim Han Eugen's talents for himself. Even while thinking this, he tries to reassure himself that taking Noah back into his hands is justified. When the scene returns to the present, he masks that obsession behind a composed expression. Over drinks, Noah notes that the man remembered his preference for Earl Grey, while wondering if he realizes how much his past treatment still hurts. The investor admits he has poured a great deal into Noah, even feeding him enough information to earn a title and helping him build a separate guild away from Riet. He explains that he once saw Noah as a useful support class asset and deliberately set him up with his own guild. But he says Noah changed overnight, implying that Noah's current independence was not part of the plan. To prove his reach, he adds that he dissolved Noah's Ark guild with a single phone call, shocking Noah. Even so, Noah has already chosen to stay where he is, and he quietly asks Eugene if that decision is truly acceptable. The investor points out that Noah has already uncovered the truth on his own, exposing the manipulation he had hoped to keep hidden. Noah insists he is still an S-class hunter and can cover his own expenses, refusing to be treated as dependent. He even offers to join dungeon raids to repay the debt, but the blonde guild leader dismisses that idea because the Jupiter Guild has no shortage of hunters. He also makes clear that Noah is not leverage over Han Eugene, since another guild already knows about Noah's transformation ability. Instead of pressing the issue, the guild leader shifts the meeting into a formal agreement with a handshake. He keeps his calm, confident smile, showing he already knows what he wants from this deal. Eugene realizes the man's real interest is Noah's usefulness to him. The guild leader points out that Noah's poison resistance makes him ideal for dealing with dangerous flying monsters as well. He argues that partnering with Noah would let Eugene tackle difficult dungeons more safely, but Eugene rejects the need for raids altogether. Annoyed that his plans have been anticipated, Eugene asks what the guild leader actually wants, noting they already have a monster training contract and no need for ordinary hunters. The guild leader reveals his request only after savoring the moment. He asks for 3 favors. Specifically, he wants Eugene to help him 3 times whenever he calls on him. Eugene objects that the terms are too vague and demands a written contract with details, but the guild leader refuses. When Eugene warns he could simply ignore such a loose promise later, the guild leader says he would be hurt, treating trust itself as the contract. That answer makes Eugene suspect the man is either reckless or absurdly confident, especially since he is staking this on a verbal promise from someone tied to an S-class. The guild leader's composure suggests he fully expects to get what he wants without putting anything in writing. Eugene feels uneasy about it, but he also realizes he has little power to influence or control this man anyway. He finally agrees, though only on the guild leader's terms. Even so, Eugene adds a condition of his own. He will refuse any request that would harm other people. The guild leader immediately accepts and assures him that harming others is not his intention. With that understanding, they seal the bargain with another handshake. The guild leader then asks about the item that once let Eugene share a skill and briefly multiply attack power, wondering if he can still do that with a damage-negating item. He asks to be informed if Myungwoo ever creates another item like it. Eugene recognizes that this request was the man's true objective all along, access to his rare support abilities. Privately, Eugene has no intention of helping him, since such an item is extraordinarily hard to obtain anyway. Later, Myungwoo presents a new creation called Charlotte's Marbles, another unidentified one-time use item. While working, Myungwoo brushes off Eugene's curiosity and promises to explain once the item is finished. He says it should be useful in dungeons, while Eugene keeps others away from the workshop and takes the blame for the interruption himself. The completed item turns out to be a red, intricately patterned egg. It is identified as an SSS class item, the red-tinted egg, earned as a reward for clearing an S-class dungeon. Researchers had long failed to use this egg before it rotted, but Myungwoo somehow succeeded where they could not. Eugene's younger companion proudly reminds him that he arranged this meeting because he wanted the two of them to get along. As Eugene examines the egg, it suddenly reacts and begins to blaze. The fire erupts violently enough to startle everyone nearby. From within the flames, a presence recognizes Eugene as a young flame. The fire pours into the egg as if answering his touch. The shell cracks open under that reaction. Eugene watches as the hatching is completed by the energy surging around him. A tiny red lizard emerges from the shattered egg, alive and wreathed in heat. When asked if the creature really came from the egg, Eugene can only confirm that it seems so. The newborn lizard immediately looks alert and active rather than fragile. Without warning, it leaps from Eugene's hand in a streak of fire and strikes toward his face. The creature dives straight into Eugene's eye, making him cry out in pain. Just as suddenly, it pops back out, leaving the others panicked while Eugene insists he is fine. He explains that it had gone inside his eye and seemed to like it there, which only deepens the mystery of what this thing is. A status window identifies the creature as a flame spirit lily and names Han Yuhyun as its contractor. They conclude that Yuhyun's fire powers likely awakened the egg, which had never hatched before because spirits did not originally exist in their world. Eugene reflects that this is yet another change caused by turning back time. As he studies the little spirit, he tests the idea that it truly is a flame spirit. The spirit eagerly responds by opening its mouth to receive the purple flame offered to it. While examining the newly hatched creature, they realize its body is highly fireproof, and the obvious next question is whether it can survive by eating flames. The possibility of raising it becomes more tempting when they note that a monster born from an SSS-class egg could grow into something extraordinary. The baby immediately responds to praise with explosive affection, proving it is already attached to Myungwoo and making everyone notice how strongly it favors him. That reaction reminds Hyunjae that bringing Yuhyun here was worthwhile, especially since he also came with a useful damage-negating item. The mention of that item stirs an old memory of someone who had once said the same thing. When Myungwoo notices him drifting off, he quickly hides his thoughts instead of explaining himself. He tells himself there is no point bringing up the item to Myungwoo, since he could have gone into a dungeon with guild members if he had really wanted to. Even so, that resolve gives way to another memory. He recalls the person tied to that memory with painful clarity. He remembers preparing lunch, only to end up with that person again despite trying to keep his distance. What followed had started with small, ordinary changes. One of those changes was Yerim and Noah becoming close enough to casually share food and joke around. As he reflects on the past, he notes that baby monsters had become rare worldwide. Because of that rarity, Yerim had planned to buy one and leave it with him for training while she went to get her own baby monster. Noah admitted he could not take on another monster for a while, so he had only come to remind her of an earlier promise. That promise was that once Noah's mount was fully grown, Yerim would let him ride Blue, and he eagerly pressed her to name any reward she wanted. When she reminded him she had just cleared an F-class dungeon and asked what he got, Noah proudly prepared to show off his prize. But before seeing it, he already knew exactly what the reward should have been. He had expected the dungeon to give Festival's White Whale Tier, a one-use item that adds an ice-type skill to equipment. He had planned to buy that reward from Yerim and pass it to the person he was thinking about, because her abilities were all wind-type. Instead, Noah revealed a dazzling potion-like item. He explained that the reward was an exceptionally rare extra-life potion, something considered among the best in the country. That immediately alarmed him, because Yerim's dungeon should have produced a skill-building item, not a completely different category of reward. Noah added that he himself had received S-class gloves, which made it clear the dungeon's rewards had changed in a way they never had before. The realization unsettled both of them as they grasped that the future was no longer following the path he remembered. When Noah noticed him going silent, he tried to tease out the reason. He deflected with a joke that Noah had fallen for him, shutting down the question without revealing the truth. Privately, he concluded that many things were already diverging from the future he knew, even down to Noah's appearance. He also saw that Yerim and Noah had changed for the better, becoming more open and cheerful with the people around them. Their easy banter around the baby monster and the younger hunters confirmed how much warmer their relationships had become. From there, he reasoned that if people and events were changing, dungeon rewards could be changing as well. Checking global reports, he found that unusual dungeon rewards were appearing in other countries too, not just in Korea. That suggested the phenomenon was widespread, even though many dungeons still seemed to give their usual rewards. He tried to reassure himself that this might be a one-time exception, but the uncertainty lingered. Unable to let it go, he finally decided to enter another dungeon and test the system directly. On the way, he considered asking the system about Chirpy instead, since that mystery was also bothering him. But he knew he could not openly explain that he had returned from the future, so he reduced his concern to vague questions about the little bird. What troubled him was that skills did not work on Chirpy and that she refused to grow like the other baby monsters, making her feel fundamentally abnormal. That night, the problem followed him into his sleep. Half awake, he tried to push his thoughts aside and move on. Then a television report caught his attention and pulled him out of bed. As he listened, he heard that Jupiter Guild had brought in a foreign S-class hunter, and he immediately called for Myungwoo. The report identified the newcomer as Evelyn Miller, a free hunter known for wide-range attacks, while Chirpy sat nearby in the living room. Seeing the bird there startled him, because she had somehow made her way onto the sofa by herself. He rushed over in delight, marveling that Chirpy had figured out how to use the basket as a step and climb up on her own. Proud of her progress, he doted on her and even offered a mana stone as a reward. But her behavior made him pause, as if something about her response was slightly off. When he checked more carefully, Chirpy answered him plainly, confirming it really was her. Later, he described how she had suddenly acted foolish again and run toward the mana stone, leading Myungwoo to wonder if she had something like multiple personalities. That idea was compared to monsters that grow an extra head and develop separate minds, leaving open the uneasy possibility that Chirpy might be the same kind of case. Unable to judge whether the fox-like companion can safely enter an F-class gate, the younger brother decides to ask directly instead of guessing. Before he can, the little fire lizard attached to his brother stirs, drawing the fox's wary attention. He realizes the fire dragon has come along too, confirming that both summons are still with them. The fox is startled by the tiny creature's sudden movement and freezes in nervous surprise. The younger brother asks why an F-class summon should be barred, and the older brother explains the lizard is bound to him and can retreat into his skin, so it will stay safe. The fire dragon demonstrates that bond by clinging harmlessly to the older brother's face like a living flame. Seeing that, the younger brother is puzzled by how casually his brother handles it, while the older brother brushes the concern aside. As they drive, the younger brother reflects that his brother has changed as well, becoming someone who can joke and rely on him instead of carrying everything alone. He quietly concludes that their lives really have improved. The fox abruptly leaps onto the older brother, jolting the car and snapping the younger brother out of his thoughts. He lunges across the seat to pull the fox off before it causes an accident. Even while dealing with the chaos, the younger brother thinks that if his brother is safe and close again, the rest hardly matters. The painful separation and the blood-soaked memories tied to it feel like remnants of a life he no longer wants to return to. With his brother alive beside him, he chooses to treat those horrors as something left behind. He convinces himself that as long as that bond remains, nothing else can truly go wrong. That confidence is immediately tested when they arrive in a dungeon transformed into a frozen wilderness instead of the desert they expected. The younger brother is alarmed by the impossible snow and the total absence of monsters, sensing that something is deeply wrong. The older brother suspects the system may be responsible, while the fox settles around the younger brother like a scarf against the cold. Wanting to leave at once, the older brother urges retreat, but the younger brother argues they should wait for the system to correct things and questions whether this could be a trap set by enemies. He points out that an ordinary person should not be able to alter a dungeon this drastically, which makes the situation feel bigger than a simple ambush. The older brother grows visibly tense at that line of thought, as if it touches on something he already fears. The younger brother notices the anxiety and cannot understand why his brother seems more frightened than he should be, even with enemies in mind. A memory surfaces of his own earlier joke that the unseen threat behind everything might be some kind of cult. Following that thought, he directly asks whether his brother is hiding something. He presses further, asking if the people his brother fears are neither hunters nor guilds, but something outside the normal order. He connects it to the cult idea and demands to know whether that is what this is really about. The older brother admits he cannot explain, bound by some restriction that prevents him from speaking openly. He starts to reveal that he signed a contract, implying that the silence is enforced rather than voluntary. Before he can finish, a sudden attack tears through his arm with enough force to wound even him. The younger brother panics, calls out to him, and is told to pull out the marble they carry. As the fox erupts into a massive fire beast to protect them, the younger brother realizes the strike pierced an S-class body, something ordinary monsters should not be able to do. The attacker emerges from the snow as a toy soldier archer, absurd in appearance but clearly lethal. The younger brother is stunned that the enemy is not a monster at all, but some kind of animated object. His shock deepens as he recognizes there is something fundamentally unnatural about it. The system identifies the toy soldier as contractor, toy soldier number 6, and classifies it as S-class. When more toy soldiers appear, the numbering makes the younger brother fear there may be many more of them. That fear is confirmed as additional soldiers arrive, including mounted and armed variants. The brothers and the now enlarged fire beast find themselves surrounded by a whole regiment of these manufactured enemies. The older brother tries to send his younger brother away and hold them off alone, but the younger brother refuses to abandon him. The toy soldiers charge together, closing in from every direction. At a command, the entire force converges on the brothers in a coordinated assault. Remembering the order, the younger brother finally grips the marble, ready to use the only option his brother trusted. The marble unfolds into a glowing box-like artifact as a voice summons everyone inside. A powerful suction drags the attacking toy soldiers toward the opened container instead of letting them reach the brothers. The box swallows the charging regiment in a burst of light. The captured soldiers tumble into a heap inside, abruptly neutralized. A cheerful pink volleyball-like being rises from the box, soothing them and apologizing for the scare. The brothers stare in disbelief as the creature explains it did not know the soldiers would attack the older brother. The younger brother recognizes the newcomer as the system entity from before and identifies it on the spot. The being confirms the connection and introduces itself with the nickname Newbie. The young man angrily accuses the pink orb of helping injure his brother and demands an explanation. When the orb blames his brother as well, he immediately presses for what his brother actually did. The orb reveals that Yu-Yun and a beast-like companion are sealed nearby inside a barrier, cut off from him. Realizing his brother is trapped and unable to hear, he calls out to Yu-Yun in alarm. The orb explains it deliberately blocked them from the conversation so they could speak privately. It adds that this isolated space was specially made for him and urges him not to let the others hear. Trying to stay focused, he asks why he was taken away without warning, and the orb admits it attacked his brother because of forbidden ties his brother has to a group it cannot name. That implication shocks him, because it means Yu-yun is connected to something secret and dangerous. When he compares the hidden group to a cult and pushes for details, the orb refuses to say more. His concern shifts fully to his brother's safety, and the orb reassures him that those people cannot directly harm Yu-yun. It explains that direct force is against their rules, though that answer only makes him worry they could simply ignore the rules. Before the orb can answer, something ominous stirs around them, as if even discussing that group has triggered a reaction. The orb treats that disturbance as proof that the subject itself is dangerous and firmly shuts down any more questions. He is left rattled, realizing he has stumbled into something far beyond a normal enemy. As his thoughts spiral, he wonders whether the force behind Yu-yun is really some hidden power outside the system and how his brother ever became entangled with it. Sensing his fear, the orb tries to calm him by insisting that as long as they stay together, things will be fine. It even claims to care about Honey's safety, which catches him off guard. The orb reminds him they have little time, so he sets aside his unease and returns to the practical issue he came for. He explains that he picked up an F-class bird monster called Chirpy, whose status window is broken, and asks the orb to inspect her. After checking, the orb says it cannot see Chirpy at all and asks whether she is somehow under his influence, which confuses him because his keyword should have worked normally. The orb calls that abnormal and tells him to bring Chirpy next time, prompting him to ask whether the orb can at least examine him instead. The orb eagerly offers to delete the bird for him, and he recoils at how casually it suggests erasing a living creature. When the orb offers again as if solving a simple inconvenience, he starts to suspect these beings are dangerously detached from normal morality. His distrust deepens as he remembers it attacked his brother, and now talks about killing Chirpy without hesitation. That behavior reminds him of an old story about a sinister wish-granting being that twists human desires. In that tale, a divine entity grants wishes in monstrous ways, turning help into ruin. He connects the dots and fears the orb may be the same kind of thing, especially if his own wish was granted through a loophole. He tries to reject that conclusion, but the possibility keeps taking shape in his mind. He notes that his regression did give him a reward from an F-class dungeon he knew from his past life, which seems beneficial on the surface. That leads him to wonder whether the strange result came from regression itself rather than from chance. The orb suggests the reward may have changed because it was effectively a one-time item that had already been used in the original timeline. He objects that turning back time should have reset that, but the orb dismisses the assumption. The orb remains cheerfully certain, as if the answer is obvious to it. It explains that rewinding time does not erase what happened before. It only creates a new layer over the old one. He falls silent as the implication begins to settle in. The orb clarifies that regression works like overwriting data rather than restoring a clean save. Using the image of pouring new water into an old vessel, it says most beings are simply merged with their newer versions. Because he is the regressor, however, his 5 years of future information were written over the present intact. For everyone else, the present and the original future are combined into one existence. Most people never notice that fusion, though someone unusually sensitive might feel traces of it. So even after regression, the world still carries the data of the original future beneath the current one. But the orb draws a hard line around used items and the dead, saying those cannot be merged the same way. Anything already consumed or anyone already dead before time turned back is treated as deleted information and cut out of the rewritten world. It states the rule plainly: a dead being's data cannot be combined with a living one. Hearing that, he begins to understand the personal consequence. He asks whether that means events from the original future are not restored at all, but simply erased instead. The orb confirms that they vanish. He immediately applies that answer to his brother, the version of Yu-yun who died in the dungeon in the original timeline. He realizes that the 25-year-old Yu-yun who suffered alone for 8 years and died protecting him still existed as a real person in that erased future. And now he understands the horror of regression, that dead brother's life and pain were not healed or reclaimed, but left behind as deleted history on a dungeon floor. The story turns towards something that exists beyond the ordinary world. A guide explains that the reward they discussed was erased by regression and never reappeared in this timeline. Realizing his brother is still trapped outside the world, Eugene demands that he be released at once. The one inside the barrier is stunned that Eugene would ask for that instead of anything else. Eugene explodes, furious that his brother was abandoned alone without even being told. The being relents, saying the timing was close anyway, and begins undoing the separation. As the barrier opens, Yu-yun rushes straight back to his brother. The guide parts with them cheerfully and leaves a way for Eugene to return by knocking on the gate 3 times. As the passage closes, Eugene can only offer a final apology. Back in the cold, Yu-yun immediately wraps himself around Eugene in concern, while Eugene tries to brush it off. Yu-yun senses something is wrong and gently checks on him. Eugene breaks down in his brother's arms and apologizes over and over. He realizes too late that regressing quickly may have erased his chance to bring his brother back with the wishing stone. The thought hits him that the brother who died saving him may still be lost somewhere beyond the world. He is haunted by the possibility that his brother remains abandoned even now. The scene shifts back to his home as that fear settles into him. The quiet house only emphasizes how suddenly everything has changed. Remembering his brother's death, Eugene is crushed by the fact that the loss was real, not erased. He forces himself to face the truth that he still has a dead brother in his past. That brother endured 8 years of suffering to protect him and ultimately died alone. Eugene realizes his past life was not simply nullified, and even Peace senses his distress. Peace comes to him as if trying to comfort him. The small gesture helps pull Eugene back from spiraling. He reassures Peace that he is fine, even though he clearly is not. Privately, he resolves that this time he has to stay standing. He decides to set aside the shock for now because the people tied to his brother's suffering are still alive. He notes that Yeon refused to explain anything on the way back, leaving him to investigate on his own. Only fragments of Yeon's memories came through, so Eugene looks for someone else who might know the cult behind it all. He calls the one suspicious man who has always seemed connected to hidden matters. Eugene directly asks whether he knows of a cult resembling Confucianism. He waits tensely for the answer. On the other end, the man sounds amused rather than surprised. He warns that answering could anger his young master, implying Eugene is stepping into dangerous territory. Eugene presses harder, making it clear he already expected this man to know. The man admits Eugene is the more dangerous one to offend. Instead of explaining over the phone, he proposes showing Eugene directly and tells him to prepare a bracelet and attack reinforcement. His plan is to enter a high-class dungeon and use it as bait to draw their enemies out. When Yeon hears the plan, he is startled that Eugene intends to enter an A-class dungeon. Eugene claims he wants to inspect ruins there and says Sung Hyun-jae knows a suitable dungeon. Noah tries to come along, but Eugene remembers the warning that Yeon would be too strong as bait and refuses him. He understands only enough to know he is being used as controlled bait. To calm objections, Eugene insists Noah riding along with him. His resistance skill, Charlotte's marble, and system support will keep him safe. He argues that no one would build an elaborate trap just to kill someone as weak as him, especially in a dungeon owned by Sudam rather than Jupiter. That detail matters because enemies would not prepare a trap inside another guild's territory. Eugene recalls that Sudam, led by Yoon Kyung-soo, was the one major S-class faction he had not yet dealt with. The mention of Yoon Kyung-soo immediately brings up old hostility. When they meet, Yoon Kyung-soo keeps his distance and jokes that getting too close to Eugene would only bring trouble from Yeon. He makes it plain that Sudam is merely lending the dungeon and wants no deeper involvement. Even while backing off, he complains that Yeon keeps accusing him despite him not touching Eugene. Sung Hyun-jae remarks that Sudam's guild master does not merely dislike Deep Sea, he hates them. That hatred is exactly why Sung Hyun-jae wants to use Sudam's dungeon as the stage. He expects their enemies to seize the chance to attack there and possibly bring outside support. Their real objective is to lure out that hidden support, which horrifies Eugene once he understands they are walking knowingly into an ambush. Sung Hyun-jae stays relaxed and hands Eugene something for the trip. What he gives him is absurdly domestic for a deadly operation. It turns out to be a glittering picnic basket, complete with cake, because Sung Hyun-jae insists on treating the trap like a guided tour. His amusement only makes him seem more unreadable. Eugene reluctantly concludes that being beside the world's strongest man is probably the safest place to be. Elsewhere, unrest is growing around the Mexico Hunter Association over dungeon safety and hunter emigration. Protesters accuse the association of driving away top hunters while failing to protect the capital. In the middle of the chaos, a traveler tries to exploit the confusion to get around a ban and enter Korea anyway. He complains that being barred over an illegal contract is excessive, but the local staff insist the situation is already bad enough. As the argument escalates, he urges them to just slip his documents through while everyone is distracted. The staff try to stall him and contact higher authorities. Before they can do anything, a sudden attack erupts. The traveler instantly kills one of the association workers with brutal force. The victim's tablet shatters across the bloody floor. The attacker declares the violence divine punishment against the association. Armed extremists storm the building, proclaiming dungeon breaks to be God's will and demanding no one resist. The staff recognize them as the same terrorists who have attacked before and panic that they are now targeting the association itself. The killer casually laments that his blood-stained poncho was supposed to be a souvenir while terrified survivors beg for police. He seizes another worker and orders him to watch carefully. A woman from the attacker's side offers to clean up the rest in exchange for being sent to Korea. Security tries to intervene, but the terrorists are already in motion. The woman crashes into the fight with overwhelming force. She warns everyone to dodge because she attacks without caring whether they are friend or foe. She activates a skill called Eternal Severance and turns the room into a killing field. Her sweeping strikes cut through the attackers themselves before they can even understand what is happening. The terrorists charge blindly into their own slaughter. They realize too late that the woman is not on their side in any normal sense. In moments, she leaves the floor covered in bodies. The dying can only call her a monster. She finishes the massacre with satisfaction and prepares to collect her reward. Then a familiar black voice addresses her by name, Riet. The voice repeats its old offer, trying once again to bind her. Riet immediately recognizes the source and reacts with fury. She stamps down on the attempt before it can finish. She snarls that it was warned never to approach her or her brother again. Another surviving cultist tries to continue the invocation. He pushes through the words of the contract despite the carnage around him. Soon multiple survivors echo the same ritual phrases, trying to complete the binding together. Riet threatens to tear out every mouth if they do not stop. The cult invokes the bloodline of a cursed poison dragon to force obedience. Riet tries to strike, but the contract begins taking hold before she can silence them all. Her body betrays her as her knees bend against her will. The command spreads through the room, ordering the blood of curse and poison to obey. The contract gives its true order: kill Jupiter's Sung Hyun-jae and bring back Han Yoo-hyun's brother. Riet rejects the command in rage and cuts down the cultists rather than submit. Even after resisting, the backlash leaves her reeling with a splitting headache. As she struggles to move, someone arrives offering help. It is MKC Guild Master Choi Seo-kwan, who says he has already prepared a private jet because the talking corpse told him to. The story jumps to the inside of Sudam's A-class dungeon, where the bait operation begins. Noah clears out the nearby monsters so the real confrontation can happen undisturbed. With the area secured, he still worries about leaving Eugene alone with Sung Hyun-jae. From above, he watches the two men standing by the lake and wonders if this is really safe. He reminds himself that Eugene said they needed privacy for an important talk, which only makes him more anxious. Meanwhile, the supposedly serious conversation turns absurd as Sung Hyun-jae invents nonsense facts about the lake, and Eugene calls him a fraud. The banter gets so ridiculous that Eugene wonders why this is what talking with the world's strongest man has become. Still, he asks the real question of whether Sudam will actually come before the gate closes. Sung Hyun-jae points out that Eugene, the precious brother of World's Edge's guild master, is irresistible bait for anyone seeking revenge. Eugene realizes Sung Hyun-jae is indeed using him and asks what grudge Sudam has against World's Edge. Sung Hyun-jae recalls the time Yoo-hyun first awakened and Yoon Kyung-soo badly misjudged him. He admits he found it entertaining to watch an S-class get hospitalized by the consequences of his own arrogance. After that humiliation, Sudam became terrified of Yoo-hyun and lost the nerve to challenge him openly, which stunted their growth. Sung Hyun-jae sums it up by saying a beaten dog cannot bear its teeth, and that fear is why Yoo-hyun allowed Eugene to be used as bait here. He then brings out a pocket watch, hinting that the situation is more complicated than simple hostility. He suggests everything would change if the people behind the cult were actually backing Sudam. That possibility makes Eugene go still. He understands that this is why Sung Hyun-jae is willing to risk him as bait, but he also starts doubting Sung Hyun-jae's own loyalties. Eugene voices the fear that Sung Hyun-jae may be working with the cult, and that they may want him dead too. Sung Hyun-jae admits he does have a contract with them, though the truth is not simple. He explains that he once infiltrated them to gather information, but their treatment of him eventually turned him against them completely. He adds that this was around the time Eugene and he reconciled, and Eugene awkwardly blames his obvious thoughts on regression. Sung Hyun-jae reveals the deeper reason the cult abandoned him. In the future he would betray them, and beings outside the world remembered that even after time turned back. So now both he and Eugene are valuable bait to the same enemies. When Sung Hyun-jae teases Eugene for ever thinking he was on their side, Eugene can only admit he had considered the possibility. Before the conversation can go further, Noah warns that people are approaching. The dragon swoops back as the ambushers arrive. Noah identifies them as Sudam's hunters, the same ones seen before entering. They are joined by MKC's guild master, confirming that multiple factions have come together for this trap. Eugene is shocked that two S-class figures have shown up, while Sung Hyun-jae dryly notes that merchants are always part of a guided tour. Sung Hyun-jae judges the force smaller than expected and mocks them as little more than padded decoys. Yoon Kyung-soo shouts for him to come down and stop hiding. Sung Hyun-jae answers that he had hoped for a more interesting opponent, and is disappointed they still underestimate him. Yoon Kyung-soo confidently unveils a glowing orb, convinced it will finally change Sung Hyun-jae's mind. The orb detonates with power. Its effect spreads in a burst of light towards Sung Hyun-jae. A chain wrapped around him reacts, and the system announces that his electricity-type skill use has been shut down. Eugene realizes they used a type-sealing item, but Sung Hyun-jae only seems intrigued rather than alarmed. Yoon Kyung-soo celebrates, delighted that he has finally obtained an item capable of restraining Sung Hyun-jae. Eugene offers to share attack amplification, but Sung Hyun-jae refuses and says he can handle this much alone. Instead, he asks whether Eugene wants to try the sense-sharing skill again. Promising a special demonstration as a tour guide, Sung Hyun-jae steps forward to meet the enemy himself. He charges straight into the gathered hunters before they can finish organizing. His mere approach crushes their nerve and leaves them gasping. Even the enemy leaders feel the pressure of his presence. Yoon Kyung-soo desperately orders his people to stick to the plan and not panic. He commands the barrier team to move first. The support squad activates a domed shield and begins stacking buffs for the coming clash. Seeing the full support setup, Eugene realizes they are trying to push an S-class hunter to maximum enhancement again, just like a disaster he has seen before. The dark-haired fighter surges forward as multiple buffs stack onto him, sharply amplifying his attack power. More enhancements pile on, boosting his dexterity and stamina until his whole body is wrapped in violent purple energy. Grinning with confidence, he unleashes that power in a destructive rush that tears through the ground. His strike lands like a falling beam, blasting the battlefield apart on impact. He drives the attack straight at the blonde man, forcing the clash into close range amid the explosion. Recognizing his opponent, he taunts him by recalling that their last fight was 10 years ago. The blonde man answers calmly, remembering that he was the one who won that earlier fight. Provoked, the attacker vows to see whether that old result still holds and hammers down again. He follows with a sweeping, high-speed assault, trying to overwhelm the blonde man before he can respond. The barrage continues at full force as he presses in with savage momentum. Another impact detonates across the ground, making the exchange look catastrophically one-sided. Watching from afar, one observer realizes he can feel the vibrations even at that distance, and urgently shields Eugene. A teammate briefly believes the blonde man might have been killed in a single hit. Others panic as Sung Hyun-jae appears to retreat under pressure, and fail to strike back at all. Yet the explosions keep blooming while the onlookers struggle to tell whether he is truly losing. The beast mount reassures Noah that there is no reason to worry. It explains that Sung Hyun-jae is not being cornered at all, but merely toying with his opponent. Eugene stares in disbelief, unable to understand what he is really witnessing. Through Sung Hyun-jae's eyes, the attacker's movements become visible in a different way as he charges another punch. Sung Hyun-jae realizes this is beyond sight alone. He can physically sense the flow of the attack. The incoming blow resolves into a clear predictive image before it is thrown. He reads exactly how the opponent will move, from what direction, and with what kind of strike. With the pattern fully understood, he identifies the attack as a simple punch and prepares the perfect response. He slips aside at the last instant, letting the punch crash uselessly into the ground. For the first time, the attacker loses composure as he realizes he cannot land a hit. Eugene concludes that this must be a skill that predicts an opponent's movements and attacks. The answer comes into focus. Sung Hyun-jae possesses battle foresight, one reason he became so overwhelming. Each failed strike only confirms how completely that foresight is controlling the fight. Again the attacker commits to a heavy blow, and again Sung Hyun-jae avoids it effortlessly. The repeated failure leaves the attacker openly rattled and furious. The observers recognize battle foresight as the ability to anticipate every movement and attack before it happens. That advantage is especially devastating against a close-range specialist like the man now flailing in vain. Eugene realizes this skill may be the true source of Sung Hyun-jae's supremacy, and he immediately wants to obtain it through the teacher's skill. His ambition expands at once. If he could claim that power and combine it with his beast mounts, almost no dungeon would remain beyond him. Driven by greed, he clutches his shirt and admits to himself that he wants that ability. The desire hardens into resolve as he decides he must take it from Sung Hyun-jae no matter what. Meanwhile, the attacker lunges in again, still trying to break through with brute force. A long-range teammate starts to intervene, but another realizes the two fighters are too tightly engaged for outside support. The attacker, humiliated by being toyed with, snarls at Sung Hyun-jae for dodging like a rat. He unleashes another violent slash of power, trying to force a hit through sheer speed and pressure. Sung Hyun-jae finally decides to answer in earnest and summons chains with a cool acceptance of the challenge. The chains spear down into the battlefield, abruptly changing the rhythm of the fight. They spread outward in a sweeping trap, and the nearby allies are ordered to stay back as the area turns dangerous. One of the onlookers freezes in alarm as the counterattack unfolds too fast to follow. The chains erupt through the field and catch multiple enemies at once, shocking the spectators with how many targets are suddenly bound. Taking hold of the chains, Sung Hyun-jae declares that he is done playing around. As the chains tighten, system messages announce that the attacker's power is being stripped away, lowering his attack, dexterity, and strength. The attacker desperately tries to answer with another skill, stunned that even with two S-class rolls he is being suppressed. His counter is crushed in a fiery blast, and he can only wonder how Sung Hyun-jae is this much stronger. With his opponent smashed into the broken ground, Sung Hyun-jae looks down in disappointment, and makes clear that this level of resistance is beneath his expectations. As the ground splits apart, Noah notices a blue-haired fighter in danger, while the blonde observer turns toward the disturbance. The trapped man, terrified but defiant, vows that the monster responsible will not get away with this. The blonde man's glowing eyes sharpen as he recognizes the threat and prepares to act. Noah braces himself on a dragon and spots the blue-haired man in immediate danger. He warns him that an attack is coming from behind. A dragon lunges, but the attack is violently interrupted before it can land. The beast is struck hard enough to crack its body and throw it off balance. A system effect reveals that anyone fighting Dio Valskisas has their skills doubled. The newcomer is Riet, who arrives with overwhelming force and shocks Noah. Riet surveys the scene with cold focus, already in control. The others are stunned to see him there at all, especially since he should have been barred from entering. Riet ignores the confusion and makes clear that he came for a personal objective. He declares that he intends to kill the Jupiter Guild's Sung Hyun-jae and take Han Eugene with him. As Noah panics over Eugene being taken away, Riet refuses to explain who sent him. Eugene is thrown off when Riet addresses him by name. Riet studies him with unsettling certainty, as if confirming something important. The onlookers realize Riet is behaving strangely calm and compliant, as though his mind has been tampered with. Riet insists Eugene must come because he is the blood of the cursed poison dragon. Eugene suspects Riet is not acting like himself and wonders whether a skill is controlling him. Before anyone can settle it, a dragon attacks again, but Riet casually intercepts it. He catches the dragon by the jaws with absurd ease, proving how dangerous he is. Even while restraining the beast, he urges Eugene to run. Eugene refuses to flee and instead pushes himself back into the crisis. He throws himself at Riette, trying to stop him directly. Riette is baffled when Eugene clings to him instead of escaping. Eugene desperately calls for Riette to come to his senses. He tries an absurd emotional appeal, insisting their friendship should matter. The bystanders can only stare at the ridiculous turn the confrontation has taken. Riette rejects the sentimental act and moves to shut Eugene down by force. He grabs Eugene's head, putting him completely at his mercy. Eugene decides that whatever is affecting Riette, he has to break through it immediately. The blonde observer triggers a skill from afar, sending a burst of power into Eugene. Eugene feels the sudden change and realizes something has shifted. As Riette holds his face, Eugene senses an opening. The effect works at once, and Riette's expression softens as his mind clears. Freed from the influence, Riette turns affectionate and credits Eugene for bringing him back. Eugene is overjoyed, convinced he has successfully restored him. Riette immediately scoops Eugene up in a disturbingly cheerful embrace, leaving even the nearby dragon confused. When others demand obedience, Riette bluntly declares that he no longer takes orders from them. He confirms with Eugene that he has truly switched sides, and Eugene eagerly accepts that answer. But Eugene's smile freezes as Riette's grip and expression become unnervingly intense. Riette admits he cannot ignore how entertaining this situation is and starts treating Eugene like a captured prize. Still holding him close, he begins rambling to Eugene with bizarre intimacy. He launches into a childhood fantasy while charging up power around himself. That fantasy turns out to be becoming a dragon king from a picture book. He completes the thought by declaring his wish to kidnap a princess, as a massive dragon manifestation rises behind him. Eugene protests that this is not the twin dragon image he expected and is horrified by Riette's monstrous form. The transformation escalates into a full Dragon Lord display so dramatic that it feels absurdly theatrical. While the others recoil in confusion, the blonde man watches the chaos with dry amusement. As Eugene remains trapped in Riette's grasp, he activates fear resistance to endure the overwhelming pressure. A dragon carrying a tower begs someone called Babe to save a prince as it charges into danger. The flying tower hurtles forward and collides violently with another force in midair. The impact tears through the structure, turning the rescue into a chaotic crash. The dragon declares it is taking the princess with it, and dares anyone who wants him back to come to the tower. The absurdity of a real dragon kidnapping someone leaves the onlookers stunned, while one of them treats it like a fairy tale come to life. The scene takes on the feel of a storybook as the dragon's laughter and the impossible tower make the situation seem unreal. One observer starts wondering what will happen to the kidnapped Han Eugene as the fantasy scenario fully sinks in. The narration frames this as the kind of old adventure where evil dragons always mark the climax of the tale. It explains that real dragons appeared with the opening of dungeons, in many elemental and cursed varieties. That history inspired someone to recreate a classic adventure setup with a dragon and a captive in a tower. The chosen script is the familiar story of an evil dragon imprisoning a princess in a tower, and Eugene realizes he has been dragged into exactly that. Inside the ruined tower, Eugene finds himself trapped with the supposed dragon in a setting built to imitate the fairy tale. He wonders how things became this ridiculous as the dragon fusses over whether the tower is comfortable enough for its captive. When the dragon suddenly returns to human form, Eugene protests that this only makes the situation more inappropriate. The transformed kidnapper casually explains that the change is just a cursed skill and asks Eugene to keep the embarrassing details from his younger brother. Pleased with having fulfilled the dream of role-playing as a dragon abducting royalty, the kidnapper enjoys himself while Eugene dryly refuses the princess label. The game turns more threatening when the kidnapper wonders what a dragon is supposed to do after the kidnapping, and Eugene hurriedly asks not to be eaten. Trying to understand the real situation, Eugene asks how the man got there and whether he also serves the same strange group. The kidnapper denies having any contract at all, which immediately contradicts the obedience Eugene thought he was under. He admits he has been wondering about that too, because he clearly rejected the contract offered to him. He recalls that after awakening, some unpleasant people tried to recruit him into a dungeon raid team, but he refused them outright. He says he might have accepted only if they had settled it by duel and forced the loser into submission, revealing his straightforward nature. Eugene realizes these are the same people who kept approaching him and even tried to use his younger brother against him. The dragon man asks if they took the brother hostage, and Eugene explains they merely kept getting beaten whenever they interfered. The dragon man then reveals that the group recently returned and this time managed to force him into following their orders. Eugene guesses the pressure may be tied to the title Cursed Poison Dragon, and the other confirms he senses a similar Cursed Poison Dragon power coming from Eugene. That clue makes Eugene stop and reconsider how all these separate incidents might actually connect. He reasons that if the order controlling the dragon came from another Cursed Poison Dragon, his own resistance skill could have weakened its effect. He concludes that his presence accidentally helped the dragon break free, and at least that coincidence worked in their favor. Relieved, the dragon man leans over him and says Eugene has finally helped clear up the confusion. He calls Eugene special with unmistakable interest, while Eugene can only ask him to get off. Instead of backing away, the dragon proposes resuming what they started before, and Eugene panics as the teasing turns openly suggestive. The misunderstanding gets worse when the dragon jokes that Eugene prefers his dragon form, turning the embarrassment into outright harassment. Desperate to escape, Eugene screams for anyone to save him. A blonde man answers the call by dramatically arriving as the prince, accompanied by a dragon. Seeing the scene, the newcomer dryly notes that the princess role has already been claimed, while his dragon companion cries out in alarm for Eugene. The blonde man recognizes the setup as an 18th tier dungeon disguised as a fairy tale, confirming this whole scenario was engineered. He agrees to rescue the so-called princess, and Eugene notices the chain on the newcomer glowing again. The dragon man immediately realizes that glow means the blonde rescuer can use his skill once more. The blonde man confirms he has already dealt with the lesser threats and intends to make the finale a full confrontation. The dragon man welcomes that approach, treating the coming clash like the proper ending to the story. As blue energy spreads over Eugene, he is left confused while the others prepare to fight around him. The blonde man launches the final battle, inviting the dragon man to dance toward the end as their powers collide. The fight escalates immediately, with Eugene protesting that they are insane to unleash this much force in such a place. Their exchange detonates through the tower, blasting apart the structure around them. In the chaos, the accompanying dragon rushes to protect Eugene and checks whether he is safe. From a distance, the two combatants look less like enemies trying to kill each other and more like monsters enjoying themselves while the tower is consumed by power. Eugene reflects that things could have been much worse if the dragon man had not regained his senses, especially since the enemy behind this was also a cursed poison dragon. As he steadies himself with a hand on the dragon beside him, a new realization begins to form. Eugene wonders if his repeated encounters with cursed poison dragons are really coincidence, or if something has been drawing them to him all along. Noah realizes the repeated anomalies around cursed poison dragons may not have been chance at all. He connects the cult to those dragons and starts treating the pattern as deliberate interference. The impossible appearances of Diovalskisis and Rokters convince him someone has been manipulating dungeons before his regression point. Pulled back to the present, he urgently calls out to Sung Hyunjae. A new suspicion takes hold as Noah wonders whether Hyunjae is tied to the pattern he has uncovered. He presses for details about the dungeon that was meant to earn Noah the Valskisis title, asking if all of this was engineered. As the battle's aftermath settles, the corrupted energy around them begins to disperse. Riet recovers enough to joke that the fight was satisfying even if he never landed a real blow. Watching from a distance, Hyunjae calls him over and wonders whether the poison has truly been purged. Hyunjae sees that the antidote helped but admits it cannot completely undo damage on its own. Noah reflects that without his intervention, Riet and the other S-classes might have been overwhelmed despite his foresight. Hyunjae had assumed the enemy's poison tactic was meant to remove him from the board, but a sudden realization makes him reconsider that conclusion. He senses something wrong and turns toward the source of it. Noah throws himself down from above, forcing Hyunjae to react. Mid-fall, Noah demands that Hyunjae catch him. Hyunjae lunges without hesitation to intercept him. As Hyunjae catches him, Noah recognizes that Hyunjae's very existence is what the enemy failed to account for. Holding Noah safely, Hyunjae questions what reckless plan he was trying to pull. He immediately uses his power to cleanse the remaining poison from Noah. Noah notes that this alone ruins the cult setup, and Hyunjae cuts off any further horseplay. Now certain the cult scheme depended on poisoning Noah and keeping Riet under control, Noah decides to confront Hyunjae directly. He asks whether the dungeon information that led Noah to his title came from the cult. Hyunjae deflects with a teasing remark, but Noah refuses to let him dodge the issue. Noah lays out the core of the plot. The cult intended to make Riet their subordinate instead of Noah. He explains that when Riet resisted, they brought in his brother and used the title dungeon and dragon title to pit the two against each other, ensuring the information would reach Noah through Hyunjae. From Noah's perspective, Hyunjae was used as the channel to eliminate Noah. He challenges Hyunjae to admit whether he knew this outcome was possible from the start. As Noah thinks it through, he realizes the cult's use of Hyunjae as a chess piece and their dungeon-making methods point to careful long-term planning. He recalls that the title dungeon had first seemed like an ordinary dungeon with a tiger-like boss. Then Diovalskisis appeared out of nowhere, killed that boss, and took its place. That memory makes the setup feel even more unnatural to Noah. A cursed poison dragon entering a dungeon that already had a boss should have been impossible, especially in a mere D-class dungeon. Rokters should never have appeared there either, and Hyunjae arrived as if he already knew exactly what would happen. Driven by that contradiction, Noah grabs Hyunjae and demands the truth. He pushes harder, asking whether even the dungeon break and his brother's death were part of the cult's design. Nearby, Riet watches the confrontation and wonders why he suddenly showed up at all. Before he can approach, someone seizes him from behind. The newcomer reveals himself as Riet's brother, greeting Noah's dragon by name. He dismisses Riet's guilt and stops him from rushing to Eugene, insisting forgiveness is not what matters right now. Instead, he keeps Riet back, saying Noah and Hyunjae need to finish their conversation. From afar, the two remain locked in a tense exchange while Riet is held away from them. Noah says he cannot reveal everything because a contract would punish him for it, but he still demands whatever Hyunjae can tell him about the cult. Hyunjae immediately infers the truth. Noah has curse resistance strong enough to blunt the contract's effect. When Noah reacts in shock, Hyunjae calmly admits he had already suspected it from Noah's unusual resistance. Noah realizes again how dangerously perceptive Hyunjae is. He insists that if he can just reach L-class status, he can nullify the contract and reveal everything. But Hyun-jae warns that still will not be enough. To prove it, Hyun-jae summons a red, ominous power into his hand. That power condenses into a violent magical construct, revealing a far more serious measure than Noah expected. A blood-red contract-like artifact manifests between them, showing Hyun-jae has direct access to the very force binding Noah. A dangerous red contract manifests, carrying the weight of a binding curse. The blonde man explains that this is an all-class contract, powerful enough that ordinary resistance skills will not nullify it, and accepting it would endanger his right eye and arm. He lets that threat hang deliberately, making clear the price is real. Nearby, Eugene and the Poison Dragon's master realize this offer is far bolder than expected, as if the other side has stopped hiding its intentions. Eugene is jolted into wondering whether the same kind of contract had once been forced on Hyun. When Eugene blurts out that his own skill could double in effective paired with the Poison Dragon, the blonde man dismisses the idea as impressive but demeaning, like being treated as an experiment. Eugene refuses to back down and declares that he will bear the responsibility himself. He insists he will compensate any sacrifice if he survives, and challenges the blonde man on whether he really intends to keep living under someone else's control. Before Eugene can press further, the blonde man seizes him by the throat and stops the argument by force. From a distance, the Poison Dragon's master calls out in alarm as the confrontation turns dangerous. Holding Eugene in place, the blonde man admits he genuinely likes him, but he draws a hard line, not enough to surrender pieces of his own body. Eugene is overwhelmed by the pressure until his system triggers fear resistance to keep him conscious and steady. Regaining himself, Eugene tests the blonde man's resolve instead of retreating. He argues that an arm and an eye are not worth more than a life, especially when Eugene's life is the one truly at stake. He reminds the blonde man that he signed on because he knew Eugene's value, perhaps even better than Eugene did. Then Eugene raises the stakes, urging him to risk himself and admitting he is still hiding many things. The blonde man senses that hidden truth and realizes there is more to gain from Eugene than he first knew. Eugene finally offers himself as leverage in exchange for one answer: the identity of the person who killed the blonde man's younger brother. That demand lands exactly where Eugene intended, turning the negotiation personal. Eugene warns him not to accept on a lie. The blonde man, admitting he is nervous because it has been a long time since he gambled like this, asks whether Eugene is truly permitting the contract. Eugene hesitates for a moment even as he reaches for the contract. The blonde man reminds him that if this succeeds, Eugene will owe him for risking his arm and eye. He makes it clear he fully intends to collect that debt later. Eugene accepts the burden and promises he will not forget. With that, the blonde man tells him to proceed while the Poison Dragon's master stands ready to intervene if needed. Watching from the side, the dragon and its master nervously joke about the possible consequences if the contract fails. As the contract activates, Eugene tries to explain the larger issue by asking what someone would do if they were parents determined to end the world. He pushes further, asking what they would do if they were willing to sacrifice a child to make that wish come true. The blonde man answers that this is exactly how he understands their objective. He explains that those people cannot directly interfere with the world, so they manipulate it through contracts, dungeons, and items. By creating and controlling subordinates, they expand their influence and drive the world toward destruction. Eugene is stunned by the scale of what he is hearing. The blonde man says the world is already nearing its end, and that once enough fear and chaos spread, the monsters will become unstoppable. Eugene realizes this matches the warning his system had given him before. Still, he points out the contradiction. The contract promised to help the blonde man escape this doomed world if he cooperated. The blonde man understands at once, and Eugene compares that promise to offering a lifeboat while everyone else sinks. The image becomes clear to Eugene: gather subordinates to hasten the apocalypse, then remove the one key capable of disrupting it. The blonde man silently confirms that Eugene has grasped the true structure of the scheme. At that realization, the contract violently reacts. The blonde man identifies the architects behind it as the group called the Final Piety Addicts. The contract immediately punishes the forbidden disclosure with a burst of bodily harm curse energy. Eugene's system responds at once, activating curse resistance as the backlash strikes. Another system warning reveals why the resistance works. The curse loses effect when directed at someone recognized as the cursed Poison Dragon King's master. The blonde man checks himself, and finds that the damage has not taken hold. He starts to conclude that they have won the gamble. But Eugene suddenly senses a deeper truth surfacing from the contract's reaction. A hidden memory or voice identifies him as the true master of the rampaging lizard that tore the speaker's brother apart. Eugene finally states the full implication. The Final Piety Addicts were the ones who made him sign the contract and also took the blonde man's brother as their subordinate long ago. A blonde man reveals he has long suspected Yun was the real reason Eugene was only offered a low-ranked contract. He explains that Eugene would never have been able to leave the world if Yun had to take him along as an F-class dependent. With ordinary stamina, Eugene would not have survived the shock of crossing over, so the recruiters targeted only high rankers. That means Yun likely severed ties with them once he learned his brother would be excluded. Eugene clenches up as the explanation confirms a question that has haunted him for a long time. He remembers that his brother deliberately kept suspicious people away so they would never notice Eugene. At first, Yun hid the truth because he did not want to burden him. Later, He stayed silent because he believed Eugene would never understand, and the blonde man insists this was not simple immaturity. The contract was L-class, and accepting it would have endangered Yoo-hyun's right eye and arm. Yoo-hyun had kept refusing, so the other side tried to use his brother as leverage. Even after cutting contact, Eugene remained a risk because Yoo-hyun could not discuss the contract without exposing him. Before Eugene can fully process that guilt, a violent surge of purple energy erupts around him. The corrupted contract reacts through his leg, spreading monstrous growths as the others look on. The mutation rapidly worsens, turning his limb into something inhuman. The power explodes outward and throws the scene into chaos. Noah and the blonde man are stunned as they realize Eugene is transforming into something unknown. A huge clawed limb forms where his leg was, confirming the change is no illusion. The mutation races through the rest of his body as the curse completes its takeover. A towering dragon-like creature manifests from Eugene, radiating curse energy and poison. Pinned beneath the change, Eugene realizes the destruction of the contract may have triggered this disaster. The creature fully reveals itself as a predatory ancient dragon with overwhelming presence. Its gaze locks in with immediate killing intent. Eugene is hit by crushing fear as a system warning confirms the monster's intimidation is extreme. Noah charges in to protect him, ordering the others to stay back and keep away from the creature. He attacks with his blue weapon, but the dragon evades or slips past the strike too easily. Noah realizes too late that something is wrong with the exchange. The dragon counters instantly, and smashes him aside before he can even track its movement. Even Noah, with his dragon-slaying weapon, is shocked by how absurdly strong this creature is. As Noah is hurt, he still warns the others not to approach him, or the monster. Eugene understands the gap in power, and concludes that even a natural S-class could not beat this thing head-on. A system scan begins as someone tries to identify exactly what they are facing. The analysis identifies the monster as Vicus, an ancient dragon species of curse and poison, with SS-class potential and S-class current threat. The blonde man grimly admits the situation is dire, and sees no obvious way out. Then he notices a possible opening and shifts from despair to calculation. He studies the dragon from a distance while keeping a barrier or spell in place around the battlefield. Eugene, still on the ground and shrouded in purple energy, wonders if this cursed dragon was also sent by the same lizard owner tied to the contract. When he feels the creature's attention fixed on him, he realizes he is its true target. Noah decides that if he cannot kill it, he will at least create a chance for the others to escape, and he activates a support skill. The small dragon reacts as blue energy floods the area. The blonde man immediately judges that Noah's skill alone will not be enough to stop Vicus. He concludes this dragon differs from the Bavar despite sharing the same SS-class category, because it moves too fast even for his battle foresight. As Eugene struggles under the dragon's grip, he decides to stack another skill on top of the first. He reasons that if he can reveal where the dragon will move and how it senses the battlefield, they may still have a chance. A targeting effect descends on Vicus as Eugene attempts to mark and expose it. The attempt fails when the dragon resists the skill outright. Instead of panicking, Eugene immediately prepares to test the limits of that resistance. He repeatedly forces the support skill onto Vicus, triggering system notices as the dragon keeps denying the effect. That persistence pays off when the system announces that skill effects against Vicus have been increased twofold. Seizing the moment, Eugene calls everyone to act now. With the small dragon, Eugene, and the blonde man all focused and ready, the group prepares a coordinated counterattack. The fighter orders the enemy dragon destroyed and throws himself into the clash without hesitation. As he attacks, he realizes with grim excitement that he can sense the dragon's power directly. That insight sharpens into certainty, and he trusts his instincts to find a way to interfere with it. He drives a burst of force into the dragon, betting everything on this one opening. Even while being overwhelmed, he commits to stopping the creature rather than defeating it outright. He admits to himself that victory is impossible, but delaying the dragon may still be enough. The dragon looms over him and gathers another attack, threatening to crush that hope immediately. Instead of retreating, he braces himself and keeps his nerve at point-blank range. He reminds himself that winning was never the objective, only creating the chance to act. A golden strike from his ally detonates against the dragon's head, and the interruption succeeds. For a moment it seems their plan worked, but the dragon is far from finished. Smoke pours from the wounded beast as it absorbs the damage and remains standing. Its eye opens again, proving it is still conscious and dangerous. The blonde support fighter presses the assault with chained golden power to keep it pinned. The frontliner knows that pressure alone will not be enough to end this. He follows with a blue-edged strike aimed to cut deeper into the dragon's body. The blow tears flesh and horn, drawing real blood at last. He reveals their true purpose. They came to recover honey from the dragon, not to win a clean fight. Now that their objective is clear, the two of them commit to a direct all-out battle. The dragon answers by lunging away with predatory focus, trying to break their momentum. The fighter chases and forces it to stay engaged, refusing to let it escape or reposition. He slams into it again, making himself the target. Even while injured, he taunts the dragon into focusing on him, counting on its damaged hand to limit its options. That assumption collapses when the dragon's mangled claw regenerates, almost instantly. He freezes for a beat as the balance of the fight shifts back in the dragon's favor. The dragon surges with purple energy and prepares a far more dangerous counterattack. Power condenses in its maw into a dense, malignant sphere. It unleashes poison fog, flooding the battlefield with toxic force. The fighter realizes his poison resistance will only buy a little time before he is overwhelmed. Seeing that, the blonde ally activates Healing Hand to keep him functioning. A spectral dragon appears with the healing skill, and the ally orders him to dodge the main attack while support covers him. The summoned healing force roars into action as the support takes hold. The ally admits he still has not forgiven him, but urgency comes first, so he tells him to restrain the dragon until he recovers. While the support magic holds above them, the ally notes they have only 2 damage nullifying marbles left. He checks the wounded fighter, who confirms the leg is the real problem because the nullification item blocked everything else after the first hit. A broken fang remains lodged in his leg, and the wound will not stop bleeding until it is removed. He rejects painkillers because poison resistance would cancel them inside the toxic fog, and demands the shard be pulled out immediately. Knowing the pain will be extreme even for him, he orders his ally to remove it, and wake him if he blacks out. The fang is yanked free in one brutal motion, tearing the wound open. He endures the agony through sheer force of will. The blonde ally is shaken by how much pain he can withstand without breaking. The extracted fang drops away, ending the immediate obstruction. The ally seals the wound as best he can and urges him to rest. He refuses completely, insisting they still need to bring down the dragon. He hands over the remaining damage nullifying marbles and explains they contain only a few minutes of protection each, enough for one more push. The blonde ally reflects that the dragon cannot have been awake for long, yet its instincts and combat experience feel like those of a monster forged through years of dungeon warfare. Ignoring the concern, the fighter presses ahead with a new plan and says he will stack an attack doubling skill on his ally. The ally studies him with growing curiosity, wondering what kind of F-class hunter could hide this much. As they prepare their next move, the healing dragon remains active within a glowing magic circle, sustaining their last chance to fight back. Eugene urgently reaches for Eugen in midair, trying to keep him safe as the dragon still threatens them below. Relieved to find Eugen unharmed, Eugene steadies him and pushes them to finish the enemy and escape together. A support skill activates between them, granting a shared doubling attack effect as long as they remain in physical contact. Eugen immediately understands the tactic and offers to shield Eugene while the skill stays active. They confirm the link does not require a perfect hold, only some point of contact between them. Eugene awkwardly realizes that means he can keep the buff active however he wants, and Eugen teasingly suggests a more intimate hold would be fine too. Caught off guard by the flirtation, Eugene is thrown when Eugen suddenly asks whether he can dance. Eugen decides that if they need synchronized teamwork under pressure, dancing is the fastest way to force their movements into rhythm. As another skill begins to activate, Eugen calmly reassures Eugene that even if he lacks experience, he can learn in the middle of the fight. Eugen sharpens his focus, preparing to turn their linked movement into a precise attack. The dragon lunges through the swirling force around them, trying to break their setup before it is complete. Eugen meets the charge with a timed kick, striking as the beast closes in. The blow snaps the dragon's head aside and interrupts its momentum. A column of explosive force follows through the impact, driving the attack down with amplified power. Watching the hit land, their ally is impressed by how much force the pair can generate together. Eugene is still trying to process the absurd effectiveness of Eugen's method when Eugen notices the dragon has not gone down. The dragon rises again through crackling energy, proving it survived the previous strike. It opens its jaws and gathers itself for another attack. The beast drops toward them from above, turning the battlefield back into a death trap. Eugene panics at the sight of the still-living dragon, but Eugen keeps his composure and invites him to trust the dance. With a confident smile, Eugen takes Eugen's hand and fully commits them to moving as one. Eugene can only stare blankly as Eugen starts maneuvering them around the charging monster like dance partners. Before Eugene can even finish protesting, the dragon is already upon them. Eugen whirls Eugene through the attack path and turns their linked motion into another perfectly timed counter. The dragon's claws slash past, but the pair slip through the opening created by their synchronized movement. Dragged along by Eugen's lead, Eugene flails as he struggles to keep up with the improvised combat dance. Even so, each forced step and kick lands with doubled impact, battering the dragon from multiple angles. Eugene is overwhelmed by the chaos, as Eugen keeps spinning him through attack after attack without letting the rhythm break. Their observing ally finds the spectacle entertaining, while Eugene fumes that this is not how he wanted his skill to be used. Eugen abruptly shifts tactics and identifies electricity as the key element he needs to concentrate. He drives an electrified strike directly into the dragon instead of releasing the power broadly into the air. Eugen explains that a mid-air discharge would lose too much force by spreading out, so the current must be delivered through direct contact. He commits to channeling the attack through the dragon's body itself to maximize the damage. By grounding the force through the beast and into the surface below, he creates a far more efficient path for the electricity. Their ally suddenly understands the plan and realizes how to contribute. He leaps in to help, activating his own technique to pin the dragon in place and support the setup. A glowing blade-like strike is driven into the dragon, giving the current a focus route through its body. The ally then kicks away, clearing space as the trap is completed. Seeing the setup, he realizes ordinary attacks were never the point, and that Eugen had been building toward an electrical kill. The stored lightning converges around the linked pair, no longer scattered but concentrated into a single devastating discharge. The dragon convulses as the attack tears through it from the embedded strike point. The ally excitedly urges them to burn through even the sword, pushing the overload to its limit. Still pressed together to maintain the shared skill, Eugene and Eugen pour the final surge into the attack. The dragon is engulfed in chains of blazing electricity, and can no longer resist the current coursing through it. The built-up power detonates, blasting apart the ground and seemingly finishing the monster. As the smoke and weakened lightning fade, they hesitate and wonder whether the battle is finally over. Eugene senses something wrong before anyone else can relax. He realizes the fading lightning is not a sign of victory, but evidence that the energy is being drawn somewhere else. Inside the dragon, a violent rupture opens as if the power is gathering inward rather than dissipating. They understand too late that all the lightning they unleashed has been absorbed into the dragon's sword, creating a new and more dangerous threat. A dragon-like monster is blasted down in a violent burst of force. Yuhyun endures the backlash of the attack and realizes the creature can still feel pain despite being undead. The monster answers with a furious roar instead of collapsing. As the dust clears, Yuhyun and his companion watch the creature lying in the crater, still not fully at rest. Riet assumes the fight is over and asks if the dragon is finally dead. Before anyone can finish discussing the strange skill used against it, the dragon's body begins to move again. The supposedly defeated dragon lashes out with a sudden poison strike toward Riet. Riet is forced back in shock, unable to understand how it can rise after taking so much damage. The dragon drags itself upright through blood and sheer compulsion. The blonde man explains that this is not the creature's own determination but the effect of something controlling it. He identifies the force driving it as an imposed order, closer to a curse than free will. He responds by unleashing a massive wave of fire to finish the dragon properly. The flames tear through the creature, opening a fatal wound. Riet stands by as the inferno consumes the battlefield. From above, the dragon's body is shown pinned and destroyed, prompting the blonde man to wonder what kind of being could have bound Yuhyun with such a curse. The dragon finally collapses, bleeding out and going still. With the danger seemingly over, Yuhyun asks to approach the corpse so he can examine it, and is told it will not rise again. He places his hand on the dragon and tries to trace the controlling skill back to its source. Focusing his power, he pushes deeper into the lingering magic in search of the master behind it. Instead of a clean reading, a dark purple force answers from within the dragon. That foreign power surges into Yuhyun and engulfs him before he can pull away. He realizes too late that something has gone terribly wrong. His consciousness is dragged into a dark inner space. There he finds himself surrounded by the coiling remains of countless dragons. Disoriented, he calls out for the others and struggles to understand where he has been taken. When he tries to move, the mass of cursed dragon bodies grips him and makes escape impossible. He recognizes the place as a nest of cursed poison dragons and is horrified by how many are gathered there. The scale of it leaves him asking where exactly he has ended up. A demonic dragon figure appears and reveals that Yuhyun has entered its territory by interfering with what it had prepared. It accuses him of ruining its plans and causing serious damage. Yuhyun connects the truth at once. The dead dragon was acting under the command of Vigus. Even trapped, he braces himself and refuses to cower. He confronts the being directly and asks if it is the cursed poison dragon itself. Then he presses the real accusation, demanding to know if this creature sent Rauktas into the dungeon to murder his younger brother. He starts to push the accusation further, but the enemy cuts him off. A burst of dark power slams him down before he can continue. The creature coldly declares that Han Yuhyun's death was the intended outcome. Another dragon nearby reacts, confirming this was no misunderstanding but a deliberate design. Pinned and furious, Yuhyun hears the enemy admit that even it had not expected events to unfold quite this way. It tells him the one who should have died was Han Eugene, not Han Yuhyun. The creature explains that the dungeon was created from the start to kill Eugene, because as long as he lived, Han Yuhyun would never cooperate with its plan to end the world. Its predatory stare makes clear that this was calculated long before Yuhyun understood any of it. Yuhyun rejects the claim in disbelief, insisting his brother has nothing to do with any plan to destroy the world. The enemy answers that Han Yuhyun chose death precisely because Eugene was still alive. It argues that without Eugene, Han Yuhyun could have escaped the dying world, accepted its contract, and grown stronger, but instead refused every offer. According to the creature, Eugene robbed Han Yuhyun of the freedom to choose by remaining a weakness he could not abandon. It reduces Eugene to a burden and obstacle that ruined Han Yuhyun's proper path. The accusation becomes personal as it says Eugene blocked Han Yuhyun's life and yet survived while his brother died. Those words shake Yuhyun, forcing him to confront a possibility he does not want to believe. His mind flashes to the cruel rumor surrounding Eugene all along, that the world-saving S-rank's only hindrance was his own brother, a burden people said should have been cast aside. A harsh memory resurfaces of Eugene being told that if he truly cared about his younger brother, he had to sever all ties with the World's Edge Guild. The accusation deepens as he is condemned for repeatedly relying on his brother to clean up the damage he caused. Even pleas for him to stop making trouble only reinforce the judgment that he has become a burden. Crushed by that guilt, Eugene internalizes the belief that he has only been holding his brother back. In the dragon's domain, that self-loathing hardens into resolve as he admits he has no right to live. Instead of surrendering, he grabs hold of the cursed dragon's body with desperate intent. He forces himself toward the dragon, choosing action over despair. Eugene reveals his true aim. If he cannot save himself, he will at least avenge his brother by killing the owner of the lizard that murdered him. The dragon mocks an F-class like him, but Eugene taunts back that he has already ruined the dragon's plans more than once. He lunges in recklessly, trying to turn his weakness into an opening. Even while being battered aside, Eugene keeps provoking the dragon and flaunting how much damage he has already done. The dragon dismisses him as pathetic, but Eugene notices something important in that contempt. As he grips the dragon's flesh and laughs through the pain, he realizes his guess was right. Eugene concludes that the dragon does not intend to kill him yet because it wants information from him, especially about his connection to the World's Edge Guild. He keeps mocking the dragon to draw out more of what it knows and wants. The dragon shifts to interrogation, demanding to know how Eugene undid Riet's commands. It presses further, asking how he managed to defeat Rochitas as it physically restrains him. The dragon suspects outside interference and asks whether the so-called depraved kids helped him, identifying them as the ones who built and run the system. Eugene scoffs at that label and realizes the dragon is talking about people trying to prevent the world's destruction. The dragon narrows its suspicion, wondering whether those people gave an F-class like him some special aid. Eugene quickly reasons that the dragon still does not know his title or skill, which means he can survive as long as he keeps stalling. But the dragon sees through his simple attempt to buy time. Eugene still refuses to answer, betting on defiance even while cornered. Before he can act on any plan, the dragon tears into him with brutal force. The sudden attack shatters his composure and leaves him stunned. The dragon remains cold and unreadable, showing no sign of relenting. Eugene screams that his arm is gone, believing the dragon has maimed him. The pain overwhelms him as he thrashes in panic. The dragon tells him to look more carefully. Eugene sees blue energy where his missing arm should be and realizes his body is not actually damaged in the way he thought. As the illusion breaks, he recoils and the false injury gives way to the truth of his surroundings. The dragon reveals that this is its mind, not reality, and that what Eugene suffers here is mental rather than physical. It demonstrates that pain and injury can still be inflicted inside this space. The threat becomes explicit. The dragon can torment him endlessly here without letting him die. Surrounded by monstrous jaws and cursed flames, Eugene is warned that if he stays silent, the dragon will tear through his memories piece by piece. Eugene remembers Charlotte's marble and realizes ordinary items cannot be used in this unreal space. The dragon follows that thought, identifying the damage-nullifying marble and concluding Eugene could not have beaten Rochitas with that alone. It demands a real answer as the pressure closes in around him. Eugene refuses outright, deciding the dragon can struggle for the truth on its own. That answer only amuses the dragon. The dragon attacks again, and Eugene bitterly curses the fact that his brother ever got entangled with a monster like this. Back in reality, Eugene lies unconscious inside a pool of blue restorative energy while his allies call for him to wake up. He remains unresponsive, suspended in the healing water. One ally notes that he also passed out before, while another worries over what happened to him after the blue dragon stripped Han Eugene away. The dark-skinned guild master with the dragon companion treats his condition as a serious problem. She admits she wants Eugene for herself because his abilities would be extremely useful. The blonde man dryly points out that valuable people naturally attract attention, though someone nearby cuts off the argument. They are reminded that fighting over Eugene can wait until after they clear the dungeon, and the blonde man quietly reflects on how much the other guild master has changed. Still watching the unconscious Eugene, he is unsettled by something about his appearance, and asks whether he always looked like this. Eugene remains motionless in the glowing water, his condition still uncertain. When his contract is destroyed, the man is forced to confront the fact that buried memories are starting to return. As the memories surface, he realizes they come from much further back than he expected, as if pieces of a life from years ago are being dug up. The recollection throws him into a violent scene where Yuhyun is suddenly attacked, and the shock of it jolts him deeper into the memory. He relives the panic of someone crying out in pain and calling for help as the situation spirals out of control. The memory sharpens into an accusation that Yuhyun recklessly entered a dungeon, revealing a family argument tied to that disaster. The remembered Yuhyun falls helplessly, showing how quickly that past incident turned catastrophic. Another fragment reveals that Yuhyun had become isolated enough that even his own brother no longer visited or wrote to him. In that estrangement, the brother angrily insists he has cut ties and is exhausted by Yuhyun altogether. The memory shifts to a cold detention-like place, setting up the circumstances around a holiday gathering. He recalls that on Christmas Eve, during a celebration held by the guild master, someone came to see Yuhyun. That visit was cruelly mocking, with a birthday song twisted into contempt for Yuhyun as a brother. Dragged back to the present, he curses the uselessness of these fragments even as the extraction continues. What he keeps seeing are lonely, painful scenes, and he resents that only these memories are surfacing. Then he finally finds the memory he was searching for, a moment of closeness that mattered. The demon seizes on that breakthrough, using the wish-granting stone to rewind and probe further into the past. The creature confirms it is exploiting the stone and presses him while looming over him with overwhelming power. It also notes his unusual resistance to curses, making clear that even after killing Rocktars, he remains difficult to read completely. The demon demands to know how someone as low-ranked as him managed that feat alone. It explains that his curse resistance makes memory extraction difficult, and that an ordinary F-class would have been easy to strip bare. As the extraction tears at him, he realizes he is running out of time. He understands the demon intends to search every memory for answers and kill him once it has what it wants. Unable to fight back, he turns his frustration inward and bitterly asks why he can do nothing even with his brother at stake. That helplessness makes him understand why Yu-hyun had hidden the truth from him. He was too weak to help. A remembered challenge cuts through his despair by asking whether there is truly anything he can do for his brother now. The memory continues with a confrontation over money he had borrowed and come to repay. He is reminded that this repayment was his way of trying to protect his brother, even though the motive should have been obvious. In that past moment, he had been reduced from a powerful title to nothing more than an older brother who could not be relied on. That realization became the core of his shame. Despite all status, he was still useless to Yu-hyun when it mattered. Back in the demon's lair, he collapses under the weight of that truth and the pain of the ongoing extraction. The demon grows irritated by the flood of unrelated memories and demands a direct answer instead of sifting through endless fragments. Even while broken on the ground, he starts forcing himself to hold on to a thought. He clings to the reason he endured all of this in the first place. He remembers a warmer past with Yu-hyun, a bond that once felt simple and genuine. This time, he had tried to change the outcome of that relationship. What he wanted was not power or status, but a different role in Yu-hyun's life. He resolves that he wanted to become the proper older brother he had failed to be before. The demon answers that resolve with violence, striking him and mocking the idea that determination alone can save him. Still, he keeps thinking through the problem, refusing to stop searching for some way out. Even in agony, he pushes himself to find the smallest clue that might let him escape. The demon dismisses that effort, sneering that his skills should have counted as part of his senses if he meant to use them that way. It belittles him further, saying it expected nothing serious from an F-class and treated his resistance like childish play. The creature argues that humans are too limited and unimaginative to turn consciousness itself into a means of escape. It compares him to a wingless human trying to move like a flying creature, insisting he could never know how to flee this place. From the demon's perspective, someone as weak as him can only crawl and wait to be crushed. Even so, it admits his curse resistance is unexpectedly advanced, though it still treats that as a curiosity rather than a threat. Bleeding and half delirious, he answers with contempt, mocking the demon for calling every failure and atrocity unexpected instead of admitting its own stupidity. His defiance provokes another brutal blow as the demon lashes out in anger. Yet even while being hurled around, he keeps talking, and the demon is forced to acknowledge how stubbornly he refuses to break. He finally reveals the key point. If the demon had not interfered after the date was set, his brother would never have followed him into this trap, and sending Rocktars was the mistake that exposed everything. Facing the demon directly, he turns the accusation back on it, making clear that its own meddling is what allowed him to understand the truth. A horned demon greets the situation with open amusement, clearly enjoying how events have turned out. He overwhelms the battered man before him and seizes control of the encounter with effortless confidence. When the man realizes something is wrong, the demon mocks him for believing the gate had truly opened on its own. He reveals that Han Yu-hyun borrowed his power to enter the closed dungeon in the first place. The truth hits hard when he adds that Yu-hyun did it solely to save his brother. Satisfied by that reaction, the demon shifts the conversation toward what the brother means to him. Elsewhere, the younger brother stands before a sealed gate as strange purple energy gathers around it. He immediately recognizes the demon's presence and demands to know why it has appeared again. He rejects any renewed offer from the demon, making clear he wants nothing more from it. The demon insists this time it has come with urgent information and warns that ignoring it will bring regret. It tells him there is a serious problem in the dungeon his brother entered. At the sight, chaos erupts as another dungeon anomaly appears and alarms spread through the crowd. Bystanders fear more casualties and note the absurdity of a low-rank hunter being tied to repeated gate stone incidents. A guild master arrives and unleashes a powerful attack in an attempt to contain the crisis. The younger brother pushes forward for an update, and learns the gate is dangerously unstable and likely holds at least an S-class monster. Even after being told the gate has already closed and cannot be entered, he refuses to stop. He tries to force his way in anyway, despite warnings that only reopening the gate from inside could allow entry. His desperate attempt fails against the gate's power. As he breaks down calling for his brother, his panic turns into helpless terror. The demon offers him a way in if he is willing to accept its help. A dark portal forms beside the gate, presenting a forbidden alternative. He stares at the opening, realizing the demon may actually be able to bypass the sealed dungeon. The demon explains it can send him inside using its own power. Driven by fear for his brother, he rushes toward that chance without hesitation. The demon stops him with a price. To enter, he must form another contract. It states the condition plainly. Once inside, he will become the demon's subordinate. Inside the dungeon, Yu-hyun reflects that his brother accepted the deal instantly. The demon reveals that the dungeon was never a random threat, but a calculated trap built around Yu-hyun's limits. It had engineered the danger so Yu-hyun would be forced to save his brother, yet still face mortal risk himself. Once Yu-hyun died in that setup, the demon intended to use the contract's loopholes to claim him completely. Instead, it is irritated that an S-class hunter died more easily than expected. What surprises it even more is that Yu-hyun chose to throw his life away for his brother. The younger brother realizes with crushing guilt that everything was a trap centered on him, and that Yu-hyun knowingly walked into it to protect him. The demon laments that Yu-hyun finally came within reach only as a corpse, making him useless for its original purpose. The younger brother reels from that word, unable to accept what it implies. He demands to know what the demon means by calling Yu-hyun a corpse. The demon explains that Yu-hyun vanished from the world, and under the contract that made it easier to interfere with his body. Horrified, the younger brother realizes the demon is claiming possession of Yu-hyun's body. He remembers believing he had lost his brother forever. Even after accepting that the dead would not return, he had tried to keep living in the present. But that resolve falters when the memory of reaching for his brother resurfaces. Hope and dread mix as he senses this may not be the end after all. The image of his brother's presence lingers over him, making the loss feel immediate again. The demon confirms that Han Yu-hyun's body is indeed in its hands. That confirmation leaves the younger brother stunned into cold, focused shock. The demon clarifies that another being technically took the body first, but the result still leads back to Yu-hyun. The younger brother clings to the one truth that matters: Yu-hyun is still his brother. Even death has not severed that bond in his mind. The memory of Yu-hyun's promise and presence hardens his grief into determination. Seeing that resolve take hold, the demon decides it can use it and offers more answers in exchange for cooperation. The young man coldly rejects anything the dragon has to say. The dragon is caught off guard as a surge of power suddenly flares around him. Lightning-like force erupts through the chamber and drives back the dragon's momentum. Realizing something unusual is happening, the dragon starts to understand that his opponent has changed the terms of the fight. The young man reveals he is applying the dragon's own principle of sensory territory to this battle. Wrapped in crackling energy, he calmly presents this as a practical technique rather than some grand invention. He focuses with complete composure, relying on experience instead of panic. He explains that this kind of interference is familiar to him, so he can adapt to it. Using that confidence, he unleashes a violent burst of power straight at the dragon. He presses the attack without hesitation, forcing the clash into close quarters. The dragon mocks the effort as a cheap trick and refuses to take the human seriously. He insists that no matter the technique, his enemy is still trapped in a weak human body. The young man takes the impact and immediately drives forward through it. He rises into the dragon's space, using the dragon's own wings and movement against him. He confirms that he has dealt with Noah's moving wings many times before, so this pattern is not new to him. Because the dragon's mind is clouded by anger, the young man finds the opening even easier to exploit. Trusting only his senses, he launches himself upward for a decisive strike. He calculates that his veteran F-class power is being amplified twice over, including an extra boost from being this dragon's natural enemy. For the first time, the dragon is shaken by the level of power coming from him. A freezing force spreads over the dragon's body and begins locking him down. The dragon realizes too late that the attack is combining multiple abilities at once. The young man adds Yerem's freezing skill and a concealment technique that strips away obvious movement. With his presence obscured, he closes in and forms a killing strike at point-blank range. The blow lands hard and tears into the dragon before he can fully defend himself. The dragon lashes out in fury, unable to understand how a human is chaining these powers together. His counterattack slices the young man open across the torso, drawing blood. Even wounded, the young man keeps moving through the dragon's reach instead of retreating. The dragon tries to reassure himself that an F-class body should never withstand this much strain. But the young man reveals he is also using power that had previously been absorbed into him. That power comes from his brother, whose skill he had once left behind. He manifests it as black blood flame, turning his own blood into a weaponized force. The dark crimson power surges outward and bores deeper into the dragon's body. The dragon finally senses real danger as the attack starts overwhelming him. The young man declares that he now surpasses the dragon in skill use, with the final result amplified yet again. He drives the blood flame attack straight through the dragon in a brutal finishing thrust. The impact detonates through the dragon's body and the surrounding chamber. Blinded and pierced, the dragon can only choke out disbelief at what has been done to him. As the dragon collapses, he demands to know how such a human could achieve this. The young man answers that the dragon himself provided the method by exposing how his powers worked. With the dragon subdued, he invokes Yu-hyun and begins forcing his way into the dragon's memories, determined to find him no matter what. The dragon feels decades of buried memories being dragged to the surface against his will. Those memories reveal a time when others branded his kind as ominous poison and cursed dragons and called for their extermination. The vision identifies them as an ancient dragon species tied to poison and curses. The memories show that even if the dragons were slaughtered, their magic stones and knowledge would still remain valuable. Another memory shows cursed power being implanted through blood and flame, turning inheritance itself into contamination. The dragon's past boasts that unhatched eggs and future descendants would all be tainted by his curse. As the memory swells into self-glorifying hatred, the young man cuts it off in irritation and demands something actually useful. The dragon gasps as the forced memory surge tears through his mind. Standing over him with the blood-red weapon still in hand, the young man orders him to pull himself together. He pins the dragon down and demands more relevant memories instead of this useless history. Dharma admits that searching for the right memories is difficult, and reaches for his poison dragons to force the issue. The Dragon Lord erupts in fury at hearing his name spoken and sends his beasts to tear into the intruder. The summoned creatures dive in a blazing assault, trying to overwhelm him by brute force. Unimpressed, the young man dismisses the attack as the same old trick and mocks Dharma for relying only on pets. He counters with his own dragon, turning the insult back on Dharma and exposing him as a pathetic master who has lost control of his beasts. While hurling that taunt, he drives a purple spear of power forward and reminds Dharma that all his pets are already gone. The strike crashes down as he twists the humiliation further, reducing Dharma to someone losing to an F-class opponent. Standing over the battlefield, he cruelly suggests Dharma deserves a rank even lower than F and treats the memory he is seeing as worthless. That contempt makes Dharma recoil in pain and rage. The young man seizes him and warns that if Dharma keeps refusing, he will drag out the most humiliating truth by force. He demands not the words themselves, but the memory that proves what Dharma could not bear to say. He forces the command through, insisting on seeing that hidden memory instead. As the memory opens, he realizes he is being pulled into something far deeper than a simple recollection. He is shown a distant world of vast seas and impossible creatures, clearly separate from his own. The revelation hits him at once. These are memories from another world, one that also had monsters and dungeons. That world is in the middle of catastrophe as monstrous beings slaughter civilians in the streets. Its people fought back desperately, and among them an old warrior seems to recognize the same kind of power he knows. A brilliant blue strike cuts through the monster, showing that this world too had a system-backed resistance. Watching the scene, he understands that the same system and the same depraved structure existed there as well. The memory reveals a struggle to save that world by fighting monsters alongside the system itself. But the effort ended in failure, and the world was lost anyway. As more broken figures and ruined lives drift past him, he is left suspended among the remains of that defeat. Shaken, he realizes countless worlds may have ended like this and wonders whether any world ever truly survived. The answer grows darker as he is shown one dead world after another. Those endings are not peaceful collapses but scenes of people left dead and discarded. He learns that every ruined world is being consumed by something. That devourer is a vast tree feeding on the remains of entire worlds. He drifts through its branches as if being drawn into the same process of absorption. Confused, he questions what this tree is, realizing this vision goes beyond the memories he meant to search. A sudden glint catches his attention and interrupts the horror. He turns and notices a white bird moving through the darkness near the tree. The bird circles above him like a guide, carving a path through the void. He follows it with growing suspicion, sensing that it matters. Then he recognizes the implication and cries out for Yuhyun, connecting the bird to his brother. He reaches desperately toward it, trying to confirm whether the bird has taken Yuhyun away. The vision violently spits him back, leaving him bloodied and stunned. Recovering, he immediately demands that Dharma explain what the bird was and whether it took his brother. He grabs Dharma by the throat, no longer interested in anything except the tree and Yuhyun's fate. When he presses for the tree's identity, Dharma answers with manic laughter instead of fear. Dharma reveals that seeing both the bird that counts the stars and the tree of snowfall means the young man now has to die. The threat sounds absurd coming from someone already half dead, and he starts to dismiss it. Before he can finish, the space around them fractures as something immense begins to break through. Dharma calmly explains that this body was only his consciousness, not his true form. As the false body dissolves, the young man realizes he has only been confronting a projection. He pulls back through the shattered red realm while the real presence behind Dharma rises into view. A colossal eye opens in the darkness, proving that the true Dharma is something far larger and more monstrous than expected. The sight leaves him momentarily frozen in disbelief. Then the full body emerges, a towering demonic dragon-like form radiating overwhelming power. Faced with that revelation, he can only ask if this monstrous being is Dharma's real body. As he stares in shock, Dharma almost politely praises him for forcing this much concern out of him and hints that the situation has now changed in a way even he did not expect. A monstrous hand descends as the confrontation reaches a lethal breaking point. The dragon-like enemy makes its intent explicit and moves to kill him. Its attack slams into him with overwhelming force, driving him back before he can properly respond. He realizes in panic that he is badly outmatched in his current state. As the enemy bears down again, he concludes that his suppressed power is not enough to survive this fight. At that crisis point, the pink orb abruptly accuses him of cheating. A burst of bright energy interrupts the battle and shifts the rules of the encounter. Blue power floods around him, lifting him out of the enemy's immediate control. The monster recognizes that something unexpected has entered the field and hesitates. The orb rises before him as if taking charge of the situation. It explains that using his true form's abilities here violates the restrictions placed on this realm. To correct that, it calls for water drops sunbeam him and initiates a connection. Rain begins pouring into the space as the summoned power manifests around him. He looks up in confusion, trying to understand why rain is falling inside this place. A jeweled water artifact appears, confirming that an outside power is answering the call. He recognizes it as the water drop from an earlier encounter and realizes who is arriving through it. A blue, watery presence gathers around him, giving him a momentary refuge and support. The imprisoned dragon is outraged that another seal being is interfering. The water spirit coolly notes that his own cheating has now triggered a penalty. The orb argues that this intervention is technically allowed because everything is happening inside Honey's consciousness, not the outside world. The dragon rejects that excuse and surges forward, determined to crush both of them anyway. The water spirit raises its weapon and prepares to enforce the realm's correction. A wave of blue force collides with the dragon's advance and halts its momentum. The spirit explains that, as prisoners, they cannot directly interfere in reality, and can only act within these narrow limits. Even so, its power starts taking effect, and the dragon is shaken by what is happening to it. Blue energy wraps around the monster's body and begins stripping away its advantage. The dragon convulses as the realm's resistance and the spirit's intervention weaken it. The man stares in disbelief while the orb explains that an outside being entering this world automatically incurs a penalty. It clarifies that the dragon is being suppressed by the realm itself for forcing its way in. The punishment intensifies, tearing at the dragon's body and reducing the strength it tried to bring into this space. The orb admits this is the most help they can provide and leaves the rest of the fight to him. He notices the dragon's form destabilizing into weaker, corrupted remnants and understands the opening he has been given. He immediately exploits it, striking down one of the writhing fragments. More of the dragon's corrupted extensions collapse around him under the rain and pressure. Relieved that he can still act, he resolves to finish what the other started and stop the creature himself. The dragon, humiliated by resistance from someone it considers beneath it, rages at him. A final adjustment completes, and a larger torrent of blue power is permitted to enter the realm. The battlefield shifts again as the dragon lunges through the chaos, trying to reclaim the initiative. Though weakened, it boasts that it is still stronger than before and more than capable of killing him. Instead of retreating, he welcomes the challenge and gathers his own power with renewed confidence. He demands that the dragon come at him with everything it has. The dragon answers with a devastating blast that tears through the area in a fiery explosion. A protective barrier forms around the orb, shielding it from the worst of the attack. He is hurled through the blast zone but keeps moving, refusing to be taken out by the impact. The dragon mocks his new ability as insignificant, and prepares to crush him through brute force. It follows with another savage strike, convinced his damaged human body cannot endure much more. As it batters him, the dragon sneers that an E-class human should never have been able to oppose it at all. He is flung straight toward the monster's gaping jaws, putting him on the brink of being devoured. The dragon closes in with predatory certainty, believing the fight is effectively over. It looms over him and declares that once it eats him, any resistance he still has will end. The dragon-like enemy is caught off guard when its attack meets a glowing barrier instead of breaking through. A young man bursts out through the energy clash and drives straight into the fight with overwhelming force. He mocks the creature's confidence, making it clear that what it dismissed as a minor trick is far more dangerous. As he closes in, he reveals that he had only been pretending to struggle, waiting for a real opening. The monster lashes out in fury, trying to kill him directly with a blast from its own jaws. It follows with a poisonous torrent, intending to erase him so completely that nothing remains. For a moment he starts to dismiss the poison as ineffective, believing it cannot stop him. Before he can finish that thought, something massive slams into him and interrupts his momentum. The blow crushes into him at close range and sends him reeling. Even while overpowering him, the creature taunts him for enduring more than expected despite being weak by nature. It insists that the outcome was decided long ago, and that resistance is meaningless. Bleeding but defiant, he rejects that logic and shows he has no intention of accepting defeat. He flings his burning blood into the monster's eye, turning his own injury into a weapon. The creature screams as its eye is seared and its control of the fight falters. He presses the advantage immediately, furious that it still has not learned from the earlier exchange. He reminds it that his blood itself is corrosive enough to burn whatever touches it. Enraged and humiliated, the monster spits back an insult, but its composure is gone. He tears into it at close quarters, forcing the wounded beast backward in a spray of blood. The creature, unable to kill him, curses him to suffer instead and reshapes the battlefield around him. It traps him within its own flesh and promises that if death will not take him, agony will. The prison tightens and tears at him, trying to rip him apart from every side. Instead of breaking, he channels power upward through the trap, shocking the creature with his refusal to stop. The monster cannot understand how he is still moving after such punishment. He answers with sheer resolve, declaring that as long as he can still move, he will keep fighting. That determination becomes action as he launches himself through a vortex of blood-red energy toward the creature again. His renewed assault cuts through the monster's defenses and leaves it stunned by the impossible comeback. The beast fixates on the pain he should still be feeling, unable to grasp why suffering has not stopped him. He turns that accusation into a condemnation of those who look down on people like him. Then his rage sharpens into something personal as he blames this enemy for manipulating his brother and causing his death. Driven by that grief, he dives straight down onto the monster with a killing strike. The impact detonates in a massive explosion that tears through the creature's body. Its flesh splits apart under the force, the attack finally breaking through. He roars through the blast, pouring everything he has left into finishing the enemy. At the center of the inferno, his desperation and fury peak in one last scream. The explosion blooms wider, consuming the clash in blinding light. When the destruction clears into rain and smoke, a glowing cavity in the monster's chest reveals a hidden core. With its end near, the creature recognizes him as the true key tied to this world's coming destruction. Its body collapses and breaks apart, the revelation arriving just as it dies. The young man drops to one knee in the rain, exhausted, wounded, and barely holding himself up. He steadies his breathing and gathers himself after surviving the battle. A pink orb of light suddenly appears from the remains, carrying a presence that does not belong to the dead monster. The light condenses around a dark, faceted object, as if unveiling a clue left behind. Still kneeling, he reaches toward the hovering orb and the object it protects. Realizing this may answer everything, he admits he now has far more questions than before. A luminous woman manifests above him and begins explaining that the being he seeks is not an ordinary creature but a prophetic one. She identifies it as the bird that counts the stars, also called the silent white bird. She explains that this bird circles the tree of snowfall, devoted only to that tree and singing stories no one can hear. Connecting that revelation to what he witnessed in dark memories, he realizes the bird took his dead brother away. He immediately decides he must find that bird and demand his brother back, even as he struggles to understand why it would do such a thing. The spirit warns him that the white bird has long since vanished, and he responds by demanding at least a way to reach the tree of snowfall. Eugene refuses to abandon the collapsing place because his younger brother is still inside it. The being guiding him explains that distance is not the issue, because this place is not somewhere he can physically travel to. Instead, Eugene is told he is standing before the source from which worlds are born. As he struggles to grasp the idea of an origin, the explanation narrows it down to the universe's center and starting point. The origin is described as a parent of countless worlds, essentially a godlike source of creation. It can take many forms, endlessly producing new worlds while older ones disappear. The specific origin tied to Eugene's universe is identified as the Tree of Snowfall, the fifth origin. He learns that this origin both creates worlds and devours them at the same time. Older worlds are either cast away or swallowed, and Eugene's world is now approaching that fate. The dungeons and skills that shaped his life are revealed to be mere side effects of this cosmic process. The speaker goes further, saying beings like them were expelled from that process and reincarnated, while the final piety addicts seek to help the origin consume the world. Yet the white bird remains neutral in all of this rather than taking either side. The guide admits she cannot read the white bird's motives, only that it must have had reasons for protecting Eugene's brother. He is urged to find the white bird and, in the meantime, gather the first white classes she once told him about. Eugene realizes that what he witnessed before may offer a way to stop the destruction. He recalls that when people keep killing monsters, the world eventually enters a lull called a running area, where danger subsides. But he also recognizes that this would only delay the end, not truly save the world, and that they still do not know how to trigger it at will. The guide explains that attacking the origin directly only works if a transcendent being appears, just as one once did when their own world was ended. Eugene connects the dots and realizes those beings were expelled from their own origin, and that if he could partly interfere with his own world's origin, he might reach the place he saw. The guide asks for his judgment and suggests that if 50 S-classes are secured, humanity could remain safe for the rest of their lives. Eugene hesitates, unwilling to accept mere survival as enough. He points out that Dharma called him the key to stopping the world's destruction, so settling for temporary safety cannot be all he is meant to do. The guide agrees and warns that the final piety addicts will eventually find a successor to Dharma, so luck will not save them twice. That is why Eugene must gather the first Y classes, especially those born as S classes, before they fall under the cult's influence. He is also warned to keep this mission secret, because the more attention those children receive, the stronger they become. As Eugene weighs whether 50 S classes could really be enough, the guide prepares him for a harsher truth. Even if he finds his younger brother, he is told, he will not be able to bring him back. The vision breaks, and Eugene wakes inside the dungeon beside his companions and the dragon-like creature. Lying on the ground, he comes back to himself with the weight of that revelation still on him. He curses under his breath while the others worry over what is wrong. The guide's final warning echoes in his mind that finding his brother will not mean saving him. He is told that, unlike Dharma who could force pieces of himself into another world, his weakened brother would only lose himself completely if brought back. That truth crushes Eugene, because even his desperate wish to reclaim his dead brother turns out to be impossible. He steadies himself by noticing the ordinary sky again and confirming that this is still the dungeon where his body remains unharmed. Realizing his physical body is fine, he starts taking stock of what he still has left. He confirms that he still possesses Dharma's and Vicus's magic stones in his inventory. He also remembers that he extracted Dharma's memories and still carries them in his mind. Those remnants become his new resolve. If he cannot restore his brother directly, he will use what he has to defeat Dharma and find another path. His dragon companion notices his shaken state and hesitates, unsure how to approach him. Eugene brushes off concern and insists they should keep moving. When his companion presses him, he tries to deny that anything is wrong. Before he can finish, the blonde healer forcefully shoves a potion into his mouth. The sudden treatment leaves Eugene sputtering while the others stare in alarm. The potion turns out to be some bizarre premium fruit concoction, and Eugene is too stunned to react properly. The healer cheerfully presents it as a new tonic, while Eugene recoils at both the taste and the timing. Still smiling, the healer explains that hidden injuries are common and he refuses to let Eugene ignore either mental or physical damage. Eugene answers with irritation, wondering if this overprotectiveness is just repayment for what he owes him. The healer jokes that Eugene is simply a perfect gift from heaven for him to fuss over, drawing immediate outrage from the others. Eugene cuts off the nonsense, deciding they have wasted enough time and ordering everyone to move. But as they prepare to leave, he suddenly realizes Riette is nowhere to be seen. A bound hunter charges in, furious to find the supposedly dead Su-Dam hunters still alive. The two men behind it reveal they kept the captives alive on purpose, treating them as trophies to strip for profit later. One of the restrained hunters cackles greedily, confirming how casually they view the victims as loot. The blonde man coolly frames the massacre as a bonus from their trip, showing how routine this cruelty is to them. His companion agrees to keep one captive as a souvenir, reducing the bloodshed to shopping at the end of a tour. From their vantage point, they look over the aftermath and dismiss the attack as merely a large incident between hunters. They decide the assailants can simply be eliminated later, even while admitting the fallout could be severe. A surviving victim realizes both guilds could collapse over this and swears the attackers will pay. Fixating on one especially powerful enemy, he vows revenge against the F-class hunter no matter the cost. Before he can act on that hatred, he is abruptly kicked down and silenced. Riette steps in and crushes the outburst, mocking him for lashing out at the weakest target. As a portal opens, the protagonist forces himself to refocus, deciding there are still urgent problems to solve. He sets his priorities in order: replace his ruined pants, go home, and resolve Yohyun's contract. With that plan in mind, he heads through the portal back to the real world. The group emerges safely, and one companion cheerfully confirms his body is unharmed. But the protagonist immediately notices something is wrong with where they returned. He realizes they entered the dungeon inside a building, yet have come back to an open ruined cityscape instead. The blonde companion understands at once that the young master has noticed the discrepancy, and the protagonist realizes he has been caught hiding something. Before anyone can explain, a figure wrapped in violent purple flames descends into the scene. The protagonist recognizes him instantly as his older brother Yohyun. Yohyun lands with sword in hand and overwhelming pressure, turning the reunion into an interrogation. The protagonist tries to defuse the situation, already nervous about what Yohyun is about to assume. Nearby, a suited official and riot police make it clear the authorities are already involved. Yohyun, seated amid the flames like a judge, demands to know whether his brother caused this destruction. Instead of answering directly, the protagonist first checks whether Yohyun is hurt, trying to redirect his anger. Yohyun ignores the dodge and points out the torn cloth on his brother's leg, recognizing it as part of Jupiter's Guild Master uniform. Embarrassed, the protagonist admits the damage came from getting something on his pants rather than from an injury. To prove it, he calls out his summoned creature, drawing attention away from the accusation. The fox spirit appears, and the protagonist explains that the stain was blood, not a wound on his body. At the same time, a blue portal opens overhead as more people begin to spill out of the dungeon. A pile of bound and battered hunters crashes onto the ground, confirming the scale of the incident. Riette emerges after them, acting carefree even as the scene grows more chaotic. The protagonist dryly notes that his brother is about to lose his temper, while others realize far fewer hunters came out than expected. Yohyun's expression hardens as he quietly asks for a full explanation. The blonde man tries to summarize the dungeon events through a ridiculous fairy tale analogy, only making things sound worse. Yohyun snaps and demands a proper explanation, his patience nearly gone. Riette enthusiastically embraces the absurd metaphor and declares himself the dragon who carried the princess to the tower. That nonsense is cut short when the suited official steps in and formally arrests Riette. The charges are serious: an illegal contract deal and unlawful entry into the country. Riette bristles at the handcuffs and warns that he will become a problem again the moment he is released. While tensions rise, the protagonist and his allies piece together that the whole disaster was likely a setup tied to the contract and the ambush. One companion panics and urges them to evacuate everyone nearby before things escalate further. The blonde man urges Yohyun to calm down and go home, but Yohyun refuses, intent on confronting Jupiter's Guild Master first. That answer leaves the protagonist alarmed, knowing his brother is still too angry to let this end quietly. Unwilling to be left behind, the protagonist clings to Yohyun and insists he is too scared to go alone. He plays up his exhaustion and victimhood, reminding everyone he was dragged around by a dragon and hurt in the process. Then he pointedly asks the blonde man to take him home instead, making his preference unmistakable. Riette protests that this cannot be the end for him, but he is told to go along with the authorities as well. The protagonist sweetens the order with a threat, warning Riette that further trouble could get him banned and even shut down the center, then promises to take custody of the pet later if he behaves. Riette swallows his pride and reluctantly accepts the arrangement for now. Pressed for an explanation, the bound man reluctantly agrees to reveal what he knows. He realizes Riette is cooperating and recalls hearing about this kind of situation before. The memory points him to a principle that gentleness can overcome brute force. That thought leads him to admire Han Eugene again for resolving an S-class crisis despite being only F-class. Elsewhere, someone calmly promises to destroy a dangerous contract and says the method has already worked on Sung Hyun-jae. The small fox spirit accepts the plan without hesitation. Eugene and his companion begin the risky attempt as a sinister contract manifests between them. When asked what collateral was offered for the contract, Eugene admits he staked his own eyes. His companion explodes in anger at how recklessly Eugene endangered himself. Even so, Eugene steels himself and says he is ready to continue. He reveals he already knows about the Filial Piety Addicts, the group behind the contract. A burst of power erupts as the contract-breaking process is forced through. Eugene waits through the blinding surge, unsure of the outcome. When his vision returns, he checks the result in disbelief. His companion immediately confirms that Eugene can still see. Relief turns into scolding as he demands Eugene never attempt something that insane again, then asks how he managed it with such low curse resistance. Eugene explains he used an item whose effects are especially strong against cursed poison dragons. He shows the magic stone taken from the contractor and casually admits he beat the man responsible. That revelation makes his companion panic over Eugene's injuries and blames Sung Hyun-jae for failing to protect him. Eugene finally understands just how deeply he has been worried about him all this time. He reflects on how his companion had to suffer alone for years, unable to tell him anything and only able to keep him away from dungeons. Trying to downplay it, the companion claims the system handled everything and that nothing much happened. He then adds, almost casually, that the system also told him how to save the world if they can keep clearing dungeons for several years. He frames it as a hard but manageable struggle that could buy humanity a century of safety. Eugene rejects that optimism, remembering someone else had already said there was no real hope. Still, the companion insists they have allies, resources, and research on their side and imagines a future where they can finally rest. He gently asks Eugene what he wants to do once they reach that future, even suggesting a trip together. Eugene turns the question back, wanting to hear his companion's wish first. Caught off guard, the companion searches for an answer of his own. He begins to answer, but his thoughts drift somewhere darker. A cold vision of branching possibilities and memories overtakes him. He recovers enough to say he has barely gone anywhere in his life beyond a school trip. Eugene answers simply that anywhere is fine as long as they go together. The companion smiles at him, but the warmth only sharpens his private guilt. Inside, he admits that he lied. He knows the world is still headed for destruction, and what he saw in Diarma's memories was far beyond what even many S-classes could stop. Worse, he has realized the system is deceiving him, so he can no longer trust its promises just because it helps him. He decides to rely instead on his own power to strengthen hunters and on the information he stole from Diarma. Changing the subject aloud, he tells Eugene to name the little spirit because it will become important later. He also notes that the creature has already devoured an absurdly expensive amount of materials, while privately recognizing how much hidden knowledge about spirits he now possesses. Outside, a protective barrier still surrounds the city. Back inside, he lays out the stolen magic stones and prepares for a forbidden experiment. He seals the room with layers of talismans, isolating himself for what comes next. His goal is clear: gain the knowledge and power needed to find his lost brother, and keep the brother beside him safe. He resolves to use everything he learned as a stepping stone toward the real answer. The talismans flare as he begins the ritual in earnest. Remembering that the closer the blade is to the heart the better, he prepares to implant the power directly into himself. He opens a wound in his chest to make room for the stone. Blood spills as the ritual crosses the point of no return. Using Diarma's knowledge, he starts combining two magic stones to create a new cursed poison dragon within his own body. He pushes through the agony because he knows he has the exact skill set needed to survive it. The fused stone takes root in his chest like a living parasite. He nearly loses control as the new power violently settles into him. The pain becomes so intense that he can barely stay conscious. Then a skill activates that lets him absorb and control a cursed poison dragon's magic stone. With the first stage complete, he turns to Vicus's magic stone for the next step. He carefully layers the second stone over the first and manipulates the mana to force a connection. Another linking skill activates and binds the two powers together. The second stone is drawn fully into the growing structure inside him. He endures the backlash while confirming that he has succeeded in linking two different magic stones. At last he judges the planting successful, though he still cannot be sure the new being will be born safely. Before he can rest, the fox spirit crashes in, alarmed by the blood and chaos. He hurriedly reassures the panicking spirit that he is fine. He reminds himself that another skill will keep reinforcing the magic stones now embedded in his body. Because one ingredient came from a transcendent being, he expects the creature growing inside him to become extraordinarily powerful if it survives. That leaves him with one final option he hates but is willing to use. He considers a death-triggered skill that would transfer a marked person's abilities and stats to him at double strength. Combined with the cursed poison dragon's amplifying nature, he sees it as his last way to protect the brother beside him and search for the brother he lost. Holding the fox spirit, he silently hopes the desperate preparation will be enough. Afterward, the entire incident is officially buried. The public story omits the contract and the cult, reducing everything to an attack by Sudam Guild and MKC. Riette is treated leniently, with the authorities deciding she had only briefly worked for MKC before quitting and can repay her debt through raid support. Yu-hyun, however, is summoned because he blew up an A-class dungeon facility. Yoon Kyung-soo and Sudam's elite hunters are sent to a special detention center. When Eugene hears what happened to MKC, he is stunned that the guild itself seems to be escaping real punishment. He angrily demands to know whether MKC will be left untouched. Officer Song explains that Choi Seo-kwan vanished before he could be imprisoned, suggesting outside interference. The higher-ups are pleased to let the matter disappear, preferring to protect MKC and dump the blame on Sudam to preserve the balance among major guilds. That answer leaves Eugene openly furious. He condemns the decision as cowardly politics that values power balance over justice. Song can only admit that Eugene's anger is justified. Eugene concludes that the association itself is the real obstacle. He reflects on how, once the initial dungeon chaos faded, competent people were pushed aside for the unqualified. The current association leadership is portrayed as greedy, ignorant, and more interested in money and influence than hunter safety. Song apologizes again, but Eugene refuses to blame him personally. Eugene recognizes that Song is trapped by the association's orders even when he knows they are wrong. Still, Eugene cannot understand why Song keeps obeying. He knows Song sees the corruption clearly, yet continues to support the system as one of its strongest pillars. Compared with other S-classes who lead or act independently, Song seems to Eugene to be propping up a rotten institution. So Eugene bluntly says the association would be better off if Song were its president instead. The suggestion catches Song off guard and makes him pause. He asks what Eugene really means by that. Eugene explains that if Song led the association, he would no longer have to obey bad orders and could use his power properly. Only then does Eugene realize how serious his own proposal sounds. Song falls silent, weighing the idea. He finally rejects it, insisting that kind of authority should not belong to him. Even so, the thought clearly unsettles him. He abruptly tries to move the conversation to compensation instead. Eugene wonders if Song is simply an unusually sincere public servant, though he had feared Song might also be tied to the cult. But Eugene also knows that if the association keeps obstructing hunters, the world itself may not survive. Before he can finish that thought, an emergency alert interrupts them. The message warns of fire and explosions near the special detention center and orders civilians to evacuate. Eugene immediately realizes the imprisoned hunters are there, and decides he has to leave at once. Yerem bursts in with the same news and warns that a prisoner may be trying to escape, while Song is told to secure Eugene first. Yerem hesitates, knowing Yihyun had already gone there on separate business. That means the explosion likely involves him, and both Eugene and Song go cold at the implication. Eugene bolts for the door, and Yerem rushes after him. Outside, Eugene decides they need the fastest ride possible. At that exact moment, Noah arrives on his motorcycle carrying flowers. Noah cheerfully announces he has come to pick up Hunter Noah, only to find himself dragged into an emergency instead. When told his date was already over, he is crushed for a second. Yerem instantly bargains with him for a ride by promising to arrange another meeting. Noah accepts with dramatic devotion and agrees to take them anywhere. They pile onto the bike and speed off toward the detention center. Noah drives recklessly but confidently, insisting his long record of tickets proves only that he has never actually crashed. They race toward the high-class Awakened Special Detention Center. Eugene recalls that it is the prison for powerful hunters guilty of major crimes, built with brutal anti-escape measures and dungeon materials. It was supposed to be the most secure facility possible, but by the time they arrive that claim is already obsolete. Inside the ruins, a terrified prisoner stares up at the shattered structure. Yuhyun stands amid the wreckage and dryly notes that the detention center has been destroyed. He coldly accuses Yoon Kyung-soo of trying to escape and declares he will arrest him himself. Kyung-soo desperately smashes his own inventory seal to regain access to his equipment. Yuhyun observes the broken seal without the slightest concern. He openly states that killing Kyung-soo would be easy to justify by calling him too dangerous. Kyung-soo's first counterattack is cut off before it can reach him. Pinned down, Kyung-soo begs to know why Yuhyun is tormenting him when prison should have been enough. Yuhyun answers that Riet told him exactly what Kyung-soo had planned to do with his brother's fingers. He promises Kyung-soo will regret surviving the dungeon. A massive blast tears through the prison as Yuhyun's attack lands. The remaining inmates panic, realizing the destruction is spreading through the whole facility. Kyung-soo barely blocks another devastating strike with a summoned weapon. He lands on the broken wall, and finally understands Yuhyun truly came to kill him. Yuhyun advances without hesitation. Kyung-soo accepts the duel, and unleashes his full power to fight for his life. He hurls himself into a desperate counterattack, vowing Yuhyun will regret this. With his seal broken, he summons a huge water dragon to overwhelm Yuhyun. Yuhyun meets the attack head-on, stopping it with sheer force. His eyes flare as he pushes through the torrent. He tells Kyung-soo that access to his inventory changes nothing. The tiny fire spirit suddenly drops onto Kyung-soo's face and breaks his concentration. Yuhyun uses the opening to slam him down and declares him hopelessly outmatched. Kyung-soo is beaten into the rubble before he can recover. Yuhyun raises his blade for the execution and orders him to die. Kyung-soo can only beg for his life and insists there is no reason to kill him. He tries to excuse himself by claiming he never actually harmed Eugene and only lashed out because he felt insulted. Then his fear spills into a bitter grievance, accusing Yuhyun of always singling him out for no reason. Yu-hyun answers with chilling simplicity that Kyung-soo once patted his head and told him to call him Hyung, and that alone is reason enough. Kyung-soo is left staring at him in utter disbelief. Yu-hyun swings again with murderous intent, and Kyung-soo can only think he is facing a complete madman. As the blow comes down, Kyung-soo desperately screams for someone to intervene and save Choi Seo-kwan. A sudden purple glow in the dark-haired man's eye warns him that something unusual is happening. He realizes the energy around them is no ordinary disturbance, and immediately focuses on the source. The power swells into a massive vortex, turning the situation from strange to dangerous in an instant. At the same time, the motorcycle surges forward through the city at full speed. The blonde rider excitedly pushes ahead, intent on reaching Noah and the others as fast as possible. When a red light blocks their path, she treats it as a problem to solve rather than a reason to stop. Using air support, she launches the bike upward instead of waiting at the intersection. As the passengers are lifted into the air, she explains that the effect only works at red lights, making the absurd maneuver briefly possible. She also notes that Officer Song is lighter than expected, which makes carrying him easier. From above, they see a fiery disaster spreading through the city, confirming the emergency has grown worse. The blonde woman spots people moving toward the danger, and decides they must be kept away before they get caught in it. On the road below, civilians are already trapped by blocked traffic and looking for a way through. She leaves the others behind and races off alone, determined to seal the road and return. The people below look up as she calls out to get their attention. She summons a glowing blue pole-like construct, preparing to alter the terrain. With a warning about falling rocks, she drives the force into the cliffside to trigger a controlled collapse. Still on the motorcycle, she rides along the wall as debris begins to break loose above the road. The rock face splits apart under the impact, creating the barrier she intended. The falling rubble and burst of force cut off the route, stopping anyone from advancing farther into the danger zone. Satisfied that the barricade is complete, she asks to be dropped back down after finishing her task. Below, the others discover that the real crisis is not just the fire but prisoners escaping through the wreckage. Officer Song jumps down to intercept them first, promising to rejoin the others afterward. He activates Rusted Gray Scale, dramatically increasing his body mass. The sudden surge of weight and force blasts the escaping prisoners away before they can break through. They are thrown into the air as a heavy energy field spreads beneath them. The field hardens into a net-like prison that slams them back down and pins them in place. Now standing atop the immobilized escapees, Officer Song calmly calls for advanced management to collect them. Watching from above, his companions are stunned that the man who felt feather-light earlier can become overwhelmingly heavy. Their attention shifts when they locate Yu-hyun and the guild master deeper inside the purple-white disturbance. As they approach, the guild master immediately warns them not to come any closer. He explains that he already slit the enemy's throat, but the target released a strange fog and refuses to die no matter how many times he is killed. The enemy mocks him, saying the chance to use that body has already passed because the first person it touched was not him. The younger men recoil at the grotesque figure, while one of them starts to understand what it probably is. The creature addresses him directly, pleased to meet him again so soon and making the encounter feel personal. It reveals his identity with malicious delight. He is Durham's successor, a new filial piety addict. That revelation reframes the confrontation, confirming that a dangerous new successor has appeared far earlier than expected. The successor continues taunting them, joking that he should introduce himself properly once he fixes his ruined appearance. He begins changing form in front of them, claiming he will become something they want to see. One of the onlookers realizes too late what that means and panics. His eyes widen as recognition hits before the transformation is fully revealed. His shock turns out to be deeply personal. The form being used is tied to an absurdly specific treasured image he never expected anyone else to know. While he blurts out excited details, the guild master can only stare in bafflement at how bizarrely targeted this manipulation is. Even he is briefly disarmed by the ridiculous fantasy being presented, as if the enemy has tailored the illusion to private desires. The successor confirms that he deliberately changed into a form meant to appeal to them, though the effect cannot be captured on camera. For one of the men, the sight lands with immediate emotional force. The transformed figure now appears as young and softly asks whether this version is pleasing or excessive. That familiar voice and face strike directly at the man's feelings, making the imitation far more dangerous than a simple disguise. He freezes, visibly shaken by the violation. Anger finally breaks through his shock as he condemns the imposter, while his companion worries he may lose control and offers to remove the threat. He stops him, insisting they calm down instead of reacting recklessly. The younger brother refuses to be shaken by the spirit's illusions and insists he will not be fooled. The attack shifts into a childish reindeer disguise, trying to win him over with something cute instead of fear. He immediately dismisses the trick as nonsense, but the sight of his brother nearby throws him off for a moment. The illusion escalates into a sentimental family fantasy, yet he still recognizes that this form will not work on him either. Abandoning the failed act, the entity decides to return to its original body. A surge of energy gathers as it formally presents itself again before the three men. Its true form emerges as a pale, jellyfish-like spirit with an eerie, fluid body. It opens its eyes as if waking into the confrontation. The spirit identifies itself as Jellynist, the successor to the dead owner of the lizard. When one of the men reacts in confusion, Jelly Mist brushes off the question and makes clear it has no intention of fully explaining itself. It drifts closer, keeping control of the exchange. Jelly Mist states that it has come specifically for them, especially because the lizard's former owner is gone. It singles out the older brother as a particularly attractive target and asks whether he has been freed from his old contract so a new one can be made. The younger brother moves to intervene before the offer can go any further. He openly rejects Jelly Mist and makes it clear he will not let anyone exploit his brother again. He presses the spirit on why it keeps targeting his brother, and reminds it that the previous person who tried is already dead. Jelly Mist answers with calm amusement rather than intimidation. It confirms the former contractor died, but reveals the host contract itself remained intact. Using the dead man's remains as proof, Jelly Mist explains that body died almost immediately after its arrival. The younger brother steadies himself and demands to know what this is really about. Jelly Mist prepares another demonstration instead of giving a direct answer. It reveals that the dead contractor left behind a skill, and that Jelly Mist inherited or learned it. That revelation shocks the younger brother, who asks how a spirit could use another person's ability. Jelly Mist answers with a name that reframes everything. It learned it from Diarma's successor. Before they can process that, the older brother attacks upward to stop the spirit from dictating the pace. Jelly Mist easily avoids the strike and coldly reasons that the depraved one could not have helped them, because the older brother is still too stable and his class is too low. The older brother admits he cannot follow the spirit's meaning and asks the others if they understand what it is talking about. The younger brother instead pushes for the answer that matters most, asking whether Jelly Mist knows who killed the former contractor and how. Jelly Mist refuses to share, deciding there is no point lingering now that the conversation has become inconvenient. It announces that it will leave, but not before doing something on its way out. The younger brother briefly thinks this retreat might work in their favor, since fighting an unknown enemy is dangerous. Jelly Mist undercuts that hope with one last condition. As a parting gift, it triggers a gate and floods the area with violent energy. The brothers realize too late that Jelly Mist has opened an overpopulated gate. Delighted by the chaos, Jelly Mist says the gate should be especially strong because it was traded against the value of this body's owner, then departs with a mocking message for the depraved one. The spirit vanishes, leaving the three men trapped beneath a rapidly forming disaster. They sense something massive approaching through the gate and brace themselves. The incoming force erupts as a collision of blazing energy and surging water. A huge mass of water bursts outward, overwhelming the space around them. The flood swells into a towering wave that keeps building instead of dispersing. The blue-haired ally is suddenly launched upward by the water's force. In midair, he realizes the gate has produced a water-based threat. He calls out to the guild master as the current drags the others into its path. Below, the two brothers see the water turning toward them like a pursuing creature rather than a simple flood. The blue-haired man faces the oncoming surge as it bears down on him. He is swept sideways, losing control in the torrent. The water slams down with crushing force. Regaining himself inside the flood, he drives forward through the current, trying to escape or intercept the danger. He suddenly spots one of the brothers being hurled toward a deadly impact zone and realizes he is about to be too late. At the last moment, the older brother throws himself in and shields his younger brother with his own body as the water crashes over them. A cry for help rings out as someone is swept away in a violent surge of water. Yerem sees two people being hurled through the flooded chaos and reaches out in alarm. Someone manages to seize a falling person before the current can take them completely. An officer rushes ahead while Yerem chases after him, trying to understand the emergency. They arrive to find the whole area transformed into a massive whirlpool pouring out of a dungeon breach. The officer confirms this is no ordinary break, though at least the water itself does not seem poisonous. Yerem realizes the water is still rising fast enough to swallow the area if nothing stops it. She wonders whether entering the dungeon will end it, but the officer warns that sending everyone in would be reckless. He explains that monsters could emerge as well, and a water-filled dungeon would heavily favor aquatic enemies. He also notes that their strongest nearby hunters would be weakened in this environment, leaving them short on options. Yerem immediately decides there is only one person suited for a water crisis like this and calls for help. As she reaches out for an electric-type ally, the people caught in the vortex continue sinking deeper inside. The current drags them down into the dungeon before any rescue from outside can reach them. Inside the water, one man secures the unconscious victim while another closes in to help. They break through onto solid ground hidden within the flooded dungeon. The rescuer lands with both of them and is immediately checked on by his worried companion. Instead of gratitude, he is scolded for risking himself when his fire-based strength is at a disadvantage here. He admits water changes everything in close combat, and the tension eases before the argument can grow. Once they steady themselves, they realize they have been pulled fully inside the dungeon and have no idea where the entrance gate is. They conclude that the same powerful zombie bear from earlier must have created a dungeon strong enough to drag people in. That thought unsettles Yuhyun, who realizes even Yerem was overpowered and wonders how they are supposed to keep facing enemies like this. Before they can dwell on it, strange droplets begin forming around them, and Yuhyun recalls Yerem saying she only entered to scout. The three of them stare as the droplets multiply into floating bubbles all around the dungeon floor. At first they can only guess that the objects are some kind of water spheres. Yerem stops them from touching anything, warning that the bubbles could contain hidden danger. Ignoring caution, she strikes one of the bubbles to test it herself. The moment it bursts against her, she is overwhelmed by something far stranger than an attack. She suddenly relives a shared memory of the day they all ate ice cream together. Realizing the bubbles hold past moments, she excitedly asks whether the others can see memories too and confirms one showed when she first met Yuhyun. Yuhyun tries to pull her focus back to the danger, reminding her they are still trapped inside a dungeon. But another memory brushes against him, and he hears his brother's voice calling him from the past. He is drawn into a vivid recollection of a birthday night with his brother. Meanwhile, Yerim keeps identifying bubble after bubble as preserved scenes from her own life, amazed by how clear they are. She realizes she is not just seeing images but entering the memories themselves. Fascinated, she reaches for another bubble despite the risk. This time the memory floods her with the exact air, humidity, and scent of that day. The experience deepens until she can feel every emotion tied to the moment, as if she is living it again. Then the memories turn darker, carrying her to the day she lost her mother and was left alone. The next scene forces her to witness the discussion of her inheritance, and the question of where she would be sent afterward. She relives the helplessness of being a child while an adult hand decides her future for her. The memory sharpens into the promise that someone else will take control of the house she once lived in. At the same time, Yihyun is pulled deeper into his own past by the sound of a news report. He remembers standing behind his brother as a broadcast mentions Christmas and his brother's birthday together. The date hits him with full force, December 25th. He recognizes it as his brother's birthday, and the memory closes in around that painful truth. Rather than panic, he bitterly accepts that the dungeon is weaponizing exactly the memories he would least want to revisit. He finally understands the trap and realizes their enemy is attacking them through their own pasts. He tries to steady himself by insisting these are only his memories and contain nothing he has not already endured. But as he looks ahead, something beyond the bars of the memory space makes him stop short. He falls silent, sensing that what waits in front of him may not fit the explanation he just gave. A sudden jolt in the space around him triggers a buried memory. He recognizes this place as the alley from the day everything went wrong. The recovered memory confirms that he really was here that day. He imagines that if he had found the other man then and reconciled with him, the tragedy might have been avoided. That thought spirals into the belief that one different choice could have changed fate. He clings to the idea that staying out of the dungeon would have kept the other man alive. The realization hits him hard enough to freeze him in shock. But the memory itself begins to break apart before he can hold onto it. The scene shatters completely, leaving him grasping at fragments. A remembered warning tells him that no matter what he uncovers, he cannot bring the dead back. Overwhelmed, he drops to his knees as the memory collapse pulls him under. As the dungeon starts erasing the boundary between memory and reality, he panics and rejects what he is seeing. He desperately reaches for the fading pieces, trying to stop them from slipping away. He admits he turned back time to undo everything, but this outcome is not what he wanted and he begs for another chance. He starts to wish he could truly return to the past, but pain drags him back before the thought can finish. A violent surge snaps him out of the memory trap. He comes back disoriented, still caught between shock and reality. Yerim yanks him back to his senses and reminds him they are in the dungeon right now, not in the past. She shields him from the cold and urgently checks on Hyung while ordering the guild master to keep him protected. She identifies the attack as the work of a zombie enemy that is distorting them with false memories. When he asks if she also saw a painful memory, she admits she did but refuses to be paralyzed by it. Yerim accepts that the past cannot be changed. She warns that if they keep drowning in these memories, they will only create even worse ones in the present. What anchors her is the conviction that Hyung is her family now. Unlike before, she believes she finally has the strength to protect the people she cares about. Driven by that resolve, she attacks with everything she has rather than let helplessness take someone else from her. She bluntly declares herself part of Hyung's family, and scolds him for failing to understand the emotional atmosphere. That unexpected sincerity makes him laugh and loosen up. He realizes she is no longer just a child who needs saving, but someone who has grown strong in her own right. Reassured, he thanks his companions for standing with him, and their group expands when another ally joins in. As more memory-born disturbances appear, the newcomer is immediately pulled into the chaos and asked to help free Yerim. The blonde guild master reveals he came because he was alerted that they were here. He proves his worth at once by unleashing a powerful strike that clears the threat in a single blow. The others are stunned by how effortlessly he handles it, and one of them jokes that he is acting like a guide again. Their banter quickly turns familiar enough to make it obvious that new bonds have formed while others were not looking. The blonde man dryly confirms that he had assumed they were already friends. He explains that the dungeon is manifesting memories from his own childhood, revealing that this place feeds on personal recollection. Since the memories keep reappearing even after being removed, Yerim concludes they need to freeze the entire area instead of fighting endlessly. The blonde guild master supports the plan and adds that he even brought mana potions, making a large-scale purge possible. One companion immediately uses the chance to mock the absent fire-type guild master, earning dark irritation from another. Even so, the mood lightens, and Hyung feels some of the weight inside him finally ease. They quickly divide roles, deciding Yerim will freeze the whole dungeon floor while the others handle whatever remains. Yerim launches herself forward to begin the sweep. She commits to erasing every trace of the dungeon's lingering memories. Her freezing power surges across the area in one overwhelming wave. Ice rapidly spreads over the ground as her attack locks the floor down. At the same time, the blonde guild master prepares to eliminate the threats above them. He fills the air with blazing lightning-like force, burning through everything still suspended around them. With ice below and destructive energy above, the team advances through the collapsing memory field. Seeing the coordinated assault succeed, Yeren praises Jupiter Ajusi as they press the cleanup together. A violent burst of energy tears through the frozen space before the disturbance settles. When the chaos clears, the scattered fragments have all condensed into harmless marble-like forms, easing the immediate danger. One of the men confirms the pieces seem safe, but he still worries about his injured companion and questions why he came along at all. The smaller companion snaps that he came precisely because he was worried about him. He angrily condemns the reckless destruction of the detention center and reveals they rushed here after hearing what happened, while the other man insists he only acted because a prisoner was trying to escape. Skeptical of that excuse, the worried friend still hands over a tiny fire creature to help him endure the cold. As the warmth spreads, the man reflects that the prisoner might have died in the dungeon anyway, and his attention shifts to whether the little fire spirit has been named. The owner admits every name he tries gets rejected, while another teammate points out they can worry about that later because something is blocking the path ahead. Their guide calls out to the group, drawing everyone's attention forward. They arrive at what looks like the end of the dungeon, but the place is unlike any ordinary ice dungeon they know. One of them notices the ground ahead is frozen solid as well, confirming the strange formation continues deeper in. Seeing the same ice mountain shape on both sides, the group realizes this unnatural symmetry must mean something. Their guide proudly declares that the answer is a mirror, taking credit for having recognized it. Another member immediately agrees, though he is confused because the group itself was not being reflected. A floating water droplet above them suggests the mirror effect may be tied to suspended droplets rather than the whole room. They conclude the droplets are reflecting information, and the guide asks for the last one to be destroyed so they can see what comes next. Once the final droplet is broken, the false image begins to distort and peel away. The hidden reality of the mirror chamber reveals itself, and the group braces for whatever was concealed behind it. They immediately fear that uncovering the truth may have triggered a boss monster. Their fear sharpens when a massive shape emerges, and someone recognizes it as the same terrifying sea creature they encountered before. Panic spreads as they realize they do not have the same numbers or support that helped them survive it last time. The watery mass swells and hardens into a monstrous form, proving the threat is physically manifesting in front of them. As the body tears open and reshapes itself, they realize something is growing inside the construct. One teammate first mistakes it for an enormous dragon, but another says he has seen this being before. They work out that the mirror is trying to build the strongest possible enemy from someone's memory, which suddenly alarms the man who understands what that implies. The creature continues forming as they identify it as the most dangerous foe preserved in their memories. Its upper body emerges in a more humanoid shape, making the threat feel even more specific and deliberate. Water coils around the figure as the transformation completes into a powerful aquatic being. The group can only stare as the fully formed enemy towers over them. They finally recognize it as a mermaid-like monster, but one far more overwhelming than expected. The realization hits that someone in the group once witnessed a monster far too strong for them to handle now. While they wonder whose memory created it, attention turns to the monster's earring, which looks familiar. The guide recognizes the jewelry as matching the one she wears, tying the monster directly to her past. The mermaid warrior fully reveals herself, armed and regal, confirming she is no random construct but a remembered enemy of great importance. She attacks at once, sending a crushing surge of water down toward the group. The team scrambles to move as the wave bears down on them before they can organize any defense. The water actively pursues them, making it clear this is a controlled assault rather than a simple flood. The man with the fire spirit realizes his previous methods will not be enough this time, but he still prepares a counterattack. He channels power through the small fire creature, turning it into the focus of a stronger flame response. His fire collides with the incoming water and briefly shields the group from being swallowed. The others are stunned that he managed to neutralize the attack with fire, and he tries to steady himself and keep the flames going. For a moment, the clash leaves only steam and confusion, giving the group a tiny opening. That respite vanishes when another violent surge of water crashes in, and the fire spirit's owner complains that even his companion rejects every ridiculous name he suggests. Their guide, straining against the pressure, yells that if he wants cooperation he needs to give the spirit a proper name. She throws herself into the fight, driving her weapon into the water and forcing back part of the attack with her own power. As the others urge her on, she realizes even her attack-doubling skill may not be enough to overcome the monster. She admits the enemy's strength is beyond what her amplified technique can handle. The reason becomes clear. This monster exists on a different dimensional level, so ordinary attacks cannot properly reach or damage it. Faced with that hopeless gap, two of the younger members start screaming that they are about to die and blurt out frantic last words. Their melodramatic farewells continue as the calmer members stare at them in disbelief, baffled that they are choosing this moment for emotional confessions. As she parts ways, Yeren promises they will meet again in a world without dungeons, revealing her resolve to keep fighting for that future. At that moment, a violent force crashes toward the group inside the dungeon. The attack suddenly breaks apart against an unexpected obstruction. The others realize a defensive barrier has appeared around them just in time. Two watching entities explain that they hurriedly opened a channel and intervened to protect Yerim. Their barrier fully encloses the group, buying them a brief chance to think. One of the men grabs the floating channel in panic and begs for help, furious that the dungeon's creator left them with something far beyond them. The response is cold. The danger to him is not their concern. They admit they did not expect Yerim to find him so soon, but they are relieved she survived. They clarify that Yerim likely did not intend to kill him with this dungeon, yet the fact that she caused such a crisis proves how serious a threat she has become. He understands from that alone that Yerim is no easy opponent. Unable to get direct combat support, he changes tactics and asks what it would take to earn their help. He offers the reward Yerim forgot to claim after the lizard incident, arguing that he did assist even if he was not the one who landed the killing blow. The entities note that reward should have been handled outside the system, but they recognize he is proposing a deal. He quickly focuses, having already decided what he wants. He asks for one of their skills, specifically something that can resolve the current crisis, and names the Mermaid Queen of the vast blue seas. He identifies Yerim as the true owner of Yerim's earrings and explains that he needs to strengthen his side. He reveals he suspected the earrings were tied to her from the start, and has already inferred the nature of her power. To him, the exact water subtype matters less than the fact that it can be used. He decides to call in that connection, convinced Yerim's rapid growth means she must be supported rather than sheltered. Yerim is caught off guard as he openly commits to helping her become strong enough to protect herself. Elsewhere, Yerim's anger hardens into a vow to take everything she can from those who manipulated her. That determination matches his judgment of her. She is not someone who will stay weak or passive. He formally asks the Mermaid Queen to lend Yerim her skills so she can keep growing. The spirit hesitates because such a gift demands a price, but he pushes Yerim forward to make the introduction herself. Yerim gratefully appeals to the Mermaid Queen for help. The spirit checks whether Yerim truly owns the earrings, while Yerim gushes over them with complete sincerity. When the spirit confirms the earrings were once hers, Yerim becomes even more excited by the idea that they belong to someone extraordinary. That enthusiasm finally wins the spirit over. The Mermaid Queen agrees to give the skill, asking only that Yerim acknowledge it as a favor. Power gathers in Yerim's hands as the transfer begins. The gift takes shape as a legendary one-time use class skill, Ruler of Water. As he starts to thank the spirit, she cuts him off before he can mistake this for generosity. She makes clear this is a negotiation, not a reward, and that granting it only eases her own guilt toward him. That mention of guilt catches him off guard and makes him reconsider what leverage he might have. He immediately starts scheming about how much more he might extract from her, and she shuts that look down at once. She warns that the skill can only be used once and that its value depends entirely on Yerim's own effort and talent. Yerim, already trying to fit the new power into her weapon, casually asks if she can get even more. The moment she slots the power into place, it activates. A surge of water erupts violently and throws the others back. The blast slams into the barrier, and everyone realizes the situation is spiraling out of control. Yerim panics as the unleashed water overwhelms her, and she loses control of what she just received. He shouts instructions, telling her to follow the flow of mana and merge the mermaid's skill with her own instead of resisting it. When she protests that her power is ice, he insists that compatible attributes can still be learned and combined if she focuses on the force in her hands. Yerim is swept around inside the torrent, unable to understand how to do what he is asking. As she tumbles, the presence of the Mermaid Queen seems to guide the movement of the water around her. That guidance reaches Yerim directly, pushing her toward an instinctive understanding. Watching from below, he realizes the skill's level is far beyond her current mastery, but refuses to give up if she can show even once how it should be done. He stares upward through the water, waiting for proof that she can seize this chance. Then Yerim answers with sudden clarity, rising within the torrent as the image of a mermaid forms behind her, and the power finally comes under her control. The guide realizes the teacher's power works on the same principle as the Mermaid Queen's, and immediately activates the teacher class skill. Yuri tries to stop him, alarmed that he is acting too suddenly. The Mermaid Queen senses his intent and understands that he is trying to borrow and redirect her own sensations through the false queen. A clash of awareness follows as both sides recognize the other is moving first. Inside the shared water space, the guide feels himself sinking into the queen's overwhelming domain. He realizes too late that the transfer is pulling him fully under. As the current consumes him, panic sets in and he struggles to resist. He understands he cannot stop the process anymore. For a moment, he believes he is about to be swallowed by the queen's power. Before he is lost, Yuri lunges in and drags him back out of the water. The guide insists this is acceptable, which only makes Yuri demand to know what reckless thing he just did. He concludes that his own teacher skill is not enough on its own and starts looking for another route. So he turns to the blonde guide and asks for his help instead. The blonde man notes how close the guide is to collapsing, but does not refuse outright. The guide presses the point by calling them friends and arguing that friends are supposed to help each other. That appeal lands because the blonde man admits he has never really had friends, and the guide seizes on that opening. The guide forms a new plan: link Yuri to Sun Hyunjae through the teacher skill, then pass the fake Mermaid Queen's battle instincts through that connection. The connection is established, and the transfer begins. Armed with those borrowed instincts, Yeri launches forward with a trident as if she has always known how to fight in water. She is startled by how naturally the new control settles into her body. The Mermaid Queen notices the sudden change and hesitates as Yeri closes in. Yeri moves through the water with the Queen's own style and rhythm. Through the shared sensation, she starts reading the flow of every current around her. She answers the Queen's attack by turning with the water instead of being overwhelmed by it. The guide calls out to Yeri, fully committing her to the fight. The Queen gathers a concentrated water strike, trying to crush Yeri before she can adapt further. Yeri reaches into that torrent instead of retreating from it. In that instant, she finally understands what the transferred skill is teaching her. She realizes the sensation is like learning an instrument, not raw strength, but how to handle a new tool with practiced precision. With that insight, she begins using the Queen's own mastery of water as if it were now part of her. She spins the surrounding water into a controlled vortex around herself. Yeri finds the technique far less difficult than expected and asserts control over every water particle in the space. That command lets her maneuver freely around the battlefield and force the Queen onto the defensive. Accepting the role completely, Yeri becomes the true ruler of water in this exchange. She plants her step on the water itself, proving she now controls the field rather than merely surviving in it. The currents answer her movement and reshape themselves at her command. Yeri declares that all the water here obeys her now, directly challenging the Queen's authority. The Queen is shaken as Yeri's confidence overtakes the fight. Yeri rises above her opponent, taking the superior position in the water. She draws the entire whirlpool into her weapon, preparing a decisive counterattack. Then she sends the amassed force back exactly as she wants, turning the Queen's element against her. With exhilarated confidence, Yeri throws the Queen's attack right back at her. The redirected torrent crashes down with overwhelming force. The Mermaid Queen is struck head-on and driven back through the water. Yeri follows through with a direct finishing blow at close range. The impact fractures the barrier or core sustaining the Queen's hold over the space. That core shatters completely, and the Queen's control collapses. As the broken space rains down around her, Yeri hangs suspended in the aftermath of her victory. She turns back to the guide in delight and proudly announces that she succeeded. But in the next moment, her widened eye shows she has suddenly noticed something unexpected in the aftermath. Adjusi regains consciousness in the flooded dungeon with Yerem leaning over him in panic. As his mind clears, he realizes his body is still unbearably heavy and the danger around the boss is not truly gone. Even after the gate opens, he senses the drowning pressure only growing stronger, as if something worse is closing in. Yerem desperately shakes him awake, needing confirmation that he is really back. Once he sits up, Yerem immediately demands to know why he pushed himself so recklessly. He explains that Waterdrop fell into a deep sleep as the price for lending out that skill. Yerem realizes he hid that cost from her and presses him to admit he knew the skill would damage him. Before he can finish explaining, Adjusi is overwhelmed by the fear pouring off Yerem. He understands that her terror is not just ordinary worry but a crushing dread focused entirely on losing him. That fear hits him with such force that it feels like a monstrous wave about to swallow him whole. He tries to justify himself by saying she needed to understand how the skill worked. His explanation recalls the moment he used the power to save her from a deadly surge. Even so, he asks the others not to blame Yerem, making clear he acted for her sake. The blonde man backs him up, leaving Adjusi stunned that both of them are siding with Yerem. Trying to escape the confrontation, Adjusi points out that the gate is open and urges everyone to leave first. He bolts for the exit, hoping to end the argument by force. Yerem instantly catches him, refusing to let him dodge what he did. She grabs him and demands to know how he expects her to calm down while he is still shaking from the toll. Her anger spills over because this is not like his usual risky behavior. This time he nearly broke himself without warning her. He argues that there was no time to teach her properly, and that using gate stone was the only way to keep them alive. Yerem rejects the idea that she should be grateful for him hurting himself just to make fighting easier for her. What truly drives her is the fear that she will lose him too, just like the people she has already lost. Her composure finally breaks, and she cries openly while clinging to him. Adjusi can only call her name as she begs him never to do something like that again. She grips his clothes tightly, making him feel the full weight of her plea. He softens, realizing how deeply his choice wounded her. Remembering that Yerem has already lost her parents, he apologizes for not thinking far enough ahead. Still, he admits he cannot promise never to take such risks, because he also wants the strength to protect her when danger comes. After apologizing for worrying her, he awkwardly tries to move the conversation on by bringing up the skill and the dungeon. That attempt is cut off when a furious voice from the water calls them out. The Mermaid Queen reveals herself, and notes that she had not expected them to identify her true nature so quickly. Satisfied that she has learned what she wanted, she withdraws with a promise that they will meet again. The group flees as the Queen vanishes overhead, and the dungeon begins to collapse behind them. In the end, everyone makes it out alive through the gate. As soon as they leave, the lake, the gate, and even the special detention center disappear without a trace. Officer Song is left to handle the aftermath, but their fabricated story is enough to cover what Yu-hyun did. They settle on telling the two witnesses that Yerem and Waterdrop were merely system managers, and Yerem eagerly plays along. Ajusi tells Yerim to forget the water skill for now and to stop dwelling on what happened in the dungeon, and she readily agrees. She cheerfully promises to remember only the flattering things he said, showing how quickly she has bounced back. Her mood swings straight into playful violence as she unleashes her ugly laugh attack on him again. Seeing Ajusi still soaked, she hands him her hoodie and tells him to dry off. The blonde man adds a towel and smugly praises himself for being even more considerate. Once Ajusi is covered, he turns serious and says they need to discuss getting rid of Choi Seo-kwan. Waterdrop explains that the humans contracted to the lizard owner will simply transfer to the new heir. It also warns that the fewer contractors there are, the more tightly the jellyfish will be bound, because it needs contractors to interfere with the human world and to grow stronger. That means they cannot solve the problem immediately, and Ajusi starts thinking in terms of what they can do tomorrow. The blonde man stops him, explaining that Seo-kwan is hiding and would be difficult to touch outside the dungeon even if they found him. He suspects Seo-kwan has strengthened his defenses because of the chaos caused by Ajusi's brother, despite Ajusi insisting Seo-kwan claimed he had no choice. The blonde man decides he will track Seo-kwan down himself. Ajusi, now focused and suspicious, asks why he is moving with such urgency. A blonde man cuts through the chaos and tells the exhausted protagonist he has already suffered enough these past few days. He insists he is fine and tries to push ahead with work, saying he still needs to track someone down and settle the contract problem. His companion reminds him he still owes debts and was supposed to help only a limited number of times, warning that overworking himself will only make things worse. The mention of debt shocks the others, and when they press him, he tries to brush it off as unimportant. The blonde man sides with the others and orders him to rest, while the protagonist privately suspects this concern is tied to some ulterior motive. Even so, he realizes the man seems fully aware that the world is nearing disaster, making his true intentions even harder to read. The protagonist concludes that this man is the most suspicious person in the entire situation. A floating guide then explains that at least one danger has been removed because the contract between Dharma and Chain was destroyed. When the protagonist asks who Chain is, the guide identifies him as the S-class birth tied to the contract he broke, namely Sung Hyun-jae. The guide adds that it had been worried because Crescent Moon was absent this time, but the protagonist unexpectedly stepped in. It reveals that Crescent Moon is one of their side and that she helped with the contract between Chain and the lizard owner. That revelation catches the protagonist completely off guard. The guide admits it does not know the full details because Crescent Moon fell asleep, and afterward Chain became involved with the protagonist's regression in a way even it cannot fully explain. Before he can process that, the guide abruptly notices he has dropped his formal way of speaking to it, and reacts with delighted surprise. Still reeling, he tries to return to the bigger issue and asks whether Sung Hyun-jae had been connected to both major enemy factions. The answer is yes. Before the regression, Sung Hyun-jae had dealings with both the depraved and the filial piety addicts. That leaves the protagonist wondering what Sung Hyun-jae had been doing before his regression at all. He recalls that his own forced vacation began when he was confined at home with strict instructions to rest. His caretakers had practically forbidden him from stepping outside until they returned, making their anxiety unmistakable. Even understanding their concern, he cannot accept wasting a whole day resting when there is still so much he needs to investigate. He reviews the larger mystery, a world-ending source tree, the white bird tied to his younger brother's body, and the forces trying to manage or exploit the coming catastrophe. He organizes the factions in his mind, tracing how the depraved, the filial piety addicts, and several named figures connect to the approaching end of the world. One unresolved point keeps bothering him more than the rest. Before he can pursue it, the fox companion physically interrupts by shoving his device away. He takes the hint and asks the fox whether it also finds Sung Hyun-jae suspicious. The fox answers by tackling him onto the couch, making it clear that rest comes before more scheming. Pinned down under the fox, he keeps thinking about Sung Hyun-jae's place between the filial piety addicts and the depraved. His thoughts return to the image of Sung Hyun-jae as a man bound within a larger web of hidden forces. Since all of that happened before the regression, he realizes he cannot verify it directly, though Sung Hyun-jae cutting ties with Dharma suggests he may not have truly belonged to the depraved side. That explanation feels more plausible to him, and he starts wondering how he can learn the truth. His train of thought is broken by a robotic warning demanding that an obstacle be removed. He assumes the robot vacuum is malfunctioning again and goes to check, with the fox following. Instead, he finds Myung-woo collapsed on the floor in front of the vacuum, having apparently worked himself to exhaustion while the machine keeps bumping into him. The protagonist panics, but Myung-woo weakly explains that he is not dying, only drained of mana, and says he has finally finished the item he was making. A blue glow gathers in the protagonist's hands as he receives the completed creation. The finished item reveals itself as a brilliant sword, confirming what Myung-woo had been working on. Myung-woo explains that this is only its basic form and that, aside from being indestructible, it does not yet have many special features. The weapon immediately begins to transform. As the protagonist channels it, the sword reshapes itself around his arm instead of remaining a blade. The result is an ornate arm-mounted design that leaves him stunned by how elaborate it is. The transformed item settles into a jeweled bracelet-like form. Myung-woo casually admits the design was based on someone else's taste, not his own. The item's original form is revealed as Yunhai, a legendary class dragon lord and sword born from Charlotte's magic stone, now contracted to Han Eugene. When a blue bird appears around the item, the protagonist starts to ask whether the bird is somehow part of it before realizing something much bigger. He finally registers the true point. Myungwoo has created a legendary class masterpiece. He blurts out his disbelief, and Myungwoo admits he had not expected to produce something of that rank either. Myungwoo explains that unlike the previous damage nullification effect, this version is one-time use and must be charged with magic stones. Once fully charged, it can nullify legendary class damage for about an hour, and even with a partial charge it can still protect him for around 10 minutes without class restrictions. The protagonist instantly imagines using that protection to survive even the lethal attacks of the last dungeon boss, and turn an impossible fight into a winnable one. Myungwoo adds that because the item is a growth type, it may develop even more abilities in the future. Myungwoo explains that the item became legendary only because it was restricted to a single designated user. Eugene realizes in shock that the weapon was made exclusively for him as its sole contractor. The exclusivity leaves him thrilled by how personally tailored the gift is. Wanting to share that benefit, Eugene urges Myungwoo to make similar items for others too. Myungwoo immediately shuts that down, admitting this sword was only possible because Charlotte's lingering spirit and marble were involved. He confirms that Charlotte was the former owner of the golden smithy. After death, she left behind a magic stone, and that remnant became the key to his craft. Using that stone and the marbles he had received, Myungwoo forged the sword. He says the result came from a unique convergence of rare materials and timing that he cannot easily reproduce. Even so, he vows that he will someday create something comparable again. As Eugene watches the blue bird and the flames together, he realizes the bird resembles Charlotte in her youth. He understands the blazing figure as the unrealized masterpiece Myungwoo might have created if Eugene had not helped his potential bloom. That thought reframes the gift as proof of both Myungwoo's talent and Eugene's influence on his future. Myungwoo reveals he named the sword Yunhai, tying it to his wish for Eugene's well-being. Eugene is moved to learn the weapon was forged as a prayer for his safety. Unable to accept such a precious gift lightly, he asks why Myungwoo would hand it over instead of keeping it himself. Myungwoo answers that he avoids dungeons and can hide in the smithy if needed, while Eugene is constantly drawn into danger. He admits he cannot protect Eugene by fighting beside him, so this is the way he can still support him. He makes clear that giving the sword away was his decision, and he wants Eugene to respond as a friend rather than reject the gesture. Eugene understands that gratitude and acceptance are what Myungwoo is really asking for. He finally accepts the gift warmly, praising Myungwoo and easing the tension between them. Now comfortable with the sword, Eugene greets Yunhai and immediately asks for a much simpler design. The request comes after being buried under Charlotte's extravagant decorative taste. Eugene insists on stripping the design down, leaving the tiny helper spirit flustered by the criticism. The little bird-like spirit is stunned by how bluntly its work was rejected. Yunhai, too, seems taken aback by the demand for simplicity. The small spirit starts crying noisily, and both men turn in confusion toward the outburst. They realize the tiny bird is upset because it was made in a form that cannot properly fly. Myungwoo quickly understands the problem and prepares a fix. He equips the little spirit with a tiny floating item so it can move around despite its useless wings. The solution works, and the room brightens as even Chirpy ends up with a new item of its own. In the end, Eugene and the smith settle on a simpler final design. Elsewhere, attention shifts to the Hunter Association as a larger crisis unfolds. Officials are confronted with the disastrous news that Yoon Kyung-soo is dead and Choi Seo-kwan has vanished. The leadership recognizes that the nation has abruptly lost two S-class hunters at once. They warn that beyond the military loss, the detention center scandal and public backlash are becoming serious threats. Rumors surrounding the disappearance are already spreading, increasing the pressure on the association. Association head Kwon Jin-hyuk calms the room and signals that he already has a response in mind. Rather than recruit foreign S-classes, he proposes accelerating a domestic plan to produce new ones. He reveals that this was always intended and that they will simply move the timetable forward. His ambition is to use that plan to strengthen Korea and remake it as a nation defined by the greatest number of top-tier hunters. The story then cuts to a young fighter testing his power, summoning vivid purple energy around himself. He launches into action with explosive force, smashing through the training ground. The impact sends him hurtling through the air in a burst of uncontrolled momentum. He recovers mid-motion and meets a blue blade head-on instead of being overwhelmed. The clash proves to him that the weapon's power is the real thing. Excited, he presses the exchange and boasts that the sword is genuinely strong. Even after getting knocked back, he treats the rebound as proof that the weapon can keep him from being seriously hurt. He cheerfully argues that if he cannot be injured, Eugene will have less reason to worry and managing him should become easier. Before he can finish that thought, someone abruptly grabs for the ring-like item, cutting him off. Myungwoo proves that once Yunhai is removed, the fire spirit can no longer protect itself. He starts explaining the spirit's defensive ability, but the little flame suddenly lunges toward the ring instead. The fire spirit bites down on the ring, startling everyone. Eugene panics and tries to stop it, warning that the ring belongs to his older brother and calling the spirit by the name Yiren. The tiny fire creature clings possessively to the ring as if it has chosen it. The narration reveals that the fire spirit is finally named, and despite taking time to accept one, Yunhai comes over when called while a blue bird spirit protests nearby. The bird spirit angrily objects to the bad lizard that has appeared. Yujin is stunned that the bird can talk, and Myungwoo explains that while he expected dragon-type speech, he only taught her to call him dad, leaving her insults as the first clear words. Myungwoo encourages Yiren to answer too, joking that if he raises him well the little spirit might eventually learn to speak. He concludes that Yiren is the first spirit in their world and may become an important ally. That hopeful thought is abruptly interrupted by an urgent summons. As they head out, Yujin asks whether the world's edge equipment management team has been contacted, and Myungwoo says everyone agreed immediately. Myungwoo proudly credits his own teaching for making the proposal impossible to refuse. The story shifts to the previous evening, when Myungwoo had already been thinking seriously about how to create Yunhai. While cooking, he confides that relying too strictly on system descriptions may be a mistake. He points out that he should not have been able to make Yunhai at his current level, yet he succeeded, which means people may be able to do more than the system explicitly states. Applying that idea to skills, he argues that even a simple flame ability can be expanded into practical uses like cooking, warmth, and lighting. Yujin realizes Myungwoo is talking about skill expansion rather than blindly accepting preset limits. Myungwoo compares it to how Yujin reproduced another person's skill by using his own, suggesting that understanding and interpretation can push abilities beyond their listed functions. Yujin is impressed by how quickly Myungwoo reached that conclusion and starts extending the idea toward equipment creation. He reasons that if item-related skills can be brought in the same way, then the equipment management team might be able to manufacture entirely new gear. Myungwoo sees the possibility and begins to believe it could work. Yujin immediately grasps the scale of it, realizing mass-produced item creation could transform survival rates and trigger a technological leap. Excited, he praises Myungwoo's brilliance and pushes him toward helping directly, while Myungwoo dryly notes it would be faster to get equipment from Yujin himself. Yujin imagines Myungwoo ushering in a new era for hunters by gathering specialists with unique talents to prepare for the future. But that grand vision is undercut by reality before it can fully take shape. A public announcement reveals that an awakening center will open next month. The broadcast urges ordinary citizens to pay attention, promising a place where non-awakened people can safely awaken under association supervision. The promotion hypes the chance that anyone might become an S-class hunter and change their life overnight. It also advertises practical benefits, claiming awakenings will even solve everyday inconveniences like lacking in inventory. The campaign frames the center as the start of an era where the whole nation awakens and urges people to sign up. At home, Yujin reacts in disbelief that the center is opening already. His shock grows as he realizes the schedule has moved far faster than expected. Soon after, he is personally welcomed by team leader Suk Sim-young at the new facility. Suk greets him warmly and notes that he expected Yujin to take interest in the awakening center. As they walk, Suk explains that the center is meant to let the association awaken civilians safely, though it opened months earlier than originally planned. He admits they are still testing the system and invites Yujin to inspect the process. The staff explain that the core method uses a psychological item called Illusionary Maze. They demonstrate that the item projects a highly realistic false environment for a non-awakened test subject. The device activates and begins constructing the simulated world. Inside the test, a participant suddenly finds towering structures forming around him and is caught off guard. The illusion shifts into a forest so convincing that the subject believes he has been transported somewhere real. Watching from outside, Yujin notes how realistic it is, until staff urgently order the test stopped. An operator realizes something has gone wrong and shouts that this is no longer a normal item simulation. The truth becomes clear when a real monster attacks, proving an actual dungeon has manifested unexpectedly. The test subject freezes in terror as the false scenario turns into a genuine life-or-death trap. Faced with a monstrous beast at close range, he can barely process that what he is seeing is real. Instinct finally kicks in and he starts to move. But as multiple monsters close in, the situation inside the dungeon becomes immediately hopeless. Outside, Yujin and the staff stare at the monitor in alarm as the failed test spirals into a real emergency. A glowing cube-like system marks the beginning of an artificial awakening program. The test is declared a success because frightening people with illusions of monster attacks can safely trigger awakenings. One subject breaks down in terror as the process takes hold. Researchers admit the method is still unstable, with a strict time limit and only a few hundred people manageable at once before they hope to scale up. Han Eugene watches the results in grim silence, already troubled by what this means. The data confirms his fear. The subject awakened as an F-class and gained nothing useful, not even the most basic beginner skills. Eugene argues that the Awakening Center is built for combat, forcing everyone into the same deadly scenario regardless of their actual potential. He compares it to throwing people with completely different talents into a boxing ring and pretending that is a fair way to find ability. To him, the system will bury rare gifts instead of discovering them, and he is horrified that they plan to subject the whole population to it. He demands they consider the consequences before unleashing this on everyone. His anger comes from experience, because he lived through the damage this kind of system caused. He recalls the period before regression, when the Awakening Center had just opened and panic was already spreading. In those early days, unprepared people were thrown into real danger and barely held monsters back with whatever power they had. Even amid the chaos, newcomers were expected to fight immediately instead of being protected. Eugene remembers himself as one of those terrified beginners, dragged into battles he was not ready for. Within a month, the situation had become pure chaos. As the center opened, crowds gathered in hope and desperation for awakening. Demand exploded so fast that the center processed thousands in days, and the media celebrated huge numbers despite the tiny share of strong awakenings. 1,000 new hunters were created in a single month, but that surge only set up the disaster to come. Back in the present, Eugene points out that the country still lacks the equipment and systems needed to support so many new hunters, especially the weak ones. He warns that rushing people into dungeons without preparation will get them killed and asks whether anyone has planned for that. The officials brush him off, assuming reckless volunteers are inevitable and even cutting basic hunter education down to a single day. When Eugene raises the equipment shortage, the president casually suggests replacing real gear with safety guidelines. He dismisses responsibility for anyone who dies after failing to follow the rules, reducing a structural problem to personal fault. Eugene insists they should delay the opening or at least limit participation until equipment supply becomes stable. Instead of taking the warning seriously, the association president addresses him with patronizing amusement. The old man mocks Eugene as selfish, accusing him of wanting fewer hunters only to protect his own advantage. Eugene is disgusted, because his concern is for the newly awakened people who will be sacrificed. The president keeps belittling him, boasting about his own years in the field while treating Eugene like an ignorant child. A subordinate quietly explains that the real push comes from politics, not reason. Public anxiety is rising, so the government wants a dramatic response, and limiting awakenings would hurt approval ratings. There is also pressure to hide the truth about the maze, because if people learn more than the official capacity numbers, the center itself could become a target. The aide admits the policy is hard to stop and urges Eugene to think in terms of long-term stability instead. Their logic is blunt: dungeons and monsters are increasing, so society needs more fighters fast, even if low-class hunters are crushed in the process. They predict the early casualties and disorder will eventually settle, especially once advanced guilds take control. Eugene repeats their words back in disbelief, hearing how easily they reduce real suffering to temporary chaos. His anger hardens into cold certainty as the memory continues. The reality they ignored was written in daily accident reports filled with deaths, injuries, and disappearances. For Eugene, each day of that era felt like a war of attrition. Memorials multiplied as weak hunters either fled, died, or were left permanently broken. Grieving families filled the aftermath, and blame began searching for someone to carry it. That blame often turned violent. Because Eugene survived while so many others did not, people cornered him and demanded to know why he was still alive. They accused him of using his brother Han Yuhyun's influence to get equipment and avoid the fate of ordinary F-classes. The accusations escalated into beatings, with people insisting his survival itself proved favoritism. Every time he lived through another disaster, more fingers pointed at him and at the brother they believed was protecting him. Soon the rumors spread through news and gossip, turning Eugene and even Yuhyun's reputation into public targets. The hostility became so common that people coined mocking nicknames for him. The abuse eventually left others bloodied as well, and Eugene remembers that period as the time he was badly hurt and got blood on his hands. The memory breaks when someone calls his name, pulling Han Eugene back to the present. Eugene notices the association official looks uneasy and quietly checks on him. The official senses Eugene's anxiety and presses him to explain what is bothering him. He tries to reassure Eugene that even if the Awakening Center opens despite recent trouble, Eugene himself will not suffer for it. Eugene cannot explain his fear, only that something feels deeply wrong. Before he can say more, visitors from the association's advertisement team arrive and interrupt the conversation. They reveal they are here about a television program tied to the association. The official immediately objects, certain the association president already rejected this proposal. But the team insists they came specifically to ask Hunter Han Eugene one more time. That name jolts Eugene, because he instantly recognizes one of the men from a nightmare he cannot forget. As the man steps closer, Eugene's alarm spikes and the official notices the sudden change. Eugene realizes this is the same bastard who once kidnapped and killed him, and he struggles to hide his shock. His mind flashes back to the cave where that past life ended, with him lying helpless on the ground. The men had discussed crippling him first, and keeping him alive with potions so they could keep extracting evidence and valuables from him. They had treated his suffering like entertainment, looming over him with casual cruelty. Worst of all, the man now smiling in front of him had personally finished him off in that previous timeline. Back in the present, that same man introduces himself as Lee Dongwon from the advertisement team and offers a business card as if nothing ever happened. Eugene forces himself to stay calm, reminding himself that this version of Dongwon does not know what happened in the other world. Even so, he cannot understand why a future murderer is now openly working with the Hunter Association. Dongwon explains that the association president heard Eugene cares deeply about low-class hunters, making him an ideal guest for their program. He pitches the show as a project meant to spotlight neglected people by featuring mostly low-class hunters and even the unawakened. That claim makes Eugene tense, because it sounds too close to the kind of prey those men used to target. Dongwon flatters him as an F-class hunter with unusual public attention and says the other guest especially wants him there. The official tries to shield Eugene, warning them not to pressure someone who is supposed to be on vacation and already burdened by the Awakening Center issue. Eugene suddenly reaches a decision before the official can turn them away. He abruptly agrees to appear, acting cheerful enough to stop anyone from questioning him. The team is thrilled, while the official is left panicking over how to explain this reversal. Dongwon eagerly offers partnership, unaware Eugene is accepting for his own reasons. Eugene takes the offered hand, turning the meeting into a formal agreement. As he seals it, he concludes the association is even more rotten than he suspected. His thoughts return to the dungeon raid Team Gosen, the group that once lured him into a crystal cave under the pretense of a routine break. Back then, Eugene had trusted them enough to help carry their gear. He had even felt grateful, believing they were kindly letting an unawakened hanger-on experience a better dungeon. The team had a polished reputation and seemed generous, often taking low-class hunters along. But their friendliness was only bait, and Eugene was too innocent to see the trap closing. The moment he was isolated, they beat him down and warned him that no one would save him if monsters came. They pinned him in place and demanded he empty his inventory. Knowing he always survived somehow, they assumed his brother must have given him a gate stone or some other valuable escape item. They mocked his trust and admitted they never brought weak hunters into dangerous dungeons out of kindness. Targeting unawakened people and low-rank hunters who might be carrying something profitable was their hidden side business. Now, in the present, the television show begins and Dongwon appears on stage as one of its featured guests. Eugene is disturbed to realize someone from that criminal team had enough ties to the Hunter Association to stand here publicly. The program introduces a novelty act featuring Peace, the Horned Fire Lion, and Chirpy for a ball-throwing performance. Watching from the side, Eugene questions why he put himself through this spectacle at all. He answers himself immediately. It is not for revenge, because in the other timeline he already slaughtered every one of them. What still grips him is the official's reassurance that he would not personally suffer any losses. Eugene tells himself that avoiding direct involvement and protecting his own interests should mean the Awakening Center, and those men are no longer his problem. Meanwhile, Chirpy arcs through the air toward the hoop as the show carries on. But Eugene cannot stop asking whether protecting only himself is really enough. As the shot nears the basket, the question hangs over him more heavily than the game itself. When the ball drops and despite the odds, Eugene is left facing the harder issue of whether he can really ignore what he knows is coming. As Yahello rushes toward the mascot piece in excitement, the narrator worries that pretending not to notice danger will only make things worse. Yahello impulsively goes in for an affectionate high five, startling Peace before anyone can stop him. Peace retaliates violently, clawing Yahello across the face and turning the playful moment into a disaster. The set erupts in panic as people call for help, demand filming stop, and scramble for a healing potion instead of an ambulance. The narrator quickly restrains Peace and apologizes on his behalf, trying to calm the situation and protect the little creature from blame. Yahello brushes off concern with a smile, insisting the potion healed him completely and acting as if the injury barely matters. Even while staff fuss over him and promise to edit the accident out, the narrator remains fixated on the damage to Yahello's face because his looks are central to his career. Instead of being upset, Yahello takes responsibility for frightening Peace first, which convinces the narrator even more that he is genuinely kind. Yahello then reveals just how abnormal his priorities are by treating a scratch from Peace as something he would have treasured rather than resented. His obsession becomes clearer when he excitedly confesses that he wants to become a hunter and stand beside awakened people at the world's edge, leaving the narrator to realize this beautiful celebrity is also deeply eccentric. That mention of awakening makes the narrator instinctively inspect Yahello more closely. The skin identifies Park Yahello as an unawakened B-rank candidate with 3 A-class starting skills. Those skills all revolve around overwhelming attractiveness and charm, making the narrator lament that such appearance-based abilities would never show up in a normal awakening center. He almost blurts out what he knows, but stops himself before exposing anything in front of everyone. With too many eyes on them, he awkwardly changes the subject while Yahello casually jokes about not needing his wisdom teeth removed. Yahello's beauty keeps short-circuiting the narrator's thoughts, making him feel that someone like this hardly needs supernatural help to get whatever he wants. The narrator concludes that Yahello could probably conquer the world on looks alone. As Yahello warmly reaches toward Peace again, the narrator is struck by how famous Yahello supposedly is despite being someone he has never once heard of. Their private moment is interrupted when a suited man approaches and checks on Yahello's injury. The man apologizes and reveals that he was the one who invited Yahello to the event. Yahello greets him with easy familiarity as Dongwon, shocking the narrator and confirming that Yahello already has ties to powerful people. Dongwon downplays the closeness for now, but makes it clear they intend to keep supporting Yahello and expect more chances to work with him later. To the narrator, that promise sounds less like help and more like a threat. He reads Dongwon as the kind of man who would exploit Yahello's innocence and hunter fantasies for money and influence. Thinking Yahello's stalled fame may be tied to that kind of manipulation, the narrator seizes the chance to offer him a handmade Peace plush as a personal gift. He also uses the gift to secure Yahello's number, telling himself this could become his opening to approach the Gosen's side through Yahello. That opportunity arrives almost immediately. Soon after, he finds the Peace plush that Yerim had angrily discarded and realizes it can serve as his excuse to contact Yahello. He sends a photo of the plush and asks if it belongs to Hale, while a memory of someone carefully handling peace hints that others are already watching the mascot closely. As he waits, he plans to use this conversation to warn Hale if the association's advertising team reaches out to him. Hale replies at once, relieved and delighted that the plush was found. But his gratitude includes thanks for help with awakening as well, instantly putting the narrator on alert. Hale explains that Dongwon came because of the narrator and had already told him he would gain field experience in a dungeon before the opening, even though Hale has never done anything like that before. Realizing something is very wrong, the narrator urgently asks where Hale is and tries to get his location before contact is cut off. When he calls, the number is already unreachable. He immediately concludes that Dongwon's people moved first and used his name to lure Hale in. Meanwhile, Hale notices his phone has been disabled and is told to save the battery until he gets inside, confirming he has lost control of the situation. Dongwon calmly takes everyone's phones, claiming there's no service in dungeons anyway and making the isolation sound routine. When Hale worries about not informing his manager, Dongwon dismisses it and argues that anyone close to him would only try to stop him from becoming a hunter. Hale hesitates, but another man reassures him that an association employee would never bring him somewhere dangerous. They lead him into a warehouse where a rail gate waits, and Dongwon tempts him with the promise that he can return quickly as the awakened person he has always dreamed of becoming. Seeing an actual gate overwhelms Hale's caution with awe. Captivated by the chance to fulfill his dream, he decides to trust them and goes along willingly. Back outside, the narrator keeps trying to call, but still cannot reach him. He realizes that if Hale has already entered the dungeon, he must get there before it closes. He also knows the police are useless here because Hale is a celebrity, and the association's involvement would bury the truth before anyone acted. So he looks for a faster, unofficial way to reach Hale than calling the authorities. Remembering an old contact from his former life when he ran a normal detective agency, he gambles on a number he has not used in a long time. This time someone answers immediately. On the other end is Hamster Agency, where a bespectacled man at a bank of monitors picks up the call and asks how he can help. Han Eugene contacts Du Heyman, an information broker who specializes in locating people. He decides to use one troublesome acquaintance from his past life to track down another. Du Heyman begins his search by using an object tied to the target. After hearing the name Park Hale, he asks for Hale's number as well. Du Heyman activates connected strings, a skill that traces a target through the serial numbers of things they own. Eugene reflects that Du Heyman will become a major informant in the hunter world, and dealing with him used to be exhausting. The search succeeds immediately, and Du Heyman offers the location once Eugene pays. Eugene grumbles but sends the money despite the broker's shameless extra fee. Once the deal is done, Eugene praises Du Heyman's unchanged effectiveness. That familiarity backfires when Du Heyman realizes the caller knows his name, and promises they will meet soon. Alarmed, Du Heyman demands to know who Eugene is and how he knows him. Ignoring the question, Eugene heads for the location near Wanhyo Bridge. To approach unnoticed, he activates hidden objects, a stealth skill that makes him hard to detect. He plans to use the stealth ability he once gained in a solo dungeon to finish this quickly. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, a raid team struggles against monsters while escorting a terrified civilian. Park Hale cowers in fear as the chaos closes in around him. The team keeps moving, but Hale's panic only makes the situation worse. One of the hunters snaps at him to stay quiet instead of drawing more monsters. The group mocks Hale for acting like a celebrity even here, though another hunter pretends to defend him as merely unawakened and frightened. Hale hurriedly insists he is fine and tries not to cause more trouble. He explains that he came to learn before his awakening, which only encourages the men to patronize him. They call him naive and tell him he would have been scammed by someone else if not by them. When the dungeon timer reaches 0, the hunters decide it is time to begin their real plan. Hale still does not understand what they mean until one of them grabs him. The trap is revealed when they announce that the gate is about to close and strike him down. Eugene explains that the Gosum team's method was to lure targets into dungeons and wait until the gate sealed them inside. Beaten and trapped, Hale asks why they are doing this to him. One of the hunters approaches and coldly tells him he did nothing wrong. They frame it as simple bad luck that his life happened to cross theirs. Their leader, Kim Yongjin of the Gosum team, confirms Hale's identity. He seizes Hale by the throat to keep him helpless. Kim Yongjin reveals that Hale was chosen because he was the richest and easiest target on the Awakening Center's list, then uses his brainwashing skill puppet's strings. Under that control, he tells Hale this happened because he trusts people too easily and that he should not resent them too much. Hale's will starts to buckle, and he begins agreeing with the lies forced into his mind. Kim twists Hale's dream of becoming awakened into something shameful and pressures him to abandon it. He pushes further, insisting Hale should stay a celebrity and give up on becoming a hunter. Then he escalates the manipulation into extortion, demanding Hale hand over his career earnings to them out of gratitude. Hale nearly submits completely under the pressure. Even so, through tears, he still tries to say he wants to become a hunter. Kim notices that Hale is resisting the brainwashing and responds with violence. The others watch as Kim remarks that celebrities really do have stubborn minds. He insists this is the cleanest method because contracts leave evidence, while his men worry he may ruin Hale's face beyond repair. Kim decides to keep beating him anyway, knowing the brainwashing works best when the victim is mentally broken. The gang even starts betting on how long Hale can hold out before his mind collapses. Their cruelty is interrupted by a voice mocking their prejudice. The hunters whirl around as an unseen intruder finally reveals his presence. Eugene steps out and taunts them for betting against him when he claimed to be awakened. He drops the stealth skill and lets them see him clearly. Hale recognizes his rescuer as Hunter Han Eugene and is stunned that he came. Eugene calmly squares up to the entire group alone. The hunters panic at the idea that someone from World's Edge might be involved, but realize Eugene appears to have come by himself. Eugene first checks Hale's condition instead of posturing. Hale assumes World's Edge must have sent help, only to learn Eugene came alone. That revelation shocks Hale even more, and Eugene dryly says he did not want too many witnesses. Before the gang can react properly, one of them smashes Eugene from behind. The blow barely matters, and the attackers are rattled that an alleged F-class took it so easily. They convince themselves he must be relying on expensive gear and decide to strip it off him. Armed men close in on Eugene as if overwhelming him will expose his weakness. Eugene says he came personally to confirm that their methods had not changed, and they have not. The criminals still fail to understand who he really is. Eugene admits he had hoped he could simply forget people like them, but he produces a hidden item and says he cannot ignore the lives they keep destroying, including the private information they leak through Duhanan. He quietly shields Hale before the fight fully erupts. Then he tells the gang he cannot overlook what they have been doing. He even offers them one last chance to confess and start over, which only makes them think he is insane. A red-haired thug attacks from behind, eager to make even more money off Eugene. They still believe he is just an F-class boosted by equipment, and order everyone to strip him of it. The gang rushes him greedily, convinced they are about to rob an easy prize. They start discussing how valuable World's Edge equipment would be if they can take it from him. Their greed is cut short when sudden flames explode into the fight. A summoned fire beast tears into the attackers before they can understand what happened. The gang realizes too late that Eugene was hiding far more than simple gear. Elsewhere, influential figures discuss the recent loss of 2 S-class hunters and the instability around the Awakening Center. They conclude the shortage is manageable because Korea now has more newly awakened S-classes and foreign powerhouses present. Among those names are Noah and Riet, who are both staying in Korea for a while. The conversation turns to Evelyn Miller, who has also come to Jupiter. They treat the crisis as part of a broader struggle for influence, proof that power politics have not changed even after the world did. The discussion settles into calm confidence over drinks. One man says the association has crossed a line and that a rotten part of society must be cut away, adding that the perfect bait is already prepared. Evelyn correctly guesses that the bait is Han Eugene. When she questions whether an F-class can really handle that role, she is told to wait and see. The man recalls that Kang Soyang noticed Eugene seemed unusually lively after the recent dungeon incident and oddly close to another hunter. Evelyn points out that an ordinary F-class should fear getting close to someone like him, which is exactly why Eugene stands out. The man decides Eugene is not merely bold but something harder to define. Back in the dungeon, Eugene cuts down one attacker with lethal precision. He moves through the gang with the efficiency of someone far more experienced than they expected. The survivors are horrified that a newly awakened F-class is fighting like a veteran killer. They try to overwhelm him with numbers, shouting for each other to keep attacking. A heavy strike aimed at Eugene is stopped by his defensive barrier instead of reaching him. Eugene counters immediately, smashing through the attacker before the man can even finish questioning the defense item. He follows with another brutal slash that leaves no doubt he intends to end the fight. One of the last men lashes out with fire in desperation, cursing him. The attack only opens him up to a crushing counter that slams him into the ground. Even pinned and battered, the thug vows to kill Eugene with his bare hands if weapons and skills fail. That threat is cut off when a larger force enters the battlefield. Peace arrives in his beast form and stops the thug, reminding Eugene that the dungeon itself still needs to be handled. Eugene refuses to let the matter go, insisting these men are his grudge to settle. Far away, the man with the drink remarks again that Eugene is very strange. He notes that Eugene's records show no criminal past and an entirely ordinary life, which makes his current behavior even more suspicious. What truly unsettles him is that Eugene's eyes look like those of someone who has killed many times before. Eugene realizes he can act without relying on his gratitude-based skill in this different situation. Standing among the bodies, he admits to himself that in his past life he struggled desperately to survive. Now he has better equipment, damage nullification, Peace's help, and 5 years of hard-earned experience that make this fight completely different. He considers turning the criminals over to the police, but knows the association's involvement would likely bury the case. He briefly thinks about leaving one alive to trace the association's connections, then decides that would leave evidence pointing back to him. At that moment, with Peace watching him, Eugene stops making excuses to himself. He admits that he never truly managed to forget what happened in the previous life. He apologizes to Peace for showing him this side of himself and notes that once the dungeon is cleared, the reset will erase the bodies and the evidence. Hale wakes and sees Eugene beside Peace. Eugene checks whether Hale is conscious, and Hale immediately tries to ask about the attackers. Instead, Hale is overwhelmed by the sight of Peace carrying them through the dungeon sky. Eugene tells him the association has taken care of those men and that they will not bother him again. Hale instantly accepts the explanation and becomes more excited about riding peace than about the danger he just survived. He promises to keep everything secret and treasures the experience as a personal miracle, leaving Eugene baffled by how quickly his fear turns into admiration. As Hale clings to peace, he reveals that he actually saw what happened. He remembers glimpses of Eugene fighting through the blue barrier while Hale lay on the ground. Those fragments show Eugene cutting through the gang to save him. Hale realizes Eugene killed people, but instead of recoiling, he decides Eugene did it to protect him and turns that into heroic admiration. He swears to protect Eugene's secret, asks to call him Hyun, and later helps erase Eugene's contact and messages from his phone before they part. Afterward, the story shifts back to the city and the looming issue of the Awakening Center. Eugene lies awake at home, unable to rest after everything that happened. He reviews the skill once called Final Requital before his regression, now known as Final Gratitude. A memory resurfaces of being mocked for begging to live, only to be told mercy was never an option. That old humiliation was the moment his title Nurturer triggered Final Requital. The skill doubled the enemy's abilities and stats for him, turning their own power into his weapon. His enemies had been unable to understand how an F-class suddenly became overwhelming. Eugene reflects that this was the only time he deliberately influenced someone with the intent to kill and steal their skill, though it also kept him alive for a long time. He had planned to live as if he had forgotten that person because he believed they would never meet again. Unable to let it go, he finally makes a call. When the other side answers, Eugene hesitates. Then he confirms to himself that the person is still alive. He thinks of the people who once reached out to him and the people who died. Among those memories is someone who once told him not to worry because rumors would fade with time. Most of all, he remembers the voice he thought he would never hear again telling him to run. Unable to face that past yet, he pretends it was a wrong number and ends the call with a strained farewell. After hanging up, he tells himself that they no longer know each other. But he also knows that if the Awakening Center opens again, everyone will be dragged back into the same brutal dungeon life they once endured. He remembers those people too clearly to ignore what is coming, so he decides that if he cannot forget them, he cannot keep turning a blind eye either. The next day, he goes to confront the issue directly. Arriving early at an office, Eugene finds the officials already there and asks to speak about the Awakening Center. He insists he has something important to discuss despite their frustration with his repeated interference. Eugene argues that if they truly need high-class awakened people, he can find them faster than the Awakening Center can create them. That claim catches the officials completely off guard. He explains that awakening should suit the individual instead of forcing everyone into combat roles, alarming the people listening. Then he reveals that he possesses a hidden skill and asks the association to work with him to slow the Awakening Center's expansion. The skill, Promising Sprout, can identify an unawakened person's likely class and awaken them with abilities that fit them, setting the stage for reforming the association itself. To prove it, he begins testing ordinary people and identifies one person as E-class. He continues reading others in the crowd one by one, showing that he can classify awakenings without the Awakening Center at all. At a crowded gathering, people recognize the protagonist as a well-known online tutor, confirming he has built a real public reputation. Uneasy with the attention, he tries to move past the praise and return to the real issue. The casual meal has turned into a much larger meeting than expected, with curious onlookers and allies gathering around him. One companion argues that the growing crowd is actually useful because it draws in more potential recruits. Another jokes that his tutoring success is already paying off, reinforcing how visible and influential he has become. A bystander presses him to explain why his supposed talent matters if it cannot directly awaken people. He finally reveals the true value of his ability. He can inspect the hidden potential of the unawakened and identify what kind of awakening they are best suited for. That revelation lands as something extraordinary, because it means he can see future hunter potential before awakening even happens. The implication shocks the professionals listening, who realize this power could bypass the usual limits on evaluating talent. Its strategic value becomes obvious at once, since it could uncover rare specialized abilities and reshape how hunters are found. He explains that he discovered major hunters through this skill and offers to use it in cooperation with the association. When someone worries he is overworking himself, he cuts that off and insists they hear the full plan first. His proposal is to split candidates, sending only some to the Awakening Center while others come to him for assessment. Those who come to him would wait longer, but in exchange he could steer them toward their most optimal skills and even help shape the conditions for high-grade awakenings. The officials grasp the trade-off immediately. Fewer people would enter the center, but the quality and diversity of outcomes would improve. He accepts that this system would demand a lot of labor from him, but treats it as manageable if the work is distributed. Based on what he has learned from using the skill, he notes that many people who seek awakening have above-average potential, while only a small fraction actually become hunters through the current process. That leads to a troubling realization that many capable people may have been overlooked and buried by the existing system. He had once assumed that was simply because weak candidates self-selected out after seeing low odds, reducing the burden on the center. But that assumption proved wrong. Instead of merely accepting his proposal, the association abruptly tries to appoint him as its official representative for awakening. They make clear this would put every visitor under association oversight through him, turning his role into a controlled funnel. He immediately objects, saying this goes far beyond what he agreed to and would bury him in responsibilities he cannot handle. Before he can finish refusing, the association president physically stops him and tries to steer the conversation. The president urges him not to reject the offer, invoking authority and public duty to pressure him into compliance. He doubles down on the moral appeal, insisting a young person with talent should work for society rather than himself. The protagonist answers with a smile and flatly quits instead of letting himself be absorbed. Back with his companions, the group is stunned by how nakedly greedy the association was, and they wonder whether he plans to abandon the whole effort. He refuses to give up, deciding he just needs another path to make his plan work. A friend suggests the obvious alternative: create a separate awakening center outside the association's control. But he is warned that the association will not let go of him so easily. To explain why, they bring up the recent exam results he submitted, which showed an unusually high number of strong candidates, and one especially dangerous combat-oriented case. That kind of result proves his method can mass-produce upper-tier talent, making him both valuable and threatening in the association's eyes. If his system is fully developed, it could produce some of the strongest hunters in the country, which would shift power away from existing institutions. His friends conclude that the association is probably already trying to put a leash on him before that happens. The group rallies around him, promising protection and support if the association makes a move. Then the warning sharpens: if they cannot control him directly, they may target the people around him, starting with his brother. Alarmed, he demands to know what is happening, while the others realize he has missed the public controversy entirely. Since he only follows basic news, someone hands him a phone and tells him to look at what everyone else is seeing. The moment he reads it, he realizes the situation is far worse than he expected. The headlines are full of scandals tied to his brother, portraying him as reckless, destructive, and absent from responsibility. His friend explains that this is only a sample from the last few days, not the full extent of the smear campaign. The media is deliberately amplifying fear around high-class hunters and using his brother as the face of that danger. What looks like criticism is really pressure, meant to force his brother into cooperation by making him the public villain if he resists. Another companion sums it up clearly: they are demanding that his brother clean up the problems attached to his own existence. The underlying message is that an S-class hunter is treated as inherently dangerous, whether he acts or not. And if his brother refuses to play along, the media storm will only intensify until he is cornered. Elsewhere, his brother leaves a tense meeting with officials, visibly fed up with the pressure being placed on him. A man intercepts him privately and points out that, unlike him, his younger brother is exposed because he lacks the protection of status and public distance. The warning is blunt: the people trying to control the S-class hunter will use his brother as leverage to manipulate him. A red-haired hunter dismisses the suspicion against Yuhyun and warns that the association vice president is moving before anyone else can act. Before he can explain further, an urgent alert on his phone interrupts the conversation. The message announces a high-class hunter rampage in Seoul and locks down the surrounding area, leaving everyone stunned by the name attached to it. As the timing starts to look deliberate, their attention is drawn to a breaking report. The news claims the World's Edge Guild master violently destroyed part of the association building and that the area has been sealed off. Seeing the report, the red-haired hunter admits this is exactly what he should have warned them about. Han Eugene immediately rejects the story and insists this was not Yuhyun's doing. He is certain of it without hesitation. His certainty comes from knowing his younger brother would never lash out so recklessly. Realizing Yuhyun is being framed in real time, Eugene decides he has to reach the scene at once and asks Noah for help. Noah answers by summoning a dragon in front of the crowd, turning their escape into a spectacle. Eugene mounts the dragon and leaves immediately for the association building. The others can only watch him vanish into the sky. Behind him, the red-haired hunter dryly notes that dragons really are useful, even if this was supposed to be Eugene's time to rest. As he flies, Eugene's anger hardens. He volunteered his skill to help, and now they are trying to manipulate him. What enrages him most is that they are using his brother as part of the scheme, and he resolves to make them regret it. The dragon carries him through the rain toward the city center. Noah confirms the destination is the Awakening Center and offers to take over from there, worried about Eugene's safety. Eugene accepts the risk and says whatever happens next will be his responsibility. On the way, he reflects that every public scandal tied to his brother has really been fallout from his own existence and position. That guilt turns into resolve as he vows not to let Yuhyun be trapped because of him again. At the ruined site, someone casually tests a small flame and asks if that level of destruction will be enough. The workers on scene explain the rain is not putting the fire out, and confirm they were ordered by the association to destroy only part of the building. They mock the stage damage as just enough to look dramatic on the news without becoming too costly. Their work is interrupted when Eugene and Noah suddenly arrive, shocking the men who thought the entrances were sealed. One of them demands to know how Eugene got in and immediately suspects the association has changed the plan. Before they can react further, Noah moves. He drops the saboteurs with overwhelming speed and matter-of-factly explains he tied them together so they would be easier to drag away. That efficiency lasts only a moment before reporters swarm the site, recognizing Han Eugene and rushing in for a story. Eugene realizes too late that their arrival has been noticed. The reporters press him to explain why he came to the supposedly destroyed building and demand a statement. Trying to stop the narrative from hardening, Eugene tells them his brother did not do this and points to the people on the ground instead. But the crowd ignores his lead and piles on accusations, linking Yu-hyun to other recent incidents and treating guilt as already established. Eugene tries to explain that one disaster was caused by a dungeon appearing and that another arrest followed an actual crime, but the questions keep twisting everything into a pattern of hunter violence. The pressure shifts from one incident to a broader fear campaign, with the media framing S-class hunters as a public threat and demanding to know how the guild master can be restrained. Surrounded by cameras and flashing lights, Eugene sees that the issue is no longer facts but public fear being weaponized. When Noah warns him about the crowd, Eugene already understands what is happening. He realizes the reporters were never there to investigate. They were bait in a trap built to force a predetermined conclusion, and he identifies the mastermind behind that trap as the vice president lurking behind the media frenzy. The false report about the guildmaster's destruction becomes just one more piece of the manufactured scandal. Elsewhere, Yu-hyun confronts the association vice president for keeping him occupied while fabricated incidents unfold outside. He accuses the association of sinking low enough to orchestrate this smear and demands to know whether the man approved it. The vice president meets the accusation without visible alarm. Instead of denying anything directly, he claims he only came to ask for a personal favor. That favor is simple on its face. He wants Yu-hyun to stop giving the association reasons to move against him. When Yu-hyun asks what that means, the vice president reveals he knows about the hostile faction inside the Hunters Association that wants Yu-hyun removed. He warns that once those people begin acting in earnest, even Yu-hyun's current plan may not be enough to stop them. Presenting himself as a protector, he promises to prevent that threat and even asks for a correction to the report about the building destruction if Yu-hyun will cooperate with him. To seal the offer, he points to the news coverage as proof of how easily the narrative can be controlled. Yu-hyun cuts through the pretense and states the real proposal plainly. The vice president wants him to quietly accept being framed so the association can protect itself. Han Yu-hyun cuts off the meeting, deciding there is no point in continuing and moving to leave. He makes clear that he has no intention of serving obediently under the association. What matters to him is eliminating anything that could threaten his brother. When Kyung-soo is brought up, Yu-hyun dismisses it and insists Sung Hyun-jae should have handled the problem before it reached this point. The association's representative tries to stop him and salvage the conversation. But the attempt only triggers Yu-hyun's power, and the room is suddenly filled with dangerous energy. Yu-hyun treats the request as a personal appeal rather than an order he has to respect. He openly suspects the association is only trying to buy time. To prove how little restraint he is under, he warns that he could turn the place to ashes and make the rumors about him true. Faced with that threat, the man questions him, and Yu-hyun calmly answers that this is still him holding back. For the first time, the representative truly grasps the danger standing in front of him. He realizes Yu-hyun feels less like a person than something monstrous. In his mind, Han Yu-hyun stands apart even from other S-class hunters as something especially inhuman. That realization hardens into fear that beings like this can never simply be allowed to roam free. He convinces himself that such wild creatures must be restrained, which is why the association's control is necessary. Even so, he hesitates, knowing the logic is not enough to solve the immediate problem. If the very leash meant to control monsters is already rotten, he sees no clear answer left. Then breaking news appears, tying the destruction at a building site to the World's Edge Guildmaster's brother. Han Eugene suddenly arrives at the scene, and both men are caught off guard by his appearance. Yu-hyun is startled to see his brother there in person. The representative is equally thrown off, having assumed Eugene was resting elsewhere, and notices the entire mood shift the moment he appears. Eugene checks the report in confusion, trying to understand what is happening. He reflects that people's behavior changes whenever Han Eugene gets involved, just as Riet once surrendered peacefully under his influence. He remembers that even Sung Hyun-jae treats Eugene with unusual warmth. Others like Park Yerim and Moon Hyuna are close to him as well, reinforcing how strangely much sway Eugene has over powerful people. The representative concludes that this unusual influence is exactly why the association wants Han Eugene nearby, since he can at least communicate with monsters in ways others cannot. At the construction site, Eugene faces the aftermath with a tired, unimpressed calm. When someone checks on him, he admits he misjudged the situation. Seeing how bad things really are, he regrets not taking the easier route from the beginning. As reporters press him for a statement, Eugene dryly agrees that the scene is indeed terrifying. Still covering part of his face, he apologizes and explains that the building did not simply collapse on its own. He clarifies that his brother is not the cause and reveals that an undiscovered dungeon nearby is responsible instead. When the crowd fails to understand, Eugene realizes they still cannot perceive the real threat. He begins to spell it out by telling them to look up at something enormous, what he identifies as a dragon. As panic starts to spread, Eugene contemptuously addresses the reporters who were eager to smear his brother. The dragon's massive body emerges over the ruined site, while Eugene pointedly suggests they now have the disaster story they wanted. He mocks them further, saying this should be enough material for their article. Then the dungeon fully ruptures, and the crowd finally understands they are facing a dragon from an A-rank dungeon and must flee. The dragon roars and turns the crisis into immediate mortal danger. The news instantly flips from blaming the guild master to reporting a total dungeon break and complete destruction. The association's man can only sweat as events spiral beyond control. The dragon lunges with a savage roar. It bears down on the area, ready to tear through everything in its path. Civilians and reporters scatter in terror as the dungeon break becomes undeniable. In the middle of the evacuation, Eugene cheerfully points out that the story about the World's Edge Guild master rampaging was false after all. Completely at ease, he tells the dragon to destroy the now empty building instead, since everyone inside has already been evacuated. The dragon responds with pleased obedience rather than hostility toward him. At Eugene's command, it smashes the structure apart, fulfilling his request like a pampered pet. Watching the result, Eugene happily concludes he should have handled things this way from the start. Noah concludes that stopping the awakening dungeon is simple in theory. He just has to get rid of the water feeding it. As the rain falls over the ruined area, Chief Officer Song reflects that the guild has accepted Noah's offer, and that this may be the first time he has seen someone act so selflessly. His subordinates rush in with an update that the dragon is gone, and they are now checking whether any monsters remain. Before Song can settle the situation, someone approaches carrying an umbrella. It turns out to be Yuhyun, who arrives with Han Eugene and immediately calls out to his older brother. Eugene fusses over Noah for standing in the rain and pulls him under the umbrella, making it clear he came to look after him. When Noah asks why Eugene came instead of resting, Eugene admits he saw him on the news and came at once. Noah tries to take Eugene home, but Eugene instead invites Noah and the others to leave together under the umbrella. Noah refuses the offer of a ride, insisting the car only fits two and that he can manage on his own. Eugene answers that refusal with a mischievous smile. He jokingly solves the space problem by suggesting Noah can simply sit on his lap, leaving Song to watch in disbelief. Song is so thrown by what he just heard that he can barely process it. Watching Eugene casually cling to Noah, Song realizes the supposedly dangerous F-class hunter has completely tamed the feared beast-class hunter. That impression only deepens as Song sees Noah quietly submit to Eugene's lead instead of resisting him. Soon after, Noah and Eugene leave the scene together by car. During the drive, Eugene explains that he spoke with Chief Officer Song and got the sense Song would not stay silent if he learned too much. Eugene then brings up rumors that the association has been troubling Noah lately. Noah says he intends to handle those people himself, but Eugene stops him and admits he deliberately kept Eugene out of it before. That confession catches Eugene off guard. When Eugene presses for the reason, Noah warns that telling him would only make him interfere anyway, and Eugene openly agrees that he would. Noah finally reveals that a faction inside the association is trying to negotiate with a foreign country by using him as leverage. The car falls quiet as the weight of that revelation settles between them. Eugene struggles to grasp what it means to be used that way. For a moment, he is too baffled to respond normally. He blurts out the most absurd possibility first, wondering if the association is actually trying to sell Noah. Noah clarifies that the association is split internally, and that the people targeting him are not acting with one unified purpose. He explains that some of them simply want to keep him under control, but others are trying to hand him over to another country in exchange for different benefits. Eugene realizes that means a government agency is effectively participating in human trafficking and that a specialized hunter is being treated like a bargaining chip, which Noah confirms is essentially treason. Noah adds that exposing this scandal could seriously damage the association, and that Guild Master Jupiak has been gathering evidence because the situation has become impossible to ignore. When Eugene asks how Sung Hyun-jae learned about it, Noah says Hyun-jae has international connections and that he has also been deliberately stirring up scandals to pressure the association. Noah admits he expected the association to come after him more aggressively if he made himself easier to target, but instead they surrounded him with excessive security. Eugene realizes Noah's provocation has worked, though not in the way he expected. He reasons that Noah became even more valuable to the association after publicly revealing his promise sprout skill. At the same time, Eugene sees that the resulting scandals are damaging Noah's public image, and he hates that Noah is being isolated because of it. Eugene dismisses that concern and focuses on the strategy instead, deciding that if the enemy is taking the bait, they should force the issue. Noah pauses, unsure what Eugene is about to do. Eugene immediately calls Chief Officer Song and announces that he is going to confess publicly that Hunter Noah has been knocking out other hunters. He wears a sly smile as he commits to the plan. Eugene explains that since the association made the first move, he intends to make them pay something in return. The story shifts to a live outdoor broadcast where Eugene happily interacts with monsters, delighting in how impressive they are in person. The program introduces him as the world's only monster tamer, Hunter Han Eugene, and praises his unusual bond with cute monsters. When asked for his secret, Eugene says there is no trick to it, only steady love and attention. He keeps the atmosphere warm and approachable, turning the interview into a friendly public display. In the middle of filming, Noah unexpectedly appears and cheerfully calls out to Eugene like an affectionate younger brother. Eugene is stunned to see the World's Edge Guild Master show up so openly, while Noah greets him with playful familiarity. The two immediately fall into exaggerated sibling antics, making their closeness impossible to miss. Even with the broadcast still live, Noah acts completely at ease, and Eugene realizes he is not leaving anytime soon. The production team welcomes Noah enthusiastically and remarks that he feels far more refreshing and personable than his severe image on the news. Noah smoothly says he only tries to appear dependable for the media, letting viewers glimpse a softer side of him. When someone comments on how close the two seem, Eugene answers simply that they are the only family each other has. During a warm interview, Eugene proudly praises his younger brother and their close bond, while the brother is embarrassed by how openly he is being adored. Eugene explains away his brother's roughness as worry, saying his own dangerous work keeps drawing trouble toward him. He pushes the guilt further, apologizing for being the reason his brother is resented, which unsettles everyone listening. Playing up his weakness, Eugene blames everything on himself for being only an F-class hunter. His brother immediately rejects that self-blame and fiercely insists Eugene still matters to him no matter how weak he is. The sentimental moment is abruptly cut short when a stern man in a suit arrives with official purpose. The newcomer identifies himself as Chief Officer Song Twon from Awakened Management, shocking the group. Song announces that Hunter Han Eugene is under arrest for injuring 3 advanced hunters, leaving Eugene stunned. Eugene's brother instantly calls the accusation absurd and denounces it as a frame-up. The surrounding crew and reporters are thrown into confusion because the charge makes no sense against someone as weak as Eugene. Despite the disbelief, Song moves forward and puts Eugene in handcuffs on the spot. Eugene realizes in horror that his arrest is being broadcast live to the public. The broadcast provokes an immediate and intense reaction online. Viewers had just been charmed by the interview and the brother's image, so the sudden arrest feels even more shocking and cruel. Public sentiment turns into blunt outrage as people demand to know why this is happening. Still trying to process it, Eugene cannot believe anyone would seriously claim he harmed a high-rank hunter. As Song orders him to confess at the station, Eugene's brother tries to stop the arrest and begs for time to clear things up. The brother falters, torn between his status and his helplessness as Eugene is taken away. Eugene tries to comfort him instead, insisting he will return soon and should not become a burden to a guild master. More allies come running in, protesting that an F-class like Eugene should not be treated so harshly. They argue that handcuffing and detaining someone this weak is excessive and dangerous in itself. Eugene breaks down as he sees everyone trying to defend him while he is dragged off. Even his bird-like child companion panics and asks where he is being taken, with its words translated for the humans. Ashamed at the thought of his children seeing him arrested, Eugene turns away and tries to shield them from the scene. His fox-like companion gently lies to the crying child, saying Eugene is only going to work and will bring back treats. While barely holding back tears, the fox promises that if the child waits patiently and studies hard, Eugene will surely return. Eugene is led away in chains as his companions cling to that hopeful lie and call after him. The incident quickly spreads beyond the broadcast and into the wider media. People on the street react in visible shock as they read the news on their phones. Online opinion completely explodes, condemning the association for humiliating and abusing someone so obviously weak. The media then distills public appeal into a simple formula for drawing sympathy. First came Beauty, embodied by the handsome brother at the center of the story. Then came Beast, represented by the adorable companions left behind in tears. By the next day, they added Baby, spotlighting a tearful young woman grieving that Eugene was taken while she was away in a dungeon. Her emotional public breakdown deepens the sense that Eugene is someone vulnerable people depend on and failed to protect. Inside detention, however, Eugene is far from miserable and lounges around eating well, amused by the fuss outside. Song visits him, and Eugene casually offers him food while joking that detention is turning into a feast. Song reports that the World's Edge Guildmaster's reputation has soared while the association is now under heavy criticism, which Eugene takes as a satisfying outcome. Song objects that he never intended things to spiral this far, but Eugene reminds him he is the one trying to clean corruption out of the association. Eugene remains relaxed and self-assured, making it clear he expected the backlash. He reveals that this entire stunt was the plan he proposed to Song as a way to force the truth into the open. His idea was to use himself as bait so the people inside the association trying to kidnap and sell him would make their move. Because the detention center is association territory, he judged it the perfect place to lure those enemies out. Song admits he agreed to ambush the kidnappers there, but not to Eugene deliberately turning public trust against the association. Eugene shrugs that the association earned this backlash through its own actions. Song warns that Eugene's response was extreme and says he could still shut the operation down and send him back. Eugene dismisses the warning, irritated that Song is hesitating now. He points out that powerful figures have kept the detention center running despite its lack of readiness, manipulated the media, and already covered up a previous Seokwon incident. Recalling all the corruption and the way the association protected abusers, Eugene challenges Song for still standing with them. He finally reveals the personal wound beneath his anger. This same system is what destroyed his previous life, and he insists a public servant should stand with the people instead. A senior hunter coldly challenges the idea that ordinary people should decide the association's future. He argues that if the association collapses, uncontrolled S-class hunters will throw society into chaos. Pressing the point, he asks whether civilians really think they can manage beings as dangerous as monsters. He warns that wishing for such a world is one thing, but pretending to stand equal to S-classes is delusion. Yu-yun immediately rejects that hierarchy and tells him he is the one misunderstanding the situation. He explains that they never wanted the association destroyed, only restored to something sane and functional. Using the food in front of him as an example, he says the system was not rotten from the start, and only decayed when outsiders seized the top positions. His solution is to remove the corrupt figures and return authority to experienced people who actually belong there. With deliberate confidence, he presents that plan as simple common sense. He goes further and openly suggests that the man before him should take the presidency. The officer is stunned to hear himself named as the ideal replacement. The shock of the proposal breaks the room's tense stillness. Something topples as the officer's composure slips under the weight of the suggestion. He grabs Yu-yun and accuses him of carelessly trying to hand power to someone just because he is strong. Even while admitting he is an A-class doing this much already, he rejects the idea that strength alone qualifies him to rule. Demanding honesty, he asks why Yu-yun truly wants to place him in that position. Yu-yun mocks any noble-sounding answer and makes it clear he expects the truth. He insists that he is completely serious. Yu-yun explains that if the association keeps chasing profit, they will never stop the spread of dungeons and need leaders who can adapt quickly to the changed world. But he also says the officer's refusal to use his own authority responsibly is no virtue, because denying his power changes nothing. Still held by the collar, Yu-yun finally states what he actually wants. What he wants most is for his brother Yu-yun to be allowed an ordinary school life. He imagines simple things for him, like making friends and dating, and the officer is caught off guard by how personal the answer is. Yu-yun continues with an even more mundane dream, his brother coming home drunk after a night out with friends and getting scolded by family. He bitterly notes that even that is impossible now, because an S-class body cannot even get drunk, so he cannot be the normal older brother he wanted to be. He admits that, at heart, he and the officer want the same thing, a world without dungeons or hunters, like before. The officer answers that they cannot simply rewind history. That reality forces a pause between them. The officer loosens his grip, no longer treating Yu-yun as just a provocateur. Instead, he places an alarm device within Yu-yun's reach. He tells him to press it when the kidnappers arrive. Left holding the device, Yu-yun quietly recognizes that the world has already changed too much for old wishes alone to matter. As the officer walks away, he condemns Yu-yun's habit of longing for the past while pretending he has no power in the present. He argues that accepting corruption, inconvenience, and the broken system as inevitable is itself a misuse of the immense influence Yu-yun already holds. Night settles over the detention center as that accusation lingers. Later, Yu-yun waits alone until someone arrives and addresses him by name. He is informed that he is being transferred to another detention facility. He appears to comply and reaches toward the alarm as if to follow the plan. But the transfer is revealed to be a trap. Once the kidnappers appear, the signal is supposed to trigger an ambush. The officer turns back, expecting Yu-yun to activate it. Instead, he notices the alarm has been left untouched. Yu-yun apologizes inwardly, deciding that being kidnapped is the only way to force the association into a crisis it cannot hide from. He goes with the abductors willingly, already committed to using himself as bait. The kidnappers load him into a black car and leave under the guards' noses. The escort proceeds as if everything is routine, helping the deception hold. Yu-yun quickly realizes this is no official transport at all. Inside the car, the fake escorts joke crudely to lower his guard, while another tells him to stop talking nonsense. Yu-yun plays along with a light remark about blood types, while hidden curse contracts react to the breach in his restraints and begin transmitting. Calmly revealing he prepared for this, he explains that he set up multiple curse contracts to function as communication devices. By breaking one of those contracts now, he sends word of his abduction to the World's Edge Guild. The captive reveals he hid his blood type by writing contracts that forbade discussing it, then learns the kidnappers have finally arrived. A spectral scout reports that the target is being tracked toward Gangseogu and confirms the kidnappers switched vehicles along the way. The magical tracker follows the new car from above, keeping the pursuit locked onto the moving target. At a command center, the team receives the vehicle's license plate and moves to identify it immediately. Suk takes charge of the search, confident he can trace the kidnappers through the plate number. Watching from above, the scout worries they may be too late and considers intervening at once. Before any rescue can begin, the kidnappers unexpectedly stop their cars again and gather around the prisoner. The bound young man is pulled out and handled like cargo while he tries to understand what they are doing. In the middle of that transfer, he suddenly triggers a teleport and vanishes from the roadside. The kidnappers react instantly, knocking him down as soon as he reappears and preventing any escape. Once he is subdued, they order his belongings stripped away, treating his condition only as a matter of preserving his sale value. Pinned to the floor, he realizes he has been teleported onto a plane and starts wondering who has the power to move him like this. His restraints and personal items are removed one by one as the kidnappers search him thoroughly. He protests the humiliating search, but they remind him that kidnapping itself has already put them far beyond caring about legality. Trying to protect what little he has, he begs them not to take his earring and points out that they themselves said he must not be damaged. The search suddenly reveals a tiny hidden creature, startling the kidnappers and exposing the one thing he did not expect them to find. They identify the creature as an F-class monster and realize he had concealed it on his person the whole time. He is just as shocked, because the little monster should have been left behind at home. Unable to use his broken status window to check, he suspects the creature may somehow have teleported to him on its own. When the creature weakens, he panics and demands a high-class magic stone to keep it from starving to death. Though they complain about the cost, the kidnappers feed the tiny monster expensive stones while he urges it to eat. They decide the expense can be charged to the future buyer, and casually mention that both captive and monster are being prepared for a listing. When he questions that word, one of them makes him face the truth instead of clinging to false hope. She tells him plainly that he was not kidnapped for detention but to be sold at a human auction. As the plane crosses the night sky, he learns wealthy buyers from around the world are already gathering to bid on awakened people like him. His captor explains that once sold, he will disappear from society forever, officially reduced to a missing person no one can recover. He is horrified by how close this is to outright trafficking, but he steadies himself with the thought that his location is still being tracked live. Elsewhere, his ally activates a prepared tracking method, determined to find him no matter where he has been taken. The search team rallies around the effort and asks for the captive's current location as the tracker closes in. While the captive tries to learn where he is being taken, the tracker begins to identify the destination. The search finally resolves the signal to a specific place, and the answer shocks them: Hong Kong. The story shifts to the dense city where the trafficking operation is based, confirming he has been moved overseas. Night falls over Hong Kong as the transfer continues deeper into the city's criminal network. A luxury car carries him away from the airport, showing that his captors are delivering him to high-end buyers rather than hiding him in some warehouse. From the back seat, he bitterly reflects that his first trip abroad happened only because he was kidnapped. His mood darkens further, as he realizes the absurdity of his situation is only getting worse. A polished broker greets him warmly and pretends this is hospitality, even as the captive recognizes him as just another kidnapper. When confronted, the man denies being the mastermind and presents himself as merely an intermediary. He introduces himself as Agent Henry Gregson, a broker who profits by locating valuable awakened people and placing them with buyers. Henry explains that Hong Kong thrives on this trade because its concentration of awakened people and international access make it ideal for gathering buyers. To criminals like Henry, the city is simply a convenient marketplace, and the captive sees through the euphemisms immediately. Henry admits he expects an enormous price for this sale and tells the captive to enjoy himself until the auction begins. That phrase catches the captive's attention, because it sounds less like a threat and more like a clue he can use. He remembers his contract's hidden safeguard: if he is kidnapped and his life is endangered, a curse resistance effect should activate no matter the circumstances. He is brought into an extravagant hotel suite, stunned that his prison is being disguised as luxury. Henry encourages him to relax there, treating captivity like premium service while a bodyguard stands by to enforce it. When the captive tests whether this kindness is real, Henry explains that they need him healthy and presentable because he is a valuable F-class item. Henry grants him access to the hotel's amenities but makes clear that a guard at the door makes escape impossible. After Henry leaves, the captive is finally alone in the suite with the tiny monster and a brief chance to act. He deliberately breaks the contract's restriction, triggering the hidden curse resistance clause and sending a covert notice that he has arrived safely. He rejects the idea of being sold at auction and decides that once the association's trail is secured, he will return to settle things with them. Before dealing with that larger fight, he indulges himself with a luxurious stay and treats the hotel like a temporary reward. He throws himself into the fantasy of comfort, enjoying fine dining and service as if he can briefly forget the danger around him. Even while relaxing, he keeps reviewing what he knows. The Hunter Association has been investigating missing awakened people, and the guild tied to him has become entangled in that search. He reassures himself that Noah's side will eventually identify everyone involved, and he plans to disappear before any auction can claim him. That plan is interrupted when he finds a note hidden under the meal cover announcing a change of plans. Realizing someone has reached him directly, he is startled that the message was even written in Korean, making it unmistakably meant for him. The sender reveals himself as the blonde man, arriving casually with fruit juice as though this were an ordinary visit. The young man immediately tries to shut him out and regain control of the situation. He doubles down by locking the door and refusing the intrusion. When the blonde man still confronts him, he accuses him of being part of the trafficking operation and demands to know whose side he is on. The blonde man dismisses the accusation, saying he is not interested in a simple sale and implying the young man has always misunderstood his role. He adds that the guild leaders likely already know he is here, and may even have agents inside the hotel already. Elsewhere, the guild's people are indeed mobilizing, with Yaren preparing herself as the operation begins to move. A suited ally joins in, making clear they are about to ask for cooperation rather than simply observe. Back at the room, the blonde man invokes a favor owed from when he previously handed the young man over, forcing him to listen. He asks to add one more condition to the escape plan, leaving the young man wary of this sudden demand from someone who appeared out of nowhere. The proposal expands into something much bigger. The blonde man has rented out the entire infinity pool and surrounding area to create a private staging ground. The absurd luxury of the setup sinks in, even down to Payak floating around comfortably, making the scale of his resources impossible to ignore. As the young man settles into this strange hospitality, he is told his mango juice has arrived, only to realize another familiar face has entered the scene. Yeren appears disguised as hotel staff, and her sudden arrival shocks him because she has infiltrated the hotel to reach him. He questions how such a flimsy disguise could work with guards everywhere, suspecting the infiltration should have failed immediately. Yeren explains that the glasses are not the real trick. She is using one of Uncle Song's items to borrow someone else's appearance, and she switched places with an actual staff member. She reports that the guild master has entered the auction as a participant, and the rest of the team rushed to prepare once they learned what was happening. Still trying to understand how all of this came together so quickly, he asks how Uncle Song got involved at all. The answer is simple. An invitation reached the blonde man under one of his alternate identities, advertising a coming sale of a precious item. He clarifies that the invitation did not go to the guild itself but to another name he uses, showing he maintains multiple identities suited for circles like this. He explains that these auctions attract more than hunter guilds, drawing in powerful outsiders who send representatives to bid on illegal and extraordinary goods. The young man realizes that even the blonde man's disguised identity carries enough status to be welcomed into that world, revealing just how far his influence extends. Then the blonde man reveals the real favor he wants. He intends for the young man to take part in the auction itself. The suggestion sounds like volunteering him to be sold, and he reacts in outrage. But the blonde man insists he will take responsibility and bid if necessary. What matters more to him is using this chance to expose and destroy the corruption inside the association by targeting the traffickers directly. He bluntly identifies Eugene Han as the perfect bait to draw the hidden buyers and sellers into the open. Back at the poolside, Yeren reframes the situation as a cleanup operation. Now that they are here, they should wipe out this trafficking den. When she praises Uncle Song for sounding unexpectedly principled, the young man undercuts that image and says the man is probably just personally irritated by the trade. In his view, Uncle Song is less driven by justice than by a refusal to tolerate something ugly continuing in front of him. Yeren takes that logic to a violent extreme and assumes helping him means killing every participant, prompting immediate pushback. She is stopped and told the plan has been refined, because her role is not indiscriminate slaughter but a more controlled form of backup. As night falls over the city, the young man accepts the core idea: the traffickers deserve to be wiped out. He also decides this venue is the perfect place to reverse the power dynamic, and the team confirms they have prepared clothes suitable for sending him upstairs into the event. Dressed for the occasion, he is transformed from hunted prey into someone who can enter the auction space on equal footing, with Payak still at his side. He feels overprepared, but his escort insists the extravagance fits an event built for obscene wealth. The escort explains that this is not a simple black market sale, but a place where transactions worth billions or even trillions are made in secret. The buyers include tycoons seeking dungeon resources and magical beasts, as well as entrepreneurs profiting from slave contracts tied to hunters and dungeon labor. Hearing the full scope of it, he reduces the gathering to its essence: it is a party for garbage. Inside, the event is framed around one main attraction, and tonight that centerpiece is Hunter Eugene Han himself. When told the pre-auction performance should be a highlight, he answers with cold practicality that if he is being sold, he may as well think about how to end up with the least terrible owner. His escort laughs off the remark and assures him he will be treated well wherever he goes, exposing the rot and hypocrisy of the people running the event. With everything in place, the escort leads him onward, signaling that it is time to go up and enter the true stage of the auction. He steps forward into the next phase, crossing the threshold from preparation into the trap they intend to spring. The gathering waits for the arrival of the famed hunter Eugene Han. Eugene enters the auction hall under everyone's attention, escorted by the host and carrying himself with wary composure. The glare and scrutiny irritate him, but he keeps moving forward. Something about the scene immediately puts him on alert. He is led onto the stage as the center of the event. The auctioneer welcomes the crowd and unveils the day's final attraction. Eugene realizes with shock that the item being presented is him. The audience is told they are seeing the world's only beast tamer, a newly revealed non-awakened ability user rare enough to bypass even heavy security. The masked bidders treat him like an amusing curiosity and demand proof of his talent. The auctioneer raises the stakes further by claiming ownership of Eugene could reshape the world's balance of power, and opens bidding at an absurdly high price while human captives sit caged behind him. He publicly identifies the merchandise as Han Eugene of Korea. Eugene snatches the microphone and openly condemns the illegal auction and the people running it. The room falls into a tense hush as he forces the buyers to listen. He rejects being treated as an object and insists that, for now, he stands before them as a person equal to them. He makes clear he has no intention of being sold indiscriminately, and warns that his skills cannot be exploited efficiently through brute force. Using the auctioneer's permission as cover, he announces that his sale will proceed only under a condition of his own. His defiance provokes immediate contempt from the crowd, but he notices a response that matters. One woman mocks his arrogance, yet Eugene recognizes that open hostility is exactly what he can use. She dismisses him as overrated, arguing that in a world full of monsters his talent is not as extraordinary as advertised. Eugene plays along with the criticism, joking that even if he could tame dungeon monsters, the cost and trouble would make it impractical. He keeps baiting the room by downplaying his value and insulting their assumptions, drawing the woman further in. The woman steps forward, eager to expose him. To test him, she releases a chain monster into the hall. Eugene is caught off guard by how far she is willing to go. As the beast is unleashed near the stage, the crowd realizes the situation has become genuinely dangerous. The woman orders Eugene to tame the monster on the spot if he wants to prove his worth. The enraged creature lunges straight at him before he can prepare. Panic erupts as the audience screams for security while the attack spirals out of control. Eugene is left directly in the monster's jaws with no time to escape. Desperate, he reaches for any shield, barrier, or defensive item that might save him. A violent blast erupts between him and the beast. The explosion sends fire and shock through the hall, scattering the crowd. When the smoke clears, an elderly man is revealed stopping the monster with one hand. He stands between Eugene and the beast, having taken the attack in his place. Eugene recognizes him as auction participant Ian Holton and realizes he is not awakened either. Ian bitterly admits he should never have volunteered himself as bait from the start, and addresses someone he calls brother. Eugene is stunned by the sudden intervention and what it implies. A blue-haired younger man appears nearby, and Eugene understands that Ian switched places with his younger brother, who had originally come disguised as an old man. The room is astonished that the timid-looking man from before is now holding back the monster with a single hand. When asked to explain, Ian calmly says he is only using a defensive item, not awakened power. That answer gives Eugene the opening he needs. He excitedly thanks Ian and declares that if Ian awakens, he will certainly become S rank. The woman scoffs at the claim and accuses Eugene of making an obvious ploy for attention, insisting Ian's chances are negligible. Eugene immediately turns her mockery into leverage by proposing that Ian awaken on the spot as repayment for saving him. He loudly reframes his beast-taming ability as an emotional skill as well, implying he can sense and influence the feelings needed to trigger awakening. Privately, he tells Ian's younger brother that this is a bluff and urges him to cooperate, reasoning that the secrecy of the auction will keep the lie contained long enough. Without giving anyone time to object, Eugene starts a dramatic countdown while the younger brother prepares a fire-based effect in his hand. A blinding burst of flame detonates, turning the staged awakening into a spectacle. The crowd erupts in shock and excitement, convinced they may be witnessing something extraordinary from Sir Ian. As blue energy begins to surge around him, the performance crosses into something that looks alarmingly real. As Ian's power surges, the crowd realizes he has become dramatically stronger. He proves it immediately by crushing a monster with his bare hands. His assault continues in a violent burst that tears through the creatures around him. Seeing monsters fall to nothing but his fist leaves the onlookers stunned. The audience begins to wonder if they have just witnessed a true awakening. Amid the uproar, Eugene remains calm and takes in the reaction. The shock spreads as people start believing he may even be able to awaken others. One organizer watches with delight, sensing that the night has become far more interesting. It is explained that most buyers at this secret auction are wealthy non-awakened elites who cannot enter dungeons themselves. Because they envy the power and status of awakeners, they gather to buy rare items and dream of obtaining that world by proxy. To them, winning Eugene could mean influence on a national scale, so his value skyrockets. A bold bidder openly declares she likes what she sees and intends to outspend everyone. Eugene answers her confidence with a composed smile, already in control of the room. He challenges the assumption that money alone will decide anything. Using a special privilege, he immediately rejects that bidder from the auction. Her outrage is met with the reminder that the rules gave him that authority from the start. The host explains that tonight's featured product, Hunter Han Eugene, has been granted 3 rejection rights as both a courtesy and part of the spectacle. Those rights let him either expel bidders he dislikes or help a preferred bidder stay in contention. The crowd is forced to accept that winning him now requires more than wealth. They must also win his favor. The first rejected bidder is formally expelled for causing trouble and can no longer participate. Eugene turns the humiliation into entertainment, noting that everyone will now compete for his approval. When the crowd demands to know what he wants, he makes clear that character matters more than empty showmanship. Since he cannot judge everyone personally, he proposes evaluating potential owners through the items they choose to present. He calls on them to bring forward the item they are most confident in. He raises the standard further, demanding not only the ability to obtain precious items, but also the generosity to present them without hesitation. Some bidders worry that openly displaying top-grade items could invite theft, even if the auction house promises to return them afterward. Others decide the risk may be worth it, and urge everyone to stay calm so the chance is not lost. Noticing the hesitation, Eugene prepares to force the issue himself. He suddenly grabs Ian and uses him as part of an improvised demonstration. Before anyone understands what is happening, a chain lashes out toward Eugene. The chain wraps around him and hoists him into the air, shocking the room. Even while restrained, Eugene brushes it off as a deliberate act to stir the crowd. A new bidder steps forward and mocks Eugene for overestimating himself. The man, head of the Sewn Guild, insists that a product should know its place and behave modestly. Eugene answers with sarcasm, pretending this rough treatment is acceptable between acquaintances. The guild leader makes his hostility plain, saying he has wanted to correct Eugene's arrogance since their first meeting. The crowd reacts in confusion and excitement as Eugene realizes the rumors about this man's self-righteousness were true. While some privately condemn the cruelty, the guild leader tightens his grip and presses the intimidation further. Ian steps in and tells him to stop, unable to watch Eugene be handled that way. Yujin quietly restrains Ian, admitting he never expected Ian to have to bear this burden, while observers marvel that an elderly man is still resisting the pressure of awakening. The guild leader then releases the chain with calculated confidence. Freed but still ringed by chains, Yujin quickly regains his composure. The guild leader orders the chains displayed, presenting them as enough to secure the winning bid. Yujin immediately understands the tactic. By boldly revealing an SS-grade weapon, the man lowers everyone else's nerve to compete. He also sees the next move at once when the guild leader spends another rejection right to eliminate the rival most likely to challenge him. To break that momentum, Yujin casually praises a mere A-grade bracelet instead, signaling that his preferences do not follow simple rank. He presses the room by asking whether that is truly the best anyone can do. That challenge finally stirs the crowd into thinking they still have a chance. Just as the atmosphere shifts, something soft and blue sweeps in around Yujin. A woman suddenly wraps him in an S-grade item called Wave of Muggo's shawl and brightly offers it for his approval. At the auction, the host drives the crowd into a frenzy by offering rare S-grade gear one item after another. The bidders close in on the disguised young man, pushing flashy treasures on him and treating him like the prize everyone wants to claim. As an S-grade necklace is proposed, he stays outwardly calm but clearly feels the pressure tightening around him. The auctioneer keeps naming elite items and their owners, making it obvious that powerful hunters are throwing absurd wealth at him. He realizes the room has become openly predatory, with people valuing him as something to possess rather than a person. Deciding he has seen enough, he quietly prepares to make his move. Elsewhere in the hall, some guests notice the guild leader has already left, unaware that the real disturbance is only beginning. Outside on the roof, a man stands beside a dragon under the night sky, ready to carry out a separate operation. Following Yoon Ji-hun's orders, he signals that it is time to begin the cleanup. With a confident smile, he starts the plan as if he has been waiting for this exact moment. Storm clouds gather over the city, and lightning suddenly tears across the skyline. The unnatural thunder intensifies, turning the weather itself into part of the setup. Inside, the guests are unsettled by the storm because it was never supposed to rain. On the rooftop, the blonde man channels lightning through his hands, deliberately shaping the chaos. He unleashes that power across the city, feeding energy into the larger trap. Nearby buildings begin going dark one by one as the system is manipulated. From above, the blackout spreads through the district, isolating the auction house. At the same time, preparations on the ground are confirmed. Neighboring buildings have been disabled and magic stones have been planted along the shore. The dragon watches over the glowing crystals as the plan leaves the surrounding area dark while drawing all attention to a single target. Inside the auction house, an accomplice finishes brightening the rooms and closing the curtains to complete the staged atmosphere. As intended, the waterfront tower now shines alone like a beacon in the darkness. The sea itself is dressed with scattered crystals, making the whole scene look luxurious and irresistible. At the center of that spectacle, the young man is presented like a glamorous treasure being offered to eager buyers. He notes that the valuables piled onto him may already exceed his own worth, exposing how grotesque the bidding has become. Then he seizes the microphone and asks, before the bidding starts, whether anyone is willing to let him go if they win. The room falls into stunned silence, caught off guard by the question. He clarifies that he is being sold, but the rabbits taken with him are like family, so he wants their freedom too. He goes further, suggesting a cooperative relationship without human trafficking, which only confuses the audience. The crowd breaks into mocking laughter, dismissing him as naive and reminding each other that no one came here to act humanely. He answers that of course they would laugh, because everyone present is complicit in what this place really is. Instead of accepting their ownership, he declares he will keep every item they offered and later distribute them to hunters who actually risk their lives in dungeons. That promise shocks the bidders, who protest that this was supposed to be a show and demand their valuables back. The outrage escalates as one buyer accuses him of already stealing the slaves he purchased. A bespectacled ally arrives carrying someone over his shoulder and cheerfully claims he is only here to clean up. The auction staff demand an explanation, assuming the regular employees were sent away for some organized scheme. The young man smugly refuses to deny it, making clear this disruption is entirely intentional. He announces that the real event is starting now. At that cue, a dragon crashes into the auction house, turning his declaration into open assault. The beast dives through the hall like a dungeon break, sending the guests into panic. When it spits poison, the room erupts into desperate screams and people scramble to survive. The crowd flees in chaos as the attack tears apart any remaining pretense of a refined auction. In the middle of the turmoil, the young man and his ally mount the dragon, and he tells Noah to hold on while he takes a short break from fighting. A swirling portal-like force opens through the hall as the dragon carries them through the collapsing scene. The dragon bursts out toward the open night, escaping the building in a shower of debris and light. One of the men below realizes too late that Yerem's side is involved in the operation. A tiny flying thief snatches away a valuable item, drawing furious attention in the middle of the escape. Its owner yells for help and rages over his stolen goods while another victim struggles beneath the ongoing commotion. Below, the hidden holding area is exposed as a pit full of captives, and the traffickers try to threaten the intruders with the consequences of revealing it. An accomplice calmly dismisses the threat, saying no scandal will leak because something rising from below is about to devour everyone there. That final revelation leaves the auctioneer reeling as the scale of the trap becomes clear. A sudden disturbance below makes one of the riders realize something dangerous is rising toward them. Beneath the sea, a massive dark current surges upward while the group remains directly in its path. The dragon rider urgently orders Yerim to take over flying so he can deal with the threat himself. As the waters twist into a black waterspout, he recognizes the phenomenon with alarm. 2 red lights appear inside the vortex, revealing that the whirlpool is not natural. A gigantic tentacle bursts out of the sea and confirms the monster's arrival. They identify it as the Kraken and realize it is large enough to engulf the entire hotel district. The narration explains that Hong Kong had once been packed with dungeons, and one future dungeon break would become the trigger for the city's collapse before the speaker regressed. That disaster began with a rare offshore underwater dungeon whose monsters were mostly left undiscovered until they emerged into the open sea. At a later meal, the regressor recalls that the dungeon was found only last year and that it contained an S-rank boss, the sea beast called Kraken. When asked whether such a monster should have remained underwater, he explains that it usually does, but he already knows its behavior patterns. He treats the conversation as the perfect chance to reveal just enough foreknowledge to prepare for what is coming. About a year later, the predicted dungeon break erupts on a Hong Kong beach and sends civilians fleeing from sea monsters. The break itself seems manageable, but after the evacuation the darkened waterfront becomes the stage for something far worse. Only one building remains lit as a temporary shelter for hunters, drawing attention in the darkness. Inside, the hunters suddenly realize a new threat is approaching their refuge. Their fear proves justified when an enormous tentacle rises outside the building and dwarfs everyone present. The Kraken crawls ashore, smashing everything within reach and becoming the symbol of Hong Kong's downfall. The flashback catches up to the present as that same catastrophe begins again in real time. A colossal tentacle slams into the waterfront structure and starts tearing through it. The Kraken wraps itself around the high rise and crushes it as if claiming the whole building. Watching from above, the regressor explains that they deliberately recreated the same conditions and even used stronger magic storage to amplify the beacon effect, while someone below panics over the auction house and its customers. Another ally is horrified that their own livelihood has been used as bait. The regressor brushes off the complaint and tells the auction organizer to leave cleanup for later because the priority is killing the monster now. An excited teammate marvels that the octopus is as large as the hotel and calls on Yerim to get ready. The plan is laid out clearly. Let the Kraken finish wrecking the auction house, then intercept it before it can retreat back to sea. Their leader confidently reminds the others that they already know exactly how this hunt is supposed to work. He frames the operation as a chance to seize valuable items, wipe out human traffickers, and protect Hong Kong's future all at once. With that, he commits fully to the gamble and urges them to solve everything in one move. From the ground, the team faces the towering Kraken coiled around the building and prepares to execute the trap. The regressor recalls the key reason the Kraken evaded hunters for half a year in the original timeline. Whenever it was pressured, it fled back into the sea and hid. So he orders the others to lure it out with light and drag it completely onto land before it can escape again. As the setup begins, one ally rises into position while water and energy gather around the battlefield. Another times a violent water surge with an electrical attack, turning the area into a coordinated shock trap. At the same time, Yerim activates her freezing strike, aiming to pierce the target before the current disperses. A glowing sphere of power forms as the combined attack reaches its critical moment. Golden orbs spread across the night sky around the Kraken, transforming the battlefield into a controlled killing zone. One teammate admires the spectacle, comparing it to a festive banquet, while the others keep their focus on the operation. Even amid the attack, the group slips into familiar banter, showing how practiced and comfortable they are fighting together. But the Kraken proves tougher than expected and keeps moving freely on land despite the trap. Seeing that, a woman charges in and calls for Sung to bind the monster's legs. He immediately answers her command and channels his power into the next restraint. A concentrated bolt of golden force crashes down toward the Kraken like a spear. The strike detonates against the monster and the building around it, blasting the battlefield with violent force. The woman warns that cold and electricity alone may not be enough against a creature whose nature resists both. She proposes the next step on the fly: freeze the building debris itself, and use it to pin the Kraken in place. The battlefield erupts in ice as the structure and surrounding wreckage are rapidly frozen together. The Kraken is finally caught in the frozen mass, and the team praises Yerim for locking it down so effectively. The regressor says the monster cannot be held for long and must be finished in a single decisive blow, then reveals he has the means to do it with the purest flame of their world's first spirit. He brings forth a small red salamander-like spirit, unveiling the source of that final firepower. A hidden ally activates a contact-based attack boost and forces the protagonist to share Yerim's senses through his eyes. As the borrowed perception settles in, he is jolted by the unfamiliar flood of another person's bodily awareness. He focuses on reproducing that sensation, trying to move as Yerim would while channeling his own fire spirit. He realizes he must accept Yerim's way of using power just as she once accepted the Mermaid Queen's skill despite lacking water affinity. Following that logic, he decides to accept Irin's flame as his own instead of treating it as something separate. Because the fire already matches his nature, the fusion succeeds quickly and erupts with violent force. His brother understands at once that the plan has worked and watches in alarm as the power spikes. The protagonist's transformed eyes confirm the connection is complete, and he calmly prepares to move. Irin answers his will and surges outward from his hand. The released flame detonates with a scale far beyond ordinary fire. Even the surrounding cityscape is lit by the blast as embers scatter through the night. The fire crashes down into the battlefield like a descending pillar. Its mere touch overwhelms the Kraken, proving this flame can devastate a monster instantly. Recognizing the danger radius, his brother urgently orders everyone to keep their distance. The protagonist tightens control and draws the fire into a stable, elongated form in his hand. The flame condenses into a true weapon rather than a shapeless blaze. He swings that burning blade in a massive arc toward the Kraken. The strike tears through the monster with enough force to split the battlefield open. An observer realizes this precision should have been impossible with normal fire. He recalls that shaping flame this exactly was once only possible after far greater advancement, and the acquisition of black blood flame before regression. Now, however, the spirit flame obeys him freely, giving him that level of control far earlier than it should. Using that control, he drives the blazing weapon down with lethal certainty. The attack spears straight through the Kraken from above. Flame continues to bore through the creature in a relentless vertical strike. The burning point pierces directly into the monster's eye, its weak spot. The impact explodes through the skull in a blinding burst. The Kraken's head is destroyed as fire consumes the remains. What is left of the attack collapses into smoke and drifting embers. Witnesses are stunned that the Kraken was eliminated in a single blow. They realize it was not only the monster that was erased, but nearly the entire surrounding area. His brother notes that the doubled attack skill was unnecessary because the spirit's raw power alone was overwhelming. With water washing and fire sterilizing the site, almost no trace of the battle remains. They quickly shape the official story. The auction participants died in the dungeon break, and the monster was handled by Heian, the guild leader who came to save his brother. Heian and some are assigned to manage the rescued low-awakened survivors while the gathered items are sorted out. During that cleanup, one recovered chain is returned to Hyun-jae's son. Its identification reveals Noble Searcher's chain, an item of moonlight that scales with its holder and is forged from the deepest waning moon. That description immediately raises suspicion because moonlight forged from a crescent moon points to a specific hidden faction. The protagonist connects it to the crescent moon group mentioned by the Lizard Master and starts wondering whether Hyun-jae once made a contract with those traitors before losing the memory through regression. He tests the idea by asking Hyun-jae directly about crescent moon. Hyun-jae first misunderstands the question as being about the moon in the sky. Then his expression changes as he senses something wrong before anyone else does. He warns that the fight is not actually over, leaving the others confused for only a moment. An instant later, the protagonist is suddenly seized and yanked through the air by an unseen attacker. A violent explosion follows where he had just been standing. His brother is thrown down by the blast and barely shields himself. Amid the burning aftermath, a new enemy appears above the flames and mockingly praises the protagonist for surviving. Feeling the lingering doubled attack effect through Yu-hyun, the intruder finally understands what happened in the earlier battle. He recalls the Barber Dungeon incident, when he tried to take Yu-hyun away while riding with the dragon Yerim. From that memory he accuses the protagonist of intending to kill everyone present then, including Yerim, Song-han Kim, Hyun-jae Sung, and the others. Caught off guard by the accusation and the attacker's sudden return, the protagonist can only demand an explanation. A tense silence hangs before the guild master's confidence makes clear he has understood what is happening. He calmly announces that the young master has realized the truth, as if he has been waiting for this turn. That realization is immediately followed by a violent eruption of fire and force. Outside, people mistake the blast for another dungeon break and flee in panic as the city falls into chaos again. The destructive energy spreads so wildly that it looks like lightning tearing through everything. In the middle of the blast, one man shields another and tries to pull him out of the danger. Even while restraining Yu-hyun, he begs him to stop and settle this without more violence. The guild master is struck by the surging flames but still remains standing against the attack. Another force crashes into the clash, trying to interrupt the fight and force both sides to stop. Yu-hyun realizes this resembles the first time Hyun-jae shared the doubled attack effect, when Hyun-jae nearly killed everyone while he himself was unconscious. That memory troubles him because the same skill never caused this before, making him suspect something has gone wrong with Hyun-jae. He still tries to talk Yu-hyun down, but Yu-hyun refuses because Hyun-jae truly has become a danger to his brother. Yu-hyun blames Hyun-jae for the Sudim dungeon disaster and for dragging everyone into the current auction crisis. Before the fight can go further, Noah and Yerim descend and demand to know why this battle suddenly started. Yu-hyun answers with another burst of fire instead of an explanation. The attack shoots upward toward the newcomers, turning his hostility on them as well. The others are horrified that the guild master now seems to be attacking allies without reason. Hyun-jae, burning and half detached, decides that anyone who interferes should simply be erased. His thoughts turn fully destructive, and Yu-hyun is shocked by how far Hyun-jae's mind has slipped. Hyun-jae resolves to burn everything that threatens his brother, reducing the world to something simple and manageable. Yu-hyun carries the unconscious brother away through the flames, trying to escape before Hyun-jae does something worse. Watching Hyun-jae's behavior, the others conclude he has completely lost control. Then they notice his glowing eyes and realize this is not ordinary rage. Because both Hyun-jae and Island show the same red-eyed state, they suspect this madness is a side effect of accepting Island's power. Trying to remove the source, one of them grabs the small fire spirit outright. At the same time, a teacher class support skill is activated, as if someone is digging through buried knowledge to find a way to respond. The one holding Island realizes the spirit's heat is overwhelming and dangerous to handle directly. Yoo-hyun pauses with his brother over his shoulder, confused by the sudden intervention and by what has been done to the guild master. Others call out in alarm, trying to understand what the guild master did and whether Yoo-hyun can still be stopped. The battlefield erupts again, forcing everyone to keep moving through the spreading fire. Yerim braces herself against the heat and chaos, realizing how close they are to losing control of the situation. Hyun-jae regains enough composure to warn that the doubled attack effect is still active, so everyone must be careful. Noah questions whether Yoo-hyun can even think clearly while carrying his unconscious brother, but Yoo-hyun grimly presses on. Consumed by a warped urge to protect, Yoo-hyun decides he must finish cleaning up the threat before his brother wakes. The others recognize that his protective instinct has twisted into arson and violence, and they doubt they can restrain all three dangerous forces at once. Meanwhile, the unconscious brother finally wakes somewhere else, disoriented and staring at a ceiling he recognizes. He realizes he is in the old house where he and Yoo-hyun used to live before dungeons changed their lives. The familiar home confirms he has been brought back to the place the brothers once shared. Still confused about why he is there, he hears a voice greet him. He turns in surprise toward the source. There he finds the small fire spirit waiting for him. He recognizes the creature as Island, and Island cheerfully confirms it. When he wonders if Island is speaking through some mental skill, Island explains that this ability actually belongs to his brother. Island says the power is his, but he cannot use it properly yet, so Island stepped in to help. That makes him connect this to the idea that he is Dharma's successor and may be inheriting access to other abilities through those memories. Putting that mystery aside, he asks whether Yoo-hyun's strange behavior is related to Island, and Island admits it is, at least partly. Island explains that the problem began because Yoo-hyun accepted Island into himself. Back on the battlefield, Yoo-hyun lashes out again, his fire colliding directly with the others' attempts to stop him. As blue spirit power surges in response, the explanation becomes clear. Spirits are raw power, and that power is now driving the conflict. The clash intensifies as Yoo-hyun's attacks grow even more direct and unrestrained, as though accepting that power has stripped away everything but his most dangerous intent. The young guild master erupts with violent fire, making it clear he is no longer holding himself back. As the others try to understand him, they realize his fire attribute makes his emotions come out with dangerous honesty and force. The salamander explains that this is not a small mood swing but a crisis caused by fire magic amplifying his agitation. That explanation only makes the situation feel more alarming, because his temper has clearly gone far beyond manageable. Noah tries to calm the salamander and promises to handle Woo-hyun, hoping reassurance alone might settle things. The salamander rejects that idea and insists Woo-hyun is too anxious to recover on his own, and that Noah is the only one who can resolve it. Before Noah can process that burden, the salamander launches itself at him in desperation. Noah panics, unsure what he is even supposed to do to help. Meanwhile, the blue-haired mage admits the guild master is moving too fast for her to restrain directly. She activates Shadowless Noon and decides to support by binding his feet so someone else can reach him. Her magic surges toward him, but he tears through the battlefield with overwhelming speed. Instead of being caught, he answers with a towering burst of fire that overwhelms the attempt. The others realize they cannot even approach him safely and that all they really need is one opening to touch his shadow. The blue-haired mage asks whether any object can trigger the shadow effect, searching for an indirect way in. The blonde guardian offers Griffin's feather, a wind tool that can briefly part the flames and create that opening. She considers copying the earlier light-based tactic, but he warns that ordinary materials like gravel would just burn away. They conclude Woo-hyun is unconsciously reproducing something close to his teacher's released power, so a repeated trick will not work twice. The guardian adds that the flames are so intense they instantly destroyed the kraken, meaning almost nothing can endure contact. As they face him, the guardian studies Woo-hyun's condition and senses something deeper than simple rage. The blue-haired mage feels the same contradiction. The guild master is terrifying, yet his will does not feel like that of someone simply trying to crush them. The guardian recognizes the pattern as the same protective obsession their guardian once showed. With that insight, they commit to confronting him directly, believing they may still be able to bring their guild master back. Woo-hyun answers with a massive vortex of fire that turns the battlefield into a furnace. Seeing the danger escalate, the blue-haired mage orders Noah to take the salamander and get to safety first. Even while retreating, she cannot understand why the guild master is acting as if everyone around him is a threat. At the center of the blaze, Woo-hyun stands consumed by fire and locked inside his own turmoil. Back with the salamander, Noah finally starts piecing it together, and wonders if anxiety is what changed Woo-hyun. He first doubts that someone as powerful as the youngest S-rank guild master could be shaken so badly, but the salamander points to his brother. The salamander explains that just after Woo-hyun had finally reconciled with his brother, that fragile bond was disrupted by a stranger being accepted into the family. Then another outsider was brought close as a friend, deepening Wu Hyun's fear of being displaced again. On top of that, Wu Hyun was repeatedly hurt by outsiders and in dangerous incidents, reinforcing his distrust and insecurity. Now, with his brother kidnapped and put up for auction, Noah realizes Wu Hyun's breakdown has been building for a long time. The salamander confesses it can no longer stay neutral, because Wu Hyun cannot bear losing his brother and being left alone forever. Noah argues that Wu Hyun could still find other people to love and trust, but the salamander rejects that as impossible for him. It insists Wu Hyun's fear runs so deep that he cannot imagine a future where anyone else truly stays by his side. The outburst turns absurdly absolute, but beneath it Noah hears the real point. Wu Hyun believes abandonment is inevitable. The salamander ties that fear to recent events, especially Hyun Jae-sung's attempt to kill everyone and take Wu Hyun's brother away. On the battlefield, the Guardian blocks another violent wave and realizes the young master's jealousy and possessiveness are stronger than expected. Wu Hyun's answer is ruthless. Anyone who threatens to steal what matters to him is nothing but a thief. He drives that belief into a devastating upward surge of fire meant to punish and erase the offender. His fury sharpens into a simple conviction that thieves deserve no mercy, only judgment. The attack crashes down with enough force to obliterate anyone still in its path. At that moment, the Guardian catches the incoming support and prepares to turn it into a counter. A torrent of wind and water tears through the inferno, finally carving open a path through Wu Hyun's flames. The blue-haired mage sees the fire clear and immediately calls for the strike they have been waiting for. She launches a combined attack at the opening while the Guardian moves to exploit the brief vulnerability. Their Pale Rain and Sesson collaboration detonates into a huge binding assault aimed straight at the guild master. The blast engulfs him and drives him into the shattered ground, proving they can reach him after all. But even inside the impact, his fire lashes back upward, refusing to be extinguished. Wu Hyun emerges still burning and battle-ready, showing that his obsession has not yet been broken. The dark-haired fighter opens with a barrage of lightning-charged attacks, trying to overwhelm his opponent before he can recover. When the strike burns through the ice before even landing, he realizes ordinary freezing power cannot contain this enemy. That failure forces him to reassess the fight in an instant and search for a different way to pin the man down. He shifts his control of the battlefield, sending blue energy across the ground to cut off movement instead of relying on direct impact. Confident in his preparation, he reveals that the ice was only a carrier and that the real trap is lightning-infused crystal designed to keep attacking even after melting. The fragments clamp around the blond man's legs, anchoring him in place and turning the terrain itself into a restraint. With his opponent's footing stolen, the attacker declares that he can finally strike without having to chase him. He detonates the trapped area in a massive burst, betting that raw destructive force will finish the fight. Watching the blast churn, he wonders if even a top-ranked hunter could survive an attack at that level. But the blond man emerges from the aftermath still advancing, proving the explosion was not enough. Seeing him intact, the attacker immediately understands that something unusual protected him. The answer becomes clear when the dark-haired fighter channels the lightning into his sword, using the weapon itself as a conductor. His red-eyed focus hardens as he commits to turning the blade into the center of the storm. He swings through the charged current, converting the unstable energy into a controlled, lethal strike. The blond man realizes too late that a weapon sturdy enough to absorb that much electricity will turn every shattered fragment into a bomb. The sword-triggered chain reaction erupts overhead, multiplying the attack into a field of explosions. Elsewhere, a young man holding a salamander-like creature feels the building shake and realizes the battle outside is escalating. The creature dismisses it as outside fighting, but the young man insists they need to calm Yu Hyun before things get worse. The creature claims the solution is simple, as if emotional reassurance should be obvious. It urges him to comfort Yu Hyun by openly telling him he is a precious younger brother, and that he is loved. Embarrassed, the young man hesitates, and the creature immediately challenges whether he actually cares for Yu Hyun. He protests that affection is not the issue, and the creature pushes back that saying it often is still worthwhile because love should be spoken, not assumed. Amid the inferno outside, the dark-haired fighter presses on with the conviction that being loved is something every living being needs to hear. From the edge of the flames, he checks whether the blond man is still alive, treating his survival as likely rather than doubtful. The blond man is down on one knee and battered, but he has endured the assault. He lifts his head with cold resolve, showing that the damage has only sharpened his intent to kill. Deciding survival is enough, he summons a red magic circle and prepares a finishing move instead of testing his opponent further. Multiple crimson projectiles rain down from the formation, turning the area into a targeted execution zone. He commits fully, convinced this attack will erase the dark-haired fighter without leaving any trace behind. Before the strike can close in, a surge of blue force crashes into the red inferno and tears open the killing field. Inside the clash, the dark-haired fighter braces with his sword and forces his way through the flames rather than retreating. His expression shifts as he senses an opening and prepares to exploit it at close range. At the same time, another blue-powered ally unleashes support from above, adding pressure and disrupting the blond man's control of the attack. The dark-haired fighter seizes the moment by grabbing his opponent's coat, refusing to let him regain distance. He drags the blond man bodily through the air, turning the duel into a direct collision course. Both men commit with reckless intensity, each trying to overpower the other before the next instant passes. Their clash ends in another violent explosion that swallows them both. A young man jolts awake from the aftermath, disoriented and unsure whether he has survived or returned to reality. As daylight comes into focus, he wonders if he is back in the real world and what became of everyone else. He discovers he is in bed between two sleeping companions, both draped over him as if they collapsed there after the crisis. One of them mutters in his sleep and keeps fighting an absent enemy even while unconscious. The other stirs just enough to recognize him, then immediately drifts back off, leaving him to process the absurd scene alone. He decides neither of them behaves remotely like normal humans and privately concludes that whatever happened while he was out must have been intense. After slipping away, he notices a small creature nearby and confirms that, despite the chaos, everyone seems physically unharmed. Looking around the intact room, he realizes they are still in Hong Kong and struggles to understand how they ended up in a different hotel after the previous one was destroyed. The television answers part of that question by reporting that Hong Kong is in shock over the Kraken's appearance. The news explains that the affected hotel has sunk and melted deep below the surface, and many guests cannot even be identified because they were registered under false names. Hearing that scale of destruction, he concludes with horror that his group caused even more damage than the Kraken itself. He tries to reassure himself that the danger is over now that the Kraken is gone, but quickly realizes one serious problem still remains. He fixes on Sung Hyun-jae as the unresolved issue and decides he has to deal with him personally. Yoo-hyun reconsiders the man before him, realizing that if his old claim about ending the world was true, then Sung Hyun-jae's power may actually be necessary. Even so, he decides he cannot trust Hyun-jae near him, while the man remains a danger to the people he cares about. He reminds himself that Hyun-jae would kill without hesitation if someone blocked his path, so he resolves to confirm the truth and cut ties if needed, because he cannot fail those under his protection. The tense thoughts are interrupted when Hyun-jae casually wakes him and acts as though they are simply sharing a normal morning. That normalcy becomes stranger when breakfast is offered and the household slips into an almost domestic routine. Yoo-hyun nearly answers on instinct before catching himself, still thrown by how ordinary this situation feels. His attention shifts to the severe burn on Hyun-jae's neck, forcing the danger of the previous day back into focus. Hyun-jae explains that the fire came from the young master's unusually intense flames, which suppress regeneration and will take days to heal. He adds that he gave his flame-resistant coat to Yerim so she would not be injured instead. That answer only deepens Yoo-hyun's suspicion, because this is the same man who once seemed willing to let everyone die. Hyun-jae meets that accusation with a faintly amused expression instead of any real remorse. When he toys with the idea that this might make him seem decent, Yoo-hyun rejects the act outright. Hyun-jae dismisses his own kindness as nothing more than managing a useful possession. He says he protected the young ones because damage to them would damage Yoo-hyun, and he would rather keep Yoo-hyun intact than let his item be broken. He even admits he wants to preserve that possession only until he grows bored of it. Yoo-hyun is disgusted but no longer surprised, recognizing this as Hyun-jae's true nature. He firmly rejects being treated like property, and refuses to let Hyun-jae define him that way. Still, he acknowledges the debt for protecting Yerim and warns Hyun-jae to stay conscious to hear what comes next. Yoo-hyun makes his position clear. If Hyun-jae's skill harms any of his people again, he will kill him with his own hands. Rather than backing down, Hyun-jae finds the threat interesting. He is intrigued enough to consider testing what kind of power could let Yoo-hyun make such a promise against an S-class. Yoo-hyun immediately decides he cannot allow that curiosity to turn into action. He realizes the safest course is to remain an F-class in Hyun-jae's eyes and quietly asks how to avoid losing the item Hyun-jae is fixated on. At the same time, he draws a hard boundary and orders Hyun-jae not to touch any of his people. He warns that there is a line Hyun-jae must not cross, and both of them know exactly where it is. Hyun-jae receives that warning with calm interest rather than offense. He probes the limit by asking whether Yoo-hyun's line only protects the young, and Yoo-hyun admits his standards can shift depending on the situation. That answer catches Hyun-jae off guard, because Yoo-hyun is reacting more sharply than usual. The confrontation is broken when the others wake and stumble in, surprised to find breakfast waiting and the two already deep into a strange conversation. One of them blurts out that the previous chaos happened because he had been trying to stop Han Yoo-hyun. He quickly apologizes to Yoo-hyun for what happened the day before. Yoo-hyun tells him the violence was not really his fault, since he had been under the influence of the skill and had ignored attempts to stop him. He reassures him that things will settle once some distance is put between him and Hyun-jae. Privately, Yoo-hyun reflects that Hyun-jae has always been anxious underneath everything else. A summoned creature points out that the two brothers had been separated for years and suggests the house still carries the memory of when they lived together. Yoo-hyun realizes the setting itself may have been chosen because it was his favorite place. That possibility hits him hard. The creature explains that it likes the house because it was where Hyun-jae once lived with Yoo-hyun. Yoo-hyun finally understands what the place means. He remembers that he was the one who moved away from this home. And he realizes Hyun-jae had left too, in his own way. For all his status and power, Hyun-jae may have remained emotionally stranded there, without any real place to belong. That thought brings back a memory of Hyun-jae reaching out to him with unexpected gentleness. In that memory, Hyun-jae had told him that no matter what happened, Yu-yeon was precious to him as both a younger brother and someone he loved. Yu-yeon now feels he should try to make up for the years they were apart, and stop assuming Hyunji's anxiety can simply be ignored. So when the others protest that Hyunjae caused trouble, Yu-yeon unexpectedly defends him, saying the damage is tolerable as long as no one is seriously hurt. Before that argument can go further, more visitors arrive and the household shifts again. A bright fox-like summon bursts in excitedly, instantly derailing the heavy mood. It proudly presents a Hong Kong version of peace to celebrate the latest crisis being resolved. The absurd mascot caps the scene with flashy confidence, turning the aftermath into a bizarre, comedic cooldown. Eugene unexpectedly arrives at the guildmaster's place with peace, explaining that the guildmaster brought him there because the creature had been struggling without him. The guildmaster treats it lightly and jokes that this reunion should earn the guide another reward. Before the moment can settle, someone rushes in calling for Noah, sounding panicked and overwhelmed. The commotion spills through the house as the others realize Yeon is shouting for Noah over some new crisis. While the group tries to enjoy a brief break after the Hong Kong kidnapping incident, the larger fallout is already spreading. News of an entire beachfront hotel being destroyed becomes the opening move in a broader political attack. An association executive prepares to exploit the incident to corner the Hunter Association. He frames the recent kidnappings, auctions, and attacks as part of a coordinated effort to bring the association down. Media coverage and public statements intensify suspicion, with the association accused of internal corruption and blamed for Eugene Han's disappearance. Even while claiming Eugene has been found alive after a Kraken attack, the leadership uses the situation to perform concern and redirect attention. Watching the coverage, the mastermind notes that the media is deliberately inflaming public anger. His subordinate warns that public opinion is turning sharply against the association and that insider involvement is now widely suspected. Rather than deny the danger, the older man insists the rumors themselves can be used if they are aimed correctly. He points out that Eugene's kidnapping happened during a lapse in prison surveillance, making the chain of blame easy to assign. That immediately puts responsibility on director Taewon Sung, who had authority over that surveillance. The mastermind is pleased that Taewon has already accepted responsibility, making him a convenient shield for the association's sins. Soon the press reports that the association will punish Director Song for negligence in Eugene's disappearance. Eugene and the guild master review the report and confirm that Taewon has indeed taken the blame. Eugene is frustrated that Taewon keeps sacrificing himself to protect the association instead of abandoning its corruption. The guild master agrees that Taewon's nature has never changed, no matter how much anyone has tried to test him. He is certain Taewon would never endanger Eugene and would more likely throw himself into danger to protect him. That realization reassures Eugene that being honest about his survival will not make Taewon turn on him. So Eugene shifts to strategy, asking what they should do now that the association is hiding behind the scenes. The guild master offers to handle the older power brokers if Eugene wants help. Eugene decides he can manage both the younger players and the old guard himself. To begin, he borrows a phone and asks for Taewon Song's number. The contact names turn the moment absurd, revealing Taewon is saved under an embarrassingly possessive label while the guild master is listed as personal property. Their bickering over those names briefly cuts through the tension, with the guild master offended that his label was changed without permission. But Eugene uses the joke to probe deeper, wondering why someone like Taewon tolerates being treated as a possession. He suspects Taewon may be deliberately allowing himself to be used because he has a larger purpose. When the call connects, Taewon answers cautiously, still unaware of who is contacting him. Eugene immediately reveals himself and, under the guise of an anonymous blackmailer, confirms he is speaking to the director who was blamed for his kidnapping. The next morning, the confrontation moves to Incheon Airport. As Taewon arrives from abroad, reporters swarm him with questions linking Eugene's abduction to awakened auctions and the association's involvement. Even the press senses they are treading close to something dangerous, but they keep pushing. Taewon appears in person despite the pressure, still carrying the title of Director of Awakened Management. Onlookers wonder why he would expose himself to this humiliation when the media is clearly ready to tear him apart. The answer is Eugene's threat. If Taewon did not come to the airport, Eugene would publicly reveal what he knew about the association. Eugene has deliberately turned himself into a national victim so he can use that sympathy as leverage against the organization. The hostility becomes physical when something is thrown at Taewon in the middle of the crowd. An enraged elder publicly denounces him, treating him as the face of the association's failures. The accusations pile on, blaming Taewon for abusing his authority, mishandling dangerous criminals, and allowing Eugene to be kidnapped under his watch. Taewon does not defend himself and instead admits the criticism is justified and that the failure was his. He goes further and declares that he will personally bear all of the blame. At that moment, Eugene is brought through the airport under heavy escort, and the media frenzy instantly shifts toward the returned victim. Reporters press the visibly battered Eugene for details about the auction and his rescue, trying to turn his trauma into testimony. His escort blocks the questions and urges the crowd back, while Eugene quietly reminds himself to look as fragile as possible for what comes next. Seeing Taewon accept everything without resistance leaves Eugene momentarily shaken. Then Taewon lowers himself in a formal bow before Eugene in full public view. The sight of an S-rank hunter bowing so deeply shocks the crowd and turns the staged apology into a devastating public statement. Song Tae-won begins by sincerely apologizing to Hunter Eugene Han. Eugene makes it clear that public criticism and humiliation mean nothing to him. He reveals that the association has been targeting him because he interfered with them, but he intends to endure it as long as he can hold his ground. Instead of letting Song stay down, Eugene abruptly pulls him up and forces him back into the confrontation. He publicly treats Song like an ally who deserves gratitude, catching Song off guard. Song realizes Eugene is doing something deliberate, though he cannot yet grasp the plan. Eugene reframes Song's disgrace as the sacrifice of a man who took the blame to protect him after exposing wrongdoing. When his companion protests that this is unfair, Eugene shuts him down because the point is to let the news story spread. The crowd immediately starts connecting the dots and wonders whether Song was actually a whistleblower rather than the culprit. Reporters press Song for details, asking whether the whistleblowing involves corruption inside the association. The mood flips at once, and people begin pitying Song as someone punished for exposing the truth. Eugene pushes harder, suggesting collusion with kidnappers, internal corruption, and even ties to illegal awakened auctions. As Song is escorted away, the media demands that he confirm or deny the accusations. Watching the chaos unfold, Eugene sees Song finally understand what he is trying to do. Eugene's body gives out under the strain, and the crowd mistakes his collapse for the aftermath of intimidation. That reaction confirms for Eugene that Song had planned this pressure campaign from the start. He realizes the entire incident was engineered to make him a disposable scapegoat. After escaping the scene, they leave by car while the fallout begins spreading outside. Once they are safe, his companion worries about his condition, but Eugene brushes it off and focuses on the result. He points out that his weakened state makes the footage far more sympathetic to the public. The image of him as a shaken victim becomes the centerpiece of the story. Online, people start calling him a powerless victim who was kidnapped and then framed as a whistleblower scapegoat. Eugene's real aim is to shift public attention away from Song as an individual and onto corruption within the association itself. Even Song's superior, who knows Song hates attention, can only watch the situation spiral. Eugene coldly warns that anyone who tries to cut someone else down must be ready to be dragged down too. He orders the most inflammatory stories spread, especially those about slave trading, illegal auctions, and the buying and selling of awakened people. His apology to Song is only nominal, because he has chosen a far harsher target. He decides that for at least a week the news must stay fixed on Song and the association wherever they go. Rather than destroy Song personally, Eugene intends to slit the association's throat. With the focus redirected, the association is hit by a storm of media criticism. Inside the organization, executives panic and demand that the crisis be contained at any cost. Their response is to flood the press with articles claiming Song's accusations are only partly true and that his statements came from confusion after the kidnapping. Seeing that excuse, Eugene mocks it and treats it as an opening rather than a setback. He starts testing his memories against future knowledge and digs up scandals that were originally meant to surface years later, including overseas dungeon item smuggling and S-class equipment trafficking. He decides that if he already knows who committed those crimes, there is no reason to wait to expose them. So the leaks continue issue after issue, tying the association to illegal auctions and the exploitation of low-rank hunters. Confident in the pressure campaign, Eugene asks who could possibly win this fight now. One of the implicated officials is shaken by the evidence and realizes Eugene somehow knows too much. When the official accuses him of blackmail, Eugene turns it around and reminds him that the real blackmail was everything the association already did. He says he could simply expose everything, but he is offering a kinder alternative. The official suspects Eugene wants to install one of his own people as the next head of the association and control it from behind the scenes. Eugene's allies loom over the meeting, making it clear that resistance will only make things worse. Eugene calmly answers that even if the accusation were true, it would not hurt him. He explains that the public would not believe the official anyway, because the association has already destroyed its own credibility while he still has the image of a victim. Then he forces the man to face the real choice by asking what will happen if all of this is fully exposed. The ultimatum is simple: be ruined by the media, or step down while there is still some reputation left to save. Seated like the one in control, Eugene demands that the official choose. After that, his side keeps kicking association members out one by one until the purge becomes routine. When the news reports more resignations and calls for former executives to return, Eugene notes with satisfaction that the strategy worked. With the association steadily dismantled, he asks how many targets are still left. Someone returns home unexpectedly, and the person inside assumes it is Yi-hyun coming back early. Instead, the young beast tamer finds Officer Song at the door and immediately braces for trouble alongside his fox-like companion. Song's bloodied fist makes it clear he has already used violence before arriving here. The tamer realizes this is no ordinary visit and fears Song may have come because of his ties to the association. As he panics over whether Song beat someone connected to him, Song's battered hand reinforces the threat behind his words. Rather than attack, Song hands over a blood-stained key. He explains that the key unlocks a secret room in the association and entrusts it to the tamer for safekeeping until the right person can receive it. The tamer is caught off guard by the sudden responsibility and tries to understand what Song is really asking. Song confirms the key's owner is still alive and says he only had to force the key out of him. The tamer pieces together that Song assaulted an association executive to protect him from being targeted next. Even with the fiery beast looming over him, Song remains calm enough to judge the tamer's confidence. The fox spirit growls a warning, but Song is not intimidated. He acknowledges the tamer has several beasts under control, yet treats that as insufficient. Song bluntly tells him he is still far too weak to face the monsters gathering around him. He drives the point home by warning that a single mistake against such creatures could get him killed. The tamer tries to dismiss the danger by claiming his beasts are harmless, but Song makes clear that he himself is not. Holding the bloody key, the tamer starts reading Song's message beneath the threat. He concludes the blood on the key was meant as a warning that Song will use force whenever necessary. But he also realizes that if Song could overpower an executive, then the association's supposed control is weaker than it looks. He lays out the fallout already spreading through the association and notes that, unlike the others, he is still standing and can use that. Song listens in silence as the younger man turns the situation into an opening. What makes it difficult for Song is that the tamer's reasoning is not wrong. Song decides the association has already lost enough people and prepares to leave before things worsen. The tamer stops him before he can walk away. With sudden intensity, he refuses to let Song leave so easily. He blurts out an absurdly eager invitation to stay for lunch, trying to turn confrontation into familiarity. In his head, he convinces himself that feeding Song is the fastest way to build trust, just as he did with his beasts. He argues that Song's fight is with the association, not with him personally, so there is no reason they cannot sit down together. Treating Song as difficult rather than evil, he enthusiastically plans food, drinks, and even a chance to talk about Sung Hunjae while they eat. The mention of Hunjae jolts Song's attention. Song reluctantly accepts, but only on the condition that whatever this is will be brief. The tamer takes that as a breakthrough and reassures himself that turning an enemy of his enemy into an ally is working. Even in that hopeful moment, he remains casually oblivious enough to be distracted by an itchy ear. Elsewhere, the chaos they discussed is shown to be hitting one hidden figure especially hard as reports of mass resignations and internal collapse spread. Choi Seo-kwan desperately calls for help, only to be told that no one can protect him anymore. Alone in his wrecked hideout, he realizes his support network has abandoned him. In frustration and panic, he smashes his phone. The narration reveals that Choi had been trying to avoid arrest by hiding in a guild dungeon, but now his guild is collapsing and his executives are fleeing. With every escape route closing, he can only wonder how his situation deteriorated this badly. A new presence answers by mocking him for losing every lifeline he depended on. A pale, otherworldly woman appears and condemns him for failing both the guild she gave him and the queen he was meant to serve. Terrified, Choi begs for more time and offers to rebuild her power through overseas connections. She decides to spare him for the moment because he may still be useful. Before he can feel relief, she seizes control of him with supernatural force. She treats his suffering as entertainment and prepares him to be used again. Then she proposes a new contract, binding him more tightly than before. The price is explicit. His own life will now be the collateral. As the scandal spreads through news reports, the association's crisis becomes public. Inside the association, officials admit that what would once have ended quietly with a fine has become a full political disaster. Facing demands for a sweeping internal investigation, the leadership turns from damage control to deciding who inside the association will be sacrificed. An executive realizes the scandal around Eugene Han is about to explode and curses himself for trusting Tuwon Song, who even returned the home portal key. As panic spreads, they decide they need a bigger distraction because a mere romance scandal will no longer be enough. Seok-won Choi storms in and berates the room for sitting still while they are about to be thrown out. He drags the dungeon management director into the emergency meeting, making it clear he intends to force an answer in front of everyone. Choi argues that when a genuine crisis appears, public outrage over corruption immediately shifts toward survival. He pressures the director to confirm that point publicly. The director reluctantly explains that there is an illegal A-grade dungeon jointly run by MKC, and they have been quietly delaying action on it. The room immediately understands Choi's proposal. If that dungeon were destroyed, the impact would be enormous. The chairman eagerly embraces the idea of deliberately triggering a dungeon break to redirect the public. Choi coldly warns him to stop looking pleased while discussing something so monstrous. He accuses the executives of planning to stall until now and declares that, instead of solving the problem, they are trying to push him into taking the fall with them. Still, Choi reveals he is willing to cross any line if it means protecting himself. Elsewhere, the story shifts to Eugen's quieter life, where one of the demonic bird companions noisily demands attention. The little monsters squabble over food like children, turning the scene into harmless chaos. Eugene explains that because he has been staying home while the news fixates on him, he has been looking after the demonic friends and trying to help them get along. He feeds the horses as well, treating all of the creatures under his care like family. While the association remains consumed by scandal, Myung-woo keeps building his item crafting workshop and training up Haeun's equipment team. Sung-han throws himself into gate research, though the lab looks exhausted from overwork. Do-hunan settles into the breeding facility after the Hong Kong incident and enthusiastically starts making signs for abandoned hamsters. When Eugene questions whether a hamster shelter can make money, the answer is essentially no, which is why Dohaman still needs detective work on the side. Eugene dryly concludes that if they are taking in and raising animals, the place really is becoming a breeding facility after all. Unexpectedly, Dohaman's presence even helps the research team, though the work remains difficult. A breakthrough comes when a hamster demonstrates something unusual enough to stop everyone in their tracks. The researchers become inspired by the possibility of mastering this hamster-related clue and push forward with renewed energy. The whole facility starts sounding less like a lab and more like a cheerful animal center, leaving Eugene wondering what it has turned into. Meanwhile, after Hong Kong, Yerim officially joins S-rank raids, and Yu-hyun decides she is finally ready. Yerim proudly reports for duty, backed by her summoned beast, while Eugene checks whether this promotion is really safe. She boasts that she already matched the guild leader in Hong Kong, conveniently ignoring that the fight was heavily stacked in her favor. When she claims all the credit, the others remind her that she had elemental support, environmental advantages, and help from stronger allies. Eugene cuts off the bickering and orders both Yerim and the fiery beast not to fight inside the dungeon. He sends them off with affectionate but firm advice to put safety first, treating them like younger siblings heading into danger. Yerim leaves in high spirits, and tells even the uncle at home to stay put until they return. Eugene assures them he had no intention of going out anyway while the media is still obsessed with him. Once they are gone, he reveals he has been waiting for another visitor. That guest arrives at his door, and Eugene wonders if the timing is too early. It turns out to be Director Song, whom Eugene welcomes warmly into the house. Song explains that the association's turmoil let him leave work early, giving them a chance to talk. Eugene reflects that among the S ranks, Song is surprisingly easy to speak with as long as the conversation stays normal. Unfortunately, it does not stay normal for long. Song abruptly launches into grand rhetoric about the nation standing on the brink and insists that someone must rise to bear responsibility. He frames reckless power as a path to disaster, presenting himself as a man deeply wary of authority. To make the point, he compares hiding from a burning forest to refusing to confront monsters while they roam free outside. Eugene immediately sees through the metaphor and thinks Song is really arguing for staying hidden and passive unless forced out. He flatly rejects that logic, making it clear he has no intention of becoming one of the power-addicted people Song despises. Eugene's refusal sharpens the conversation into a direct ideological clash. Song asks whether Eugene truly wants him to remain inactive while the world heads toward ruin. He answers his own question by saying that if he stepped forward as a leader, the result would still be destruction. Eugene, exasperated by Song's self-defeating attitude, blurts out that he has no idea why the man is like this. He wonders if he should try flattering Song into becoming chairman, but remembers no one nearly died trying to influence someone this unstable and dangerous. Deciding caution is wiser, Eugene proposes they get to know each other slowly over drinks, while privately thinking that for now he simply needs to manage this person. For several days, the two men spend their time drinking together in an unexpectedly easy, peaceful atmosphere. The suited man explains that a guild leader once mistook him for someone much older, and even pushed him into giving a formal speech to senior hunters. That story sends his companion into laughter, as he realizes the man may actually worry about seeming too young for his position. He keeps teasing that the speech sounded far too mature for someone who still looks much younger than the role demands. When he jokes that the man must have been born talking like an old veteran, the answer comes back that the style somehow suits him anyway. The suited man then reveals that this older way of speaking only started about 2 months ago, around the time Eugene Han awakened. At first, the younger man casually treats that as just another odd character detail. Then the implication suddenly hits him. He realizes the man may have started speaking older only after regressing, as if trying to cover a 5-year gap in memory and experience. He reasons that anyone sensitive enough might notice that mismatch and feel something was off, even if they could not name it. That thought turns dangerous when he considers that if Hyun Jae-sung truly sensed the inconsistency, he might eventually remember the past timeline and discover the regression. Before the suspicion can go further, both men are jolted by an urgent alert. The phone announces an A-class dungeon break near Gangseogu, turning the quiet evening into an emergency. The suited man immediately decides to investigate, noting that other top hunters are already tied up inside dungeons. The younger man instantly finds the timing suspicious, since most S-rank hunters are unavailable and Yerim and Yu-hyun are also occupied. That line of thought makes the suited man pause as he starts to see the same possibility. The younger man hopes it is only coincidence, but fears that if the incident was arranged, the true culprit would be whoever profits most from the damage. His suspicion settles on an older mastermind who appears to have been waiting behind the chaos. With no time to waste, the younger man throws a jacket over himself and prepares to move. The suited man tells him they should first help with traffic control and evacuation, because if this is deliberate, minimizing casualties matters more than anything. At the scene in Gangseo, the dungeon break has already torn open the district and thrown the city into panic. Authorities confirm it as an A-class breach and order civilians to flee as giant bee monsters pour into the streets. Amid the disaster, a low-ranked hunter forces himself forward, trying to steady his fear with the reminder that he is still a C-class. He convinces himself he can quickly save the trapped civilians if he just handles a few monsters first. That confidence lasts only a moment before a giant bee overwhelms him mid-charge. He is torn apart instantly, his attempt at heroism ending in a brutal death. The civilians nearby are left frozen in terror as blood and debris rain around them. One of them breaks down in despair, begging for anyone to save them. A bee lunges in for the kill. It is smashed away by a sudden, overwhelming strike before it can reach them. The suited man arrives in time, clears the immediate threat, and first makes sure the survivors can still move. He orders them towards shelter while he prepares to hold the swarm back. At the same time, Noah takes dragon form overhead and begins intercepting the incoming bees from the air. The rescued civilians recognize Woojin, Han and Noah, and their panic shifts into relief as they are rushed to safety. From above, Woojin offers to coordinate with Noah using his flying skill, but the suited man refuses because the battlefield itself is enough for him. He launches straight into the swarm on foot, meeting the airborne monsters head-on through sheer physical force. Noah supports from above, blasting bees apart, while the suited man tears through those below. Each strike crushes the giant insects outright, showing that he does not need wide-area magic to dominate the fight. Watching him, Woojin is reminded just how monstrously effective Director Song is in direct combat. Even without any area of effect skill, the suited man keeps dismantling the swarm one target at a time. He plows through the battlefield like a bulldozer, turning the bees' numbers into meaningless clutter. While riding Noah, Woojin notes that he had never heard of a bee-spawning dungeon in this area, and Noah suggests it may be one of the illegally hidden dungeons managed for profit. That explanation fits too well, since many unregistered dungeons are secretly kept active when they can produce valuable resources. Woojin immediately connects the bees to dungeon-produced honey, and realizes tracing that trade could expose whoever has been backing the operation. Before he can pursue the thought, the swarm abruptly changes behavior and converges on Noah in a coordinated rush. The attack throws Woojin from Noah's back, and he only avoids a deadly fall because Noah catches him in time. As they pull away from the civilians, Woojin realizes the bees are deliberately chasing only them, which means they can lure the danger away from the crowd. Noah uses that opening to slam through the pursuing bees and carve a path out of the city center. But the swarm keeps closing in from every direction, refusing to break pursuit. Then a new force cuts across the sky and tears into the mass of bees, interrupting the chase just as it tightens around them. While being carried through the air, Eugene fights off nausea and worries that his poison could erase the swarm instantly. But the others first need to know if he can even handle the situation. He rejects the easy solution because unleashing that much poison near homes would cause too much collateral damage, so he insists they find a safer way. A target appears when someone spots the enemy leader near the gate. They identify it as the Red Pixie Bee Queen, whose abilities strengthen the entire swarm and spread poison. The queen surges forward aggressively, making itself the center of the battle. Its empowered bees close in around it, ready to overwhelm anyone who approaches. Eugene realizes the swarm's unusual strength comes from the queen's buff, meaning the whole attack can be broken if she falls. But Director Song immediately sees the problem. The queen is flying too high for him to reach on his own. As he looks up at the distant target, the plan stalls for a moment on that single limitation. Eugene answers by offering his skill to Director Song, trusting him with borrowed power. Director Song feels Hunter Noah's ability take hold through Eugene's support, and instantly understands what kind of mobility he has been given. With Noah's flying movement now available, he launches after the queen. He dives from above and drives into the battlefield with enough force to create an opening. The impact lands him onto Noah's back, turning the dragon into the platform Eugene promised. Director Song confirms the setup while Eugene braces himself on Noah, still recovering from the rough ride. Even so, Director Song commits to the attack and decides to test whether this combination will work. Using Song's destructive power together with Noah's mobility, they crash through the swarm instead of being pinned down by it. That success convinces Director Song that their odds are good enough to kill the queen here and now. He sharpens his focus and commits fully to the finishing strike. His attack slams directly into the queen, staggering it midair. He presses the assault from above, driving straight through the center of the swarm toward the leader. The queen tries to answer with a poisonous counterattack, turning the battlefield into a lethal trap. A toxic projectile crashes down toward them, threatening to catch both rider and mount. Eugene warns Noah about the danger, but the attack is already upon them. The poison detonates against them in a violent burst. Eugene and Noah are rattled by the blast, but they survive the hit. Director Song uses the brief opening reflected in the queen's own gaze to close the distance for a decisive blow. He gathers dark destructive energy into his fist, preparing a point-blank strike. Then he drives that power straight into the queen's face. The impact tears through its defenses and crushes its head-on resistance. He follows through by hammering it down from the sky in one continuous finishing motion. The queen crashes to the ground broken and twitching, effectively defeated. With the queen gone, the remaining bees immediately lose cohesion and begin to collapse. Director Song lands amid the aftermath, still wrapped in the destructive power Eugene lent him. Eugene looks over the battlefield and realizes the entire swarm was wiped out in a single exchange. Director Song decides they have a short lull before another monster appears and says they should use it to enter the dungeon, while checking whether Eugene was hurt. Eugene, only dizzy, is struck by how much easier Song made everything and starts to grasp the overwhelming value of an A-class acting through his support. Director Song, meanwhile, wonders whether Yujin's support also grants poison resistance, or some kind of skill nullifying effect, since they endured the queen's attack. Eugene then asks why the bees chased them so persistently, and the answer seems simple enough that maybe they were following Noah because he could fly. Noah jokes that he does not want friends like that, briefly easing the tension after the fight. That moment of relief is cut short by a sudden new attack from outside their expectations. Noah is struck down hard enough to smash into the ground, proving this threat is far more dangerous than the bees. An unseen observer is stunned, recognizing at once that something has gone badly wrong. A monstrous wolf with glowing red eyes appears over Eugene, seizing him before anyone can react. Director Song rushes in, first assuming the next gate monster has already emerged, but the attack pattern shows this creature came from somewhere else. Pinned beneath the beast, Eugene realizes he survived only because he had a damage nullification item, while the sudden intrusion and the bee's pursuit may both be connected to him. As the wolf bears down on him, he concludes that he is the reason this is happening. The narration identifies the creature as an S-class monster called the Wolf of Gluttony, a beast once seen near an unregistered dungeon and not expected to appear again until much later in Eugene's life. In that future memory, the wolf caused relatively little damage for an S-class threat because it cared more about devouring magic stones than attacking people. But Eugene ends by noting that this was only how things were supposed to go. A red-eyed wolf monster lunges in with killing intent. Its claws come down toward the fallen young man before anyone can stop it. He realizes the beast is targeting him because an F-class body is carrying a magic stone made from an S-class dragon and a transcendent. The monster identifies him as an irresistible prey item, while his allies rush over in alarm. He survives the initial strike thanks to Yunhai's damage nullification, but he immediately senses a counterattack building through his bracelet. As the wolf tears into him, his hidden effect activates, and he curses the enemy for triggering it. The injury rebounds onto the attacker with double force, ripping into the wolf instead. Seeing the opening, Noah orders Officer Song to protect Eugene while he handles the monster. Officer Song charges in with a heavy blow to capitalize on the beast's recoil, but his confidence breaks when he notices something is wrong. The wolf's body has shifted, and Noah realizes its skin has transformed into a defensive state. The empowered beast bats him away and sends him crashing back. Noah is stunned that his attack failed so completely. Eugene identifies the cause at once. The monster is using a skill. He explains that it is an SS-class defense ability called Blackstone, which makes most attacks useless while active. The wolf status confirms it has risen to SS class through Blackstone along with several other dangerous abilities. Before they can regroup, a violent flare erupts from the gate nearby. More monsters begin pouring out, warning them that the next wave is arriving. Noah immediately tells Officer Song to deal with the gate, while he stays on the front line. Eugene instead hands Noah Leakin to use and confirms that the black smoke he fought the queen bee with was a nullification skill. When Noah hesitates, Eugene insists on sharing another skill that can double offensive effects, arguing there is no time for caution. As the wolf charges again, Eugene forces Noah to accept the skill share. The transfer completes just as the monster attacks, coating Noah in the new power. Eugene's support skill takes hold, allowing the target he touches to strike with double defensive effects. With the boost and nullification combined, Noah's punch finally breaks through the wolf's Blackstone defense. The monster is shocked by a force strong enough to pierce what should have been untouchable armor. Noah realizes the plan worked and that his fist can now damage even an SS-class enemy. Eugene confirms the success and tells Noah to carry him so they can keep sharing the skill while using Noah's strength. Though flustered, Eugene lets himself be hauled into position. Noah hoists him onto his shoulders and commits to fighting that way. Using the added mobility and power, Noah launches them both straight at the wolf. The beast roars and tries to meet the charge head-on. Noah crashes into it with a barrage of amplified strikes while Eugene clings on and maintains the link. He realizes the shared boost is extending the reach and effectiveness of a skill that normally works only at close range. The wolf's defenses collapse under the repeated empowered blows. Noah grabs hold of the monster to keep it from escaping the assault. Still carrying Eugene, he flips his body over the beast to drive the attack through with full momentum. In the middle of the maneuver, Noah notes that carrying Eugene is not hindering him at all. Instead, he realizes the shared power is making him stronger than before. He slams down with overwhelming force and tears through the wolf at point-blank range. Another skill activates, increasing Noah's body mass to make the finishing blow even heavier. The impact crushes the monster into the ground in a devastating final smash. Its body gives way completely under the pressure. A last explosive burst marks the wolf's defeat. Noah lands amid the wreckage, bloodied but firmly in control. Looking down at the ruined corpse, he confirms that an SS-class monster has been destroyed. He is unsettled by how easily it fell once Eugene's support was added. His first complaint is not the danger but the blood splattered all over him. Eugene, equally shaken and messy, points out that the fight ended quickly because of the skill share. With the wolf gone and the real threat still ahead, they turn their attention back to the gate. The officer promises to release Han Eugene once he undoes the skill share binding between them. As he keeps hold of him, he notes that Eugene stayed composed even while trapped in a Leakin's jaws and wonders if that calm itself is one of his abilities. He concludes that Eugene has several unusually useful skills, which explains both the guild's interest in him and how he managed to hunt monsters before. That mention of hunting monsters makes Eugene realize the officer may have misunderstood him in a dangerous way. Eugene internally denies being a killer, but the officer's suspicion hardens as he recalls the carnage and questions whether Eugene meant to wipe everyone out there. When the officer notices Eugene's chest wound, Eugene tries to brush him off, but the officer immediately tests the injury with a potion. The potion splashes over Eugene's chest, forcing the hidden wound into the open. The treatment fails, confirming that this is no ordinary injury. The officer reasons that the wound must have been inflicted after the dungeon's healing nullification ended, meaning it is recent and unnatural. Sensing faint mana leaking from the injury, he realizes the wound itself is still active with power. He connects that mana to the monster's fixation on Eugene, and concludes they were targeting his chest specifically. Now convinced Eugene is hiding something major, the officer demands a direct explanation. Inwardly, he judges that Eugene is far too capable for an ordinary F-class and starts questioning who he really is. He weighs the danger of leaving unchecked a weak-ranked man who can strengthen monsters and influence stronger beings. Eugene, confused and cornered, can only stare as the officer presses him to define what kind of person he is dealing with. The officer's hesitation narrows into a cold, deliberate decision. He considers one possibility, that Eugene is merely a vulnerable F-class caught among S-classes and in need of protection. But he also considers the opposite, that Eugene is a hidden threat manipulating top hunters and endangering the association from beneath his rank. Choosing action over uncertainty, he activates his skill while gripping Eugene's arm. Dark energy erupts around them as the officer begins forcibly interfering with Eugene's abilities. He reveals that his skill, Slow Plunder, can lower the class of one of a target's skills. The officer calmly maintains the drain, treating Eugene's power as something he has the right to strip away. Eugene is stunned when the officer adds that he can usually degrade a skill by about 3 classes at once. A system warning appears as Eugene's fear resistance starts dropping from its original level. Because Eugene is still sharing that skill with the officer, the plunder compounds, causing the rank to crash far faster than normal. As the skill keeps collapsing through multiple grades, Eugene panics and begs to be released. The degradation continues until fear resistance is reduced to a low C-rank state. With his protection stripped away, Eugene is suddenly overwhelmed by raw terror and can barely breathe. The smell of blood and the surrounding corpses crash back into his senses with full force. The officer looms before him as the scene becomes a direct, immediate threat instead of something Eugene can mentally endure. Eugene's fear spikes into total panic. He retches and collapses under the pressure. The officer coldly accepts that reaction, insisting fear is the proper response. He warns Eugene to stop letting dangerous S-classes drag him around and to stop acting like an item for monsters to covet, or he will destroy him. Shaken and sweating on the ground, Eugene absorbs the threat instead of breaking under it. Even as the officer orders him to stay away from S-classes, Eugene realizes the warning is dishonest. He accuses the officer of wanting him gone not for safety's sake, but because the officer covets his skill. The officer denies hiding behind concern for other S-classes and admits Eugene's influence over his own skill is what truly unsettles him. Eugene fires back that he survived 5 years without fear resistance, so fear alone will not make him surrender his life. He grabs the officer and declares that, frightened or not, he will keep doing what he believes he must. Eugene warns that if the officer keeps trying to control him, he will do whatever it takes to erase the officer's influence from his life. The officer counters with the threat of bureaucratic exile, saying he can bury Eugene in a meaningless post and force him to live quietly in the shadows. Eugene throws that status back at him, arguing that as a civil servant he should obey his superiors and stop meddling in Eugene's affairs. That defiance makes the officer's restraint finally snap. He decides Eugene is too troublesome to handle gently any longer. In one swift move, he tears off the bracelet linking their skills while Eugene recoils in shock. Holding the severed device, the officer decides to eliminate the connection completely. He crushes the bracelet's core without hesitation. The destruction triggers a violent burst of fiery energy that surges out between them. As the flames wrap around him, Eugene realizes the officer has just unleashed the very power he had sworn to keep him from using outside. A blazing figure suddenly appears in the middle of the disaster, startling Eugene with an impossible reunion. Eugene realizes the fire-wreathed man is Yuhyun himself and can barely process how he got there. Yuhyun explains that after Hong Kong he learned to borrow Yiren's power, and had arranged for Yiren to stay near Eugene so he could awaken whenever Yunhai reacted. That borrowed power begins linking back through Eugene, confirming Yuhyun's presence is temporary and unstable. Knowing he cannot remain long, Yuhyun urgently orders Eugene to contact the Jupiter Guild Master at once. He reveals Sung Hyun-jae should already be inside a dungeon, and that the story about all the S-classes being tied up in a raid was a cover-up while Officer Song was sent instead of Evelyn. Yuhyun presses the point, insisting Eugene call immediately because something has clearly gone wrong with Officer Song. Before Eugene can fully react, Officer Song launches himself back into the fight with grim resolve. Even while attacking, Officer Song is recognized as someone determined to carry this confrontation through to the end. His renewed assault crashes headfirst into Yuhyun's wall of fire. Officer Song forces his way through the flames and closes the distance anyway. He lands a direct blow on Yuhyun, proving he can still threaten even an S-class presence. Yu Hyun immediately answers with overwhelming force and drives him back. Officer Song is hurled into the rubble hard enough to crater the ground. He still rises from the impact, battered but not finished. Watching the clash becomes almost unbearable for Eugene, whose reduced fear resistance leaves him shaken just by witnessing it. Even so, Eugene forces himself to make the call because he does not want another S-class arriving blindly into this mess. Sung Hyun-jae answers with amused satisfaction that Eugene contacted him first. When Eugene begs him to come to the dungeon break site, Hyun-jae casually asks whether Officer Song should not have handled it already, and Eugene admits Officer Song is the problem. Eugene warns Hyun-jae to hurry unless he wants his precious item damaged, baiting him with exactly the language that will get a response. Eugene knows involving Hyun-jae may worsen everything, but he sees no safer option. Elsewhere in the dungeon, Noah is still fighting swarms of monsters and struggling to keep up. He complains that poison would solve this easily, but he cannot use it here and the endless monsters are wearing him down. The distant eruption of Yuhyun's flames catches Noah's attention and interrupts the battle. At the same time, Officer Song charges Yuhyun again, and Noah realizes even the World's Edge Guild Master has arrived. Noah understands the officer may have turned into an enemy, but he is too weak to intervene directly. Frustrated by his own limits, Noah decides he can at least create a distraction. He sends the remaining monsters surging toward the source of the fire to disrupt the fight. The redirected swarm races toward Eugene's position, putting him in immediate danger. One of the creatures leaps straight at Eugene before he can escape. Officer Song intercepts the attack and crushes the monster before it reaches Eugene. Yuhyun angrily points out the contradiction of Officer Song protecting Eugene after stealing away his bracelet, but the officer answers that an F-class is simply too vulnerable against monsters. That answer makes Eugene realize exactly how Officer Song is framing him. Eugene concludes that Officer Song still has not decided whether Eugene is someone to protect or a dangerous burden to eliminate, so acting weak is the safest way to push him toward protection. Yuhyun reluctantly accepts that logic and warns Eugene to stay alive until he can return. Eugene tells him not to worry about him and to focus on clearing the dungeon, claiming he can handle the rest alone. Privately, Eugene notes that the person he just called is perfect for cementing his image as someone weak who needs protection, even if it is irritating. A cold blue power suddenly sweeps in and freezes the charging monsters in place. The battlefield falls under a new pressure as a third S-class arrives. Sung Hyun-jae appears in person and addresses Officer Song with mocking familiarity. He remarks that his item's charm must have been too much for Officer Song to resist, then identifies him as Director to One Song. Eugene feels the oppressive force of Hyunji's presence immediately, and can barely keep himself steady. With his fear resistance already weakened, Eugene realizes Hyunji's usual pressure is almost unbearable. Still, Eugene sees his plan working. One Song is now wavering between protecting him and eliminating him, and Hyun-jae is the perfect witness to lock Eugene into the role of someone worth protecting. Hyun-jae lightly suggests that if someone finds another person's property, they ought to return it properly. He treats Eugene like a possession to be reclaimed, making Eugene inwardly bristle at being reduced to an item again. Hyun-jae then turns that same language directly on Eugene, calling him by name as if claiming him. The pressure becomes so intense that even Hyun-jae notices Eugene's reaction and tells him to stop pretending to be frightened. Eugene apologizes and keeps up the act, blaming his reaction on being only F-rank. He even begs the Seseong Guild Master to leave, reinforcing the image of a helpless civilian overwhelmed by S-rank power. Eugene reflects that Hyun-jae has a long history of running scams and manipulations. He also knows Hyun-jae is quick enough to understand a stage situation instantly, and play along without being told. That realization confirms Hyun-jae has already grasped what Eugene is trying to do. Eugene recognizes this as a continuation of the role they played together in Hong Kong, and Hyun-jae immediately supports it by unleashing golden chains around the battlefield. The chains snap into Hyunji's hands as he takes control of the scene. One Song reacts by seizing the chains himself, and Hyun-jae coolly asks what he thinks he is doing. One answers that he is merely collecting lost property, and tells Hyun-jae to leave. Hyun-jae dismisses Eugene's wishes as irrelevant because, in his eyes, an item does not get a say. One rejects that outright, declaring that Eugene Han is not an item and that he will not let Hyun-jae handle him however he pleases, which makes Eugene realize the trap has fully taken hold. Eugene thinks that as long as Tuan is forced into a situation where an S-rank monster threatens him, Tuan will have no choice but to protect him, however guilty Eugene feels about manipulating him. Tuan warns Hyun-jae that if he keeps interfering, he will answer with force. Hyun-jae welcomes the challenge, almost pleased to have a reason to fight him again. Tuan orders Eugene to step back, but Eugene can only awkwardly try to stop the escalation. Hyun-jae claims he had no intention of starting a fight just as the clash explodes anyway. Their first exchange tears up the battlefield with enough force to shatter the ground. Hyun-jae mocks Tuan for acting like a noble guardian of a weak F-rank. Tuan answers with a brutal kick that cuts off the taunt. The impact detonates the ground beneath Hyun-jae. Even while being driven back, Hyun-jae calmly judges Tuan's physical strength and speed as overwhelming and admits that even battle foresight cannot fully offset that difference. He responds by sending his chains and magnetized weapons into a new attack pattern. Tuan smashes through the incoming assault with raw force. He follows through with another crushing strike before Hyun-jae can reset. Hyun-jae narrowly avoids a direct hit to the face, still smiling at the danger. Twon catches the chains around his own arm and turns Hyunji's weapon against him. Using that leverage, he anchors the chains into the surrounding structures and disrupts Hyunji's movement. Hyun-jae warns that Taewon should watch the other side as well, because his real objective is still to take Eugene away. Taewon realizes too late that Hyun-jae has been setting up the battlefield around him. Hyun-jae springs the trap and Taewon is caught off guard. For the first time, Taewon shows genuine alarm. Hyun-jae lands a heavy blow that sends Taewon flying. Taewon crashes down through the rubble under the force of the hit. Hyun-jae points out that protecting someone makes it harder to focus, and says he will use that weakness to take Eugene with him. He remains infuriatingly composed, as if the whole battle is still under his control. Taewon surges back up through the chains in a rage, refusing to yield. Hyunji's magnetism reaches beyond weapons and chains to the metal around them, including nearby vehicles. He drags an entire bus into the air and swings it into position like another weapon. He laughs, clearly enjoying the spectacle. The bus crashes down with catastrophic force. Hyun-jae dives after the impact to press the advantage. Taewon meets him head-on in midair, still trying to overpower him directly. Their collision erupts into another explosion that tears through the ruins. Watching from the side, Eugene had expected the confrontation to turn violent, but the scale of it is so extreme he can barely even look at it. He wonders whether this level of terror is normal even with his remaining fear resistance, and then hears Taewon call out to him. Noah returns after finishing the monsters, and Eugene instantly drops back into the role of a terrified weakling begging to be saved. Noah is baffled by Eugene's sudden panic until Eugene hastily apologizes and claims he was just startled. Noah notices Hyunji's chest wound and tries to heal it, only to discover it will not close. Hyun-jae casually explains that the injury is unusual, though Noah senses it is stranger than Hyun-jae is admitting. Noah presses for an explanation, but Hyun-jae avoids giving one. Instead, Hyun-jae says there seems to be a problem with his item and suggests ending things for today. Before Taewon can process that retreat, Hyun-jae decides he wants to see what Taewon is hiding inside. He raises a cage of chains and magnetized metal around himself, and declares that he will be taking Eugene Han back with him. A blinding burst of golden power marks the start of his finishing move. Hyun-jae drives that power straight down into the battlefield like a descending pillar. He follows by dropping into the blast zone himself. Taewon bursts through the destruction and refuses to let Hyun-jae take Eugene away. Hyun-jae meets that defiance with a calm smile, as if he has been waiting for exactly this response. Taewon realizes too late that he has been maneuvered into the center of Hyunji's real attack. The metal around him begins to shift under Hyunji's control. Rebar and steel rip free from the ruins and spear through Taewon's body from multiple directions. As blood pours out, Taewon can only stare in disbelief at what has happened to him. Hyun-jae finally names the ability as magnetism and explains that he simply made the chains pull all nearby metal toward Taewon. Taewon grimly notes that Hyun-jae has already achieved his objective. Hyun-jae agrees and says the fight was at least entertaining. From the sidelines, Noah is stunned by an attack on a level he has never seen before and realizes Hyun-jae was far stronger than he understood. Hyun-jae turns away from the wreckage, satisfied. Even impaled and collapsing, Taewon still insists he cannot let Hyun-jae take Eugene. Hyun-jae asks Eugene what he intends to do now that his plan has succeeded. Eugene admits to himself that he has successfully made Taewon see him as someone to protect, but he also cannot abandon Taewon in this state. So Eugene asks Noah to heal Officer Song, despite Noah's disbelief that he would help the man who attacked him. Eugene can only answer that the situation is more complicated than it looks. Looking at the broken officer, Eugene reflects that Taewon Song is a deeply complicated man as well. Taewon, barely conscious, warns Eugene not to go with the Jupiter Guild Master because Hyun-jae is dangerous. Eugene listens in silence, shaken by the warning. He admits that he summoned Hyun-jae despite knowing how dangerous he was, because he was afraid of the way Taewon had been coming after him. Taewon absorbs that confession without protest. Eugene then steels himself and decides there is something he absolutely has to say. He tells Taewon that this is not something he can abandon just because Taewon frightens him, and that trying to stop him only makes things more dangerous, as today proved. Eugene says plainly that he cannot return to the ordinary life Taewon wants for him. He adds that Taewon will not be able to persuade him through intimidation either. He asks what really separates Taewon from the monsters if he also uses violence and fear to control others. That accusation triggers Taewon's buried trauma, and the word monster drags him back into a memory soaked in blood and blame. In that memory, he hears himself condemned as the one who killed his own family and caused everyone's deaths. The remembered accusation swallows him whole. Taewon realizes that no matter how much he denied wanting such power or believed monsters should not be allowed to run free, he has still become something close to what he feared. He looks at his bloodied hands and sees the proof of what he has done. Accepting that truth, he understands that his current state can no longer justify his argument. He thinks that even if he tried to live among ordinary people like a guardian among sheep, he was still a wolf in the end. Yet, he also knows he is not cold enough to ignore people in danger, and that even discarding his power would not restore the normal life he once wanted. Noah asks him to show where he is hurt, bringing him back from that spiral. Noah begins healing him with blue light despite the severity of the wounds. While being treated, Taewon quietly asks Eugene whether this means Eugene will stop contacting him. The question leaves Eugene momentarily speechless. Internally, Eugene is exasperated that after all this destruction, Taiwan's real concern is whether they will still share fried chicken and beer. But he also knows that question matters more than it sounds. When the metal rods need to be removed, Taiwan matter-of-factly volunteers to pull them out himself. Eugene panics at the idea of doing it without painkillers, but Taiwan dismisses the pain as trivial for an S-class. Eugene is startled when Taiwan says this kind of thing happens often, revealing how routine such suffering has become for him. That answer makes Eugene understand Taiwan a little better. He reflects that for someone so stubbornly attached to the status quo, Taiwan's work had never truly belonged to any normal daily life anyway. Perhaps the closest thing Taiwan had to ordinary life was the simple time they spent talking together over food and drinks. Eugene wonders if that is why Taiwan always answered his messages despite being wary of him, because those small exchanges were the only normal moments he had left. Despite the danger around them, Eugene decides he cannot simply cut this man off and promises to stay in contact. He makes it clear that he will also keep interfering whenever necessary, refusing to back away just because the other man wants distance. Eugene explains that they both want their ordinary lives back, and because he is just a civilian, he asks for some tolerance. In return for that normalcy, he offers cooperation and asks the injured officer to take his hand. The officer reluctantly accepts, while admitting Eugene is making things difficult for him. With that agreement made, Eugene assumes Song Tuan will no longer be targeted by random attacks. Before he can settle, a hand clamps onto him from behind and abruptly changes the situation. A smiling blonde man calls Eugene by name, and decides this is the moment to deal with him personally. He begins by hinting that Eugene's earlier behavior was an act, immediately probing for weakness. Eugene freezes, realizing he has been singled out and may already be exposed. He tries to escape the conversation by politely ending it and rushing off, desperate to buy time before his weakened fear resistance recovers. When the blonde man offers to continue talking in the car, Eugene scrambles for an excuse and claims his phone is dead. He spots a nearby convenience store and seizes on it as a way to get away from the man. Eugene forces his way inside, determined to put distance between them because facing this man now feels too dangerous. Inside, he frantically searches for a landline, focused only on finding help. He tries to call a taxi to the Gangseo dungeon break site, but is told the area is still too dangerous for service. When he insists it should be safe by now, the call suddenly cuts off before he can finish. The blonde man enters anyway, calm and amused, and remarks that Eugene is being unusually harsh. He corners Eugene in the rec store and casually asks whether something happened to his skill. Eugene pretends nothing is wrong, blaming stress and busyness, while trying to redirect attention towards Song Taewon. The blonde man speculates that Eugene's normally bold personality may have been a skill effect that Song Taewon somehow cancelled, showing he has already pieced together far too much. Eugene keeps bluffing and downplaying everything, but inwardly realizes the man is alarmingly close to the truth. He panics at the thought that both his fear resistance and Yoo-hyun's ability could be discovered, and knows he needs some way out. When the blonde man asks to inspect the scar on his chest, Eugene finally drops the act and recoils in open terror. The man reaches straight for Eugene's chest anyway, ignoring his refusal. Still smiling, he claims he can control his overflowing power and asks Eugene to trust that explanation. Eugene, shaking, admits he has a very bad feeling about this encounter. The blonde man takes that fear as confirmation and decides Eugene is now ready to answer whatever he asks. He traps Eugene in the ruined store and openly takes control of the interrogation. His first target is the injury on Eugene's chest, making clear that this is the secret he wants most. Eugene steels himself, knowing he cannot let the truth come out. He realizes the man is deliberately using overwhelming pressure to stop him from thinking clearly, and fears exposure will destroy the fragile image that keeps him safe. If others learn what he really is and what he can do, he believes he will stop being seen as harmless and start being treated as a threat. Desperate to change the subject, he forces himself to answer with anything at all. He blurts out an absurd lie that he got the chest wound while cutting green onions and slipping. The blonde man immediately points out how impossible that sounds, especially for someone with an S-class healer nearby. Eugene keeps babbling, hoping that if he stalls long enough the man will leave without killing him like Song Taewon would not. The blonde man loses patience and decides Eugene has left him no choice. He unleashes his power in full, turning the room into a crushing field of fear and domination. The sudden force catches Eugene completely off guard. He collapses to the floor, overwhelmed before he can resist. The pressure becomes so intense that he can barely breathe. As the man's terrifying status and title loom over him, Eugene realizes the difference between them is far beyond what he can handle. The blonde man grabs him by the head and forces him to stay focused. Eugene's body starts to give in under the command pressing down on him. With cold authority, the man tells him to be honest, and Eugene realizes he cannot disobey while under this power. The interrogation returns to the same point. How did he get the injury on his chest? Unable to resist, Eugene starts to reveal the truth and gets as far as identifying a magic stone. The blonde man encourages obedience, promising relief if Eugene simply keeps complying. Fighting through the compulsion, Eugene desperately tries to pull himself together before he says too much. Even facing an overwhelming class gap, he forces himself to stay calm because this pressure is nothing compared to the terror he has survived before. He recalls that true fear was far worse than what is crushing him now. The blonde hunter realizes the younger man has suddenly stopped hyperventilating. Bent under the pressure, the younger man steadies himself and gathers his thoughts. He concludes that an F-class cannot overcome an S-class by willpower alone, even with fear resistance. So he decides to break the pressure by borrowing the force of something from a far higher level. He activates that power through his hand, releasing a violent surge. A blazing eruption bursts outward, startling even the S-class in front of him. For the first time, the blonde hunter is visibly caught off guard. The younger man remembers Yiren telling him he still possessed the transcendent Dharma's psychological skill. That buried power answers him and tears into the oppressive atmosphere. He realizes he can counter an S-class's pressure by invoking the presence of beings from an even higher class. Still shaking, he reaches forward and commits fully to the attempt. He draws on memories of the monstrous beings Dharma once commanded, intending to revive their overwhelming presence. The horrifying aura of those creatures begins to manifest around him. Their phantom presence descends into the room and dwarfs both men. Using that summoned terror, he tells himself that the S-class before him is insignificant by comparison. His mind turns to Sung Hyun Jae, the man tied to the trauma and fury behind this fear. Blue spectral force floods the space as the imagined monsters close in around the blonde hunter. The blonde hunter senses the unnatural wave of mana and freezes in surprise. The younger man, half delirious and vindicated, pushes the intimidation back at him.